In a previous life, Zhou Yuan was separated from her husband and in-laws, scattered across different locations. When the apocalypse struck, all communication was severed, and she received no news. Struggling to survive with her 2 children, she ultimately failed to protect either of them and met her demise at the hands of a zombie. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself transported back to a week before the apocalypse. Rather than feeling joy, she was filled with dread at the prospect of reliving that hellish period. Her thoughts were interrupted by a small figure rushing towards her. She regained her senses. Her family was still alive, and everything was still salvageable. The shattered jade bracelet, miraculously intact on her wrist, signified that in this life, she would ensure her family survived this apocalypse together. Chapter 1. Return The incessant sound of gnawing echoed in Zhou Yuan's ears, and pain radiated through her entire body. Yet, she found no desire to move, or even open her eyes. The agony was trivial to her, strangely imbued with a sense of anticipation. Perhaps soon, she would find release. She was utterly exhausted. Suddenly, she felt small hands laboriously lifting her head, a cold glass pressed to her lips, as a tender voice chimed in her ear, "Mama, drink some water." Zhou Yuan's eyes flew open as she bolted upright, her gaze landing on a small boy, no more than 9 or 10 years old, standing beside her with a look of guilt. The floor was strewn with shards of the broken glass and a puddle of water. She was momentarily stunned, staring at him as he blinked back tears. "Mama, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to give you some water." Zhou Yuan stared at him, bewildered. Wasn't she supposed to be surrounded by zombies? She quickly glanced at the boy, pulling him into her embrace. Hadn't her little Jean already succumbed in her arms? Little Jean, taken aback, pressed his delicate nose against her chest, tears streaming down his face. "Mama, I have a nosebleed." Zhou Yuan froze, noticing the blood trickling from his nose. The boy quickly tore off 2 tissues from the nearby table to staunch the flow, looking at her with confusion. "Mama, help me." Zhou Yuan's mind was in disarray, struggling to comprehend the situation. Was she dreaming? Had she slipped into a hallucination? Suddenly, she grasped her phone from the bedside, checking the date. Memories of the reincarnation novel she adored before the apocalypse flooded her mind. Had she truly been reborn?
But why?
She had no desire to relive that cursed apocalypse. The struggle was too great for a woman with 2 children. "Mama." A gentle push at the door drew her attention, revealing a round little head peeking through. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened as the small figure rushed in, throwing herself into Zhou Yuan's arms. "Mama, you're awake." "I was so scared." Zhou Yuan felt an overwhelming clarity wash over her as she embraced the warm body, glancing at the bewildered little Jean. No matter what lay ahead, her family was still together, and there was still time to make things right. Little Jean squirmed in her embrace. "Mama, you got blood on your shirt." Zhou Yuan looked down to see that, due to her tugging, the tissues had fallen, leaving the boy's face smeared with blood. In her previous life, she would have panicked, rushing to find tissues and water to stop the bleeding. But now a smile broke across her face as she calmly rolled up a tissue and pressed it against his nose, using a wet wipe to clean his face. There was no need for urgency. In the apocalypse, death loomed at every turn, and injuries were commonplace. A mere nosebleed was trivial in comparison. Zhou Yuan's laughter faded as she observed the tender, pale face before her. Unable to resist, she leaned in and gently nibbled on his cheek.
Ouch.
Little Jean jumped back, covering his face in protest. Zhou Yuan teased him. Little Jin's cheeks are simply delicious.
Mama.
Little Yu suddenly wrapped his arms around her neck. "I want to give Mama a bite too. Mine is even better." Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh, lightly nibbling on Little Yu's chubby face. Yours is even tastier." Little Yu beamed proudly at his brother, while Little Jean rolled his eyes, thinking his younger brother foolish. Zhou Yuan watched the interaction between her children, her smile unwavering. Suddenly, the sound of a video call interrupted the moment. Before she could react, Little Yu had already picked up the phone and handed it to her. "Mama, it's Daddy." Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing. The phone was already connected. "Daddy? Hey, little rascal, what are you up to?" The familiar yet strange voice on the other end made her heart ache. "Where's Mama and your brother?" "Daddy, Mama is sick," Little Yu replied innocently. "Can you give the phone to Mama?" Lu Feng paused for a moment. Little Yu handed the phone to Zhou Yuan, who took a deep breath, facing the screen, gazing at the familiar yet sharp features of Lu Feng. Unexpectedly, her nose tingled, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Lu Feng on the other end paused, his brows knitting together in concern. Wife, what's wrong? Is it serious? In his memory, Zhou Yuan was a strong woman who rarely cried, managing work and 2 children alone. She always shared good news, never burdensome worries, making this moment all the more poignant. Her once fair face was now streaked with tears, her eyes red and puffy. Remembering Little Yu's earlier words about her being sick, Lu Feng likely thought her condition was dire. Zhou Yuan herself was taken aback and reached to wipe her tears, wanting to reassure him with "I'm fine," but hesitated. Looking at Lu Feng's clearly anxious expression, she recalled that half a month before the apocalypse, she had caught a cold after being caught in the rain while grocery shopping. She hadn't thought much of it. She rarely fell ill, usually recovering within 2 or 3 days. Lu Feng worked in another province, and it took him 6 to 7 hours to return home. She had always prided herself on her strength, having sent her in-laws back home after the children started kindergarten due to differing philosophies on child-rearing. Now, Zhou Yuan looked at Lu Feng and slowly spoke. "Mr. Lu, I have a fever. My head hurts and my body aches." Lu Feng froze, as it had been a long time since she had addressed him so formally. It reminded him of their early dating days. After marriage, she had simply referred to him as her husband. Lu Feng quickly regained his composure. "Just hang in there a bit longer. Take some medicine, drink plenty of hot water, and rest. I'll ask for leave from my supervisor, and take the evening high-speed train back. If you can't cook, order takeout." He then called out to Little Jean. "Little Jean, Mama is sick. You take care of your brother, okay? Little you, listen to your brother." With that, he hung up the call, leaving Zhou Yuan momentarily stunned, then breaking into a smile. She and Lu Feng were university alumni who had dated freely and married smoothly, their relationship always stable. While their romance had once been passionate, it had now settled into a comfortable routine. Both Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng were devoted family individuals, grounded and clear-minded. Despite occasional bumps in the road, their commitment to family had never wavered. Chapter 2. Family Watching her 2 children carefully clean up the broken glass and wipe the floor dry, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of gratitude. Her years of hard work had not been in vain. Her determination to raise her children alone stemmed not from pride, but from the excessive indulgence of their grandparents, who had shown no restraint whatsoever. Feeling utterly helpless regarding the generational gap, Zhou Yuan suddenly sat up, took her phone, contemplated for a moment, and initiated a video call. Barely had the phone rung when the connection was made, revealing her father-in-law's somewhat stern visage. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan, he managed to muster a smile. "Yuan, what brings you here?" Observing the rigid smile on her father-in-law's face, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He had always been rather serious and not particularly fond of conversation. However, he was an exceptionally kind man, treating her mother-in-law with utmost respect and being equally considerate towards her as a daughter-in-law. His affection for his 2 grandsons was unparalleled, his smiles reserved solely for them. Beside him, her mother-in-law reached over to snatch the phone. "Yuan, just now, Xiao Feng called to say you're unwell. How serious is it?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback that Lu Feng had informed her mother-in-law so swiftly. Immediately, her mother-in-law's voice echoed through. "I called just in time." He mentioned it casually. Zhou Yuan pressed her lips together. "Mom, it's nothing serious. I am indeed unwell. So could you and Dad come over to help look after Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu?" Her in-laws exchanged glances, then nodded affirmatively. "Of course, we'll have Ollie buy tickets right away." After ending the video call, Zhou Yuan leaned back heavily against her headboard, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. She quickly checked the date on her phone, July 26th of a certain year, confirming that it was indeed around half a month before the apocalypse. The uncertainty surrounding the exact onset of the apocalypse lingered. All that was known was that by mid-August, the weather had become increasingly sweltering, and the color-coded weather alerts on her phone deepened day by day. At that time, no one paid much heed. Work continued as usual, and children were spared from school due to the summer break. Zhou Yuan, however, had taken a month off to care for her 2 children. One day, the high-temperature warning alarmingly soared to nearly 60 degrees, reaching the upper limit of human tolerance, followed by power restrictions. Many companies declared holidays and transitioned to remote work, with employees cheerfully celebrating the absence of clocking in. Following the high-temperature alerts came torrential rain warnings. In typical circumstances, rain would alleviate the heat, but this time, it brought not mere rain, but scalding water. Some even conducted tests, revealing temperatures reaching 80 degrees. It is worth noting that temperatures of 60 degrees could cause burns, and while the temperature did not escalate further, the boiling water fell intermittently for 2 months. The subsequent floods were devastating. Zhou Yuan was unaware of the conditions in other regions. In City C, a secondary provincial capital, the drainage system was relatively efficient. The residential complex where Zhou Yuan lived was situated on higher ground, yet the water still reached 10 meters, nearly engulfing the 4th floor. In lower-lying areas, it even reached 15 to 16 meters, equivalent to 5 or 6 stories. The complex she resided in was a new development, part of a project affiliated with her workplace. Due to its somewhat remote location and internal employee pricing, both she and Lu Feng, having worked for over a decade, had purchased a spacious apartment several years prior, specifically in a district with access to a reputable elementary school. During regular school days, the children resided in the school district apartment, but during the summer, they came to stay with her here. As she drew back the curtains, she noticed it was already 7 in the evening. The number of lit windows outside was scant, indicating low occupancy. She had only finished decorating her apartment at the end of the previous year and had just moved in to warm the place up. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, yet Zhou Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of security. In her previous life, after the rain ceased, a creature that only appeared in novels and films made its debut, zombies. No one knew where the first zombie originated, but the initial outbreak occurred at the city hospital. Due to nearly 3 months of extreme heat and scalding water, many began to show symptoms of high fever, overwhelming the hospitals. Suddenly, patients began behaving like rabid animals, biting indiscriminately, leading to an uncontrollable escalation. Before the floods had fully receded, zombies roamed the city, and it was at that moment that everyone realized the apocalypse had begun. At that time, Zhou Yuan was at home with her 2 children. By nature, she was not particularly industrious. She enjoyed browsing online marketplaces and was a master of online shopping. Her home was stocked with ample supplies, and since they had just moved into this new residence, she had acquired a plethora of items, often buying more than she intended. Her freezer was filled with semi-prepared pizzas, frozen steaks, and a variety of snacks, along with a half-freezer full of dumplings. For the 2 months of torrential rain, her household lacked for nothing, but in the final month, due to a complete power outage and the sweltering heat, the contents of her freezer spoiled. Nevertheless, the abundance of snacks ensured she didn't go hungry. Zhou Yuan's expression darkened. She had no desire to revisit the harrowing trials of survival in the apocalypse, a nightmare that was absolutely unforgettable. At that moment, her phone vibrated again. Zhou Yuan glanced at it to find a message from Lu Feng, containing a picture of his train ticket information for the 7:15 high-speed train, indicating he would arrive home around 2 in the morning. She returned a smiling emoji, and almost instantly, a message popped up. "Have you eaten?" Zhou Yuan suddenly remembered that her children had yet to have dinner. Venturing out, she found Xiao Jin with a tissue stuffed up his nose, diligently boiling dumplings. His little face was flushed from the steam, and upon seeing her, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Mom, I'll have it ready soon." Zhou Yuan remained still, watching the lively child in the kitchen and glancing at the obedient little one playing in the living room, feeling as though she had truly returned to life. Heaven knows that during the commencement of the torrential rain, although she and her husband along with her in-laws could not be together, Lu Feng made video calls 3 to 4 times a day. Her in-laws were concerned she might find it bothersome, yet they insisted on reaching out daily through calls or messages. Zhou Yuan understood their worries for her and the children. Indeed, their frequent calls and videos provided her with a sense of reassurance amidst the panic. However, as water and power outages ensued, followed by a complete breakdown of communication, she lost contact with her in-laws and husband entirely. Alone with her 2 children, all under 10, her household began to run low on provisions, and lacking anyone to consult, the chaos in her heart was unimaginable. She herself did not know how she managed to endure until she reached the base. Once again, her phone vibrated in her hand. Chapter 3. Space. Zhou Yuan glanced at the itinerary information sent by her elder brother-in-law regarding her in-laws. Her eyes narrowed. Her in-laws were in their hometown in the province, where there was no high-speed train service, only long-distance buses. The earliest bus was scheduled for tomorrow morning at 7, and it was not a direct route, requiring a transfer, taking at least 10 hours. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment before sending a message. "Elder brother, if you have no other commitments, could you please help bring Mom and Dad over? I worry about their safety on the road." After a long silence, he finally responded with a simple okay. Zhou Yuan let out a deep breath. Her anxiety was justified. She felt somewhat intimidated by her elder brother-in-law, Lu Li. Although she had been married to Lu Feng for over a decade, her interactions with his brother were limited to the 2 days of the new year each year. Lu Li was 2 years older than Lu Feng and had never married. It was said that he had numerous girlfriends, yet he had never brought any of them home. Nor did he hold a stable job, drifting aimlessly as described by the elders. The family had only 2 children, with the younger son having completed university, secured a stable job, owned a house and car, and enjoyed a happy family life. In contrast, the elder son was a source of constant worry for their parents, leading Zhou Yuan to initially harbor a strong dislike for him. However, over time, despite their limited interactions, the 2 children in the family grew fond of their uncle, as he often surprised them with toys and treats. After Xiao Jin received a phone watch, he frequently received calls from Lu Li. Whenever the children desperately desired a toy that Zhou Yuan firmly refused to buy, they would seek out their uncle, knowing that if Zhou Yuan said no, their father and grandparents would not dare to make any purchases without permission. Only their uncle would. Zhou Yuan had to admit that although Lu Li appeared unreliable, he was genuinely caring towards his family. Besides being good to the children, he also showed filial piety to his in-laws. While they viewed his unmarried status as a significant shortcoming, he took care of their needs in the hometown, alleviating Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng's worries. Regarding his younger brother, Lu Li had nothing but praise. Zhou Yuan remembered when she was pregnant with Xiao Jin, they considered buying a car for convenience upon the child's arrival. However, they had just purchased a house and were in the midst of renovations, leaving them financially constrained. They were reluctant to touch her in-law's retirement savings. When Lu Li learned of their situation, he promptly transferred 300,000 yuan to Lu Feng. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. She had never anticipated that he, who seemed so carefree, had saved such a substantial amount of money. 300,000 yuan was no small sum a decade ago. Moreover, he transferred the money without any conditions or requests. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's perception of her elder brother-in-law shifted. It was not merely due to the money, but she recognized him as a person of deep loyalty and affection. During tumultuous times, he would always be present during video calls with her in-laws, offering her gentle reminders now and then. Thus, she felt it was essential for Lu Li to join them this time. The family must remain united. They could not repeat the past, where their family was divided across 3 locations, separated by 1,000 or 2 kilometers. With modern transportation being so convenient, it was rare to gather, let alone during the apocalypse when vehicles were submerged and all high-speed trains and flights were halted. She had never reunited with her family before her demise. As for her in-laws and husband, they lived even further apart, making a reunion even more improbable. Zhou Yuan's own family had dwindled. Her parents had tragically passed away when she was 20, leading to a gradual decline in familial connections over time. After sharing a meal of dumplings with her children and spending some time watching television, she helped them wash up and settle down for the night. Finally, she lay back in bed, caressing the jade bracelet on her wrist. This bracelet had been a gift from her mother upon her passing. Zhou Yuan had no understanding of jade, nor did she know its value, but she found it beautiful and wore it consistently. It was not until more than a year into the apocalypse that she had an unfortunate accident while searching for supplies, causing the jade bracelet to shatter. When she picked up the pieces, she accidentally cut her finger, and a drop of blood fell onto the shards. Upon returning home, she discovered that within the broken bracelet lay a hidden space, one capable of cultivation. However, it seemed incomplete, possibly due to the breakage. With limited storage and a disorganized planting area, during that dire time, it was exceedingly challenging to find supplies. With children in tow, their options were limited, and any found items barely sufficed for sustenance, leaving no room for storage, let alone seeds. Consequently, the space felt rather useless, neither particularly nourishing nor easily discarded. Now, however, the situation was different. The apocalypse had yet to commence, allowing her to stockpile supplies sufficiently for her family, sparing them from the dire straits of her previous life. Zhou Yuan's gaze sharpened as she retrieved a nail clipper from the drawer, deliberately making a small incision on her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the bracelet. She remained still, watching as the blood slowly absorbed into the jade. Excitement surged within her. Had it worked? The blood gradually permeated the bracelet, causing it to become translucent. Zhou Yuan stared in astonishment as the bracelet began to vanish, unlike the fragments from her previous life, which had not disappeared. Without further contemplation, she closed her eyes and concentrated, sensing herself transported to an expansive space, roughly the size of a football field, with a small bungalow at its center. Unlike her prior entry, which had felt fragmented, this space appeared whole and intact. She walked directly towards the bungalow, which spanned over 100 square meters and was elegantly renovated, albeit simply, with just whitewashed walls. There was no furniture or appliances, but water and electricity were present, a delightful surprise. Near the kitchen, she discovered a small door leading to a basement, but curiously, there were no stairs to descend. Frowning, Zhou Yuan recalled that such a space must hold some purpose. Remembering the System Space novel she had read, she closed her eyes again, using her consciousness to explore the basement below. It mirrored the upper area in size but boasted a height of 4 to 5 meters, with an open layout devoid of partition walls. Emerging from the space, she filled a cup with hot water from the kitchen, concentrating as the cup vanished from her grasp. Through her awareness, she realized the cup was now in the basement. Evidently, this basement served as a storage area, though she was uncertain if it was static. She poured another cup of hot water, re-entered the space, set the cup down on the floor of the bungalow, and began to survey her surroundings. It was a well-structured layout comprising 4 rooms, 2 living areas, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. She ventured outside to inspect the dark soil, acknowledging her lack of experience in farming. Unsure of the soil's fertility or what could be planted, she resolved to purchase some seeds for experimentation when the time came. Close to the edge of the land, she discovered a small pond, roughly 20 square meters in size. Aside from the side, near the land, the pond was shrouded in mist, and as she walked around its perimeter, she uncovered a spring from which water flowed gently into the pond. Zhou Yuan pondered whether this space could be upgraded, as suggested in the novels, but she was uncertain if it relied on zombie crystals or valuable antiques for enhancement. Additionally, she wondered if the water possessed any extraordinary properties. It appeared that the water inside the bungalow was not sourced from the pond, as she couldn't see the bottom. Yet she sensed that the water was pristine. Contemplating, she exited the space, retrieved a cup, and scooped some water from the pond. The water looked quite promising, and after cautiously tasting it, she found it indistinguishable from regular water. Frowning, she hesitated, unsure whether to drink it, regardless of any potential benefits. At least she no longer needed to worry about water supply issues. She was acutely aware that in the future, with water and electricity outages, coupled with the chaos of zombies, securing even basic drinking water would be a formidable challenge. Chapter 4. After a brief excursion, her husband returned, only to find that the water on the floor had already grown cold, while the cup from the storage room remained scalding to the touch. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of joy. This storage room seemed to be a realm where time stood still. This indicated that her hoarding of supplies would not require her to consider expiration dates or any such trivialities. Whatever was placed inside would remain unchanged. As Zhou Yuan reclined on her bed, she began to comprehend the layout of her expansive space. It consisted of 4 distinct areas: fertile black soil, a pond, a 4-room apartment, and the storage room. The first 3 places allowed her physical entry, while access to the storage room was solely through her consciousness. The black soil likely had the potential for cultivation, yet she remained uncertain if she could raise small animals or whether anyone besides herself could enter. Upon emerging from her space, Zhou Yuan opened the door to the children's room and beheld her 2 children soundly asleep in their bunk beds. She extended her hand, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, the bed had vanished along with the children. In a flurry, she re-entered her space and discovered the children's bed quietly positioned in a room of the bungalow, with no signs of the 2 waking. A sigh of relief escaped her. Indeed, this was an extraordinary boon. Determined to gather her family together once more, she held firm to the belief that they could thrive. Yet, her greatest concern remained the 2 children. Xiao Jin was somewhat better off, being older, after all, in her previous life. She had managed to care for him for 2 years with nothing. However, Xiaoyu, whom she tenderly stroked on his round little face, tugged at her heartstrings. At not even 3 years old, he had only lived to 3.5 in her past life, swept away by a tornado on their way to the base, with little hope of survival. As if sensing his mother's gentle touch, Xiaoyu murmured, "Mama." Zhou Yuan hastily wiped away the tears that had fallen unbeknownst to her and gently kissed his face, whispering, "It's all right. Mama is here. This time, we will have Daddy, Grandma, Grandpa, and Uncle. Our little you will surely grow up happy and healthy." She then glanced up at Xiao Jin on the top bunk, reassuring herself that he too would be just fine. With a renewed sense of purpose, she transported both the children and their bed out of her space.
Now.
With the layout of her space somewhat grasped, she pondered how to communicate with her family upon their arrival. Lu Feng had likely only taken 3 or 4 days off, and Luli would probably return after one night. How could she persuade them to stay longer? Zhou Yuan rubbed her forehead, for she was never adept at deception. Among her family, she was the most straightforward. She typically spoke her mind directly, her emotions evident on her face even when unspoken. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair, unable to devise a strategy until she heard the sound of the smart lock disengaging outside. Quickly glancing at her phone, she realized it was already 3 in the morning. Slipping into her slippers, she dashed out to find a man at the door, changing his shoes. At 6 feet tall, his long legs were accentuated as he bent down, and with a backpack slung over his shoulder, he looked up, his chiseled features appearing slightly weary. Upon spotting Zhou Yuan, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Aren't you sick? Why are you still awake?" Before he could finish, she suddenly lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his neck. Instinctively, he raised his hands to hold her legs, tossing his bag to the ground while teasing. "What's this? Have you lost your mind? I haven't seen you so affectionate in ages." After a moment of silence, Lu Feng turned his head to look at her, only to feel a dampness on his neck. Startled, he thought, "Is she crying again? Have all the tears of this year been shed in one day?" He stepped forward and sat down on the sofa, gently stroking her back. "Don't be afraid. I'm back." At first, he thought it was amusing, ready to tease her about her insistence on doing everything alone. But as he heard her voice, tinged with a raw and raspy quality, he frowned. "What do you mean you can't protect them? Who has bullied you 3? Yet Zhou Yuan offered no response, only continuing to cry, gasping for breath in between sobs. Lu Feng felt helpless. To be honest, they had been together since they were 18, transitioning from high school sweethearts to marriage and parenthood. In all these years, he had never witnessed her cry like this. In his mind, Zhou Yuan was always the sunshine bright girl, and it had been a long time since he had seen her laugh heartily. She was tenacious, a true firecracker. And even when eating, she preferred everything spicy. Always ready for a verbal spar, she never backed down easily, nor did she ever resort to such displays of vulnerability. His brow furrowed. Something must have occurred to bring her to this state. Reflecting on their recent interactions, he recalled that she had shown no signs of distress. And as Zai hadn't mentioned anything unusual about their mother, it seemed he would have to wait until her emotions settled before she could confide in him. Gently, he caressed her back with his long fingers, allowing her to lean against his shoulder and sob. For some reason, simply holding her like this brought him a profound sense of comfort. They had not shared such a quiet embrace in a long time, and the silence felt anything but awkward. At over 30 years old, having worked hard to acquire 2 homes and 2 cars in this provincial capital, along with 2 adorable sons, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This success was not solely his own. It was also a reflection of the unwavering support from the woman nestled in his arms. Though he was often engaged in social gatherings that sometimes led to fleeting romantic encounters, he had never strayed. His relationship with Zhou Yuan was built on freedom and mutual affection. He understood precisely what he desired, not the fleeting excitement of the outside world, but the tranquility of home life with a wife and children. Having outgrown the phase of seeking thrills, he found that no matter how arduous his work or challenging his circumstances, thoughts of his wife and children filled him with boundless energy. He cherished Zhou Yuan. He had fallen for her at first sight in college, and every subsequent encounter deepened his affection. One day, as she walked past his dormitory, he had impulsively tugged on her hair. Recalling this made him smile, but then he realized the woman in his arms had grown silent. Peering down, he found her crying like a child, her eyelashes glistening with tears. He lifted her gently, carrying her to the master bedroom, where he laid her down on the bed. As he rose, he heard her mumble, "Husband, Mr. Liu, where have you been?" Initially planning to take a shower, he decided instead to remain still, shedding his outer garments and lying down beside her, pulling her close. "I am right here," he sighed. Chapter 5. When Zhou Yuan awoke again. The sun was high in the sky. She blinked to adjust to the light, her mind still a bit foggy. It seemed it would take her several days to regain her bearings after her rebirth. The sensation was akin to being trapped in a dream. Nestled beneath the air-conditioned blanket, she took a moment to gather herself as her mind began to function again. The laughter of her 2 children echoed from the living room, mingling with the sound of a deep, husky male voice. Her spirits dipped. She vividly recalled the events of the previous night, feeling utterly humiliated. Never before had she experienced such a loss of composure. Even during the 2 years of hardship in her previous life, when she had wandered with her children. She had only cried once upon losing Xiaoyu. After that, no matter how difficult things became, she had never shed tears in front of others, let alone sobbed so openly. Rising from her bed, she approached the vanity and gazed into the mirror, where her eyes appeared swollen and puffy. Taking a deep breath, she cringed at the sight. Yet, as she beheld her smooth, unblemished face, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry once more. She could scarcely recall the last time she had looked this way. In the apocalypse, water had been scarce, and she often went days without washing. Well aware of how disheveled she could become without a mirror to reflect her state, the door swung open, and Lu Feng beheld Zhou Yuan seated before the vanity, her glistening eyes brimming anew with tears, causing his composure to shatter completely. Is she truly not planning to cease her weeping, even with such swollen eyes? He pondered. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yuan managed to stifle her tears, smiling as she confessed, I simply cannot help it when I see you. Lu Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, If our parents were to hear you say that, they would undoubtedly question me on how I mistreat you. Zhou Yuan could not help but smile at the thought of her in-laws. Indeed, despite their differing views on childcare leading to some friction, it was entirely natural for 2 generations to experience a gap in understanding. However, in matters concerning her and Lu Feng, her in-laws consistently sided with her, blissfully unaware of the true circumstances, always declaring Lu Feng in the wrong. This left Lu Feng feeling quite exasperated, as he believed he held a slightly superior position in his parents' eyes compared to his brother. Seeing her smile, Lu Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. He positioned himself behind her, gently resting his hand on her shoulder as he gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Be a good girl, brush your teeth, wash your face, have something to eat, and then tell me what truly happened. Zhou Yuan looked up into the mirror, locking eyes with Lu Feng, and nodded in agreement.
All right.
She applied cold water to her swollen eyes, though the effect was minimal, and she decided not to dwell on it. Upon exiting the room, the sight of the stir-fried noodles adorned with a fried egg on the dining table made her mouth water. Your culinary skills have certainly not diminished, she exclaimed. I dare not claim that. It took me quite some time to win over your palate, Lu Feng replied as he brought a plate of chili sauce to the table. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up at the sight of the spicy condiment, and she immediately reached for it, only to be halted by Lu Feng. Don't eat anything too spicy this early in the morning. Pouting, she reluctantly took a small amount with her chopsticks and mixed it into her bowl. As the noodles touched her lips, Zhou Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. It had been far too long since she had savored a meal that satisfied her cravings. During the 2 years of the apocalypse, it was a blessing to have food at all, let alone to be picky about its taste. Lu Feng had not returned home for nearly 6 months prior to this moment. Back in college, Zhou Yuan had initially been ensnared by Lu Feng's relentless pursuit, which later led to her developing a refined palate. Being the only daughter in her family, she had been pampered and raised without lifting a finger. Throughout her university years, she primarily dined in the cafeteria, and after graduating and moving in with Lu Feng, he took over the cooking responsibilities. When her in-laws returned to their hometown, her greatest concern was the matter of meals. However, one's potential is boundless. The claim of being inept in the kitchen often stemmed from the presence of someone to assist. Once left to fend for herself, she had naturally learned to cook, though her skills were limited to simply preparing edible meals without concern for fine flavors. Thankfully, their 2 children were not picky eaters. Ironically, she was often the one who found it difficult to eat her own cooking, which made her want to shed tears again as she savored the bowl of noodles. With the noodles consumed, Zhou Yuan finally felt as though she was truly alive again. Lu Feng cleared the dishes and sat beside her, observing her rub her stomach as he chuckled. Is it really that delicious? Zhou Yuan's satisfied expression faltered as she turned to him earnestly. If you hadn't eaten your fill in 2 whole years, you would understand just how exquisite this bowl of noodles is. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. What do you mean? Zhou Yuan glanced towards the living room, where their 2 children were watching television, then turned to face Lu Feng. Darling, what I am about to tell you may sound utterly absurd, and you might think I am speaking nonsense, or even that I have lost my sanity. However, I assure you that what I say is the truth. You know I am not one to fabricate stories, so you must allow me to finish. She sought to establish a foundation for her revelation, intending to speak plainly, as she truly could not conjure any other tale. Lu Feng straightened his posture. contemplating for a moment before responding. All right, I am listening. I'm not quite sure how to begin, so just imagine I had a dream. And everything that transpired in that dream is about to occur in our reality. Zhou Yuan steadied herself, speaking slowly. In just a few days, the weather in our world will undergo a drastic transformation. Upon hearing her words, Lu Feng's brows knitted tightly, and he struggled to refrain from interrupting her, waiting patiently for her to finish. When she concluded, he regarded her with skepticism. Are you certain you haven't been reading too many novels and letting your imagination run wild? It was hardly surprising that he thought this way. Zhou Yuan had developed a fervent passion for reading various novels since university, often losing herself in their narratives. Zhou Yuan felt exasperated, realizing her earlier attempts at establishing context had been in vain, and her impatience began to surface. When I said to consider it a dream, I did not mean that I was merely dreaming. This is not a dream. You must understand, I have lived through this. The sensation of rain pounding upon my skin, the searing pain of the sun's rays, and the terrifying visage of the zombies, these are not mere figments of imagination drawn from novels. I did not watch videos. I experienced it all firsthand. She stood, her voice rising in intensity. You know, we have never even had a typhoon here. Yet I felt the presence of a tornado, as if I had lived through it. These sensations are not something I could have gleaned from reading. Lu Feng watched as Zhou Yuan paced anxiously, and he stepped forward to embrace her. Calm down, Yuan. Please try to remain composed. Zhou Yuan struggled against him, shouting, I cannot calm down. You have no idea what it is like to be trapped in this house with 2 children, filled with endless dread. You do not understand the torment of hearing them cry from hunger. You do not know the terror I felt when I saw that grotesque zombie lunging towards me, nor the helplessness I experienced when Xiao Yu was swept away by the tornado. You know nothing. You are nowhere to be found. I didn't even know where you were. Leaning against the wine cabinet, Zhou Yuan gradually sank to the floor, curling up into a ball, burying her head between her knees as she murmured, You have no idea how difficult my life has been. Where were you during all of this? Where were you? Lu Feng gazed at Zhou Yuan, who appeared almost deranged, struggling to comprehend her claims. The 2 children, having noticed their mother's distress, rushed over. Xiao Yu attempted to leap into Zhou Yuan's arms, but Lu Feng quickly intervened, instructing Xiao Jin, Take your brother to the room to play video games. Your mother, and I need to talk. As the children retreated to their room, Lu Feng turned his attention back to Zhou Yuan, who remained curled up on the floor. He reached out and gently pinched the bridge of his nose, unable to resist the urge to comfort her. It was hard to blame him for his disbelief. What she was saying was simply too outrageous. Natural disasters could be understood, but zombies? Was this truly not a figment of her imagination? If it were a virus. There had certainly been many outbreaks over the years, some resulting in city lockdowns and widespread chaos across the nation and even the globe. However, there had never been anything quite like what she described, and this left him questioning how he could possibly believe her. Chapter 6. Honesty. Zhou Yuan nestled in Lu Feng's embrace, gradually calming down. A nagging feeling crept into her mind. Had she forgotten something? Lu Feng began to reflect on the bizarre details Zhou Yuan had just shared. The high fever, the scalding rain, the towering floods, the unimaginable zombie virus, and the tornado. What else had she mentioned? Mutations among flora and fauna? While Lu Feng was still deep in thought, Zhou Yuan slowly regained her composure. She lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with determination. I know it's hard for you to believe, and it may seem fantastical and absurd, but I assure you, it is the truth. Before Lu Feng could respond, Zhou Yuan's expression shifted to one of fear, though her tone remained eerily calm. Do you know? I have taken a life. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, yet Zhou Yuan did not look at him. She maintained a calm tone as she said, The first time I took a life. I did not know that person. However, he intended to bully me. Not only did he wish to intimidate me, but he also struck Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin is so young. He, a grown man, kicked him a good meter or 2 away. Zhou Yuan scoffed. They say women are inherently weak, but, for a mother, they become fierce. This is no mere saying. Seeing Xiao Jin fly through the air, I thrust the fruit knife I held in my hand. Zhou Yuan glanced over at the green fruit knife on the bar not far away, the very one she had used, which she had brought for self-defense, never imagining it would truly come into play. She then smiled faintly. At that moment, I even remembered that the heart is located on the left side, and I struck with such precision that it was a fatal blow, blood splattering on my face, still warm. In that instant, Lu Feng believed her. No matter how unbelievable the situation was, he accepted it. If it weren't for her personal experience, she could not have described the act of murder so vividly. He stepped forward and grasped Zhou Yuan's hand. Stop, I believe you. It's just beyond my comprehension. I need some time to process this. Really? Zhou Yuan looked at him. You truly believe me? You're not deceiving me? Lu Feng nodded. I believe you. Zhou Yuan scrutinized his eyes, confirming he was not trying to placate her. And then slowly leaned back into his embrace, her voice slightly hoarse. Mr. Liu, if you still have doubts, time will be the only proof. But by then, it may be too late. We must gather supplies while we still can. Gather supplies?
Oh.
She had forgotten about her space. Initially, she had intended to tell him directly about it. How had it come to this? Lu Feng nodded. I understand. My parents will arrive soon, and once they do, we can discuss this properly. You should rest now. Don't worry. This time, I won't let you suffer like this again. Zhou Yuan nodded, rising with his assistance. She opened her mouth but ultimately only said, Husband, once my parents and elder brother arrive, I'll share something with you. Then she hurried back to her room. Lu Feng felt a sense of unease about his wife. What Zhou Yuan wanted to discuss was, of course, related to her space. It was not a matter worth concealing. Whether it was in the initial stockpiling or later during their wandering, it would be impossible for the family to avoid these issues, especially since, when the zombies appeared, many people began to exhibit supernatural abilities, including spatial powers. However, her abilities were not innate but rather accessed through the bracelet. In her previous life, she had not evolved any powers, or else she would not have failed to protect her two children.
Sigh.
After exerting herself to explain so much, nearly losing her voice, she had not even considered revealing her space, using facts to substantiate her claims. How foolish. Zhou Yuan slept until 5 in the afternoon, truly deprived of sleep. Not merely physically, but mentally as well. Voices from the living room suggested her in-laws had arrived. She got up and opened the door. Indeed, finding her in-laws seated on the sofa, playing with the two children. On the opposite side of the sofa sat a man who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Feng, absorbed in his mobile phone. Likely playing a game, judging by his excited demeanor. It must be said that both brothers inherited the best traits from their parents, standing at 1.8 meters with handsome faces, their 30s marking the age of a man blossoming into maturity and charm. Upon seeing her, her mother-in-law quickly stood to assist her. How are you feeling? Better? Zhou Yuan shook her head. Mom, I'm fine, just didn't sleep well. That's good to hear, her mother-in-law replied, frowning slightly. But your complexion looks terrible. Previously pale, now she appeared ashen. Her father-in-law remained silent but nodded in agreement, while Lu Li glanced up from his phone. Lu Feng emerged from the kitchen with dishes. Dad, Mom, Brother, Xiaojin, Xiaoyu, dinner is ready. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan, his eyes lit up with a smile. You're awake? Let us eat first. We can talk about everything after. Zhou Yuan nodded. She had only had a bowl of noodles that morning and was now famished. The whole table watched in astonishment as Zhou Yuan devoured 3 bowls of rice in a whirlwind. After finishing, she let out a loud burp, suddenly aware of their shocked gazes, and blushed, stammering, I was a bit hungry. Lu Feng was the first to recover, taking her bowl. I made soup. Let me serve you some to settle your stomach. Zhou Yuan accepted the soup and sipped it, while her mother-in-law chuckled. Looks like you were truly starving. The family resumed their meal, though the food was somewhat lacking, prompting Lu Feng to boil some noodles. By the time they had eaten their fill and tidied up, it was already 7 in the evening. Lu Feng called everyone to sit on the sofa, noticing Lu Li reaching for his phone again. Brother, put the phone down. I have something important to discuss with Ah Yuan. Lu Li looked curiously at Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan before setting his phone aside. After arranging the two children in a room, Lu Feng finally spoke. Dad, Mom, Brother, what I'm about to share is quite extraordinary. At this point, he suddenly faltered. Realizing why Zhou Yuan had prefaced their earlier conversation, he turned to her, but Zhou Yuan averted her gaze, sipping from a cup of hot water. After a long silence, when Lu Feng still hadn't spoken, his mother slapped him on the back. What are you doing? Why are you stammering? Don't tell me you did something to hurt Ah Yuan. Mom, what are you saying? Lu Feng replied helplessly. It's like this. Ah Yuan mentioned there will be a high-temperature warning in about a week. Once he spoke, the atmosphere shifted. His in-laws' expressions turned grave, while Lu Li went from skeptical to deeply concerned, staring at the back of Zhou Yuan's lowered head for quite some time. After Lu Feng finished, the living room fell silent for what seemed like ages. Finally, his mother spoke. Yuan, it's not that I don't believe you. But could it be that you're still recovering from that fever? Perhaps it has some lingering effects? Lu Feng anxiously watched Zhou Yuan, fearing she would break down as she had earlier. To his surprise, Zhou Yuan lifted her head and smiled, shaking her head. I understand it's hard for you to believe. Let me show you a little magic. The four of them, including Lu Feng, were momentarily taken aback. Wait, weren't they discussing serious matters? Why was she talking about magic now? Zhou Yuan paid no heed to their reactions. She raised the cup in her hand. Look closely. This cup, a glass cup from our home, entirely real. They nodded reflexively, their eyes widening as the cup vanished. Zhou Yuan, wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, had smooth hands holding the cup. It was impossible to hide anything. Her mother-in-law clutched her chest. Her father-in-law moved his lips, but found no words. Lu Li stood up in astonishment, while Lu Feng, having heard Zhou Yuan mention powers earlier, was merely stunned and furrowed his brow. Didn't you say you had not evolved any powers? Evolved? Powers? Lu Li pressed for clarification. What does that mean? Lu Feng had merely recounted some impending disasters without the detailed specificity Zhou Yuan had provided. Chapter 7. Planning. Zhou Yuan retrieved the cup from her space and placed it on the coffee table. Her mother-in-law, Lin Shui, quickly picked it up to examine it, confirming it was just an ordinary glass cup from home, nothing unusual. Zhou Yuan pursed her lips and placed her hand on the coffee table, which then vanished from the living room. With a thud, the glass in Lin Shui's hand fell to the ground, startling everyone as they stared into the empty space where the table had been. Zhou Yuan replaced the table and turned to Lu Feng. This isn't a supernatural ability, but it's somewhat similar. Do you remember the bracelet my mother gave me? Only then did Lu Feng realize that the jade bracelet Zhou Yuan had always worn was missing. This bracelet had been with her since he met her, said to be her mother's keepsake. He furrowed his brow and asked, so this space is within that jade bracelet? Zhou Yuan nodded, and at that moment, Lu Li could not help but ask again, what you just mentioned about evolving and powers, what is going on? Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment, contemplating the precise meaning of the situation. Although she was not entirely certain, her conjecture revolved around the notion of a virus. One that did not spread through the conventional means of respiratory droplets, saliva, blood, or other mediums as previous viruses had. Instead, it resembled radiation. Anyone within its vicinity would become infected. This infection would then manifest differently based on the individual's constitution. Some would succumb to its effects and transform into zombies, while others would endure and evolve, acquiring extraordinary abilities, these abilities akin to supernatural powers. Naturally, there were also individuals who, despite resisting the virus and not becoming zombies, failed to develop any special powers and remained ordinary. Lu Li contemplated for a moment, his gaze particularly earnest. Sister-in-law, could you elaborate on your experiences in greater detail? I trust your words are true, and it is imperative that we seize the initiative. Your experiences serve as our most vital reference. He discerned that Lu Feng had only shared a fragment of the situation. Lin Shui instinctively grasped her husband Lu Aimin's hand, trembling slightly. Lu Aimin returned the gesture, patting her hand reassuringly. Zhou Yuan nodded, feeling significantly better and comprehending Lu Li's implication. The more detailed her account, the more information they would glean, enabling them to address future challenges with greater composure and preparation. After all, 3 heads are better than 1. Her intention in gathering her family was to unite them, ensuring they could navigate the apocalypse together. I shall begin from this fateful day in my past life. At that time, I did not call you all back, which led to our irrevocable separation. We never truly saw each other again until death. Here, Zhou Yuan paused, and Lu Feng took her hand, while Lin Shui and Lu Aimin turned their attention toward her. Even a month later, when the water and electricity ceased, we lost all means of contact. Zhou Yuan endeavored to recount every detail of her experiences during the apocalypse that she could still remember, including her acts of violence in a world where survival demanded ruthlessness, where one either killed or was killed. As a woman with a child, she had to be fierce to survive even 2 days. That's about all I recall. My days were consumed with the singular focus of securing enough food. I had no bandwidth to concern myself with anything else. She looked at Lu Feng, her voice laden with regret. I'm sorry, husband. I truly did my best, but I couldn't protect either of the children. Lu Feng's eyes welled with tears as he embraced Zhou Yuan tightly. No, you have done remarkably well. Earlier, She had merely mentioned the world's transformation without delving into her personal experiences. Now, hearing her recount the minutiae, he could hardly fathom the hardships she endured in that cannibalistic apocalypse while caring for a child. It was no wonder she had reacted so strongly earlier. He believed he might not have fared any better in her place. She was still a woman, one who had once screamed at the sight of a cockroach. Women, regardless of the circumstances, often faced greater challenges than men, their efforts always exceeding expectations. Lin Shui was weeping uncontrollably, her tears flowing since Zhou Yuan recounted how she had taken her 2 children to the official base, only to encounter a tornado along the way, during which she failed to hold on to Xiaoyu. As a mother, she could only imagine the despair Zhou Yuan must have felt. Lu Aimin attempted to comfort Lin Shui, but he too was choked with emotion. Lu Li, having remained silent for a while, finally spoke. "Ah Feng is right. Sister-in-law, you are remarkable." The dryness in his voice was unmistakable. After a moment of collective composure, Lu Li tapped the table, directing everyone's attention toward him. "Since we are now aware of the events that will unfold in a few days, we must begin our preparations. If a prophet struggles so, it would indeed be a disservice to sister-in-law to squander this second chance." Lu Feng nodded. "Yuan has laid the groundwork for us. The onus now lies on us to strive forward." Lin Shui and Lu Aimin quickly affirmed, "Absolutely. Though we may be older, our health remains good, and we can still contribute significantly. Just bear in mind that our minds may not be as agile as yours. We will follow your lead."
Liu Li Raplia, Aksayen.
For the next few days, we must prepare adequately. First, turning to Zhou Yuan, sister-in-law, how expansive is your space? What is its capacity? And are there any limitations? Zhou Yuan admired Lu Li's keen sensitivity, recognizing that the state of the space was crucial for their stockpiling efforts. Without hesitation, she responded, "Before your arrival, I conducted some experiments. The space contains arable land, a water source, and a storage room where time stands still. Anything placed inside remains unchanged regardless of how long it is kept. It measures over 100 square meters in area and has a height of 4 to 5 meters.
Additionally,
there is a well-furnished living area of over 100 square meters." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces brightened at the prospect of a non-perishable storage space. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment, and sensing her uncertainty, Lu Feng inquired, "What troubles you?" The others turned their attention to her as well. Zhou Yuan explained, "I also discovered that I can bring Xiao Jin and Xiaoyu into the space." The 4 of them exchanged startled glances. The ability to bring living beings into the space raised unspoken questions. Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts, aware that this was Zhou Yuan's domain, and any indiscretion might cause her to feel uneasy. Even Lu Feng remained silent, sensing their collective apprehension. Zhou Yuan, recognizing their unspoken concerns, reassured them, "Mom, Dad, brother, husband,
please don't look at me like that.
I called you all here and disclosed the existence of this space because I absolutely trust you." Lu Feng grasped her hand, shaking his head. "Yuan, while you trust us, you should not disclose that the space can accommodate living beings."
Lin Kui nodded in agreement, suggesting,
"If you fear it may be too much to conceal, you could confide in Ah Feng privately, allowing him to help keep it under wraps." "Why are you so naive?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback by her mother-in-law's response, her eyes glistening with emotion as she shook her head.
"No, Mom.
I never intended to keep this from you, or from brother." Chapter 8. The warmth of family Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. He too was surprised. His interactions with Zhou Yuan had been minimal, their conversations few and far between. In fact, he found it peculiar when she had messaged him the previous day to bring their parents over. Although they were aging, they were still in their early 50s, having married young, and were well acquainted with the route from their hometown. Their ability to travel independently was unquestionable. Zhou Yuan's insistence on having him bring them had struck him as odd. Now he realized she had specifically summoned him to endure the apocalypse together, and he felt an unexpected depth of trust from her. Zhou Yuan disregarded the expressions of those around her and continued, "During the 2 years of the apocalypse, my greatest source of strength was the hope that one day you would find us. In those dark days, I firmly believed that if I were with you, life would not have been so arduous. Your love has never wavered, and I have always been certain of that, including with brother. I understand the significance of family in your heart, and I can feel it." Lu Li reclined against the sofa, smiling unexpectedly. He had not anticipated that Zhou Yuan would possess such profound insight. His brother's discerning eye was truly remarkable. Lu Feng, sensing his elder brother's gaze, caught the unspoken understanding and raised his chin in self-satisfaction. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin exchanged smiles. To be honest, there had been numerous conflicts between them and their daughter-in-law, which had prompted their return to their hometown. Yet, they had always desired a daughter, and since their eldest son had not yet married, they had treated the younger daughter-in-law as their own from the very first day she entered their home. Moreover, she had blessed the Lu family with 2 adorable grandsons, further endearing her to them. However, therein lies the contradiction. The daughter-in-law feels that they are overly indulgent towards the children, yet when she observes the 2 little ones, she cannot help but yield to their every whim. This situation is quite exasperating. The daughter-in-law expresses her desire for them to return to their hometown to enjoy their retirement, not wanting them to endure unnecessary hardship. In truth, they are aware that they have become somewhat disagreeable and recognize that their daughter-in-law is undoubtedly more adept at educating the children than they are, which leads them to acquiesce. Initially, they presumed that their daughter-in-law had grown weary of them, only to discover today that Zhou Yuan's disdain stems purely from her aversion to their indulgence of the grandchildren, rather than any personal animosity. Zhou Yuan disregards the unspoken tensions between them and continues. The reason I hesitated earlier is that while I can bring Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu with me, I am uncertain if others can accompany us. What does that imply? If living beings can enter, shouldn't all be allowed? Is there truly a limitation? Lu Li is the first to grasp the implication. Is it because Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu are related to you by blood? Zhou Yuan nods in affirmation. She recalls having read a novel where such spatial restrictions apply. Only those with blood ties to the owner can enter, realization that has just dawned upon her. Lin Shui suggests, why don't you bring a phone to test it out? Regardless, he could assist you in the fields. She remembers the daughter-in-law mentioning the presence of arable land within the space, which necessitates cultivation. Lu Feng rolls his eyes, lamenting that his mother never arranges any pleasant tasks for him. Zhou Yuan stifles a laugh, and Lu Li, too, displays a hint of amusement. Yes. Let a phone give it a try. If there are no restrictions, you'll have an additional labor. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan takes Lu Feng's hand. Mr. Lu, please relax. To be honest, Lu Feng does feel somewhat anxious, but after a prolonged silence, he notices Zhou Yuan close and reopen her eyes, resignedly stating, it appears I was correct. Not everyone can enter. The other 3 cannot conceal their disappointment, while Lu Feng, oddly relieved, contemplates whether he might escape the drudgery of farming. Understanding one's child is a mother's forte. Lin Shui, upon seeing Lu Feng's expression, instantly comprehends his thoughts. She playfully slaps him. You ungrateful child. You would rather not assist a Yuan in the fields? Have you considered how arduous it would be for her to work alone? Lu Feng quickly protests. Where's the fairness in that, Mom? I, too, am disappointed. The other 3 ignore him, while Lu Feng gazes at Zhou Yuan, who, feeling dejected by the inability to bring others, also chooses not to engage. Lu Li reflects and proposes, if that is the case, we should stock up on farming machinery to ease our sister-in-law's labor. Regardless, the fact that Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu can enter the space is an immense boon. At the very least, during perilous times, they will have a guaranteed safe haven. The others nod in agreement. Indeed, the 2 children are quite young and require utmost protection. Lu Li continues, sister-in-law mentioned that the space can preserve food and cultivate crops. Since Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu can enter, we should also consider the possibility of raising animals. Thus, it is time for us to embark on our stockpiling journey. Zhou Yuan concurs. Yes. We must gather sufficient supplies for 7 individuals before the scorching heat arrives. Lu Feng interjects. So, how much money do we currently have? Zhou Yuan responds, I have 2 million in fixed deposits and funds, and I believe I can sell the school district property for around 3 million if I offer a slight discount. Lu Feng nods. I have approximately 1 million on hand. Zhou Yuan looks at him in astonishment, prompting Lu Feng to fervently explain that us from a previous project as profits, but I haven't dared to transfer it yet. Lu Li glances at his less than astute brother. I have 2 million. Lin Shui glares. Where did you acquire such a sum? Lu Li grins mischievously. I engaged in some investments with friends. Those dubious acquaintances of yours? Investing? Lin Shui retorts, disinclined to scold him further. She turns to Zhou Yuan. Your father and I do not possess much savings, merely a little retirement fund, about 500,000. Additionally, The house in our hometown can also be sold, likely fetching around 200,000 to 300,000. Zhou Yuan nods, calculating. So, we have roughly 7 million altogether. It may not be substantial, but it should suffice for basic necessities. If we can venture out later, we might even engage in zero-cost purchasing. At the mention of zero cost, Lu Feng and Lu Li raise their eyebrows, their expressions turning mischievous, while Lin Shui and Lu Aimin remain bewildered. What does zero-cost purchasing entail? Zhou Yuan clears her throat, awkwardly explaining. It means acquiring without expenditure. ISNT that akin to theft? Lin Shui quickly interjects. We are law-abiding citizens. How could we engage in such illicit activities? Lu Li scoffs. When the apocalypse strikes, who cares about the law? If you don't take from others, others will take from you. Lin Shui, upon hearing this, raises her hand. I suspect you've engaged in such activities even in this lawful world. Lu Li swiftly dodges. Mom, can you refrain from slandering me? And if you wish to speak, please do so without resorting to physical reprimands. At your age, aren't you concerned about injuring yourself? Lin Shui immediately leaps up. You deserve a beating. If I don't, you'll never learn. Lu Feng quickly intervenes. Hey, Mom, we're discussing serious matters here. Lin Shui then realizes, awkwardly waving her hand, shooting Lu Li an admonishing glance before resuming her seat. Zhou Yuan, rubbing her nose, continues. Mom, what my brother said holds some truth. When that time comes, the government will be unable to manage these affairs. If you do not take from others, they will inevitably take from you. In such times, the swiftest hand prevails, seizing the opportunity. Moreover, consider the impending floods. It would be a shame to see all those supplies ruined.
Liu Li shrugs, addressing Lin Kui. See?
Lin Shui, fighting the urge to strike again, manages to restrain herself. A Yuan speaks more eloquently than you. She fears waste, while you are simply unruly. Lu Li rolls his eyes. Mom, I finally grasped it. A Feng and I are merely adopted, while Yuan is your true offspring. This time, Lin Shui remains silent. And Lu Aimin adds, we indeed wished for a daughter at the time. The two brothers share a bemused glance. Zhou Yuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, clears her throat. Well, let us return to the matter at hand. How should we prioritize the allocation of this 7 million for stockpiling? Chapter 9. The stockpiling begins with the discussion turning serious. Lu Li adopts a more focused demeanor, retrieving a piece of paper to draft a list. Let us brainstorm and compile a comprehensive list tonight, aiming to finalize it by the end of the evening. Tomorrow, we will split up to act. Time is of the essence. Lu Feng nods. Our stockpiling must revolve around four essential aspects: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Lu Li agrees, writing each of these categories on separate sheets, emphasizing food, which he extracts. Food is paramount. It encompasses not only sustenance but also water. Additionally, medical supplies should fall under this category. Lu Feng supplements. Lu Aimin interjects. Seeds are crucial. Since a yuan possesses space, we need to ensure sustainable food sources. We cannot merely consume what we have. After all, although a yuan has only spent 2 years in the apocalypse, no one knows how long it will last. We may not have much time left. But Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu are still young. This topic brings a somber tone, prompting Zhou Yuan to lighten the mood. There's a saying, while neighbors stockpile grain, I stockpile arms. We do not view our neighbors as mere food sources, but we cannot afford to become their sources either. Thus, we must also consider weapons and the security of this house. Lu Li and Lu Feng grow serious, realizing they had overlooked this aspect. Lu Li quickly grabs another sheet to note. I will figure this out. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui is unable to suppress her urge to slap him again. But Lu Aimin swiftly restrains her. Zhou Yuan glances at Lu Li without comment. Lu Feng merely nods. The brothers share a strong bond, and Lu Feng is aware of his brother's connections. He simply states, let us continue discussing food. The group then engages in a lively exchange of ideas, subsequently assigning tasks. Since we must act separately, a yuan cannot divide herself nor collect items in front of others. Therefore, we need to rent a warehouse to conveniently store our belongings, after which a yuan can gather everything into one space. Zhou Yuan nodded, stating, I will take charge of the warehouse. I have a reliable agent. I can also list 2 properties for sale. My parents' house is in the county, but since the agent is part of a chain, they should be able to manage both. However, we need to check if my parents have any belongings they wish to keep. After all, It seems unlikely we will return, and the status of the house may become an issue. Lin Shui pondered for a moment, saying, there isn't anything of significant value left. We have kept our bank books with us. There are just some old photographs, sigh. Those will become memories. But if they're lost, they're lost. It's a pity. Lu Li then interjected, sister-in-law, I will return to handle the sale of the house when it is time for the handover. I have some matters I need to attend to back home. Lin Shui, momentarily dismissing her melancholy, jumped in. What do you need to go back for now? You aren't planning to bring your dubious friends along, are you? Lu Li did not retort but looked at Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan, saying, brother, sister-in-law, I believe it is impossible for just our family to survive in this apocalyptic world. The elderly are old, and the young are young. It's simply one to do. Hence, I genuinely wish to bring a few trustworthy brothers over. But rest assured, regarding your rebirth and the space, I promise I will not let a word slip. I will use other means to persuade them to come. Lin Shui was about to speak, but Lu Feng stopped her, focusing on Lu Li. Brother, I trust you. And so does Ah Yuan. Please do not betray our trust. Lu Li solemnly nodded. I am well aware of my boundaries. Family is my bottom line. In the end, they reallocated their tasks. Zhou Yuan would rent the warehouse and sell the 2 houses to raise funds. They could also stockpile some ready-to-eat meals and small essentials through delivery services while taking care of the 2 children. Lu Li would handle weapons and travel necessities and return to the county. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin would gather various staples and seeds, as they were well-versed in kitchen supplies and adept at haggling for the best prices. Lu Feng had specifically advised, Dad, keep an eye on Mom, and make sure she doesn't fuss too much. We are pressed for time. Lin Shui retorted, do you think I am incapable of distinguishing what is important? Lu Feng noticed Lu Aimin discreetly signaling him an okay, and quickly changed the subject. I will procure medical supplies. I have a client in that business who should be able to supply a substantial amount. If possible, I would like to acquire some medical equipment as well. Although I may not know how to use it, it could prove useful if we encounter someone who does. I will also take responsibility for the safety modifications to our current residents. Thus, they divided their responsibilities. By the time they finished, it was already late into the night. The children, having grown wise to the situation, had gone to bed. The adults, aside from Zhou Yuan who had taken a long nap during the day, were exhausted from their endeavors and quickly retired to sleep, knowing tomorrow would be busy. Zhou Yuan urged Lu Feng to rest first. She had slept sufficiently during the day and felt no fatigue. Instead, she browsed online stores, eager to place orders for items that would take 2 or 3 days to arrive. She began by selecting the children's favorite foods, pizzas, steaks, grilled sausages, dumplings, and fried dough sticks, delicious and convenient options that could be prepared in just 10 minutes with an air fryer. Next, she ordered formula for Xiao Yu and gathered books for Xiao Jin, realizing they would no longer have the opportunity to continue their studies. She purchased all the books needed for her high school graduation along with several others she deemed useful, including many introductory books for Xiao Yu. Books necessitated lessons, so she added a dozen tablets to her cart, anticipating the need to download online courses and professional videos. She also included her skincare products and sanitary supplies, small yet essential items, for the family's clothing, shoes, and socks. Considering the extreme heat and the potential for ice storms or snow disasters, she ordered a batch of high-quality ski outfits, which were reasonably priced. Recalling the snow, she hurried to an outdoor sports flagship store to acquire dozens of sets of skiing gear, along with tents and equipment for outdoor activities. Unsure of what else might be needed, she simply added everything she found necessary to her cart. Zhou Yuan continued her shopping until 3 in the morning, finally feeling the weight of sleep, and promptly placed her orders. While washing up, she remembered she hadn't purchased toiletries, so she quickly ordered shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent, soap, towels, and toothbrushes in bulk, selecting various popular brands. Chapter 10. Individual actions the following day. Aside from the 2 children, the adults had already left. A warm breakfast awaited at the dining table. Zhou Yuan hurriedly ate while contacting her reliable agent. She rented a warehouse not far away, albeit in a more secluded area. Without even inspecting it, a mere cover was all that mattered. The rental was for a month, and the landlord seemed indifferent to the amount, not even collecting a deposit, which allowed her to use the savings to purchase milk for the children. She sent the warehouse address to the 3 parties involved and listed the 2 houses for sale, insisting on a quick process and full payment. The young agent arrived to deliver the warehouse keys, looking puzzled as he asked, Sister, what is going on? "Why is such a nice house being sold at a reduced price?" Zhou Yuan simply replied, "Don't ask too many questions, just get it done quickly." The young man complied and hurriedly contacted potential buyers. By 9 or 10, a group of workers arrived to install security doors and explosion-proof windows. Zhou Yuan recognized them as Lu Feng's contacts. The security door was of exceptional quality, and the workers claimed the glass was the highest grade of explosion-proof glass, impervious to bullets. The agent's efficiency proved commendable, as he called by noon to inform her of an interested buyer who wished to view the property in the afternoon. Just then, the doors and windows were nearly installed. When the workers inquired about the old door they had removed, Zhou Yuan had already scheduled a viewing with the agent for 3 o'clock that afternoon. She noted that the door had been carefully selected during the initial installation, and since her purchased property was on the top floor of a 2-unit building, she instructed the workers to install it at the stairwell, effectively providing an extra layer of security. Initially hesitant due to regulations and the presence of another household on that floor, the workers agreed after Zhou Yuan offered additional payment and assured them that the other unit belonged to her family. She promised to resolve any inquiries from the property management. Zhou Yuan did not hesitate, for she knew that the adjacent unit had not been sold yet. During her previous departure, no one had moved in. It was unlikely that there would be neighbors this time either. By midday, none of the 3 parties returned for lunch. Zhou Yuan shared a light meal with the 2 children and then encouraged Xiao Jin to put Xiao Yu down for a nap. The children seemed to understand the adults were preoccupied with important matters. Xiao Jin dutifully attended to his younger brother, while Xiao Yu obediently followed along. With the children napping at home, Zhou Yuan headed to the school district house to collect what needed to be gathered. The furniture was just right to be stored in the space they had secured. By the time the buyers arrived for their viewing, the house was nearly cleared of everything except for the immovable fixtures. The client was quite pleased, expressing his intent to undertake a renovation. With the space cleared, it alleviated his concerns. He was satisfied with the property and did not haggle over the price, opting to finalize the deal immediately. The price initially quoted by Zhou Yuan was already lower than the market rate by a substantial margin of 1 to 200,000. The client paid half of the deposit up front and, after signing the contract, settled the remaining amount swiftly, with both parties exhibiting a commendable sense of expediency. The transfer of ownership was managed by an agency, and a sum of 1,500,000 was promptly deposited. Zhou Yuan recalled that the storage room was entirely empty. It wouldn't do to simply pile the newly acquired items haphazardly. Without delay, she set off to order a batch of shelves, arranging them in a manner akin to a warehouse for optimal organization, allowing her to categorize the materials effectively for easier retrieval. Just then, her in-laws called to inform her that a shipment of rice, flour, and oil had arrived at the warehouse, prompting her to drive over to receive the goods. Upon arriving, she noticed several medium-sized trucks parked at the entrance. She hurriedly opened the door and, once the unloading was complete and the trucks departed, she swiftly secured the warehouse door. After ensuring there were no security cameras, she prepared to organize the items. However, the sheer volume of goods left her feeling overwhelmed. It must be said, her in-laws were indeed adept at stockpiling. They had procured rice and flour by the truckload, leaving her perplexed regarding the actual weight of the haul. Despite having cooked for years, Zhou Yuan admitted to lacking culinary talent. She relied on a measuring cup to determine the appropriate amount of rice to cook, and when it came to estimating how much rice was needed for a meal, she had no clue. As for which rice was superior, she mused that to her palate. Rice simply tasted like rice. The same confusion extended to flour, with terms like high gluten and low gluten leaving her baffled. In terms of oil, be it vegetable, corn, or tea oil, she had limited knowledge, only recalling that lard was delicious and that tea oil could be beneficial for treating minor injuries. Zhou Yuan grappled with how to classify and store these items, fearing that when her in-laws requested something, she would be utterly lost and unable to find it. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. She remembered the driver had provided her with a list to sign, tearing off a copy for her. She realized that by referring to this list, she could systematically organize the items and then simply affix the list to the shelves. Eureka! This way, she wouldn't even need to label everything. The experience of receiving such a large shipment was exhausting, yet she noticed that initially, she could only manage to organize about 1 square meter of items at a time. Gradually, her efficiency improved, and as long as the items were adjacent, she could gather them in bulk. She felt her mental acuity sharpen, suggesting that regular practice could enhance her cognitive abilities. She pondered whether she might develop extraordinary mental prowess akin to those gifted with supernatural abilities. capable of not only heightened perception, but perhaps even controlling the minds of others or the undead. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. In her previous life, she had possessed no extraordinary skills. This time, having a remarkable space was already a blessing, and contentment was the path to happiness. After more than an hour, she completed the organization of this batch of supplies. Her in-laws messaged her, stating they had returned home to prepare dinner and that she need not worry about the children. They had also ordered a batch of vegetables, which would be delivered shortly, and asked her to wait a bit longer. With her in-laws gone, Zhou Yuan relaxed. While awaiting the vegetable delivery, she returned to browsing online, discovering an abundance of items still to purchase. Various types of tissues, cleaning supplies, bedding essentials, and practical bags. When the delivery truck arrived, Zhou Yuan was utterly overwhelmed. The volume of vegetables unloaded was staggering. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, yams, radishes, pumpkins. It felt as though her in-laws had emptied the entire vegetable market. Upon returning home, Zhou Yuan found her in-laws had prepared dinner. With Lu Feng's cooking skills clearly inherited from his mother. During the years her in-laws helped care for the children, Zhou Yuan's weight had remained unchanged.
Lin Kui.
Upon seeing her, remarked, "I was just about to call you. Are you tired?" Zhou Yuan shook her head and turned to her parents-in-law. "No, Mom and Dad. It is you two who have worked hard today, gathering so many supplies." Lin Shui waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing, just a bit of talk. I must tell you, the goods at the market are subpar. Tomorrow, I plan to accompany your father to the countryside to find the real treasures." Zhou Yuan opened her mouth to respond, but Lu Aimin interjected, "Those seeds, indeed, need to be sourced from rural families. They surely have the best quality." Seeing her father-in-law agree, Zhou Yuan chose not to argue, recognizing that this was not a matter for her to contest. "All right, no need to worry about it. Your father and I know what we're doing," Lin Shui said as she began serving the dishes, urging everyone to wash their hands and eat after a long day. Zhou Yuan paused. "What about Lu Feng and my brother?" Lin Shui frowned. "Forget about them. They haven't even called all day. Who knows what they're up to?" Just then, Lu Feng entered, overhearing his mother, and with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Mom, how little you think of us brothers." They had been busy with serious matters. Whether it was weapons on his brother's side or pharmaceuticals on his, such tasks were not easily accomplished. Yet to their mother, it seemed as if they had been out indulging in frivolities. Lin Shui shot him a disapproving glance, but remained silent. Zhou Yuan cleared her throat. "Where are the kids?" Lin Shui suddenly remembered, "Oh, I saw someone selling little white rabbits at the market, so I bought 2 to see if they could be brought into the space." She added, "The kids are out on the balcony playing with them." Intrigued, Lu Feng followed Zhou Yuan to the balcony, where they found their children feeding the rabbits leafy greens. Xiao Jin ran over. "Daddy, Mommy." "Xiao Yu followed suit. Mommy, hold me." Zhou Yuan quickly picked him up. He was much sturdier than his brother, already weighing over 30 pounds, making her struggle to hold him. Noticing her effort, Lu Feng reached out. "Let Daddy see if our little piggy has gained weight." Xiao Yu pouted, "I'm not a pig," and slipped from Lu Feng's grasp. Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng exchanged amused glances, turning their attention to the rabbits in the cage. Zhou Yuan curiously asked, "I've heard rabbits have 2 uteri and are prolific breeders. Lu Feng, do you think these rabbits are male or female?" "Mommy, it's not male or female. It's male or female," Xiao Jin corrected from the side.
Oh.
Zhou Yuan responded, surprised. Was there such a distinction? Lu Feng chuckled, turning to Xiao Jin. "So, Xiao Jin, do you know if this rabbit is male or female?" Xiao Jin shook his head. "I don't know." His eyes sparkled as he looked up at Lu Feng. "Does Daddy know?" Lu Feng felt a bead of cold sweat forming, while Zhou Yuan chuckled, realizing the likelihood of them not knowing. 3 months ago, this rabbit hadn't he developed enough to distinguish its sex, came Lu Aimin's voice from behind. "The seller told me it's 1 male and 1 female.
Grandpa.
"It's male and female," Xiao Jin insisted earnestly. Lu Aimin quickly amended. Yes, Xiao Jin is right. It's male and female." Grandpa misspoke. Zhou Yuan face-bombed, bemused by how her son's words seemed to carry such weight. Lu Feng cleared his throat, since it's hard to tell. How did the seller know? Who cares how they know? Lin Shui interjected, "We just bought them for a yuan to experiment with, regardless of whether they're male or female." She quickly added upon seeing her grandson looking at her, "It doesn't matter if they're male or female." Zhou Yuan was left speechless. Sensing that Zhou Yuan might voice her thoughts again, Lin Shui urged, "A yuan. Hurry and try it out. then come eat. The food will get cold. As Zhou Yuan was about to extend her hand, she suddenly paused, recalling that Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu had yet to witness her utilize her spatial abilities. Lu Feng also grasped the situation and promptly addressed the two children. Xiao Jin, Xiao Yu, would you like to see your mother perform a magic trick? Little Yu was the first to clap in excitement, while Xiao Jin tilted his head, having matured enough to realize that adults often deceive children. Observing Xiao Jin's expression of skepticism, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile and gently ruffled his hair. Just pretend that your mother is performing magic. And do not share this with anyone besides your father, mother, grandparents, and uncle, alright? Xiao Jin nodded earnestly. Mom, I understand. This is a family matter. And I want to tell my good friends. Zhou Yuan felt a wave of relief. She was not concerned about Xiao Jin. In her past life, he had endured hardships alongside her, displaying a maturity that tugged at her heartstrings. As for Xiao Yu, he remained blissfully unaware. But that was acceptable. She would simply keep an eye on him. After all, they would be confined at home for some time, and later, those with spatial abilities would face no issues. It was merely that her spatial powers were unique, allowing her to cultivate living beings. When challenges arose, she would adapt accordingly. Eventually, she would bring them into her space, but it wouldn't be feasible to keep it a secret forever. Shaking off her thoughts, she extended her hand toward the rabbit cage, causing both the cage and the rabbit to vanish from sight.
Wow.
Little Yu exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Mom, you're amazing. You made the little rabbit disappear. Xiao Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. Mom really can perform magic. The others shared in their delight. Lin Shui clapped her hands, exclaiming, This is wonderful. Old man, we can go check out those pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks tomorrow and bring some back. With chickens, we'll have eggs. And we won't have to worry about that. Xiao Jin is at the age where he needs proper nutrition. His serious demeanor softening into a smile, added, Didn't Yuan mention there's a pond in the space? Can't we also get some fish and shrimp? Xiao Yu loves fish. Lu Feng observed how the two elders spoke incessantly about their grandsons, feeling somewhat speechless. If the grandsons were already so cherished, he could only imagine the extent of adoration a granddaughter would receive, and he found an odd sense of relief in that thought. Zhou Yuan felt equally helpless and interrupted the two elders. Mom, Dad, let us wait a couple of days before going to the countryside for those things. I need to organize the space first, otherwise, these animals will run amok, and I want to be able to catch them. The image of chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and cows scattering all over filled her with exasperation. Yes, Lin Shui suddenly realized the oversight. We need to enclose the area, and what about the pond? Should we dig a new one and divert water to it? T had said that we might face a water shortage later. If we want to use the pond's water, it's better to have it separate. Lu Feng nodded, looking at Zhou Yuan. You shouldn't go out for the next few days. I'll head out to buy the materials needed for your space. And you can focus on organizing it and collecting supplies at home. Zhou Yuan agreed. All right, I'll prepare a rough list for you shortly. Let us eat first. Lin Shui clapped her hands. Where is that rascal? He hasn't returned yet. Just then, the door swung open, and Lu Li's carefree voice rang out, Mom, why are you thinking about me so much? Lin Shui fell silent, surprised at how timely her words had proven. Lu Feng laughed, Mom, you can't speak of people behind their backs. Lin Shui playfully slapped his back. I raised both of you, and I can't speak? All right. You're the boss. Lu Feng quickly dodged. The family shared laughter as they headed for dinner. Little Yu grasped her brother's hand. Brother, where did the little rabbit go? Xiao Jin pondered for a moment. It should be put away by Mom. We'll ask her to bring it out after dinner. Zhou Yuan, overhearing the brothers, remained silent. She had deliberately not retrieved the rabbit immediately, wanting to observe whether it would exhibit any signs of discomfort after spending time inside. Previously, she had removed the brothers from the space within minutes, unwilling to conduct experiments on them. This time, she intended to test it with the rabbit. After dinner, Zhou Yuan brought out the rabbit, and upon seeing the two lively creatures, she sighed in relief, reassured that everything was likely fine. Lu Feng went out to gather materials for building the breeding pen, and Lu Li called out to him, Sister-in-law has installed that anti-theft door at the stairway. Why not add a large iron gate at the top of the stairs to enclose the rooftop, and install an explosion-proof glass roof there? Lu Li didn't finish his thought, but Lu Feng understood immediately. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment. Indeed, the door she had installed was situated at the safety door's location, not obstructing access to the rooftop. Her intention was merely to secure her floor, but enclosing the rooftop would prove more convenient. The most immediate benefit would be the ease of installing solar power equipment later on. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, Lin Shui interjected, "But won't the neighbors complain? After all, we still have over 10 days until the heat warning, and they LL need to dry their clothes and bedding." Luli shook his head. "The impact isn't significant. We can hold off on installing the iron gate for now, just buy it and install it later. The rooftop shelter will actually benefit everyone, and they won't have to contribute anything." That made sense to Lin Shui, and seeing that everyone else felt it was fine, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Lu Feng left, and Luli turned to Zhou Yuan, sister-in-law. "In a couple of days, I may need to trouble you to go out with me." Zhou Yuan immediately understood and nodded, "No problem. I'll organize the space and set aside a specific area. Just let me know when the materials arrive." Lin Shui, feeling uneasy, was reassured by Lu Aimin, who cautioned Luli, "Be careful. The social order is still intact, and these activities are illegal. Don't let the apocalypse catch you off guard and end up eating government rations." Zhou Yuan also nodded. "Indeed, brother. Our goal is for our family to stay together happily. Don't chase after something trivial at the expense of what's fundamental. If we can obtain it, we will. If not, it's no great loss. We will find a way later. Rest assured, I know my limits." "I wouldn't dream of leaving our whole family in Lu Feng's care," he replied, glancing at the brothers playing with a rabbit on the balcony. He felt a firm responsibility to protect his two nephews. Zhou Yuan remained silent, but suddenly remembered to ask her mother-in-law, "Mom, have you all used up the money today?" She was uncertain about the market value of the grains and oils she had collected, but with so much, their pensions must have nearly been exhausted. Lin Shui rubbed her hands together. "Yes, it's about used up." To be honest, it was her first time spending money like this in her life, and she felt quite anxious, as if it were unreal. If not for her husband's presence, she wouldn't have been able to summon the courage. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan transferred the 1.5 million from the sale of the house into her father-in-law's account. Upon seeing the amount, Lin Shui exclaimed, "This is too much." Zhou Yuan shook her head. "It's not too much. Considering all these items, you and Dad are responsible for our family's survival, so do not fear spending. The more we invest now, the easier our lives will be later." Lin Shui fell silent, realizing they needed to think more comprehensively to ensure their family's basic survival. Anxiety crept back in, and she quickly urged Lu Aimin, "Hurry and wash the dishes. We need to discuss and organize the items we need to buy." Lu Aimin nodded and headed into the kitchen. Zhou Yuan turned to Lu Li, "Brother, do you have enough money on your side? To be honest, the weapons would likely be the most expensive." Lu Li shook his head. "I still have some funds and I have my ways. You need not worry." Zhou Yuan nodded helplessly. Even if she wanted to help, she couldn't. Lu Li exchanged a few more words before leaving. Given that the older couple was aging and Zhou Yuan had her own matters to attend to, the outdoor tasks would have to be handled by him and Lu Feng. So they needed to act swiftly. Zhou Yuan quickly sent Lu Feng the list of items needed for her space: fencing, pumps, various shovels, tools, and an electric post hole digger. To be candid, purchasing a large agricultural machine at this juncture seems rather impractical, especially considering the limited funds at hand, which necessitate careful allocation. However, acquiring a smaller model should still be feasible. Relying solely on her manual labor would render the task of tilling the land a distant prospect. The mere thought of this induces a headache, as she has never cultivated land in her entire life. Nonetheless, it is a necessity, and she resolves to cease her self-imposed difficulties. She prepares to return to her room to organize the items she collected from the school district earlier in the day. The kitchen also requires the installation of the range hood and water heater. Oh dear. She is at a loss as to how to proceed. As she passes through the living room, she observes the two younger brothers enjoying ice cream. Surprised, she alters her course and sits down on the sofa. She retrieves her phone and begins to stockpile ice cream, contemplating the acquisition of over 10 large ice-making machines. In anticipation of potential power outages during the sweltering summer months, she considers that even with solar energy, cloudy days may hinder air conditioning. If she has ice on hand, a fan could suffice in lieu of an air conditioner. With this in mind, she adds dozens of various models of air coolers, electric fans, dehumidifiers, and dryers to her cart. Reflecting on the presence of electricity in her space, she wonders if she should invest in large storage batteries, allowing her to utilize them in other locations when solar installation is impractical. Without further hesitation, she swiftly places her order, and the store's customer service promptly responds to confirm her substantial purchase, astonished by the volume. She reiterates her sole requirement: the quality must be impeccable, and the shipping speed must be expeditious, along with the need for small space heaters and oil-filled radiators for winter use. Next, she opens an online delivery app and begins ordering an array of beverages, including milk tea in various flavors, requesting a dozen or so cups of each. She also orders her beloved fried skewers, barbecued items, and the boys' favorites: burgers, fries, and fried chicken. Additionally, she places bulk orders for the fast food she frequently enjoys, claiming they are for a company party, and requests delivery to the underground garage. There, she parks in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, collecting the orders into her space. By the time she completes her takeaway orders, it is nearly 11 o'clock, and the two brothers have yet to return. The children have already fallen asleep, while the lights in her in-laws' room remain on, likely still deliberating over the list. She knocks on their door to remind them to retire early, as they have plans for the following day. Pinching the bridge of her nose, she retreats to her room to organize her space and plan her land layout. Once Lu Feng returns with the materials tomorrow, she will be ready to commence. Arranging the items in her house according to their designated places proves exhausting. Fortunately, she discovers she can manipulate the movement of objects within her space with her mind, sparing her the physical effort of lifting, which would be a daunting task given her limited strength. However, this mental exertion is taxing. She can feel her head throbbing, prompting her to refrain from further mental manipulation. She sits on the sofa in her space to recuperate, and her thoughts drift to the spring in the pond outside. Unable to resist the temptation, she feels compelled to sample the water, suspecting it may offer more than mere hydration. In a moment of impulsiveness, she fills a cup and takes a small sip, careful not to overindulge. To her astonishment, the slight taste alleviates her headache, and her eyes brighten. This water indeed possesses restorative properties. She takes a larger gulp, feeling her pain further diminish. It is undeniably effective. Gazing at the spring, she contemplates whether her family might also benefit from its miraculous properties. After some thought, she decides to draw more water from the pond, only to find it ineffective. Is this due to her previous excessive intake, or does only the water that emerges from the spring hold potency, while that in the pond loses its efficacy? Perhaps the water has a limited duration of effectiveness. Resolving to test her hypothesis, she retrieves water directly from the spring again, confirming its potency. Pondering her findings, she fetches several cups, filling each with spring water, one for storage, one for her space, and one to place on her vanity outside. As she finishes, she hears the door open and voices. The two brothers have returned. Glancing at the clock, she realizes it is almost 2 o'clock, and she has spent considerable time in her space. She quickly fills 2 more cups of water before stepping out of her room. The brothers are still softly conversing on the sofa. Upon noticing her, Lu Feng stands to greet her, asking why she is still awake. She hands him one of the cups, offering the other to Lu Li. Try this and see if you notice any difference. The brothers exchange glances, then drink without hesitation. Their expressions light up simultaneously, and seeing their reaction reassures her that the water is indeed effective, not merely a figment of her imagination. Is this from your space?
Liulin Kiras.
She nods, explaining that she had been busy and couldn't resist trying a bit, clarifying that only the water from the spring is potent, while that in the pond is not. Lu Feng downs the rest of his cup, feeling an invigorating energy surge through his fatigued body. This is normal. If all the water from the pond were effective, it would be too extraordinary. While this space is remarkable, there must be some limitations to maintain realism. Lu Li nods in agreement, expressing curiosity about whether the water merely provides temporary energy like a sports drink, or if it could enhance overall health. Unsure, she admits, I just discovered this, and I don't understand why the water loses its effectiveness once it enters the pond. Perhaps it is time-sensitive, like how open soda loses its fizz. Lu Feng wraps his arm around her shoulder, reassuring her, don't overthink it. Having this energy boost is already beneficial. We can conduct further experiments later. It's late now. Let us get some rest. Without waiting for Lu Li's response, he pulls her toward their room. In a moment of tenderness, Lu Feng reflects on how he has not had a proper moment with his wife since returning, realizing it has been 6 months. After drinking the water, he feels revitalized and ready to rekindle their intimacy. Zhou Yun appears bewildered, unsure why he is rushing. Lu Li watches his brother, a smirk forming as he observes the playful exchange. He contemplates whether it might be time for him to seek a girlfriend, though the impending apocalypse complicates matters. Once in the room, as Lu Feng gently presses her onto the bed, she finally understands his urgency. Lu Feng lies contentedly beside her, his hands roaming her smooth back, and he chuckles at the faint bite mark on his shoulder. You are quite fierce. Joyun pushes him away in feigned annoyance, turning her back. He quickly pulls her back, teasing, you should consider how long your husband has been holding back. Don't you fear he might burst? As he continues, she grows increasingly exasperated, slapping his wandering hands. You have no shame, and I still have some dignity. He kisses the nape of her neck, assuring her, don't worry, your elder brother is experienced, he understands. Feeling a rush of warmth, she leaps up and tackles him, playfully squeezing his neck. You still dare to say that? Lu Feng chuckles, surrendering, all right, I'll be serious. Perhaps you should stock up on small umbrellas. I know you're hoping for a little warmth, but it might not be the right time. Seeing his playful demeanor deflate her spirit, she reflects on his words. Though small umbrellas seem insignificant in a post-apocalyptic scenario, they could be bartered for a pack of instant noodles. After all, the undeniable complexities of human relationships and the necessities of survival are inescapable. Stocking up on such items, while inexpensive, could prove invaluable for future exchanges. In an impulsive manner, I added dozens of boxes to my cart from various online stores, accumulating several thousand boxes in total. Lu Feng's hands began to wander restlessly, prompting Zhou Yuan to swiftly swat them away. Checking the time, she rose and handed him a glass of water from her vanity. Is this to replenish my dwindling energy? Lu Feng teased, raising an eyebrow. Zhou Yuan shot him a glare. I merely wanted to see if this water, which has been sitting out for an hour, still holds any efficacy. Lu Feng gulped it down entirely, and after a moment, remarked, I feel nothing. Zhou Yuan nodded, producing another glass of water, offering it to him again. Lu Feng, slightly taken aback, accepted it and shook his head, no effect. When he noticed her reaching for yet another glass, he sprang up, exclaiming, Are you trying to drown me? His reaction was understandable. This was already the fourth glass. And Zhou Yuan was not using a small glass, but a sizable one. After consuming so much, he felt his bladder protesting. Enough chatter, just drink, Zhou Yuan retorted, ignoring his complaints. Reluctantly, Lu Feng took a sip, grimacing slightly. Zhou Yuan eagerly inquired, well? He quickly finished the remainder. This one is the same as the one I had in the living room. Zhou Yuan exhaled, realizing that the water, whether stored outside or within her space, had a limited shelf life. The preservation of the water in the storage room was equally effective, prompting her to consider retrieving some water barrels to store it, allowing her to drink directly when desired instead of letting it waste away. Lu Feng, grasping her intention, asked, This water is from the storage room? Zhou Yuan nodded. And Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of Zhou Yuan's space. Considering it a significant boon, what trials must she have endured to be rewarded with such an advantageous ability? As he wrapped his arms around her again, he noticed her attempting to resist and reassured her, Be still, I won't bother you. I'm merely holding you. But if you keep squirming, I cannot promise to hold back. Zhou Yuan complied, feeling a sense of security in his familiar scent. She encircled his waist and listened to his voice above her. Earlier tonight, my brother and I unloaded some supplies in the warehouse, including the materials you requested. Find a time tomorrow to collect them. Zhou Yuan murmured in response, gradually drifting into slumber. Chapter 14. Collecting supplies the following morning. Only Zhou Yuan and the two children remained. After breakfast, recalling Lu Feng's words from the night before, she glanced at the expectant faces of the children and decided to take them to the warehouse. Upon opening the door, she gasped at the sight of the overflowing supplies, which offered little room to maneuver. The assortment of items was vast, but the two brothers had been considerate, organizing everything into categories. Likely aware that she had not encountered many of these items before, they even included a list, which she briefly reviewed. Luli had prepared various essential boats for flood emergencies, inflatable rafts, lifeboats, and an array of rain gear and outdoor supplies, far surpassing what she had ordered online, including several types of charcoal, estimated to weigh several tons. These would be invaluable for outdoor cooking or during severe cold weather, snowstorms, or frost disasters. She was astonished to find that her brother had also stockpiled various heating pads, recognizing his meticulous attention to detail. On Lu Feng's side, several high-capacity generator sets stood out prominently, including solar-powered and diesel-burning options, alongside numerous solar charging panels. He had even purchased batteries, which she had also bought, but no matter, as having more was not a drawback. There were also several large water tanks and numerous water cooler jugs, the quantity of which she did not bother to count, as well as many boxes of bottled mineral water from various brands, both large and small, along with assorted beverages. In a corner, she discovered a significant amount of fuel, diesel and gasoline, whose source was unknown. This fuel was essential, powering vehicles and generators, and was irreplaceable. She contemplated discreetly siphoning some from gas stations before the impending heavy rain. At that moment, a message from her in-laws arrived, prompting her to hastily gather the supplies, knowing she could always replenish her energy with space water. The children, initially wide-eyed and exuberant, soon grew bored and began counting ants. An hour later, everything was organized, and a new vehicle arrived. Zhou Yuan observed a truck filled with grains, another loaded with various dried goods, and an assortment of condiments: salt, chicken bouillon, MSG, soy sauce, light and dark soy sauces, as well as various vinegars. Zhou Yuan was momentarily dazzled by the array, particularly delighted to see her favorite hot sauces. Her in-laws must have been quite energized after their discussions the previous day. After arranging the unloading of supplies, Zhou Yuan resumed her collection efforts. Though exhausted, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. With these provisions, their family was together, and they would not only survive the impending apocalypse but thrive. In the days that followed, Zhou Yuan was either collecting supplies or busy within her space. The kitchen's range hood and water heater posed significant challenges, requiring extensive guidance from Lu Feng before she could manage to install them. She divided the space into 3 sections, one for planting, another for livestock, and a third for larger items that could be stored long-term, such as the generator, water tanks, and solar panels, as it would be a waste of space to place everything in the storage room. A few days ago, her in-laws visited the countryside, and upon returning, they rented a small truck with Lu Feng to bring back a load of animals, 2 each of live pigs, cows, and sheep, 1 male and 1 female of each, as well as a whole nest of chickens, ducks, and geese. Zhou Yuan used her consciousness to place them directly into the designated areas, so she wouldn't need to sort them later. The livestock area was located farthest from the small house, mindful of the odors that would inevitably arise from their eating and waste. Just the thought of needing to feed and clean up after them each day made her want to cry. In addition to the live animals, there was also a substantial quantity of freshly slaughtered meat, hundreds of pounds of various types, and many high-yield seeds for crops such as sweet potatoes, corn, and soybeans, along with fresh vegetables and fruits. Zhou Yuan felt overwhelmed and instructed Lu Feng to procure a more compact farming machine, accompanying him to the manufacturer. She learned the necessary techniques before bringing it into her space, planning to plant once they had gathered enough supplies. They also obtained several fruit tree seedlings. Upon seeing these, Zhou Yuan suddenly realized she had forgotten to stockpile fruits. Alarmed, she quickly ordered a variety of fruits that their family enjoyed, both whole and pre-packaged. The final payment for their school district property had arrived, and the rundown old house in the county sold for 300,000. Lu Li had already returned to the county, and before leaving, he assisted Zhou Yuan in gathering weapons. She had to admit that her elder brother was not merely idling away. He had some connections, acquiring various controlled knives, daggers, tanto knives, and several sets of crossbows. As for their names, Zhou Yuan was unfamiliar, and to her astonishment, there were even 2 handguns with numerous magazines. Her hands trembled as she collected these items, wondering if it was truly safe. The medical supplies Lu Feng had procured also arrived, and the medical representative had been thoughtful enough to categorize them: antibiotics, respiratory medications, detoxifying agents, trauma supplies, children's medications, and various tonics, providing a comprehensive assortment. With that, the family's finances had been nearly depleted. They had spent around 2 million at her in-laws, while she had not touched the money from Lu Li's side. Lu Feng, however, later withdrew another 1 million from her. Now, she found herself short on cash as well. She had been indulging in various online loans, exhausting every possible limit available to her. The daily advertisements blared promises of interest-free loans for 30 days and funds dispersed within 5 minutes. At this juncture, when else could one utilize such offers? The deliveries she had ordered arrived one after another, a hodgepodge of items, while her in-laws, unable to venture out, stayed at home with the 2 children to receive the parcels, joyfully unboxing them like treasures. Lu Li had arranged for a section of the rooftop to be enclosed with glass, rendering Lin Chui's worries unnecessary. The building's layout featured mainly dual balconies, in the sweltering heat of 30 to 40 degrees, who would venture up to hang laundry. Zhou Yuan had gleaned that the occupancy of their building was quite low, with only around 10 households residing there. The entire structure boasted 35 floors, with 2 units per floor, resulting in an occupancy rate of less than 30%, primarily on the lower levels. The highest residents were a couple on the 16th floor. From the 17th floor upwards, there were no inhabitants. Except during winter when residents might come up to air out bedding, the rooftop remained deserted, particularly during the intense heat and storms when the elevator ceased to function, discouraging anyone from climbing so high. Before the impending apocalypse, she had never seen anyone ascend to the rooftop, likely due to the sparse population of the community and the fact that they had moved in less than a month prior, leaving many unaware that this floor was occupied. She had never spoken in the homeowners group. Otherwise, the tranquility of those 2 months with the children would have been far from serene, especially after what she witnessed later at the base. Hence, upon her rebirth, she resolved to remain at home unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 15. Extreme heat that day. The family stayed indoors, with only Lu Feng overseeing the final touches on the rooftop enclosure and the installation of solar panels. Zhou Yuan browsed online for preferred snacks, while her in-laws experimented with various dishes, portioning them into disposable containers for her storage. She had organized a shelf specifically for these ready-made meals, allowing easy access when they ventured out or wished to avoid cooking. As evening approached, Lu Feng came downstairs, bidding farewell to the workers outside, indicating that the work was complete. Upon entering, he relished the coolness of the air conditioning, exhaling in relief. "There's nothing like home," he remarked, having nearly succumbed to the heat on the rooftop. Zhou Yuan checked her weather app, frowning at the 38-degree reading, noting that it was already August 8th. She had read numerous novels suggesting that rebirth would invoke the butterfly effect, enabling one to foresee and alter events. However, she felt that her own small butterfly wings could only shift the trajectories of those within her household. "Still," she inquired, "has he mentioned when he will return?" Lin Shui responded from the kitchen. "He said the bus would arrive tomorrow morning." Zhou Yuan nodded, relieved, as it was preferable for him to return early, thus minimizing their excursions. That evening, they reviewed their inventory list again to ensure nothing significant was overlooked before retiring for the night. The following afternoon, Lu Li returned, accompanied by 3 young men, all in their late 20s. One, with striking blonde hair and a playful demeanor, stood out. The trio greeted her in unison. "Uncle Min."
Aunt Kui.
Lin Shui and Lu Aimin recognized them, visibly relieved, and welcomed them in with smiles. Lu Li introduced them to Zhou Yuan, sister-in-law. "These 3 are friends from before, Lu Qing, Lu Ming, and this one here is Lu Cheng." The blonde promptly interjected, "Hello, sister-in-law. You can call me Qingzi. Just let me know if you need anything. I'm at your service." Lu Li playfully smacked the back of his head, admonishing, "Behave yourself. Leave your flirting at the door." Unperturbed, Lu Cheng replied cheerfully, "How could I dare? You are my elder brother, and Fengge is my second brother, making her my legitimate sister-in-law."
Liu Li raturta.
Exasperated by his flippancy, Lu Feng leaned in to whisper to Zhou Yuan, "These 3 are from our village. They lost their parents for various reasons at a young age and were raised by their grandparents. After their grandparents passed, they followed Lu Li. Despite their carefree exterior, they are decent at heart." Zhou Yuan understood, realizing why her in-laws were so welcoming. They had watched these young men grow up. It was no wonder Lu Li felt comfortable bringing them over, as they had no family ties left. After dinner, Lu Li took them to the adjacent house, which had not been sold. With the impending apocalypse looming, he effortlessly allowed them to move in. The house was fully furnished, complete with utilities and kitchen appliances. Lu Li had previously discussed the arrangements with Zhou Yuan, preparing for their arrival by installing insulation curtains and solar panels. They set up a few beds, tables, and chairs. Having endured hardship, the 3 young men felt grateful for such spacious accommodations, harboring no complaints. Zhou Yuan was curious about how Lu Li had convinced them to come. He candidly explained, "I promised them a camper van in exchange for their help with the modifications." Zhou Yuan's eyes widened.
A camper van?
Lu Feng elaborated. "None of them have much formal education. They dropped out to work at a young age. Now they are at an age where they can be apprentices, dabbling in everything from barbershops to auto repair." Lu Li only had to cover the down payment for the camper. Zhou Yuan nodded in comprehension, her spirits lifting at the thought. A camper van was a perfect travel companion. Imagining their family relocating with it was exhilarating. They owned 2 vehicles, a compact car purchased with Lu Li's money and a 7-seat SUV acquired after Xiaoyu was born, as the smaller car felt cramped. Adding a camper van meant they had sufficient transportation, albeit with concerns about their fuel reserves. Upon voicing her thoughts, Lu Li and Lu Feng agreed, acknowledging the government's strict fuel regulations. For now, we will have to resort to a cumbersome method. Us three will drive to various stations to fill up and siphon the fuel.
Liu Li remarca.
This was indeed a viable, albeit time-consuming, solution, considering the fuel they had stockpiled with great effort. As the temperature surged another 2 or 3 degrees, Zhou Yuan urged, "We need to act swiftly." Lu Li directed Lu Cheng and the others to begin modifying the camper, while he and Lu Feng took Zhou Yuan on a citywide expedition to gather fuel. The external heat intensified daily, with few people venturing outside, and even the number of vehicles dwindled. They navigated the gas stations cautiously, moving like shadows. After several days, Zhou Yuan estimated they had amassed several tons of fuel, enough for a vehicle to traverse hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The camper was ready, and upon inspecting it, Zhou Yuan was thrilled. The windows had all been replaced with shatterproof glass, the front bumper upgraded to robust high-carbon steel, and solar panels had been affixed to the roof, complete with a retractable awning for convenience. Once filled with fuel, they drove the camper to a secluded area devoid of scrutiny and secured it in storage. By August 15th, a high-temperature warning was imminent. That very evening, her phone chimed with alerts announcing power restrictions to ensure basic electricity for residents. Subsequently, homeowners from both of their properties began sharing notices of company-mandated holidays. Some are filled with joy, while others are engulfed in concern, lamenting unfinished work and the inevitability of working overtime, albeit from home. In the living room, Zhou Yuan's family remained silent until this moment, when only a few, aside from Zhou Yuan, truly felt the gravity of the situation. The heat warning had arrived as expected, and with it, the impending storm. After a long pause, Lu Li inquired, "Sister-in-law, do you remember how many days until the storm arrives?" Zhou Yuan shook her head. "I don't quite recall. It seems to be 3 to 5 days after the heat warning." Sensing her anxiety, Lu Feng enveloped her in his embrace, reassuring her, "Do not fear. We are all here together." The recent days had been a whirlwind of activity, leaving no time for idle thoughts. Yet now, as the reality set in, Zhou Yuan found herself gripped by fear. She wished more than anything that her concerns were merely figments of her imagination, that she had simply endured a vivid nightmare. The atmosphere in the living room grew heavy, when suddenly a knock echoed from outside. Lu Aimin went to open the door, revealing Lu Cheng and his companions. Lu Li frowned at their late arrival. "What brings you here at this hour?" Lu Cheng scratched his head. "Brother, look, the vehicle has been modified, and it's no longer our concern. They just issued a heat warning, and there's not much we can do. I was thinking we 3 might head back tomorrow." Lu Li was almost amused by their nonchalance. He had gone to great lengths to bring them here, and now, as the world seemed to unravel, they were eager to leave. Zhou Yuan glanced at the 3 of them, aware that they also could not cook, being somewhat related to Lu Aimin's family. They had shared meals over the past few days, growing more familiar with one another. Lu Cheng was the most spirited of the trio, often the one to initiate conversation. Lu Qing, with his youthful appearance, seemed harmless, but was quite shrewd and adept at navigating situations. Typically, Lu Cheng would chatter away, while Lu Qing supplemented with key information. Lu Ming, in stark contrast, was taciturn, often immersed in work, giving off an impression of being difficult to engage with, though over time, it became clear he simply struggled to express himself. When the 3 of them looked at Lu Li, their faces reflected a mix of respect and trepidation. Lu Qing cautiously spoke. "Brother, is there something you need us to do? Please feel free to ask. We will not refuse." Lu Li found himself at a loss for words, while Lu Feng furrowed his brow, and Lin Chui exchanged glances with Lu Aimin. Lu Li had just prepared to insist they stay when Zhou Yuan interjected, "I actually require your assistance with something." All eyes turned to Zhou Yuan as Lu Cheng immediately responded, "Sister-in-law, whatever it is, we are ready to face any challenge." Zhou Yuan chuckled. "That is not necessary." Lu Qing added, "Sister-in-law, though we lack formal education, we can handle a variety of tasks. Just let us know." Lu Ming nodded in agreement. "It's not particularly difficult." Zhou Yuan explained, "There is a large supermarket under my unit that was set to open next month. However, due to the heat warning, the workers have been striking, causing headaches for our leaders. They asked me to find a few people to help organize the stock in the warehouse during the cooler evening hours, so that once the temperature drops, we can restock efficiently." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Yuan offered him a reassuring glance. Maintaining her gentle demeanor as she addressed the trio, the leaders want to have their cake and eat it too, offering insufficient wages. I regrettably thought of asking for your help, as Lu Li is also hesitant to mention the low pay. Lu Li interjected, I have not said anything. Lu Cheng quickly responded, sister-in-law, we don't mind. We believe in a shared fate, and as long as you provide meals and lodging, a little cash for cigarettes would suffice. Lu Qing subtly glanced at Lu Li but stated, sister-in-law, we do not require payment. Lu Ming remained silent. After sending the three away, Lu Feng spoke first. A yuan? When did your construction company start a chain supermarket? Lu Li looked at Zhou Yuan with intrigue, while Lin Chui and Lu Aimin were still processing the information. Zhou Yuan cleared her throat. Well, in my previous life, I heard neighbors mention that there was a large chain supermarket not far from here, originally scheduled to open before school started. However, due to the heat and rain, they failed to stock the goods in time, and everything in their warehouses was ruined. Many lamented that if only they had salvaged the goods before the storm, countless lives could have been saved. Lu Feng and Lu Li immediately sprang to their feet, realizing this was the first stop for their zero-cost shopping spree. Lin Chui and Lu Aimin were still in a daze, looking at the three in shock. Lu Li and Lu Feng whispered to each other, let us first check the supermarket tomorrow to assess the situation. It's wise to be cautious. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need for reconnaissance. Lin Chui and Lu Aimin took some time to comprehend the unfolding events. Lin Chui anxiously remarked, Yuan, is this truly without risk? What if they return to find the goods missing and come looking for us? Lu Li waved her off, mother. You worry too much. With the temperature this high, even power is being rationed. That supermarket, which hasn't opened yet, will undoubtedly be closed. Who would venture out in this heat? Opening day should be a grand affair, and once the storm hits, they won't even be able to leave, let alone seek anyone out. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement. We should ascertain their closure times tomorrow and aim to collect the goods a day or two before the storm hits. That way, even if they realize something is amiss, they will lack the time to pursue us. But didn't you just tell Qingzi and the others? Lin Chui questioned, puzzled. Lu Feng sighed in exasperation. Mother, that was merely to persuade them to stay. Did you take it seriously? Zhou Yuan felt her cheeks flush. Her little lie had proved quite successful, at least fooling her in-laws. Lin Chui, feeling a bit embarrassed, stammered, I didn't know Yuan was just joking. She never lies. With that, she playfully slapped Lu Feng. This is all your fault for leading Yuan astray. Lu Feng dramatically jumped back. Mother, if Yuan is lying, why do you take it out on me? Lu Li watched the banter unfold, while Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of warmth at her in-law's defense. In the past, when they had helped with childcare, she had always been straightforward, with no ill intent. While her temper could flare, they never held it against her, often choosing to overlook her blunt remarks. They never truly grew angry with her, always standing by her side instead. Lu Feng, like Lu Li, was also quite reckless. When he first met Zhou Yuan, he was rather boastful, but under her gentle guidance, he gradually learned to temper his demeanor and become more composed. Previously, his attitude towards his parents had been quite dismissive, yet he had matured significantly, becoming more understanding and considerate. Lin Chui and Lu Aimin were keenly aware of the transformation in their son. They had witnessed the positive changes that accompanied his relationship with Zhou Yuan, which filled them with immense pride. Since their eldest son dropped out of middle school and chose to wander off into the world, the parents have placed all their hopes on the youngest son, fearing he might follow in his brother's footsteps. However, they later witnessed him falling in love with Zhou Yuan, diligently studying, seeking employment, marrying, and starting a family, resulting in a harmonious and fulfilling life. They cannot express how grateful they are to Zhou Yuan. Even the various aunts and uncles in the village remarked that Lu Feng married a wonderful wife, one who is both beautiful and well-mannered. Chapter 17. Reconnaissance. The following day, the temperature outside reached an unbearable 40 degrees, with the sun inflicting a stinging sensation upon contact. Lu Feng and Lu Li set out early in the morning to scout the supermarket. The last batch of packages Zhou Yuan had ordered arrived today, filled with an assortment of snacks favored by the two children, who eagerly tore open the boxes and indulged in their treats, brimming with joy. Yesterday, upon hearing Lu Cheng and the others mention smoking, Zhou Yuan realized they seemed to have neglected to stock up on cigarettes and alcohol. Lu Feng and Lu Aimin have never smoked, a fact Zhou Yuan was well aware of. She was surprised to discover that Lu Li also did not smoke. which is why she had overlooked this matter. In the post-apocalyptic world, tobacco, alcohol, and tea serve as hard currency. In that time, money had become mere scraps of paper, leading to a barter economy. For those who appreciate such indulgences, these commodities become invaluable, and regardless of the era, there will always be social stratification. During that time, Zhou Yuan was an ordinary citizen, facing difficulties even in securing basic necessities. Yet there were still those in positions of power or wealth who hosted parties and gatherings, creating a stark divide. Their demand for tobacco, alcohol, and tea was considerable. Zhou Yuan contemplated where to stockpile these items. Their home had a fair amount of tea due to Lu Feng's fondness for brewing it. She opened a map to identify nearby tobacco and alcohol shops, marking their locations, and calculated that she could visit them while the rain was still mild and the heat was manageable. Then she remembered she needed to download some offline maps, as there would be times without internet access and navigation would be impossible. She had previously downloaded numerous educational videos for the two children on her tablets, as well as some entertainment content, but she had not considered this aspect. When the two brothers returned at noon, despite wearing sun-protective clothing, Zhou Yuan insisted they apply a thick layer of sunscreen on any exposed skin, yet they still emerged with sunburns and soaked clothing. Although Lin Shui voiced her discontent, she could not hide her concern and urged them to take a shower. After bathing, they collapsed onto the sofa, exclaiming how unbearable the heat was outside, joking that they might end up sunburned. Zhou Yuan retrieved 2 bottles of after-sun lotion, applying it to Lu Feng while Lin Shui tended to Lu Li. Lu Feng winced and remarked, "At least our trip was worthwhile. We happened to meet the person in charge over there and had a brief conversation." He mentioned that their boss intends to delay the opening, but supplies are already prepared and piled in the warehouse. He said there is one last batch of goods arriving tomorrow, and they plan to take a break, without intending to leave anyone to guard the place. As the warehouse is monitored, Lin Shui expressed her skepticism. That person in charge is so forthcoming. How could he disclose such confidential information to you?
Liuli skufa.
We simply inquired whether they needed any security personnel, slipped him a pack of cigarettes, and chatted casually. It wasn't too difficult to extract information. He leaned back on the sofa, contemplating bringing Lu Qing along for another visit that evening. If we could arrange for someone we trust, it would be even more convenient. Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan remained silent, while Lin Shui was about to ask but was restrained by Lu Aimin. They, being older, often found it challenging to keep pace with the younger generation and preferred to listen more than speak. That evening, Lu Li returned alone, having left Lu Qing to guard the warehouse. Lin Shui, intrigued, questioned, "Didn't they say they wouldn't leave anyone to watch over it?" Lu Li feigned mystery and remained silent, which ignited Lin Shui's irritation. Zhou Yuan intervened, saying, "Mom, the person in charge likely didn't want to incur labor costs. I suspect my brother negotiated a very low price, and he might have mentioned letting Lu Cheng and the others assist in organizing the goods during the watch period. It's a great deal, and it would be surprising if that person in charge didn't agree." Lu Li raised an eyebrow and gave Zhou Yuan a thumbs up. "Sister-in-law is impressive." Zhou Yuan smiled faintly, "But I'm curious about Lu Qing's attitude." Lu Feng interjected, "That kid is quite astute. He probably didn't fully believe your lie yesterday. Yet among the 3 of them, he is the most obedient to his brother. As long as his brother asks him to do something, he won't argue or say much." Zhou Yuan became intrigued. "Why is that?" Lin Shui, aware of the situation, sighed, "That child is also a pitiful case. His father was a reckless man, addicted to gambling. After losing, he would drink, and upon returning home inebriated, he would beat his mother. She nearly died at his hands. After her death, he turned to Lu Qing, who was still just a little boy, and began to abuse him. I remember he was only a tad older than Xiao Jin at that time. A child so small was left barely clinging to life. If it hadn't been for Ali's timely intervention, he might not have survived." Zhou Yuan's gaze turned icy. "What about that scoundrel?" In her eyes, such a person hardly merited the title of father. Lu Feng grasped Zhou Yuan's hand. "Once, he drowned in a pond in the village after getting drunk." Zhou Yuan looked at Lu Feng, whose expression conveyed that the situation was more complex than it appeared, likely involving Lu Qing's actions. Had she not experienced her previous life, she might have thought it was too ruthless for Lu Qing to turn against his biological father. Such a person seemed devoid of compassion and dangerously unpredictable. Yet, having lived through a world where survival necessitated harsh decisions, Zhou Yuan found some admiration for such decisiveness. In a world where some would kill, if not killed themselves, One could not afford to be overly kind, otherwise they would suffer the consequences. After a moment of silence, Lu Li assumed she was troubled and offered an explanation. Sister-in-law. Although Lu Qing is cunning, he is also deeply loyal. He protects those who treat him well with his life. Zhou Yuan shook her head. No, brother. I don't think he has any issues. I'm merely considering that if he harbors suspicions, it might be wise to share our speculations with him. No need. Let him contemplate it on his own, Lu Li replied, shaking his head. In time, he will understand. If we were to say something, he might connect it back to you, which would complicate matters. Seeing his stance, Zhou Yuan refrained from pressing further and simply mentioned her intent to stockpile tobacco and alcohol. Although both brothers were not inclined towards such indulgences, they, as men, felt it was essential to partake in the matter. Observing their eager expressions, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes, sensing their anticipation for the impending apocalypse. Lin Chui, having lost her patience, directly pulled Lu Aimin to assist the two grandsons with their evening routines. In the ensuing 2 days, the temperature continued to soar, reaching nearly 50 degrees at midday. Regardless of whether it was day or night, the streets were deserted, and most shops had closed their doors, with everyone confined indoors. The community chat groups buzzed with complaints about the relentless heat, lamenting that their air conditioners were on the verge of smoking from constant use. Many outdoor units indeed began to emit smoke, and should an air conditioner fail during such conditions, it would be a true ordeal. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan had anticipated this during the last heatwave warning and had already installed protective frames and heat-insulating boards on the outdoor units. All the curtains in their home had been replaced with heat-reflective materials, and an additional layer of light-blocking fabric was added. In the event of a power outage, they would rely on solar energy, ensuring that in the midst of darkness, their home would stand out as a beacon of light. Chapter 18. Zero-cost shopping. Zhou Yuan realized that the time to act had come. She recalled that in her previous life, once the temperature reached 50 degrees, it suddenly surged to 60, leading to many individuals with poor health succumbing to heatstroke. She had been concerned that the two elderly and the children might not withstand the heat, so she had made it a habit to provide them with a cup of water from the space spring every day, while she, Lu Feng, and Lu Li felt little discomfort. Lin Chui had often lamented her poor sleep, frequently plagued by insomnia. Recently, however, she expressed that her slumber had become quite restorative. Lu Aimin, having toiled in the fields during his youth, had long suffered from leg aches, but he too noted a remarkable improvement in his condition. Zhou Yuan refrained from disclosing to them that the transformation was entirely attributable to the spatial water, but she observed that the two children, Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu, had experienced notable changes as well. Xiao Jin, whose nose had always been fragile and prone to bleeding, had not suffered a nosebleed even after being struck by a toy from his younger brother. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, who had been plagued by night sweats, found that this phenomenon had dissipated. Zhou Yuan diligently collected several larger mineral water bottles, filling them around the clock and neatly storing them in the pantry. She also occasionally replaced the water in the house, albeit sometimes forgetting, leading to it becoming stale. Upon learning this, Lin Chui and the others simply requested a bottle whenever they desired water. Lu Qing and his companions had taken residence near the supermarket warehouse, with Lu Li occasionally bringing them meals. That evening, Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng were fully equipped in black sun-protective clothing, including hoods and masks, rendering them virtually unrecognizable even to their own parents on the darkened streets. Lin Chui cautioned them, although there aren't many people around, exercise caution. If anything feels off,
Run.
After all, we have stocked up sufficiently. We won't miss a bit. The three exchanged glances, excitement bubbling within them. Hoarding supplies without expenditure and labor was a delightful prospect. The supermarket was a mere 10-minute drive from their residential area. Upon arriving at the warehouse, they found Lu Qing and the others in the monitoring room, typing away. Recognizing their arrival, Lu Cheng and Lu Ming appeared visibly surprised, with Lu Cheng exclaiming, "Brother, sister-in-law, what brings you here?" He then turned to Zhou Yuan, assuring her, "Sister-in-law, rest assured, we have organized everything and can load it at any time." Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of guilt at deceiving the boy. Lu Qing caught her eye, a knowing look passing between them as he pulled Lu Qing aside, urging him to be silent. Lu Li then instructed Lu Qing to take the two back, indicating they need not return for the next few days. Lu Qing nodded and, without protest, led the chatty Lu Qing away. He then moved to a corner of the monitoring room and activated a switch, plunging the screens into darkness. Zhou Yuan glanced at him, but he directed his gaze towards Lu Li, inquiring brotherly, "Do you need my assistance? Can they manage all that cargo?" Lu Li patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "We have a plan. You will understand in due time." Lu Qing flashed a harmless smile, replying, "I trust you'll inform me when the time is right. If you don't, I understand your reservations." With that, he departed, and Lu Feng remarked to Lu Li, "Brother, this kid has immense faith in you, almost as if he'd offer himself if you were a girl."
Liu Li playfully kika Liu Feng.
Bidding him to stop chattering and get to work, Zhou Yuan followed the two brothers into the warehouse, a smile gracing her lips as she watched them labor together. It felt gratifying to have family by her side. She had completely moved on from her previous life. In this post-apocalyptic world, she was back and ready to thrive. As they entered the warehouse, Zhou Yuan noted that Lu Cheng's assertions were indeed accurate. The merchandise was meticulously organized, neatly stacked on shelves. Lu Li and Lu Feng focused on bundling loose items with boxes or ropes, while Zhou Yuan took charge of collecting. Some items were even taken along with the shelves. And since this was a warehouse, there were no perishable goods such as milk or yogurt, so she stored everything in the designated area behind the spatial house, which was originally intended for storage. Fortunately, she had not yet set up shelves there, making the existing ones a welcome convenience. True to its stature as a large two-story supermarket, the inventory was substantial. The trio toiled until the early hours of the morning to complete their task. Zhou Yuan felt her mind nearing its limit, but the spatial water provided a necessary boost of energy. Otherwise, she would have surely fainted. Yet even now, she felt utterly drained. Lu Feng, noticing her exhaustion, lifted her in his arms, filled with guilt for having allowed her to overexert herself in his excitement. He had vowed not to let her struggle this time around, yet circumstances demanded her involvement. When he had first met Zhou Yuan, she had appeared to be a pampered girl, and he had been irresistibly drawn to her. Their chance encounters had led to her reluctantly agreeing to his pursuit, despite the skepticism of his friends regarding their future together due to their differing backgrounds. He cherished their relationship deeply, aware of the challenges they faced, and regretted the hardships she had endured unbeknownst to him.
Liu Li pata Liu Feng esa shulde.
Advising him to take Zhou Yuan to the car while he wrapped things up. Sensing Lu Feng's turmoil, Zhou Yuan inquired, "Brother Lu, what's wrong?" Lu Feng gazed into Zhou Yuan's clear eyes, tightening his embrace as he shook his head. "Nothing. Just remember to speak up when you're tired. If we can't finish today, we can always return tomorrow. I'm here. There's no need for you to push yourself so hard." Zhou Yuan said nothing more. Burying her head in his chest, inhaling his familiar scent, her nose tingling with emotion. This man cared for her deeply. They had been in love since they were 18. And over the years, their once fervent passion had mellowed into a comfortable bond. Yet, the ties that bound them remained steadfast. He empathized with her struggles, always reminding their children to behave, while she worried over him during his drunken escapades, fretting about his well-being. The next morning, Zhou Yuan was roused by Lu Feng's antics. Groggy, she felt hands exploring her form and reluctantly opened her eyes to find the sun shining brightly. She had fallen asleep in the car the previous day, and Lu Feng must have carried her inside. Upon noticing she was awake, Lu Feng became even bolder. Leaning in closer, Zhou Yuan scrunched her nose in distaste. "Haven't you brushed your teeth? Don't you mind the taste?" "Not at all," he replied, his voice hoarse. "Oh, dear Yuan, have pity on little Feng," he insisted, encouraging her to feel his excitement beneath him. Zhou Yuan wished to refuse, but men often lacked restraint in such matters. His persistent coaxing rendered her resistance futile, leading her to acquiesce. Afterward, Lu Feng pressed a kiss to her forehead, murmuring, "Yuan, remember we are both here this time." She lifted her gaze to kiss his stubbled chin, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over her. Yes, they were together, having amassed enough supplies to sustain their family for a lifetime. They had been fortunate to stock up from the supermarket, though she realized she had overlooked several small essentials like nail clippers, trash bags, and cat litter. With potential shortages on the horizon, proper sanitation would soon become a pressing issue, and she could not afford to neglect these details. Two individuals languished in bed, occasionally exchanging tender words. It had been an interminable time since Zhou Yuan had enjoyed such tranquil conversations with Lu Feng. Before Xiaoyu's arrival, they were not far apart and often engaged in delightful chats. However, after the birth of Xiaoyu, expenses escalated, and Lu Feng was assigned to oversee a lucrative project at his company, albeit in a distant location. After much contemplation, he acquiesced, for 2 sons equated to a fortune. Consequently, their encounters dwindled to a mere handful each year. Fortunately, Lu Feng remained steadfast in connecting with them through daily video calls, regardless of his busy schedule, often sending numerous messages and making calls when time permitted. Zhou Yuan admired this aspect of him, as she was the type who preferred not to call unless necessary, and seldom engaged in video chats, opting for a simple message instead. Thanks to Lu Feng's diligence, their children never grew distant from him, and even the young Xiaoyu, albeit with a limited memory, would joyfully call out daddy upon seeing him. Mr. Liu, shall we retrieve the tobacco and liquor tonight? It would be prudent to procure some fuel as well. The diesel seems a bit lacking, Zhou Yuan suggested, revitalized after a night's rest. The satisfaction she felt from collecting supplies the previous night surged within her, igniting a desire to repeat the experience. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He too found the act of stockpiling exhilarating. However, noticing Zhou Yuan's rosy complexion from their earlier exertion, he inquired, "Are you up for it?" With a sweet smile, Zhou Yuan reassured him, "Fear not, yesterday was a momentary lapse. I shall not overexert myself henceforth. Moreover, I have discovered that the more I work, the stronger my spirit becomes. I can now cultivate the land through sheer will without physically entering the space, albeit at a slower pace. That is reassuring. We have ample time to cultivate the land gradually, and we have gathered enough supplies to sustain our family," Lu Feng reiterated, reminding her, "Remember, this time we are in this together. You may rest well." Zhou Yuan shook her head, "Darling, while your presence allows me to rest, I choose not to. We are a family, and we must strive together. I firmly believe that as long as we remain united, no obstacle is insurmountable. And we shall persevere until the end of the world." Persevere? Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. "I believe our current capabilities enable us to navigate through challenges with ease." Zhou Yuan sat up, regarding him with seriousness. "Do not harbor such thoughts. You must understand that there are greater forces beyond our comprehension. There are undoubtedly individuals far superior to us, who, lacking a rebirth's golden touch, may still thrive better than we do. We are merely ordinary people, and our aim is simply to ensure our family's survival." Just as Lu Feng was about to respond, a knock echoed at the door, and Lin Chui called out, "A Yuan, it's time for breakfast." Zhou Yuan promptly acknowledged, realizing it was nearly noon. They rose to wash up before the family gathered for their meal. The elders busied themselves in the kitchen while Lu Cheng and the others returned to the next room. Lu Li continued to play his game, insisting that he must play now or miss out later. Lu Feng engaged the 2 children on the play mat, assembling blocks, while Zhou Yuan reclined on the sofa, engrossed in the messages from 2 community groups, all discussing the oppressive heat and lamenting when it would finally subside. Zhou Yuan recalled the torrential rains lasting over 2 months. Yet the sweltering heat had persisted for nearly a year. It was only in June or July of the following year that she would depart with the official rescue team for the base. Unfortunately, they encountered a tornado en route, which affected Xiaoyu. She shook her head, dispelling negative thoughts. She resolved to focus on the promising future ahead. Lin Chui wiped her hands dry and exchanged a glance with Lu Aimin before clearing her throat. "I would like to hold a meeting." Turning to Xiao Jin and Xiaoyu, she gently coaxed Xiao Jin, "Would you take your brother for a nap? When you wake, Grandma will let you watch television." Upon hearing watch television, Xiaoyu clapped with delight, and Xiao Jin's eyes sparkled as he nodded and took Xiaoyu into the room. Lu Feng rose and joined Zhou Yuan on the sofa, but she pushed him away. "It's too hot. Keep your distance." Lu Feng looked at her with a hurt expression, and Zhou Yuan sighed, perplexed as to why he insisted on crowding her when there was ample space on the wide sofa beside her. Lu Li set down his phone and shot Lu Feng a disdainful glance, while Lin Chui frowned. "A phone. Behave yourself." Obediently, Lu Feng moved to the other side. Lu Aimin then turned his serious gaze toward Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng. "Just now, while your mother was calling you to breakfast, she overheard your conversation."
Lin Cui interjected.
"I merely stood at the door for a moment and caught the last few words. It was not intentional." She was keen to ensure her daughter-in-law did not feel she had been eavesdropping. Zhou Yuan bit her lip, slightly embarrassed, and nodded in acknowledgement, while Lu Feng shrugged it off. Lu Aimin earnestly continued, "Your mother and I share concerns regarding your mindset. Zhou Yuan's perspective is quite valid. Although we were fortunate to gather such resources ahead of time, it does not render us invincible. Hence, it is prudent to remain humble." Lu Feng rubbed his nose. "I never claimed we were invincible, but surely there is no need for excessive caution?"
Liu Li, bewildered, interjecta.
Could you at least let me in on what you've all been discussing? Lu Feng explained. Zhou Yuan believes my views are too ostentatious. Yet I contend that with our substantial provisions and Zhou Yuan's spatial abilities, we need not live in constant trepidation. Lu Li furrowed his brow in silence. While Zhou Yuan sighed, what I meant by perseverance does not imply living in fear. My point is that we cannot provoke hatred simply because we are well off. You must understand that even in peaceful times, many resent those who appear to be thriving, let alone in an apocalyptic scenario. The true danger lies not in singular threats, but in collective hostility. Lin Shui nodded vigorously. Indeed, that's the essence of it. You have grown up in an era of abundance, while your father and I experienced a time of scarcity, where famine brought about turmoil. It is no exaggeration to say that one could discern what someone had eaten simply from their flatulence. Lu Aimin looked at his two sons earnestly. I understand that both of you possess a competitive spirit, but this is not the time for bravado. You must recognize that, at present, aside from the 3 children, you two are the only capable laborers. The rest are elderly, weak, or women and children. Are you not afraid? What about us? Lu Feng and Lu Li felt a jolt of realization. They had indeed relied on their perceived safety, forgetting the larger family reliant on them. Zhou Yuan scrutinized their expressions, her gaze turning stern. Even in our pursuit of survival, we cannot allow ourselves to be unduly provoked. In this world, retreating in the face of provocation may be misconstrued as weakness. The principle is simple. If one does not attack me, I shall not retaliate. We do not seek trouble. Yet we need not cower in every situation. Demonstrating our strength judiciously can serve as a deterrent. She turned to Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, do you comprehend my intent? Lu Feng exhaled deeply. I understand. Exchanging glances, Lin Shui and Lu Aimin felt relieved. Among the brothers, Lu Feng was indeed the more obstinate one. In their youth, he would throw a fit if he lost at cards, slamming the table and throwing the cards. Once he set his mind on something, not even a herd of oxen could sway him. They had played countless games without success. However, after he began dating Zhou Yuan, his demeanor softened, much to their surprise. They could only conclude that Zhou Yuan was indeed his nemesis. Lu Li smacked his lips, realizing that indeed, one thing conquers another. He was well aware of his younger brother's temperament, and he was surprised to see him being so obedient. He rapped on the table and said, I believe we should put something on the agenda. Everyone turned to him simultaneously, and he smiled slightly. Shouldn't we consider improving our physical fitness? A few were momentarily taken aback, and he teased Lu Feng, setting aside our parents. Just look at us, especially you. You've been living a life of luxury at work these past few years, being driven around. Don't say you can fight. Climbing up 35 flights of stairs during a power outage might prove quite challenging. Lu Feng froze for a moment, then awkwardly retorted, as if you could climb. Lu Li raised an eyebrow. How about a friendly competition? Let us compete. Lu Feng declared as he stood up. Zhou Yuan quickly caught his arm. When did you become so explosive? Lu Li burst into laughter. Ah Feng, you remain so endearing. He recalled how he used to delight in teasing him as a child. It was one of the few joys he had, and he missed it ever since returning from university, where he could no longer succeed in such antics. Zhou Yuan looked at Lu Li helplessly, unaware that her elder brother possessed such a mischievous side. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin were not surprised. Their childhood home often echoed with laughter and exasperation. Once the brothers had finished their playful banter, they returned to the matter at hand. I believe my brother is correct. Although the water from my space can enhance everyone's health, it is merely a drop in the bucket. Therefore, we all need to work on our physical fitness, not just for self-defense, but also for the sake of Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu. Zhou Yuan glanced at Lin Shui and Lu Aimin. Lin Shui hesitated, but do they really need to? They are still so young, and we as adults can protect them, right? Besides, isn't there the space? Here it was again. Their parents, usually sensible, seemed to lose all reason when it came to their grandsons. Zhou Yuan looked at Lu Feng, who immediately took a serious tone. Mom and Dad, this is not an ordinary situation. There will be times we cannot always be there for them. They cannot remain in the space forever. Before Lin Shui could argue further, Lu Li chimed in. Moreover,
It's not just about people.
as my sister-in-law mentioned, there may be zombies appearing. They cannot avoid being in public forever. If they don't train now, they will end up panicking later, and you won't be able to shield them forever.
Lu Aimin sighed. We understand.
We will try not to be overprotective, but please don't be too harsh. The 2 children are so young. It's pitiful for them to face such a terrifying world. Zhou Yuan's heart softened at this. Yes. If it weren't for this dreadful apocalypse, Xiao Jin would be happily attending school, with the greatest worry being homework, and Xiao Yu had just begun kindergarten. Living a carefree life. Lu Feng fell silent, while Lu Li pinched the bridge of his nose. This is unavoidable. What we can do now is to ensure they have a better life. Don't perceive physical training as something terrifying. On the contrary, I believe it is beneficial. Even in peaceful times, exercise is essential. This sentiment resonated with Lin Shui and Lu Aimin, who nodded in agreement. They recognized their tendency to spoil the children. But it was impossible to resist. Just seeing those two little faces melted their hearts, leaving them powerless to control themselves. Seeing the two elders nod, Zhou Yuan let out a sigh of relief, finding humor in what once seemed bothersome. She reminded them, and there is something particularly important to discuss. Chapter 21. Superpowers. Zhou Yuan noticed everyone's attention was on her and stopped teasing. That is superpowers. This piqued not only Lu Feng and his brother's interest, but also Lin Shui and Lu Aimin's. Lin Shui asked curiously, "Are these powers really like the spells in mythological stories?" Zhou Yuan chuckled. There is some relation, but it is not as mystical as that. Before Lin Shui could ask more, Lu Aimin pulled her back. Don't ask. Yuan will explain it clearly. Zhou Yuan nodded, as I mentioned before. I suspect that during the torrential rain, there were seeds carrying a certain virus that acted like radiation, infecting anyone living within its vicinity. The consequences of this infection can be threefold. One can turn into a zombie, another can evolve and gain superpowers, or one may not be affected at all. Lu Aimin frowned. Is this based on one's physique? Zhou Yuan's expression grew serious. That is my hypothesis. The healthier the body, the higher the chance of developing superpowers. This theory was not without basis, as the initial outbreak of zombies occurred in hospitals, where individuals were typically the weakest due to existing health issues. Of course, there were doctors, nurses, and family members present, but they were the first to come into contact with infected patients. Others were infected through airborne viruses, which had a lesser impact, allowing for a buffer period. Those who had direct contact with the outbreak were often overwhelmed, many being bitten, and thus left with little power to resist. Zhou Yuan had observed that most of the superpowered individuals she encountered later were young men, children, the elderly. And women were rare, often possessing supportive abilities such as water, wood, healing, or space. Generally, those with better physiques manifested more powerful abilities like lightning, fire, or metal. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's conjecture, everyone nodded in agreement. It made complete sense. Lu Feng looked earnestly at Lu Aimin and Lin Shui. So, Mom and Dad, as we train Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu, you mustn't coddle them any longer. Remember, strengthening their bodies can protect them from being infected and turning into zombies. Lu Aimin's face paled, while Lin Shui leaped up in shock, slapping Lu Feng's mouth. Spit that out. Don't curse my precious grandchildren. Lu Feng jumped aside helplessly. I was just trying to warn you. That doesn't mean you can say such things. Lin Shui glared at him, her heart racing. Lu Feng had to step aside and spit a few times before Lin Shui's expression softened. Zhou Yuan comforted them. It will be fine. In my past life, neither the children nor I had access to the space water, nor did we exercise, yet we were not infected by zombies. We merely lacked superpowers. Thus, I believe that if we begin exercising, we could potentially evolve and gain powers. With this thought, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of anticipation. In the basis of the apocalypse, the treatment of superpowered individuals was worlds apart from that of ordinary people. Had she possessed any powers in her previous life, even supportive ones, her life with Xiao Jin would not have been so difficult, and she would not have perished in such a short time. While she now had a space, which could be claimed as a space ability, she was uncertain if it could level up or what it would require for such advancement. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone felt a sense of relief. As long as the two children were not at risk of becoming zombies, they felt reassured. As for the adults, there was only one course of action: to begin training. Although their physical capabilities were undoubtedly superior to those of the two children, they needed to become awakened beings. Otherwise, the supplies they hoarded might not adequately protect them. At this moment, Lu Feng truly grasped the implications of Zhou Yuan's advice to remain low-key. Until they developed their abilities, they should remain hidden. Subsequently, Zhou Yuan commenced imparting knowledge about supernatural powers to them. Despite having survived in the apocalypse for just over 2 years, her extensive reading of novels, combined with her past life experiences, enabled her to provide a fairly comprehensive overview. Generally speaking, elemental abilities were the most common: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and ice. Following that were physical enhancement abilities, which encompass strength, speed, hearing, vision, mental acuity, and spatial manipulation. There were also various other special abilities, most of which were not offensive but rather supportive, including healing and the ability to communicate with flora and fauna. The specifics of each ability's functions would be explained later once they developed their own powers. Otherwise, she could speak for an entire day and night without finishing. Thus, from tomorrow onward, everyone must train for at least an hour, Lu Li decreed. I will devise a tailored plan based on each person's physical condition. It was clear that the elderly and the young could not train synchronously, necessitating individualized exercise regimens. Lu Cheng and his companions would also need to join in. Lu Feng nodded. All right, brother. I will accompany you on this evening to gather the nearby tobacco and alcohol. Lu Li furrowed his brow. Are we collecting them today? I noticed some shops were still open the other day. Shouldn't we wait a couple of days? Zhou Yuan shook her head. I have a premonition that within the next 2 days, the temperature will reach 60 degrees, and soon after, boiling water will begin to fall. Thus, we only have this limited time. Additionally, I sent Lu Ge to scout the area. Some shops are still operating or have owners residing on site, so we will abandon those. We will only collect from the few stores that have been closed for several days and are unattended. Even those are quite a lot, and I can't hoard any more, as space is limited. Zhou Yuan felt quite helpless regarding this matter. She still had not discovered a method to upgrade her space. Initially, the area seemed vast, but upon dividing it, she realized it was not as extensive as she thought. Particularly, the storage section was predominantly occupied by large items, which took up considerable space. Fortunately, they could be stacked vertically. Otherwise, she would have run out of room long ago. However, she was hesitant to stack them too high for fear of them collapsing. She could not encroach upon the areas designated for planting and breeding, as those were essential for sustainable development. The breeding aspect seemed manageable for now, but she anticipated space would soon become scarce as they expanded. Thankfully, there was still a storeroom within the house that could accommodate some items, which had not yet reached capacity. Thus, in the coming nights, she hoped to stealthily procure items from 2 nearby jade shops, hoping to find something that could enhance her space. In her view, the space was likely linked to the jade bracelet. It was probable that it could upgrade through jade. If not, then perhaps it was through the cores of the zombies. She recalled that novels often depicted such scenarios. The others, upon hearing her thoughts, began to feel anxious. Especially Lin Chui, who exclaimed, "Is there really a limit to the space? I always thought it was infinite." Zhou Yuan sighed. Did I not mention that the area outside the house is roughly the size of a football field? Chapter 22. The discovery of jade. The group collectively shook their heads. And Zhou Yuan felt a bit awkward, admitting, I thought I had mentioned it. The space is indeed that large. However, I believe it can be upgraded, though I am still uncertain of the method. Most likely, it is through jade. Lu Li nodded. Then you should look for jade today. Lin Chui's eyes brightened. I have a jade bracelet. Should we try it? Zhou Yuan paused, realizing that this bracelet was one she and Lu Feng had purchased for her mother-in-law a few years back for 10,000 yuan. Lin Chui had been particularly upset at the time, as jade is fragile, and she was reluctant to wear it. She only showcased it during festive gatherings to boast about it being a gift from her daughter-in-law. Normally, it was kept safely in its box, and she had completely forgotten about it. Excitedly, Lin Chui rushed into her room and emerged with a small pouch, carefully wrapped in multiple layers. Reluctantly, she handed it to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan refrained from accepting it, saying, Mom, we can find other ways to acquire jade. Lin Chui, suppressing her reluctance, insisted. I truly cherish this gift, especially since it was given to me by you and is so precious. But I understand that you will have opportunities to provide me with something even better in the future. As long as we are all safe, I have no regrets. Besides, this is merely a hypothesis. It may not even be effective. Who knows, you might return it to me later. She secretly hoped it would not be returned, for that would imply that jade could indeed enhance the space. Before Zhou Yuan could respond, Lu Feng grasped her hand and shook his head. Yuan, Mom is right. As long as we are together as a family, we can find even better jade for her later. Right now, your space is crucial for us. Both Lu Li and Lu Aimin nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuan ceased her hesitation, taking the jade and placing it into her space. She closed her eyes and let her consciousness delve into the space, where the jade floated and emitted a faint glow before gradually vanishing. Zhou Yuan circumnavigated the area with her consciousness, but discovered nothing noteworthy and withdrew her awareness in disappointment. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed the others watching her intently. Seeing her disappointed expression, they exchanged glances, realizing it was futile. Noticing their despondence, Zhou Yuan clarified, "It's not entirely useless. The fact that the jade has disappeared indicates that the space can absorb it. My failure to detect any changes simply means that this jade lacks sufficient energy to upgrade the space or create any noticeable alterations." The group brightened again. While the issue remained unresolved, they had at least identified a potential solution. As long as there was a way forward, they could strive toward it, holding on to hope. Zhou Yuan also retrieved some gold and silver jewelry that Lu Feng had purchased for her during their wedding and subsequently. A mother knows that wearing such jewelry while caring for children is quite inconvenient, especially earrings and necklaces, which can lead to injuries if tugged by little hands. Regrettably, the gold, silver, and diamonds proved ineffective. Other than a tiny piece of jade embedded in one necklace that vanished, the rest remained intact on the ground, further confirming that only jade resonated with the space. The group did not dwell on this. Time was of the essence. Lin Chui and Lu Aimin had no pressing matters and took charge of watching the two children, preparing some cooked food in the meantime. Lu Feng led Zhou Yuan to collect the tobacco and alcohol from the previously scouted shops, ensuring not to disturb the convenience store snacks and daily necessities. One must not be excessively ruthless. If someone awakened before the impending flood and sought to gather supplies, they should not be left completely empty-handed. Tobacco, alcohol, and tea were non-essentials for ordinary people, and collecting them posed no challenge. Additionally, they visited over a dozen gas stations in the suburbs. The city gas stations continued to supply fuel, but they were hesitant to disturb them. The suburban gas stations generally housed underground storage tanks and separate oil depots. The oil reserves were ample, with gasoline, diesel, and liquefied petroleum gas available, ensuring they would not face a fuel shortage for the next decade. Unfortunately, they did not find an opportunity to acquire jade, as most jewelry stores were located in large shopping malls or were heavily secured. Any unauthorized entry would trigger immediate alarms. At this juncture, they dared not act. Otherwise, they risked dire consequences. They could only wait for the subsequent power outages to seek opportunities for collection, as jade was resilient against water damage. Who would have thought that in the early hours of the morning, around 3 or 4, they would stumble upon an unexpected windfall? They had merely intended to scout the location of a store, ensuring that when the time came for them to collect their supplies, they would not be lost. To their astonishment, they encountered a genuine gang of thieves. Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan were utterly flabbergasted. Their luck was beyond compare. It was not entirely unthinkable, given the rising temperatures and the apparent lack of any plans for a cool down. The internet was already rife with apocalyptic threads, and while ordinary people might hesitate to act, those who typically engaged in such nefarious activities were undoubtedly feeling restless. The two remained motionless, observing the gang that appeared to be quite professional. Among them, there must be a hacker or two, as they broke in without triggering the alarm. They had likely compromised the security and surveillance systems. Naturally, Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan had no intention of alerting the authorities, as they were there to stockpile supplies themselves, patiently waiting to see if any opportunities would arise. Their patience was rewarded with a delightful surprise. The thieves had only made off with gold, silver, and diamonds, leaving the jade untouched. This was likely due to jade's fragility and the inconvenience of transporting it in bulk. Furthermore, most jade in jewelry stores is laden with moisture, making the risk of stealing relatively worthless jade not worth their while compared to directly sourcing raw stones from jade-producing regions. This fortunate turn of events allowed Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng to gather everything they could find, irrespective of its quality, before they shared a knowing glance and decided to scour all nearby jewelry stores. Clearly, the thieves would not restrict themselves to a single target. While they engaged in the initial assault, Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan followed closely behind to capitalize on any overlooked opportunities, their spirits buoyed by the thrill of the endeavor. Should they be discovered, it was unlikely that the investigation would lead back to them. The bounty they amassed was exceedingly gratifying. Zhou Yuan finally grasped the allure of such criminal enterprises. The rush of acquiring wealth in this manner was undeniably exhilarating. Lu Feng, noticing the sparkle in her eyes, gently reminded her, "A Yuan, dawn is approaching." Snapping back to reality, Zhou Yuan quickly replied, "Right, we should leave." It was thrilling. but I'd rather avoid any unwanted complications. After a night of activity, they returned home and collapsed into bed, too exhausted to contemplate the changes in their surroundings, knowing that the space would still be there upon awakening. Chapter 23. The little jacket grows up. Enduring an all-nighter is no easy feat for individuals of their age. Reflecting on their high school and university days when they could pull all-nighters at internet cafes and still attend classes the next day with vigor, Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng did not rise until the afternoon, roused only by the sweltering heat. They stumbled into the living room, still bleary-eyed and disoriented, finding the house empty save for the sounds of thudding coming from the hallway. As they ventured outside, they found Lu Li engaged in a game of sandbag with Lu Cheng. Upon spotting them, Lu Cheng exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Feng, sister-in-law, did you go robbing last night? You slept through lunch and until this hour. That's quite the feat." Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng exchanged resigned glances. Well, they had indeed been robbing. Lu Li smacked Lu Cheng on the head, admonishing him, "No slacking. Get going and do another 1,000 leg kicks. Please, brotherly, spare me." Lu Cheng whimpered, his legs trembling at the thought. Ignoring his pleas, Lu Li turned to Lu Feng, saying, "Mom and Dad took the kids out to climb stairs. I left some food for you in the pot. Go eat something." Lu Feng nodded, pulling Zhou Yuan along with him. Zhou Yuan admired Lu Li's efficiency as she noticed a row of sandbags already set up in the hallway. As Lu Cheng saw them enter, he leaned toward Lu Li and whispered conspiratorially, "Bro, is Brother Feng planning for a third child?" Before he could finish, Lu Li gave him a thump on the head, retorting, "What nonsense fills your head? Do another 1,000. Lu Cheng was about to protest when he quickly realized Lu Li's intent to add more, prompting him to rush off, lest he be subjected to another 1,000 repetitions. Lu Li paid them no further mind and went into the room, while Lu Qing paused to wipe the sweat from his face, casting a glance inward before resuming his workout. Lu Li washed up in the restroom, careful to dry off before stepping into the air conditioning, as it would be easy to catch a cold otherwise. They had opened doors along the corridor to allow the cool air to circulate, supplemented by 2 large fans. The corridor had also been fitted with security doors, and thermal curtains had been installed on the windows. Otherwise, the oppressive heat would render them miserable during exercise. After finishing her meal, Zhou Yuan glanced at her phone just as Lu Li emerged, informing her another heat warning has been issued. Tomorrow it's expected to reach 60 degrees.
Liu Li nudda.
Having already seen the alert, at that moment, the hallway door swung open, revealing Lin Shui and Lu Aimin with the 2 children. Little Jean appeared composed, while Xiaoyu was being carried by Lu Aimin, her rosy cheeks adorned with traces of tears, remnants of her earlier distress. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin exchanged awkward glances, acknowledging it was just too hot. They've never climbed stairs like this before. Zhou Yuan promptly took the children to wipe away their sweat and change their clothes, encouraging them with praise. "You both did wonderfully today. You even took your grandparents to climb the stairs." Xiaoyu, hearing this, immediately perked up, nestling into Zhou Yuan's embrace, declaring, "Mommy, I was very brave. I walked down all by myself and climbed 1, 2, 3, 4. She had just begun to count, using her fingers, revealing that she had ascended 6 flights of stairs before needing to be carried by Grandpa. "You're amazing," Zhou Yuan exclaimed, planting a kiss on her freshly washed face. Then turning to the reserved little Jean, "You did splendidly as well, walking all the way up." Little Jean, now older, insisted, "I'm too big to be carried by Grandpa and Grandma." Zhou Yuan affectionately ruffled his hair, asking, "But why do you look so glum?" After a moment of contemplation, little Jean responded, "Mom, is something wrong at home?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback, then smiled. "Why do you ask that?" Little Jean replied earnestly, "I'm 10 now. Not a little kid anymore." Before she could respond, he continued, "Dad is usually very busy, only able to stay a few days during the new year. But this time he has been here for nearly half a month. Uncle has never stayed at our house before, and Grandpa and Grandma always seem worried. Plus, Uncle Lu Cheng and the others have been going out at night and returning late. I even checked your room when I got up to use the bathroom." Zhou Yuan was utterly speechless. She had not realized how observant little Jean had become. Unbeknownst to her, her little jacket had quietly matured. Seeing Xiaoyu looking at them with innocent curiosity, Zhou Yuan pinched her cheek gently, suggesting, "Xiaoyu, how about you go find Daddy and play with the blocks?" Xiaoyu tilted her head, glancing at her brother before nodding, "Okay," and then thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile. Turning to little Jean and patting the study chair beside her, "Shall we sit and chat?" Having just turned 9, he was indeed 10 now. A young child in his own right. Perhaps it was time to stop hiding things from him, but how to begin? Pondering this, Zhou Yuan's gaze fell upon the tablet on the desk, and an idea struck her. Looking at little Jean, who was intently focused on her, she asked, "Aren't you always playing that zombie game?" Little Jean nodded, for it was the only game he was allowed to play. Zhou Yuan was strict about his use of electronic devices, unlike other children who played various games. She feared he would become addicted and had never allowed him to touch them, save for the single-player game he could occasionally enjoy. "The zombies in your game might just end up appearing in our world," she teased. Zhou Yuan gently spoke and then glanced at his reaction. Lu Jin's eyes widened. Although he was still young, he understood that a game was merely a game and not reality. Thus, the zombies did not exist in his life. However, now his mother was telling him that they were about to appear. Zhou Yuan continued, "Yes, it was a dream I had. Not only will those creatures known as zombies emerge, but the weather will also become quite strange. You see, it is exceedingly hot now, isn't it? It has never been this hot before, right?" Lu Jin nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "In your game, there are plants that can launch various skills, correct?" Lu Jin nodded again. "So, when zombies appear here, we will also have skills to deal with them." Zhou Yuan could not help but admire her own cleverness. Hearing this, Lu Jin's eyes sparkled. "Does that mean we can launch beans, frost, or fire like those plants?" Zhou Yuan nodded, "Yes, but not everyone will possess such abilities, and each person's skills may differ. For instance, the walnut in that game might simply be tougher, or some zombies may be faster." Zhou Yuan felt it necessary to prepare him for the possibility that he might not evolve into a powerful ability. Chapter 24. The supportive partner. Zhou Yuan looked seriously at Xiao Jin. "Xiao Jin, you must understand that although you are indeed a 10-year-old boy, you are still a child. And your younger brother is even more so. Therefore, it is quite possible that you will not develop any abilities. You are meant to be protected by adults. So, I hope you will not be disappointed. Perhaps when you grow up and become stronger, you will gain your powers." "Then why do Grandpa and Grandma take us up the stairs?" Lu Jin persisted. Zhou Yuan replied earnestly, "That is because, regardless of whether you develop abilities or not, you must ensure that your body remains healthy and strong. This way, if we cannot protect you, you'll still have the strength to escape." After that, Zhou Yuan fell silent, knowing that children at this age tend to be a bit rebellious. The more she spoke, the more they would resist. After a considerable time, Lu Jin finally said, "Mom, if I keep exercising, is it possible that I will develop abilities?" Zhou Yuan nodded. "In principle, yes, but I cannot guarantee it. You might work hard for a long time and still not develop them. But I tried, didn't I?" Lu Jin's eyes were resolute. "Mom has always told me to focus on the process rather than the outcome. As long as I have done my best, I will not regret it." Hearing this, Zhou Yuan smiled brightly and embraced Xiao Jin. Her little boy truly understood. Indeed, every endeavor must yield a result, whether good or bad. As long as we have tried our best, we owe it to ourselves not to have regrets. Outside, Lu Feng listened and smiled as well. It must be said that Zhou Yuan was exceptionally successful in raising her child. She was an extraordinary mother. Lu Feng returned to the living room, where several pairs of eyes turned towards him. Lin Chui, somewhat anxiously, asked, "What is a Yuan saying to Xiao Jin? He seemed to be doing well just now." Lu Aimin nodded in agreement. Lu Feng gestured for the elder couple to calm down and briefly recounted the conversation he had overheard between mother and son, particularly the last part spoken by Xiao Jin, which he repeated verbatim. After he finished, everyone fell silent. After a moment, Lu Li chuckled, "A Feng, you have married a wonderful wife and have a marvelous son." For the first time, he felt a twinge of envy towards his brother. When would he, too, have such a capable partner? Lin Chui and the elder couple wholeheartedly agreed. They knew Zhou Yuan was adept at raising children, which is why they had felt a sense of loss but no resentment when she suggested they return to their hometown for retirement. They understood that spoiling the children too much as they grew older could be counterproductive. Previously, Zhou Yuan mentioned that Lu Feng spent most of the year away from home. Yet the children felt no distance from him. This was not solely because Lu Feng video called daily. Rather, it was Zhou Yuan who consistently spoke of how wonderful and hardworking their father was. She never complained about Lu Feng in front of the children, even during arguments, never uttering a single negative word against him. Each time Lu Feng called, regardless of her own impatience, she would bring the children over to chat with their father, participating in their conversations and discussing light-hearted topics. When the children had something joyful to share, they would also video call Lu Feng to express their happiness. Thus, the interactions between Lu Feng and the children were particularly harmonious. Lu Feng did not refute his brother's statement. Indeed, over the years, although he had not traveled far before, he was seldom home, often returning only once a week and sometimes not for a month. Therefore, the education of the children largely fell to Zhou Yuan. Xiao Jin was cared for by their grandparents until he was 3 years old and started kindergarten, and it was only after Xiao Yu was born that the grandparents returned to assist for another 2 years. Grandparents could only help with basic necessities. When it came to education, they were more of a hindrance than a help. Thus, it could be said that Zhou Yuan single-handedly managed the education of both children. Xiao Yu, still young, was particularly adept at being adorable, quickly admitting mistakes and seeking forgiveness when he did something wrong. For example, if he accidentally spilled jelly or ice cream, he would make an effort to clean it up before the adults noticed. When he realized he could not manage it, he would confess and charm the adults into helping him, displaying a keen sense of timing for when to be endearing and when to humbly accept fault. Xiao Jin, on the other hand, had never required prompting from adults regarding homework since he began school. The first thing he would do upon returning home was to complete his assignments without procrastination. In addition to schoolwork, he would also diligently finish any extra tasks Zhou Yuan assigned. When watching television or playing games, he would set limits for himself, demonstrating remarkable self-discipline. He also had a profound love for reading. While other children would struggle to settle down with a book, he could focus intently for hours. These habits were cultivated through Zhou Yuan's considerable efforts from a young age. As they conversed, Zhou Yuan emerged with Xiao Jin, who had long since abandoned his earlier displeasure, his eyes sparkling with joy as he hurried off to play with his younger brother. Zhou Yuan stood aside, observing everyone gazing intently at her, and asked, somewhat bewildered, "Why is everyone looking at me like that?" Lu Feng chuckled and shook his head, pulling her to sit beside him. "It's nothing. Just realizing how impressive my wife is." Zhou Yuan blushed and playfully hit him. "What are you going on about now?" Remarked, "A Yuan. You have taught Xiao Jin exceptionally well." Zhou Yuan widened her eyes, then recalled something and turned to Lu Feng, feigning anger. "Did you eavesdrop on us?" Lu Feng quickly protested. "It wasn't intentional. I just noticed you two hadn't come out, so I went to check, and I happened to overhear." Zhou Yuan was not genuinely angry and replied, "I didn't realize Xiao Jin had become so sensitive and understanding. I used to think of him as just a little child." "That's a good thing," Lu affirmed. "Since the children are so sensible, we mustn't hold them back." He then looked at Lin Chui and suggested, "With our old bones, we can't do much else. Shall we go for a little climb?"
Lin Chui nodded.
And Zhou Yuan quickly interjected, "Mom and Dad, please act according to your abilities. If you can't climb, take a break. It's quite hot, and once you reach the 17th floor, try not to go down again. First, the exercise isn't too strenuous, and second, we should avoid drawing attention to the fact that we have so many people living on this floor." Lu and Lin Chui nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuan then turned to Lu Li. "Brother, what does your exercise routine look like?" Lu Li hesitated, saying, "As you can see, we are a group of grown men primarily engaging in sandbag training to enhance our hand and leg strength. Our parents are aging, and as they have mentioned, other sports may easily lead to injuries. We simply let them climb the stairs and partake in some gentle exercises like Tai Chi. As for Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu, I initially intended for them to accompany their grandparents in stair climbing, but it seems rather inappropriate. Regarding you, to be honest, I am uncertain about the type of exercise that would suit you." Zhou Yuan nodded in understanding. "Then I shall arrange my own activities. And I will take care of the two children." Lu Li had no objections and then turned to Lu Feng, gesturing towards the door. "You're the only one who hasn't moved." Lu Feng felt a tingle at the back of his head, instinctively wanting to flee, yet he obediently followed them outside. Chapter 25. Changes in Space. Zhou Yuan reclined on the sofa, her consciousness entering the space. After gathering numerous jade stones yesterday, she was eager to observe the transformations within the space. Upon entering, she immediately sensed a significant expansion. The area behind her farm, which was previously at the edge, had grown considerably. No longer just barren land, it had transformed into a lush green meadow, a delightful surprise, alleviating her concerns about feeding cattle and sheep. The planting area had also visibly expanded outward. Previously, she had cultivated several plots for cabbage, potatoes, and sweet potato seeds, which had already sprouted. Forgive her for being unaware of the growth cycles of these vegetables. Thus, she could not ascertain whether their growth rate was fast or slow. She planned to inquire about it from her mother-in-law later. She checked the pond, which seemed slightly larger, and the spring's output had increased as well. She took a sip of the water, finding it to be of similar quality, with no noticeable changes. The fish pond she had dug out remained unchanged. Though it appeared that the fish had multiplied, it seemed she could expand it further soon. Entering the house, she noted that while the size of the house and storage room had not changed, the interior decor had undergone remarkable transformation. Previously, although it was well furnished, it was starkly simple. Now it was luxuriously decorated, and everything she had placed inside, such as the range hood and water heater, had been automatically optimized. Although she had installed them herself and they worked fine, she always worried they might fall off, and the exposed wiring was quite unsightly. Now, everything was neatly concealed. Had it not been for the stickers from Xiaoyu and the others still on display, she might have suspected that everything had been replaced with new items. She then considered whether, had she not brought these items into the space, it would have furnished her with an entirely new set. Upon inspecting the storage room, she discovered numerous new compartments for storing items on the walls. Though the area remained the same, the storage capacity had significantly increased, allowing for automatic categorization of many items. Zhou Yuan was quite pleased with the changes in the space. Even if it had not upgraded, she would have been content. Yet, human nature is such that desires are insatiable. When one lacks something, they long for it. Once attained, they yearn for even more. Thus, to satisfy their cravings, people often engage in activities they may or may not wish to pursue, ultimately exhausting themselves, only to find that true contentment remains elusive. Hence, it is often said that those who are content are perpetually joyful. Zhou Yuan opened her eyes to find several hoops in her hand, which she had just discovered among the supplies collected from the supermarket, perfectly suited for Xiaoyu to play with. At his tender age, he lacked interest in typical exercises, but this game of jumping through hoops would surely delight him. Xiao Jin could skip rope. He had previously been required to practice daily at school, and now she could gradually increase his practice time, especially since there was no one else around downstairs for them to disturb. As for herself, she could twirl a hula hoop, practice yoga, skip rope with Xiao Jin, or engage in hoop games with Xiaoyu. She could even accompany her in-laws in stair climbing or jogging. Her primary goal was to enhance her stamina, not to become a muscular woman. The upkeep of the space and its livestock relied heavily on her consciousness, as she aimed to cultivate her mental prowess. She sensed that as her mental strength increased, she became more attuned to the emotions of those around her, a mystical sensation akin to perceiving the energy waves in the air as described in certain books. Through these energy fluctuations, she could trace their sources and decipher the emotions they emanated, regardless of spatial proximity. Currently, she could perceive the emotional waves of 5 individuals just beyond a wall. One exhibited a significant fluctuation, resembling the tumultuous rise and fall of ocean waves. She surmised it was Lu Cheng, whose thoughts often wandered into realms of fantasy. Another's emotions were almost imperceptible, akin to a gentle breeze rippling across a calm surface, which she attributed to Lu Ming, whose feelings were consistently steady. Then there was Lu Feng, whose emotional state resembled a roller coaster, his cries echoing outside. Even without observing his emotional waves, she could hear his distress. Lu Li's emotional line danced merrily. It seemed he found joy in teasing his younger brother. Lu Qing's fluctuations were tranquil, yet distinct from Lu Ming's calm. He appeared to be deep in thought, though she could not discern the specifics. Only the emotions that his mental waves conveyed. As for mind reading, she lacked that ability, and as far as she knew, it required proximity within the same space. After probing for a while, she felt a slight ache in her head and promptly withdrew her consciousness. Her mental capacity was still developing, and her exploratory duration and spatial range were limited. Presently, she could not sense her in-laws' emotions or even detect their presence, but she would be able to once they reached the 34th floor. Nevertheless, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She believed that with more practice, both her temporal and spatial awareness would expand. She even began to anticipate the possibility of using her mental strength to influence or even control others' emotions, which would render her akin to those with psychic abilities. At that moment, Xiaoyu spotted the hoops that had seemingly appeared in her hand and joyfully ran over, exclaiming, "Mommy, did you perform magic again?" Zhou Yuan chuckled, handing him the hoops. "Indeed, Mommy conjured these for you to play with. Don't you adore hopping like a kangaroo?" Xiaoyu gleefully accepted the hoops and arranged them on the ground, bouncing from one to the next in sheer delight. Xiao Jin looked at Zhou Yuan with eager anticipation. Mommy, doesn't this work like the game where there's a backpack to store items, allowing you to summon plants at will? Zhou Yuan nodded, exactly. Xiao Jin is quite astute. However, Mommy's backpack doesn't contain plants. It holds various items collected by Daddy, Mommy, Uncle, and Grandpa. Like the snacks you bought recently. Xiao Jin, somewhat comprehending, inquired, wasn't the rabbit also placed in that backpack? Zhou Yuan confirmed, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Then can I go inside too? Zhou Yuan was taken aback. She felt as though Xiao Jin had suddenly become much more astute. Could it be due to the space's water? As she saw Xiao Jin tilting his head curiously, she eagerly nodded, yes, you can. But the space isn't organized yet. Once it is, I will take you and your brother inside to explore. What about Daddy and the others? Xiao Jin pressed on. They can't enter for now. This thought troubled Zhou Yuan. She wondered if the space would allow Lu Feng and the others to enter after its upgrade. While she could manage without others, having Lu Feng inside would be a relief. The tasks of farming and managing the animals were driving her to the brink. Farming was bearable, albeit tiring. But dealing with animal waste was utterly intolerable. She relied entirely on her consciousness to manage it, finding that approach less repugnant. In addition to animal feed, she was only aware that cows and sheep could consume grass. Beyond that, her knowledge was limited. Ultimately, the pig feed was prepared by her mother-in-law outside before being brought in, while the chickens were fed rice and would scavenge for insects in the ground. Ducks and geese were simply allowed to roam freely in the fish pond. As for the pair of rabbits, she knew they feasted on carrots and greens. Lu Jin felt no disappointment. As long as he and his brother could play, that was sufficient. He then took his brother to jump in circles. Chapter 26. The heat arrives indeed. The following day, the temperature soared to 60 degrees. The night before, they had completed their stockpiling tasks ahead of schedule. Having thoroughly searched the surrounding areas for supplies, leaving nothing of particular necessity behind. What remained was to be left for those fated to find it. Noon marked the peak of the heat, and as such, Zhou Yuan and her companions refrained from exercising. Engaging in strenuous activity in such sweltering conditions was tantamount to courting disaster. While scrolling through her phone, Zhou Yuan stumbled upon news of several gold shops being robbed. She quickly reviewed the details, relieved to find it was merely the work of a habitual criminal gang. The images were all taken from distant roadside surveillance cameras, captured under the cover of night, rendering many shadows indistinct. As for whether Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng were among them, she squinted for some time, but could discern nothing. If they couldn't recognize themselves, it was unlikely others would. Lu Feng also caught wind of the news, and exchanged a few words with Zhou Yuan.
Liuli Ubering
Glanced at the report, and was taken aback to learn of his brother and sister-in-law's audacity in mixing with such a gang. Should they be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, it seemed those individuals had not anticipated anyone daring enough to engage in such behavior. However, upon reviewing the news, Luli noted that there were actual photographs of the robbery, which might alert the gang if they saw the missing jade. Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng exchanged glances. Acknowledging the possibility, albeit with minimal concern, they were fully armed, and it would be nearly impossible to identify them from those dark images. At most, the gang might suspect that someone had simply taken advantage of their presence, without considering the notion that someone had been trailing them specifically to pick up the spoils. Zhou Yuan continued perusing the owner-s group, where she noticed two individuals seeking assistance. The situation regarding the school district housing did not interest her, as it held no relevance to her. However, in her community, a woman was pleading for help, stating that her son had succumbed to the oppressive heat and fainted, inquiring if anyone could take him to the hospital, claiming that the emergency line was unreachable and her son was convulsing and vomiting. The group fell silent. A stark contrast to the previous day's lively exchanges, with many feeling that the weather had become increasingly abnormal. Even remaining indoors in air-conditioned rooms was unbearable, let alone venturing outside. The sun was so intense that vehicles could spontaneously combust. This was not mere paranoia. They had witnessed several cars catch fire inexplicably by the roadside. Zhou Yuan's two vehicles were parked in the underground garage, and she had already taken the precaution of moving them into storage last night. Fortunately, with the space upgraded, she could accommodate them, otherwise it would have been impossible. Thus, she felt that the theft gang had inadvertently become their lucky charm. A thought that elicited a chuckle, albeit a guilty one. Upon learning of Zhou Yuan's upgraded space, everyone felt a wave of joy, secretly contemplating future opportunities to gather jade. Zhou Yuan observed that only the woman-s pleas remained in the group, and eventually, her messages became voice notes, her voice trembling with desperation. When met with silence, she resorted to curses, labeling the group members as heartless creatures for not offering aid. Ultimately, a man could no longer contain himself and retaliated in the group, stating that her son was in his 20s and should be stronger than that, implying that if he perished, it was merely nature's way of culling the weak. His words stirred a hornet's nest. The woman began to hurl insults, inquiring about his ancestry, showcasing a remarkable talent for cursing that lasted over 10 minutes, without repetition. Zhou Yuan glanced at her group nickname and noted that her room number was 301 in Building 8, with the surname Wu. She resolved to keep an eye on this woman, though she did not recall seeing her when she vacated this place in her previous life. Perhaps she had been too focused on her own children to notice. Conversely, she had a slight recollection of the man. He seemed to be a high-ranking executive who always looked down upon ordinary people, a notable figure among those who had evacuated. He was the only one among their group with abilities, boasting earth manipulation, which made him stand out with an air of superiority. As Zhou Yuan listened to the messages, the external speaker allowed everyone in the house to hear, including Lu Cheng and the others, leaving them all in stunned silence. The men, in particular, were horrified. Had they encountered such a woman, they would likely have been rendered speechless. Lu Li, with a teasing demeanor, asked Lin Shui if there was anyone more adept at cursing than her. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shui picked up a slipper to throw at him, declaring, "I not only know how to curse, but I'm also quite skilled at hitting." Lu Li dodged the slipper, urging her to calm down, as the heat was already unbearable. The living room fell quiet again, save for the sound of two children engrossed in animated films on their tablets. They dared not turn on the television, fearing it might catch fire. The air conditioning was essential, as failure to use it would mean unbearable heat. Zhou Yuan had even filled a small bath with ice and placed it beneath the air conditioner, providing a slight reprieve from the oppressive warmth. Consequently, Lu Cheng and the others remained, seeking the coolness of her home. At this juncture, even Lu Ming, typically oblivious, understood Lu Li's intention in keeping them there. Although he did not comprehend how Lu Li had foreseen the situation, it did not diminish their admiration and gratitude. They reflected that had they remained in that small rental in the county, they might have perished from the heat. Previously, it would have been a source of humor to imagine someone dying from the heat, but now it seemed a genuine possibility, as evidenced by the woman's son.
Oh.
Their sister-in-law explained it was heat stroke, essentially succumbing to the heat. Lu Li had briefly shared their speculations, leading the three of them to look bewildered at the notion of an impending apocalypse. Lu Cheng cautiously inquired whether the supermarket they had organized was indeed stocked by their brother and sister-in-law. Zhou Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment, her deception laid bare. Observing their expressions, Lu Cheng wisely decided to remain silent. Though he was thrilled by the thought of all those supplies, 2 entire floors brimming with resources catering to every conceivable need. They were fortunate to have aligned with Lu Li, who, despite initially concealing the truth, had found ways to ensure they remained together in this dire situation. Lu Ming, usually stoic, displayed a flicker of gratitude, recalling their childhood spent without parents, drifting through life while others distanced themselves, viewing them as pariahs. Only Lu Li had never shunned them. He occasionally brought them home. And Uncle Min and Aunt Shui had never looked down upon them, even allowing Feng Ge to join in their play. Feng Ge was a remarkable figure in their impoverished village, excelling academically, securing a university education, and landing a stable job, ultimately marrying a woman from the city and establishing a life there. Zhou Yuan had only met them during Lu Li's last visit. She had presumed that someone like her, raised in comfort and familial bliss, would harbor disdain for them, if not outright hostility. However, during these past few days of interaction, despite her limited conversation with them, she has consistently attended to their needs with remarkable finesse. For instance, she personally serves them water each time they visit.
Indeed.
Zhou Yuan mentioned that the water comes from her space. Furthermore, she is never bothered by Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu playing with them. On the contrary, there are times when she proactively asks them to help take care of the children when they are overwhelmed. Last time, when she fabricated a story about needing their assistance in organizing goods at the supermarket, they were not concerned about being a burden. Rather, they feared being treated like pariahs. God knows how much they yearn for family, how desperately they wish to be regarded as kin. It is often said that the bonds between individuals are forged through mutual inconveniences. When you trouble me and I trouble you, a relationship naturally develops. In Chapter 27, Lu Qing pondered more deeply than Lu Cheng and Lu Ming. He vaguely sensed that the one who had prior knowledge of the situation was neither Li Ge nor Feng Ge, but rather Zhou Yuan. Although they had previously said they would avoid discussing matters in front of the three of them, he still picked up on subtle cues from their daily interactions and glances, realizing that they often instinctively looked to Zhou Yuan for her reaction. For instance, Lin Chui was currently asking, Yuan, have you seen this woman before? Lu Qing felt that Cui Ani was not merely inquiring if Zhou Yuan had encountered this woman here. However, he could not quite grasp the underlying meaning. And he was perplexed by the incident where Li Ge and the others went to receive goods from that supermarket, taking Zhou Yuan along, which felt rather odd. Regardless of the circumstances, their family had shown them immense kindness, and no matter what transpired in the future, he would protect them to the best of his ability, even at the cost of his own life. Zhou Yuan shook her head. I have not seen her, but I have seen this man. She glanced at Lu Li and then at Lu Cheng and the others, stating, he was the only person with abilities in our community during my evacuation in the dream. I believe his name is Gao Ning. Lu Feng instantly grasped Zhou Yuan's hand, disapprovingly looking at her. Bewildered as to why she would disclose such a secretive matter so casually, even if she masked it as a dream. Lu Li was equally startled. Although he had shared some thoughts with Lu Cheng and the others, he had only mentioned their speculation about the impending apocalypse and the preparations made, without revealing further details. Lin Chui, feeling tense, gripped her hands tightly, while Lu Aimin scrutinized Lu Cheng and the others, wary of any signs of incongruity. Zhou Yuan offered a reassuring glance to them before turning her attention back to Lu Cheng and his companions. Lu Cheng and Lu Ming stared at her in a daze, while Lu Qing bore an expression of understanding. Her audacity in speaking so openly was rooted in her confidence. She had quietly probed the mental connections of the three. From Lu Li's discussions about their speculations to Lu Cheng's realization that the supplies from that supermarket were in their possession. Although she could not decipher their mental fluctuations, she sensed their excitement and gratitude, and even felt a surge of positive energy and determination from Lu Qing. She discovered that among the three, it was the perceptive Lu Qing who appeared most resolute. Feeling Zhou Yuan's gaze upon him, Lu Qing rose from the sofa and bowed deeply. Lu Cheng and Lu Ming quickly followed suit, bowing as well. Lin Chui was startled and began to rise, but Lu Aimin held her back. Liu Li, Liu Feng, and Zhou Yuan remained still. Particularly Lu Li, who had protected them since childhood and had fought numerous battles on their behalf, genuinely cared for them as if they were his younger brothers. The effort and thought he invested in them surpassed even that of Lu Feng, and he felt worthy of their respect. Lu Feng, on the other hand, contemplated the gravity of Zhou Yuan's revelation. Their trust was one matter, but it was crucial for them to express their commitment. After a moment of reflection, Lu Qing stated, I am not entirely sure what is happening, but I know it is significant, and what my sister-in-law is about to share is undoubtedly serious. However, the fact that she is willing to speak in front of us only signifies one thing. She trusts us, even considers us part of her family. I, Lu Qing, can only vow with my life that any matters that should not be spoken of will remain within my ears, never to escape my lips, even if it costs me my life. Moreover, I suspect that our lives will undergo tremendous changes ahead. Yet this life of mine was saved by Li Ge, and with the current circumstances. Lu Qing glanced at Lu Cheng and Lu Ming. I cannot speak for Qingzi or Ming, but for myself, Li Ge, Feng Ge, sister-in-law, uncle, and aunt, my life belongs to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng leapt up, exclaiming, Lu Qing, what do you mean you cannot speak for us? We three have long agreed to be indebted to Li Ge for life. Are you trying to imply that you are more capable than a Ming and me? Lu Ming, momentarily bewildered, suddenly found his voice, saying, what a Qing wants to express is precisely what I want to say. Lu Cheng was taken aback. The normally taciturn Lu Ming was now competing to speak, prompting him to hastily add, me too. I am just a lone bachelor, unencumbered by anything, come what may. I will follow you all. Anyone who dares to betray or sell out my sister-in-law will face my wrath first. Lu Li chuckled and shook his head. All right. We can sense your sincerity. As a Qing said, since your sister-in-law has spoken, it is clear that she trusts you and considers you part of our family. This matter is indeed serious, thus it requires your commitment. The three nodded in understanding. Zhou Yuan instructed them to sit down again and, with a playful tone, remarked, since everything has been laid bare, we are truly one family. Moreover, I realize that you all share the surname Lu, while my mother and I seem to be the outsiders here. Upon hearing this, Everyone burst into laughter, for it was indeed true.
Lin Kui, feeling indignant, retorted.
Who dares to call us outsiders? 2 sons emerged from my womb, and 2 grandsons from yours. Whatever their fathers have done, the more I think about it, the more I feel aggrieved. You say that we women endure life and death to give birth, only for the children to carry their father's surname. Lu Aimin and Lu Feng were too stunned to speak, while the other 4 men merely chuckled. Zhou Yuan gave Lin Chui a thumbs up, and upon seeing her daughter-in-law's approval, Lin Chui nearly burst into laughter. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan found her mother-in-law to be somewhat endearing. Lu Feng, noticing Zhou Yuan's gesture, awkwardly cleared his throat. Yuan, please continue. Zhou Yuan shot him a sidelong glance, and Lu Feng offered a pleading look. Ceasing her teasing, Zhou Yuan resumed. Now, back to serious matters. A Qing, Qingzi, a Ming. The 3 quickly composed themselves as Zhou Yuan continued. I had a dream, a rather terrifying nightmare, and this dream is gradually coming true. Zhou Yuan succinctly recounted her dream of the apocalypse, refraining from excessive detail, as the notion of rebirth was best kept to a minimum. Such matters were too fantastical. Even in her simplified narration, Lu Cheng and the others were left in stunned silence for quite a while. Finally, Lu Cheng, intrigued, asked, Sister-in-law, do we possess any abilities? Zhou Yuan was at a loss for words, realizing that the men were all captivated by the prospect of abilities, including the young man Xiao Jin.
Indeed.
It seemed that men possessed an inherent adventurous gene, their focus always resting not on the terrors of the apocalypse, but on the marvels of potential abilities and whether they could possess such prowess. Observing Lu Cheng's unabashed eagerness and the subtle glances of the others, she sighed. I do not know if such abilities exist. How could I dream about you all when I didn't even know you before? The 3 collectively displayed expressions of disappointment. Lu Li chuckled. Your sister-in-law doesn't even know if we possess abilities, let alone you 3. Everything is determined by fate, and it depends on one's constitution. Therefore, the more you practice, the more likely you may discover them one day. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng began to whine. Yet, he was willing to go to great lengths for the sake of gaining abilities. Chapter 28. The intricacies of right and wrong. Let us return to the main topic. Lu Feng shot a glance at Li Cheng and the others. The 3 promptly sat up straight, falling silent. Zhou Yuan contemplated earnestly before responding, I truly have no recollection of this woman. Perhaps her low presence, combined with my own preoccupations, rendered her invisible to me. Or perhaps it is something else. I do recall Gao Ning vividly. He was the first esper I encountered in my dreams, and he possesses a rather ostentatious demeanor. His ability, earth manipulation, is not particularly offensive, yet he likely held a position of authority prior, exuding a disdainful air towards others. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan recalled an unsettling detail. Among those who walked with her, a few seemed particularly fearful of him, whispering that he had taken a life. Silence enveloped the group until Lu Li finally remarked, You probably weren't oblivious to this woman. Rather, she has simply vanished. Zhou Yuan fell silent, and Lu Feng nodded in agreement. It is evident from Gao Ning's manner that he is not an easy person to get along with. His words are often harsh and unfeeling. The rumors of murder most likely pertain to that woman. Lin Chui, trembling, interjected, Surely it cannot be so? Just because she insulted him? Lu Li shook his head. We are merely speculating, but the probability is high. For now, he may act cautiously, but once endowed with powers, individuals often become inflated with arrogance. His current disposition suggests he is not magnanimous. Lu Aimin sighed, reiterating to the few present. Thus, I maintain my previous counsel. We must remain low-key. No one can predict what manner of monstrous entities the present individuals may evolve into. Zhou Yuan surveyed the ongoing turmoil within the group chat, feeling an unusual tranquility. In her past life, she had been too preoccupied with caring for her 2 children to concern herself with the chaotic affairs of the chat. Thus, she remained unaware of any quarrels or subsequent developments. Yet, it was clear that Gao Ning was far from a virtuous character, though it posed little concern to her. This time, she did not intend to evacuate with the authorities next year. She had once believed that seeking refuge in a base would ensure safety. With her children in tow, it felt prudent to blend in with the crowd. And she hoped for a stroke of luck. What if Lu Feng and the others also headed to the base? However, in populous places, conflicts abound. Moreover, the official bases were hastily established, lacking adequate preparation. Their evacuation was merely to fulfill labor demands, though a semblance of safety was somewhat assured. Accommodations consisted of large dormitories housing dozens, with both men and women huddled together, and provisions were scarce. One had to seek work to receive minimal sustenance, hardly enough to stave off hunger. As a woman with a child, her contributions were meager, and the food she secured was barely sufficient. The mixed-gender living arrangements were predictably fraught with complications, and it was there that Zhou Yuan claimed her first victim. Observing the change in Zhou Yuan's expression, Lu Feng sensed her turmoil over painful memories and gently took her phone, whispering, "Do not dwell on this. Their disputes are of no concern to us. Let us focus on ourselves. We do not initiate trouble, yet we are not to be trifled with." Indeed, Lu Cheng swiftly pledged his loyalty. "With us here, no one shall bully you." Lu Li interjected bluntly. "Just ensure you manage your own affairs and refrain from causing trouble. That is a given. I will behave." Lu Cheng hastily replied. "Uncle Cheng, how shameful. If you misbehave, Uncle will discipline you." A childish voice piped up nearby, revealing Xiao Yu mimicking a pouting expression at Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng's face flushed, casting a reproachful glance at Lu Li. "Brotherly, could you not spare me some dignity? You strike me at every turn. Even Xiao Yu is laughing at me." Laughter erupted among the others, and Lu Li retorted, "You are simply asking for it. Of the three of you, you have the most exuberant spirit. When we venture out, I expect you to temper your enthusiasm." Lu Cheng rubbed his nose. "Understood." Xiao Yu scampered to Zhou Yuan's embrace. "Mama, I want to sleep." Zhou Yuan suddenly recalled that the children had yet to take their nap. But with the air conditioning off, sleep seemed impossible. She moved the coffee table aside and laid out a makeshift bed. The adults, lacking sleepiness, witnessed Lu Feng and the other men discussing matters at the tea table while Lin Chui and the older women busied themselves making dumplings. Zhou Yuan reclined on the sofa, playing with her phone while keeping an eye on her children. The quarrel in the group chat continued unabated until someone finally could not contain themselves, urging the combatants to cease their bickering, as the oppressive heat was already unsettling. Yet, the two remained undeterred, even hurling insults at those attempting to mediate. Zhou Yuan, merely an observer, had not altered her nickname in the chat and remained a silent presence, having recently joined the group, rendering her virtually invisible. At that moment, someone inquired, "Sister Wu, amidst this quarrel, how is your son faring?" The chat fell silent for a moment before Zhou Yuan seemed to hear a wail. She glanced at the others, who exhibited no reaction. Furrowing her brow, she wondered if she had imagined it. However, the ensuing messages confirmed otherwise. "Did you hear that?" Someone queried. Was that Sister Wu's cry? Zhou Yuan noted the nickname, 802, and soon others chimed in. "Yes, we heard it. It seems her son is in grave danger." 8502 chimed in. 8501, this heat is unbearable. We cannot even step outside. It feels like waiting for death." Zhou Yuan did not recognize the speakers. In truth, she was unfamiliar with most neighbors in the complex, though she knew a few from the school district. Observing their profile pictures, 802 appeared to be a family of 3, with a high school-age son. 502 seemed to be a family of 4, with both a son and a daughter, likely acquainted with 802, as their eldest was also a high school student, while the daughter appeared to be in middle school. 501 appeared to be a newlywed couple, their profile picture showcasing their marriage certificate. Subsequently, others expressed they too had heard the commotion, and the man named Gao Ning re-emerged. "She deserves it. While her son is in peril, she wastes time arguing with me." Someone intervened. "Death is a grave matter. Your words are excessively callous." Yet others quickly echoed in agreement, reminding him that they were neighbors who would inevitably cross paths. Gao Ning scoffed. "Gallos. Am I not speaking the truth? Who does she think she is? Just because she opens her mouth, we are expected to risk our lives to assist her. If we do not, she hurls insults our way, and they are quite unpalatable. Furthermore, her son, so young and frail, in this sweltering heat, surely this is not a mere passing issue. We have yet to see how it unfolds. Early death leads to early rebirth." The group fell silent. It must be said, while Gao Ning's words were harsh, they rang true, as the oppressive heat felt just beginning. At that moment, 501 spoke again. "Have you all stockpiled food?" The chat fell silent once more, and 501 continued. "We usually dine at the office, rarely cooking at home. During these days of remote work, we've only been ordering takeout. Are there neighbors who could spare us some food? We are willing to pay." Initially, no one responded, but eventually, others from different buildings chimed in. "Even if we had any, we could not offer it to you. Would you come to collect it yourself? 501 did not respond, but instead turned to those in 802. Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, could you kindly assist us? We are open to negotiations about any cost. Thankfully, Zhou Yuan had not changed her nickname, thereby remaining unnoticed, and since the message was a voice note, she, considering the children were asleep, muted the volume and held the phone to her ear. Oh my, that voice was so high-pitched it nearly made her feel nauseous. Suddenly spotting a few men at the tea table, she felt a spark of interest and moved closer, sitting beside Lu Feng. She placed her phone on the table and switched on the speaker, playing the voice note. Liu Feng, happily sipping tea, was caught off guard by the voice and promptly spat his drink across Lu Cheng's face. Lu Cheng, completely bewildered, exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Feng. Apologies, apologies." Lu Feng hurriedly handed him a piece of paper, primarily because the woman's speech was exceedingly irritating. Zhou Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Lu Feng, then turned her attention with keen interest to the other single men. What do you think? Is her voice pleasant? As she spoke, she cleared her throat and mimicked the high-pitched tone. Dear brothers, could you kindly lend a hand? Lu Feng quickly covered Zhou Yuan's mouth. Hey, my dear. Your voice was lovely before. Please refrain from this nonsense. The other four men exchanged incredulous glances at Zhou Yuan, unable to believe that their sister-in-law could be so outrageous. Frustrated, Zhou Yuan looked at them. You simply lack appreciation. Look, she pointed to her phone, where responses were already coming in, notably from the couple identified as 81,601. It appeared that the man was typing, as Zhou Yuan knew they were not married but merely dating. Having previously encountered them in an elevator during a heated argument about returning home, with the woman accusing the man of shirking commitment. I have some at home. Let me send a bit down. The message was overly eager, almost comically so. Look at how actively the one with the girlfriend is responding. No wonder you remain single. Zhou Yuan remarked, clicking her tongue. The four single men turned to Lu Feng in unison, conveying a single thought. Aren't you going to manage your wife? Lu Feng, caught in a dilemma, shrugged his shoulders, indicating his helplessness. Ultimately, it was Lu Li who asserted his authority as the elder brother. Well, let's skip this. Setting aside the fact that she is a married woman, I find that voice quite unbearable. Especially when Zhou Yuan spoke in that high-pitched manner, he felt increasingly unsettled. The other three nodded in agreement, their skin crawling. Really? Zhou Yuan asked, eyeing them suspiciously, then turned to Lu Feng. And what about you? Lu Feng hadn't anticipated that the fire would turn towards him, and now the other four men were eager to watch the spectacle unfold. Lu Feng, desperate for survival, immediately wrapped his arm around Zhou Yuan's shoulder. In my eyes, there are only two types of women, my wife and strangers. Is that so? A sinister voice chimed in from behind. Lu Feng turned to see Lin Chui holding a kitchen knife, and he shivered, hastily adding, No, there's another type, my mother. Zhou Yuan burst into laughter, while Lin Chui shot him an annoyed glare, then turned to the four onlookers. Listen up. I heard that voice earlier. And women like that are untrustworthy even when married.
Don't you dare provoke me.
If you bring any troublemakers to my door, I'll make sure to deal with you. She brandished the knife, casting a subtle glance at their lower bodies. The men shuddered, with Lu Cheng instinctively covering himself, only to remember Zhou Yuan was present and quickly withdrew his hand. Zhou Yuan shyly lowered her head, stifling a laugh. She had merely been joking, unaware it would provoke the family matriarch. Lin Chui continued, ignoring their discomfort. Qingzi, since you have no family left, now that you've entered our household, your uncle and I won't treat you as outsiders. Did you hear what I just said? We heard you loud and clear. The three responded in unison, acutely aware of the knife in Lin Chui's hand. Satisfied, Lin Chui nodded and looked at Lu Li, who quickly asserted, Mom, I wouldn't dare. I believe you wouldn't, Lin Chui retorted, then turned to Lu Feng, who instinctively shifted behind Zhou Yuan.
I think.
Remember what you said. If you ever betray Yuan, I'll disown you as my son, Lin Chui said with grave seriousness. Mom, rest assured, I am wholly devoted to Yuan, Lu Feng replied sincerely. He truly had no other intentions. He felt immensely fulfilled with Zhou Yuan and their two adorable children. Though a little secret romance would be a delightful addition, albeit a dream likely to remain unfulfilled. Lin Chui nodded in satisfaction and started to walk away, but then turned back, causing the men to straighten up in anticipation. Lin Chui chuckled at their unease. What is the rush? I came over to ask for someone to help us roll out the dough. I nearly forgot my task. Lu Cheng promptly volunteered. Auntie, I'll do it. I used to help my grandmother with this all the time, and I promised to make it perfectly round. As Lin Shui took Lu Cheng with her, Lu Feng sighed in relief and playfully flicked Zhou Yuan's nose. You little rascal. Zhou Yuan, embarrassed, stuck out her tongue. You all carry on. With that, she returned to the sofa. Lu Qing smiled. I never expected my sister-in-law to have such a side. After spending so much time together, they had always thought of Zhou Yuan as somewhat reserved, but this recent episode had upended their perceptions. Lu Feng's gaze drifted back to Zhou Yuan with a nostalgic smile. She has always been this way, raised in a sheltered environment. Little girls often remain childlike. Back in the day, I was captivated by her innocence and romantic spirit. However, after the birth of Xiao Jin, she forced herself to mature. And it's been ages since I've seen her so vibrant.
Liu Qing sighed deeply. Ah.
Brother Feng, I truly envy you and your sister-in-law. You met in school, fell in love, and have maintained such a strong bond. He then glanced at Lu Li. Li Ge, you're nearing 40, aren't you? Still single? Lu Li retorted with irritation. It's the apocalypse now. Who has time for that? I already have 2 nephews. I'll rely on them for my old age. Lu Feng rolled his eyes, realizing that Lu Li believed that having 2 sons would secure his future. What was he thinking? Chapter 30. Boiling water early in the morning. Zhou Yuan was roused from her slumber by a cacophony of noise. She furrowed her brow. The family had stayed up late exercising as the temperature dropped. So the house was silent until now, disturbed by the sounds from outside. Rising from bed, she drew back the curtains to discover that it was raining. Typically, rain heralds a drop in temperature, and the residents of the community were buzzing with excitement, many throwing open their windows to shout joyfully, with some even rushing outside to revel in the downpour. Although the heat wave had lasted only a week, many were utterly exhausted from the relentless heat. Zhou Yuan stood by the window, observing the frenzied crowd below, yet felt no thrill, as the unfolding events mirrored her own past experiences, only serving to affirm the authenticity of her own journey. Lu Feng had silently approached and wrapped his arms around her, and she relaxed into his embrace. Lu Ge, welcome to the apocalypse. Just then, a knock at the door announced the arrival of Lu Cheng and the others. The family, minus the 2 children, gathered by the large floor-to-ceiling window, where they could see the tiny figures below, resembling ants. After about 10 minutes, the people outside began to scream and rush back into the building, leaving not a single soul in sight. Lu Cheng and the others exchanged glances of astonishment. Lu Cheng cautiously opened a crack in the window and extended his arm outside, only to retract it in shock, shouting, "It really is boiling water. And it's coming down too heavily." Zhou Yuan, feeling somewhat dejected, returned to the sofa and began scrolling through the homeowners group chat. Oh my goodness. This isn't rain. It's hot water. I nearly scalded myself. I thought the heat wave was over and I could finally go outside, but thank goodness I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have lost a layer of skin. One user, who appeared to be a quiet young man, remarked, I just checked the temperature of the water. It's 65 degrees. The group fell silent, realizing that if the water in their cups was that hot, the rainwater must be even hotter. How could it not burn? After a long pause, someone sighed. What on earth is happening? Just when we thought we were spared from the sun, now we're faced with boiling rain. No one had an answer. The jubilance from moments ago was replaced with a profound sense of uncertainty. Do you think this is the end of the world? This is 8501, but it's not the woman from before. It should be her husband. If it were the previous situation, surely someone would have mocked him for indulging too much in novels and dramas, speaking of apocalyptic scenarios and even immortality cultivation. Yet, strangely, no one uttered a word at this moment. Some were still in the air, seemingly oblivious to the scalding water below, while others didn't grasp the meaning of the apocalypse at all. There were also those who agreed with the notion of an apocalypse and were quietly preparing for it. Upon witnessing this, I turned to Lu Feng. Given that the temperature is still manageable, let's hasten to gather more supplies. Otherwise, everything will be submerged soon. Lu Feng nodded, gazing at the torrential rain outside, which was beyond description. At this rate, the water would rise by tomorrow morning at the latest. Lu Cheng, hearing Zhou Yuan's words, couldn't contain his curiosity. Sister-in-law, where did you store the supplies from the supermarket? Won't they get flooded? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Qing slapped him on the back, leaving him bewildered. It was only when he caught Lu Qing's gaze that he realized his mistake and hurriedly added, sister-in-law, I didn't mean to covet those supplies. I was merely curious. Hee hee, you need not tell me if it's inconvenient. Curiosity indeed kills the cat. The ancients were not wrong. Zhou Yuan looked at Lu Feng and Lu Li, who nodded in agreement. Lu Li appeared indifferent, while Lin Chui cast a worried glance at Lu Aimin, who shook his head in response. Lu Qing regarded the group and solemnly stated, "Sister-in-law, Qingzi is simply being foolish and overly curious. You needn't pay him any mind." Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment. With many nuisances, it would be impossible to keep secrets over time, especially since they wished to gather supplies before the flood, which would undoubtedly require their assistance. She then produced a large bag of betel nuts from the previous supply, causing the three, including Lu Ming, to widen their eyes in astonishment, while Lu Qing stood there speechless. Lu Qing was the first to react, exclaiming, "Is this the spatial ability?" Zhou Yuan smiled, deciding it unnecessary to inform them that this was the jade bracelet space. Lu Qing finally snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, from today onward, you are my sister. I'm sticking with you." Lu Li and Lu Feng's expressions darkened. Lu Li promptly twisted Lu Qing's ear, while Lu Qing pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing there was no saving him this time. Hey, brother, it hurts." Lu Qing covered his ears. "I acknowledge sister-in-law as my sister. But you're still my brother." Lu Li released him with a huff, and Lu Qing rubbed his ears vigorously, catching sight of Lu Feng's sharp gaze. He quickly added, "Brother Feng, I don't take it back. Sister-in-law is still sister-in-law." Laughter erupted among them, all teasing him for being cowardly. Yet, amid the laughter, even the usually taciturn Lu Ming expressed interest. "So, brother, sister-in-law, are we going out to work?" Lu Feng and Lu Li exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Zhou Yuan was indeed correct. They had only stockpiled supplies from the surrounding area, and there was still much to gather, mindful of leaving some resources for others nearby. Now that the apocalypse was being discussed, it was certain that others would soon awaken to the reality. They could venture further afield to larger shopping malls to gather supplies. With a flood imminent and the rain sure to raise temperatures, it would be unwise to delay. They swiftly made their move, leaving the two elders at home to care for the children, while everyone else set out to work. Zhou Yuan retrieved a complete set of equipment for each person from her space. Although the sun had vanished, hats and masks were essential to avoid unnecessary trouble, as even in the absence of police, being spotted by others could lead to complications. Lu Cheng and his companions watched in awe as Zhou Yuan pulled items from seemingly nowhere, their initial shock slowly transforming into intrigue. Finally, upon reaching the basement parking lot and seeing the SUV that had materialized out of thin air, Lu Qing and the others understood. The modified RV must also be in Zhou Yuan's space. And Brotherly had called them over with the intention of taking them along from the very beginning. The three of them exchanged glances, recognizing the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. Ignoring the silent conflict among the trio, everyone boarded the vehicle. Fortunately, it was a 7-seater, allowing for 6 individuals and still some space. Lu Feng took the wheel, with Zhou Yuan in the passenger seat, turning on the air conditioning. Thankfully, she had stored the car in her space. Otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed by the heat upon entering. Lu Feng activated the car navigation system, having already mapped out their route at home. They intended to visit several larger shopping malls, primarily because these venues housed ample supplies clustered together, preventing them from scattering too far, as Zhou Yuan could not move quickly on her own. Chapter 31. A frenzied rush on the road. Not a single car was in sight, and Lu Feng drove at exhilarating speeds, declaring he had never experienced such a thrill while driving before. Unbeknownst to them, upon witnessing a vehicle leaving the community, it was as though a large stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, stirring many into a frenzy. Soon, numerous residents began to venture out into the rain in their cars. However, they were cautious, heading towards nearby convenience stores and small supermarkets, only to discover that the supplies were nearly depleted, particularly the tobacco, alcohol, and tea sections. Clearly, someone had gotten there first. Yet, some cursed the foolishness of others, lamenting that in times like these, one should gather food and water instead of worthless items. Others speculated that perhaps the store owners had secured the valuable goods themselves. Regardless of their thoughts, it was of no concern to Zhou Yuan and her group, who had now arrived at a larger mall's underground parking lot. Gazing at the non-operational elevator, Zhou Yuan hesitated. How do we get in?" Lu Li smiled mysteriously before Lu Cheng led them to a nearby emergency exit. He retrieved a metal object and tinkered for a while, finally producing a click as the door swung open. Zhou Yuan was left dumbfounded, giving him a thumbs up. Lu Cheng bashfully scratched the back of his head. Sister-in-law, please don't tell Aunt Shui. Otherwise, she'll have me questioning my life choices. Zhou Yuan considered this and realized that if her mother-in-law were to discover his petty skills, she would likely take matters into her own hands without a second thought. After Lu Cheng opened several doors, the group finally made their way from the underground parking lot to the supermarket on the second basement level. They were soon filled with excitement. Of course, the mall's surveillance cameras were still operational, but they had no intention of locating the monitoring room. They headed straight for the power distribution cabinet to cut the power. Lu Feng and Lu Li had previous experience, and Lu Cheng and the others quickly followed suit, utilizing boxes and ropes to pack everything they could find. Zhou Yuan made a beeline for the supermarket's storage area, where the goods were mostly prepackaged, making collection much easier. The cold storage and fresh produce section were still functional, as this supermarket had presumably only opened a couple of days prior. With the power now shut off, they needed to gather everything quickly before it spoiled. Zhou Yuan didn't bother to inspect each item. Instead, she collected everything from the freezers into her storage space. Her mental strength had significantly improved since her last collection at the supermarket, allowing her to gather the warehouse and an entire section in under an hour. Lu Cheng and the others managed to gather most of the items from the outer shelves, but Brotherly cautioned against taking everything, suggesting they leave a few supplies behind. Although they anticipated that the impending flood would render much of it useless, Brother Feng agreed that it was wise to leave some vacuum-sealed items, as those could still be consumed even if soaked. Lu Cheng called for Zhou Yuan to help them store their pack supplies and was met with the sight of the empty fresh produce section. Despite having been amazed already, he was further astounded. This spatial ability was undeniably a cheat. The supermarket spanned 2 floors, with the basement entirely dedicated to food, while the upper level housed daily necessities and other items. Zhou Yuan was collecting items on this level while the other 5 had already ascended to pack the upper floor. This shopping mall comprised 5 levels, starting from the basement, which housed a supermarket alongside various shops, while the floor dedicated to the supermarket was filled with an array of snacks. At present, however, no one was around. It was all raw food, primarily stored in freezers, rendering packing unnecessary. As time went on, Zhou Yuan remained here to collect, while the others dispersed to various stores on different levels to pack. Once they finished, they would send the store names to Zhou Yuan, who would then promptly collect the items. It must be noted that there is strength in numbers. They managed to visit all 5 floors, albeit selectively, as not every store received their attention. For instance, the entire jewelry section on the first floor was completely overlooked by Lu Cheng and his companions, who headed straight for the upper levels. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and Lu Li, aware of Zhou Yuan's urgent need for jade, gathered all the jade pieces from the counters, placing them prominently on the surface, and cleared out additional stock from beneath the counters, allowing Zhou Yuan to collect directly upon her arrival. In addition to the stores they frequented, Zhou Yuan also gathered items from shops that might easily be neglected by the men. For instance, she collected toys from a children's shop. Although she had already acquired many from the supermarket, she felt that her children deserved similar items, especially since they might not be able to play outside in the future. She envisioned creating a playground within her space. She also discovered a rather large bookstore, which she certainly could not pass up, as it would provide intellectual nourishment for her children in the times to come. Moreover, she visited a home furnishings store, which left Lu Cheng and the others puzzled about its utility. Zhou Yuan casually remarked it could serve as firewood. The rest were left bewildered. However, as Zhou Yuan was in charge of her space, they could only watch her continue her collection. In truth, Zhou Yuan was not merely speaking whimsically. Should extreme cold weather arise, such items could prove invaluable, albeit it seemed somewhat wasteful. Furthermore, various hardware and accessories could also be of significant use, right? The 5th floor was designated as a cinema, and initially, the group had no intention of ascending further. However, Zhou Yuan suddenly recalled the frequent presence of opulent offices in apocalyptic novels, often found at the topmost floors, which could harbor many valuable items. She wished to try her luck. Lu Feng and the others remained non-committal but accompanied her nonetheless. Remarkably, the essence of those novels derived from real life, as they indeed found several valuable treasures. Excluding cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, Zhou Yuan was thrilled to stumble upon a jade ornament nearly half her height in one of the offices. As soon as she collected it, she perceived a distinct tremor within her space, leaving her no time to investigate further. It was evident that this jade piece held considerable value, possibly surpassing all the jade she had previously gathered. Additionally, There was a safe, which Lu Cheng struggled to open, prompting Zhou Yuan to store it in her space for later examination. After completing their expedition at the mall, they checked the time. They had left home around 10 in the morning, and it was now well into the afternoon. Time was of the essence, and they hurried to their next destination. During their few hours of activity inside the mall, water had begun to accumulate outside, indicating that it would rise before morning. Eventually, in the early hours, around 2 or 3, they hastily scavenged several larger malls. By then, the water had reached their cabs, and their vehicle was close to being submerged. They decided to abandon further exploration and rushed home. Otherwise, not only would their vehicle be compromised, but they would also have to swim back. Upon arriving home, Lin Chui and her husband were still awake, anxiously pacing the living room. Seeing them return safely, they sighed in relief. With Lin Chui unable to restrain her frustration, "Have you all gone mad? Didn't you see how high the water was outside? You should have returned sooner." The group exchanged smiles, acknowledging their near madness. Without this experience, they could hardly comprehend the joy of stockpiling. It was simply irresistible. Chapter 32. Discovery. Lin Chui noticed their exhausted expressions, particularly Zhou Yuan, who, despite appearing somewhat spirited, could not conceal her fatigue. Instantly empathetic, she urged them impatiently, "Go, go,
Go.
hurry up and get to bed." They promptly scattered, utterly fatigued. After the excitement, only exhaustion remained. The next time they reconvened was the following afternoon, with water outside having reached waist level. This was still in their relatively elevated neighborhood. Other areas likely faced even higher water levels. The first floor of their building, which served as a lobby without residents, was already halfway submerged, while the residents on the second floor were beginning to panic, frantically pleading in their group chat, praying for the rain to cease, fearing homelessness. In Building 8, it seemed no one occupied the second floor, yet the woman on the third floor, who had lost her son, had resumed her wailing. Zhou Yuan did not have time to concern herself with the trivialities in the group chat. Upon waking, she immediately checked her space. After collecting the jade ornament yesterday, she had acquired a plethora of jade from other malls. And it would be astonishing if her space did not upgrade as a result. Indeed, upon entering, she felt invigorated, and the space appeared significantly more expansive. She could even see the land. Elated, she recalled the fruit trees her in-laws had procured, which she had worried about not having space to plant.
Now,
With the newly revealed land, she could cultivate the trees. However, this also meant she would have to engage in farming again. Her joy waned within 2 minutes as she sought to avoid dwelling on this unpleasant task and hurried to examine other changes. The land area had at least doubled. Previously resembling a soccer field, it now encompassed 2 and more. Initially brimming with supplies, it now felt somewhat sparse. The pasture land in the breeding area had expanded. During her prior upgrade, she had relocated the cows, sheep, and rabbits to the pasture, and they were now lazily grazing. The pond had also been enlarged. Now, fish occupied the lower section while ducks and geese floated above. On the grassy banks, she spotted what could be duck eggs, goose eggs, or even chicken eggs. She wondered if they were fertilized and whether they could hatch into chicks, ducklings, or goslings. The thought left her feeling despondent. The flat area of her space had not changed, but it had transformed into a 2-story structure, no longer a simple bungalow. The second floor, like the first, was minimally furnished, but Zhou Yuan knew that future upgrades would likely enhance it to luxurious standards. Thus, she opted not to meddle. Curious to see if the space would arrange furnishings and appliances autonomously, which would save her effort. As for the original pond, it had also expanded considerably, and the flow from the spring had increased slightly, though it remained inconspicuous. Zhou Yuan furrowed her brow. Why had the spring not shown significant changes upon upgrading? The quantity remained constant. Perhaps other factors had altered. She pursed her lips, recalling how she had consumed considerable quantities of this water while gathering supplies yesterday. Other than its increased sweetness, she had not noticed any substantial change in its efficacy. With these 2 aspects unchanged, perhaps the duration had shifted. Her eyes brightened at the thought. She would test this theory. Glancing at the time, she hastily poured several cups of water, instructing the others not to touch them. Lu Cheng and the others were left bewildered.
Liu Li explain it.
And they began to grasp why Zhou Yuan had previously served them water and realized that when they were gathering supplies yesterday, they had overlooked the jade pieces that appeared attractive but lacked practical use. Zhou Yuan summarized the changes in her space, and Lu Cheng and the others, who had initially believed her space was merely for storage, were astonished to learn it could also cultivate plants, house living creatures, provide health-enhancing spring water, and serve as a residence. It was nothing short of miraculous, a realm unto itself. They felt envious, not just Lu Feng and his companions, but even the three of them began to anticipate when their sister-in-law might take them inside to explore. They were eager to assist in collecting jade, hoping to upgrade the space so that entering it would no longer be a mere dream. Zhou Yuan then observed several individuals who, as if under the influence of stimulants, began to exert themselves fervently in their exercise routines. She found herself momentarily unable to keep pace with their thought processes. However, it did not deter her from engaging in playful activities and workouts with her two children. Lin Shui and her spouse, unwilling to lag behind, also rushed to join in on the aerobic exercises. The first floor had already been partially inundated with water, leading to the cessation of elevator services, prompting everyone to resort to the stairs. In truth, only a few individuals were actually using them. Just yesterday, the group that had accompanied Zhou Yuan managed to procure some supplies, but when others attempted to venture out today, they discovered that the water levels had risen significantly, submerging their vehicles and rendering them inoperable. With such deep waters and torrential rains akin to boiling water, there was no feasible means of transportation, and escape was utterly impossible. Those who had hesitated to venture outside the previous day were now filled with regret, having missed a golden opportunity due to their indecision. Conversely, those who had ventured out felt fortunate and began speculating about which household the first SUV that had departed belonged to, as it seemed they had gone to another location and had not returned. After a brief workout with her two children, Zhou Yuan noticed they were fatigued and decided to take a break. Seizing the moment, she glanced at the messaging group, only to find someone inquiring about the vehicle they had taken yesterday. Furrowing her brow, she descended the stairs to ascertain that their outing had indeed been witnessed by numerous individuals. It was hardly surprising, given that there was no one else around outside. Their vehicle's departure was conspicuous. However, since she had recently moved in, few had seen her, and even fewer recognized her car. Had she lived in the district school zone, many would certainly know to whom the vehicle belonged. As she pondered this possibility, a new message arrived from a mother of a classmate at the kindergarten in the school district. Since both their children attended the same kindergarten, she was somewhat familiar with their car. Zhou Yuan's heart skipped a beat as she opened the message. Xiaoyu's mother, haven't you moved from Jinxiu Jiyuan? Have you relocated to Jessan City? Jinxiu Jiyuan was the name of the school district housing complex, while Jessan City was the name of her current residence. The mother then sent a photo that had been taken in the group. Zhou Yuan stepped outside to show the message to Lu Feng, who was sweating profusely in the hallway, while also explaining the situation to Lu Li. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng suggested, "You should just reply to her directly. There's no way to hide this. If she asks why you drove out, simply say you went back to Jinxiu Jiyuan to retrieve some belongings. That would suffice." Zhou Yuan nodded, realizing there was no alternative. Any attempts to conceal the truth would only lead to greater suspicion. Nevertheless, she hesitated to respond directly, and instead asked if she too had purchased a property in Jessan City. Eventually, the mother replied that a cousin of hers had purchased a home there and had sent her the photo while they were chatting, to which she added with a smile, "What a coincidence." Zhou Yuan exhaled in relief, glad that it wasn't the mother herself living nearby. Recognizing that their children often played together, she casually mentioned, "I noticed the weather seemed off, and you know my two little ones. I thought to bring over some food from that house." In response, the mother immediately sent a picture of her stockpile of food. Zhou Yuan was at a loss for words. Was this mother usually so naive? She had forgotten that the woman was involved in online community group buying, and her concern had been misplaced. However, to publicize her supplies so openly seemed rather reckless. Despite her reservations, Zhou Yuan chose not to say more, hoping that the mother had merely intended to share the image privately. Unfortunately, it soon became clear that this was not the case, as she saw the same photo posted in the group buying chat. When the mother subsequently messaged Zhou Yuan to inquire about her residence in Jessan City, Zhou Yuan decided not to respond, suspecting that it was her cousin prompting the question. With motives that were far from innocent. Shortly thereafter, a friend request notification appeared in the group, with a name indicating it was a cousin. Zhou Yuan felt a wave of irritation. What had initially seemed trivial now revealed the multitude of clever individuals in the world. Without delay, Zhou Yuan adjusted her settings to prevent anyone from adding her as a friend, resolving to remain an observer in the group. Yet, the cousin was evidently not one to be easily deterred. Upon noticing Zhou Yuan's refusal to accept the friend request, she directly addressed her in the group. "Hello, neighbor. I'm the cousin of so-and-so. Could you please accept my friend request? Zhou Yuan had previously been a mere presence in the group. But now all eyes were on her, with one person remarking, "Hey, neighbor, why doesn't your nickname include an apartment number? You should change it." The cousin continued, "Exactly. You and my cousin are neighbors. What a coincidence. Let us get to know each other, so we can help one another out." Zhou Yuan could barely contain her exasperation, feeling as though her head might burst. She was truly beginning to loathe that classmate's mother, whose words seemed to flow endlessly. The individuals exercising nearby noticed Zhou Yuan's outburst and turned to look. Lu Feng took her phone to review the messages, frowning at the content. And the others gathered around to see. Lu Qing remarked, "What the hell? What a busybody." Seeing Zhou Yuan remain silent, the group began to press her. "Are you from our community? If so, just say so and change your apartment number. If not, please exit." An administrator soon intervened. And the cousin reiterated, "She lives in our community. The vehicle you all saw leave first belongs to her family." This statement detonated like a bomb, causing a flurry of chatter in the group as everyone began to speculate, asking where they had gone for supplies and when they would return. Lu Feng and the others abandoned their workouts and retreated to the living room sofa. "Sister-in-law, why not just leave this group?" Lu Cheng suggested nonchalantly. Lu Li tapped his head. "It's not that simple. Don't underestimate these people. There are plenty of clever ones among them. They will eventually track us down." Lu Feng nodded in agreement, stating, "For now, we need not concern ourselves with those in other buildings. But we must remain vigilant regarding the 10 or so households in this one." Everyone nodded in agreement, opening the group member list to identify the residents of Building 8, scrutinizing their profiles for any hints about family structures to prepare appropriate defenses. As for the incessant messages in the group, they chose to ignore them, knowing that those who needed to come would inevitably arrive, rendering further explanations unnecessary. If the administrator chose to remove Zhou Yuan from the group, it would be of no consequence. In their building, there were a total of 11 households, divided into 2 types of apartments. Zhou Yuan and her family resided in a spacious 4-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, while Lu Cheng's family occupied a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room unit. Excluding the households Zhou Yuan had already mentioned, 501, 502, 802, and 1601, there remained 7 units. Among them, 301 belonged to the woman who had previously vented her frustration in the group after the death of her son. She had been silent in recent days, perhaps affected by the tragedy. It seemed she lived alone with her child, and judging by her profile picture, she appeared to be in her early 40s. Lu Li marked her with 2 stars, acknowledging her age, but noting her sharp tongue. Unit 302 was unoccupied, 401 was vacant, and 402 housed a family of 4. Not merely a couple with 2 children, but rather a couple with their parents, leaving the identity of the grandparents ambiguous. In Unit 501, the couple's behavior seemed questionable. Given the woman's demeanor, it was likely the man was equally unsavory, earning them 3 stars in Lu Li's assessment. In a household of 4, with a high school son, the husband is not particularly old, and given the uncertainty of his character, he is provisionally rated with 5 stars based solely on his physical prowess. In another group, 2 young women, seemingly around 24 or 25, are sharing an apartment, likely due to their jobs nearby. Zhou Yuan observed the 4 single men in the household, all of whom displayed no reaction, prompting her to chuckle softly. It appears they are genuinely single by their own merit. Upon hearing her laughter, the others remained bewildered, but Lu Feng quickly grasped the situation. Gently tapping her on the head, "You're overthinking it. What if they have boyfriends?" The 4 single men instantly understood, while Lu Li, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Sister-in-law, we're discussing serious matters here." Lin Shui and Lu Aimin, who had just finished exercising, were already tense due to the ongoing conversation. Yet Zhou Yuan's unexpected laughter seemed to ease their anxiety. They began to glance at the avatars of the 2 young women, commenting, "They look quite appealing." They even took out their phones to check their social media. One profile was private, but the other displayed a recent selfie taken during a heat wave, mentioning plans for a trip to Yunnan during the last month of summer vacation, which had to be cancelled due to travel restrictions.
Lin Kui frowned, nodding.
"This delicate girl looks unrecognizable in her photo. She's a teacher?" Lu Li snatched the phone and retorted, "Mom, how would you know if she's unrecognizable? Have you seen her?" Lin Shui raised an eyebrow. "Ollie, you're not actually interested, are you?"
Liu Li laughed in disbelief. "Mom,
I haven't thought about marriage in over 30 years. I certainly don't now. Don't let sister-in-law lead you astray." Zhou Yuan shrugged. expressing concern for the two single women living alone, suggesting they should be cautious or they might encounter trouble. The others exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, indicating they had no intentions of pursuing anything. Lu Li quickly marked an X beside their names, and Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, convinced that the eldest brother was indeed uninterested. Continuing through the listings, apartment 602 was vacant, while 701 housed an elderly couple, likely enjoying their retirement in solitude, prompting Lu Li to assign them 1 star. Apartment 702 belonged to a family similar to Zhou Yuan's, but with only one son, consisting of 3 members plus the grandparents. The female head of the household had a family portrait as her avatar, and the male head's profile featured only pictures of him drinking with friends. The absence of the grandparents from the group hinted at the family's dynamics, leading Lu Li to assign 3 stars. At least there was a man present. Zhou Yuan scrutinized the family photo and exclaimed in surprise. Lu Li inquired, "What's the matter?" Zhou Yuan enlarged the avatar, recognizing the woman. "I've seen her in my dreams." Everyone turned to her, and she recounted an encounter at the base before the tornado struck, where this woman had offered a piece of bread to a starving Xiaoyu, whom Zhou Yuan had hesitated to accept it from. The woman had mentioned that her own child was the same age as Xiaoyu but had been lost during a storm. Zhou Yuan remembered this clearly, as this woman was one of the few who had shown her kindness during those bleak years, making her impression of her unforgettable. She glanced at the child in her arms, realizing they were of similar age. Lu Feng comforted her, and Zhou Yuan smiled, assuring them she was fine, but added, "I don't recall the man beside her, or the 2 elderly figures." Whether she simply had no memory of them or had never encountered them remained uncertain, especially since she had lost Xiaoyu and had little focus on the outside world thereafter. Lu Li made a note to keep a close eye on this family. In apartment 802, a couple and their high school son were rated 4 stars. 2 more households were noted. One in apartment 1201. A couple with a 15 or 16-year-old daughter, rated 3 stars, and another in 1402, a family with a grandfather who appeared quite elderly, the parents in their 50s, and a daughter around 27 or 28, dressed in a business suit for her profile picture, giving off a strong woman vibe, also rated 3 stars. Upon reviewing, it became clear that this building had a rather low combat capacity, primarily consisting of families who typically had vulnerabilities and would not easily provoke others or engage in unnecessary conflicts. Among the more active members in the group were those from apartments 1601, 501, and the selfie-taking young woman from 601. Despite Zhou Yuan's silence, the management did not remove her from the group, merely suggesting that each building conduct a survey of their residents, as the occupancy rate was low, with many still undergoing renovations. The group exchanged glances, realizing they couldn't evade this inquiry. If they were to be checked floor by floor, it was only a matter of time before they would be scrutinized. Lu Li was unperturbed. He was ready to simply send someone out to register. He glanced at Lu Ming, who, despite his silence, had a physique that was quite imposing. As Lu Li looked at him, Lu Ming immediately tensed, asking, "Why are you looking at me, Brother Li?" Lu Li stroked his chin, instructing, "When they come, you and Lu Qing will handle it. Don't reveal our existence or let anyone in, understood?" Lu Ming was puzzled, but Lu Qing quickly affirmed, "I'll ensure the task is completed." Lu Ming scratched his head, starting to comprehend that Lu Li wanted him to serve as a deterrent while Lu Qing would handle the conversation. Zhou Yuan's eyes brightened at this plan, as it effectively eliminated suspicion regarding her residence in that building. Eventually, they would have to face the outside world. But the longer they could remain hidden, the safer the elderly and children would be. Lin Chui shared this sentiment, sighing in relief while casting a few admonishing glances at Lu Li, likely recalling past incidents of similar nature. Lu Li, already immune to his mother's disapproving looks, shrugged nonchalantly. With this major issue resolved, it was time to return to their routines, continuing their exercise and caring for the children.
Zhou Yuan,
Jumping and playing with her 2 kids, couldn't he help but ponder the fate of the child from apartment 702, wondering how they had met their end. If assistance were possible, she wished to extend it, as a mother first and foremost could not bear to see such young children suffer, and also to repay the kindness shown to her in her past life, thereby settling that karmic debt. Naturally, this would depend on the circumstances. She had learned not to offer blind help, lacking the excess compassion often attributed to a savior. With her children so young, the extreme heat coupled with heavy rain could easily lead to illness, necessitating a boost to their health. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yuan suddenly remembered the water she had set aside. Checking the time, she realized that 3 hours had passed. She wondered if it was still effective. Recalling that her previous measurement had lost potency in under an hour, she felt exasperated at the distraction caused by the previous incident. Holding out little hope, she took a sip from one of the cups, and her eyes lit up. Miraculously, it was still effective. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of joy, wishing to laugh aloud, as this meant she wouldn't need to fetch water constantly. When she was away, her family could only drink regular water. Observing the remaining cups, she decided to wait a little longer to see how much longer the effect could last, speculating that perhaps with each upgrade to her space, the water would no longer lose its potency, an enticing possibility. Her earlier frustrations faded away, replaced by a sense of contentment as she happily continued exercising with her children. Xiao Yu bouncing energetically while Xiao Jin practiced skipping rope, with Zhou Yuan encouraging him to swing the rope more vigorously. In the later stages, when the zombies arrive, they can only be killed by severing their skulls, which are remarkably hard. Lacking strength in her hands, any weapon becomes futile regardless of its quality. Although the adults are protective, unforeseen circumstances can arise, and practicing regularly might just save a life. This applies to her as well. Her hand strength has always been weak. She used to rely on her mouth to open bottle caps, not out of pretentiousness, but simply due to her lack of strength. I recall the time when she was alone with her child, yearning for a specific treat, but unable to open the cap, leaving them both staring at the bottle in frustration. Eventually, she had to muster the courage to ask a neighbor for help, only to be scolded by the neighbor's wife with a disapproving glance. It's a tearful memory. When a few burly men entered, they saw Zhou Yuan and Xiao Jin on the balcony vigorously swinging a rope. It was quite an impressive sight. Lu Feng chuckled, asking what they were training for. Zhou Yuan briefly explained the methods for dealing with zombies, prompting a serious response from the others. Lin Shui and the elderly couple who came in afterward agreed that they should also practice. Zhou Yuan nodded, advising her parents to act within their limits. Despite their age, they had survived tough times and possessed more hand strength than she and Xiao Jin. She then turned to Lu Li, saying, "Brother, your approach to training them is correct. When the time comes, it will be hands that kill zombies and legs that run." Lu Li nodded and inquired if she would like to join them in hitting the sandbags. Zhou Yuan quickly shook her head, jokingly refusing. Observing the bulging muscles on their arms, she felt no desire to engage in such strenuous activity. Her focus remained on strengthening her mental power through long-range attacks. Forgive her, for before the apocalypse, she was a delicate girl unaccustomed to labor, and even her attempts at cooking were half-hearted, relying on gadgets to peel potatoes or shred carrots. The notion of hitting sandbags was simply beyond her capabilities. Seeing her reaction, Lu Feng smiled knowingly, ruffling her hair. She was still the little girl who worried him whenever she stepped outside. Lu Li, acknowledging her firm refusal, felt no need to press further, believing that these strong men could protect themselves without engaging in direct combat. However, basic self-defense skills were essential.
Lin Kui nodded in agreement,
Thinking her lovely daughter-in-law shouldn't have to undertake such arduous tasks, and went to prepare dinner instead. Lu Aimin frowned and declared, "I will join you all for practice tomorrow." Upon receiving disapproving looks from the others, he retorted, "What's wrong with that? I'm not yet 60. I'm still young. I can carry a load of grain and run quickly. You probably couldn't keep up with me." This was indeed true, as Lu Aimin had grown up doing farm work and was in good shape. Lu Li considered and said, "All right, Dad, practice on your own. I won't set any tasks or schedules. Just listen to your body, as my sister-in-law said, act according to your strength." Lu Aimin remained noncommittal and turned to help Lin Shui in the kitchen. Zhou Yuan recalled the few glasses of water she had prepared and, noticing an hour had passed, asked them to each try a glass while she retained one for further testing. After they drank and exchanged glances, they nodded in unison, feeling the effects. Lu Cheng exclaimed in wonder, "Sister-in-law, this water is truly remarkable. It completely banished my fatigue. I always wondered why your water tasted so extraordinary, far superior to those flashy advertised energy drinks." Zhou Yuan, delighted by the results, instructed Lu Feng to refill the water dispenser. Earlier, when testing the water, she had filled a bucket, which she placed directly on the dispenser, ensuring its efficacy for at least 4 hours. As for the spring water stored in the pantry, it likely still required immediate use. After dinner, everyone relaxed on the sofa, engaging in their own activities. Zhou Yuan checked the homeowner group chat and noted that she had not been removed yet. However, a certain meddlesome woman continued to private message her, wondering why Zhou Yuan was ignoring her. Overwhelmed, Zhou Yuan decided to screenshot the group as accusatory messages, particularly from her cousin, and then blocked her. The group had been silent for a while, and seeing her unresponsive, someone made a snide remark. Following a comment from the group admin about population assessment, they began organizing individuals from each building. Some resourceful people started creating smaller groups and shared QR codes for their building, like Gao Ning from Building 5. Zhou Yuan did not concern herself with the other buildings, but checked Building 8, where the QR code was shared by the male head of the family in apartment 502. It appeared Lu Li's judgment was indeed sharp. They were the only family with a 5-star rating, and all members seemed capable. With the youngest daughter being around 14 or 15, and both parents still young without any elderly members. Zhou Yuan was not foolish enough to scan the code, as that would be inviting trouble. She chose to remain in the larger group and observe. Sharing the information with everyone, Lu Cheng suggested, "Sister-in-law, why don't I scan the code? What if there's important information?" Lu Feng quickly shook his head, cautioning, "There's no need. If you scan it, how will you explain how you got the code?" Naturally, someone would eventually let him in. Lu Cheng was puzzled, wondering how others would let him in if he didn't scan it himself. Lu Qing whispered an explanation, and suddenly, Lu Cheng understood, realizing that everyone else seemed to share the same sentiment. He felt his intelligence waning in comparison. Oh, and then there was Lu Ming, who still appeared oblivious. Comforted by this, Lu Cheng patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, leaving him confused. After enough rest, they resumed training. Lin Chui opted out of climbing the stairs at night for safety and instead chose to do aerobics, while Lu Aimin joined them to hit the sandbags. Zhou Yuan took out a child-sized basketball, encouraging Xiao Jin to practice passing and shooting with her younger brother. Meanwhile, she mimicked badminton movements with a racket, running, jumping, and hitting for an hour, which proved effective. The remaining glass of water, tested after dinner, was found ineffective, indicating that the upgraded water duration was about 4 hours, decent enough. With Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu both at a growing age, Zhou Yuan took them to wash up and sleep around 9, joining in the routine herself. She then entered the space through her consciousness to organize and enhance her mental power. The thought of dealing with animal waste made her scalp tingle. Alas, it was unavoidable. Leaving it unattended would only lead to a more unpleasant mess. However, to her surprise, the space had provided a significant boon. It had automatically purified all the animal droppings. She hadn't noticed this before, but now she could not find any waste at all. It was unlikely they hadn't relieved themselves for so long. So the only explanation was that the space had indeed executed the purification. Feeling uneasy, she circled the livestock area and confirmed the absence of waste. She even witnessed a cow produce a sizable pile of droppings, which visibly dissolved before her eyes. Zhou Yuan joyfully danced around, realizing she had alleviated a significant burden. Little did anyone know her greatest worry was not surviving the apocalypse, but rather dealing with the daily chore of cleaning up after animals. In the early days of this task, she had even felt nauseous enough to vomit, prompting Lu Feng and her mother-in-law to speculate she might be pregnant, leading to several days of concern from her mother-in-law. However, when she moved to the planting area, new issues arose. Previously, she had used the droppings as fertilizer, but now, with the waste gone, she wondered where she would procure fertilizer. Did they have any stored? Continuing, she discovered that the 2 chickens had followed her out, and they began to peck at the weeds and insects in the garden, leaving behind droppings that seemed to dissolve into the earth. It appeared as though the soil had absorbed it, prompting Zhou Yuan to ponder that both the rich black earth of this space and the grassy land seemed remarkably nutritious. Perhaps it was not merely nutrition. It could be said that the soil was quite fertile, and this fertility was indeed derived from such excrement. Was this not a form of an automatic recycling system? She mused that it could be understood in this way. Zhou Yuan felt that allowing these 2 chickens to roam in the breeding area was a good idea, though she worried they might peck at the vegetable leaves. Thus, she erected a small fence around the perimeter, permitting them to relieve themselves only on the surrounding land to nourish her soil. Zhou Yuan could not help but applaud her own cleverness. Perhaps she could bring in more animals. Now that she did not have to clean up droppings herself, and the space had been automatically purified with no unpleasant odor, she could indeed raise a few more and let them reproduce. After all, despite having kept animals for such a long time, they had only laid a few eggs. With this thought, she excitedly set out to find Lu Feng. Chapter 36. The census. Lu Feng naturally did not refute Zhou Yuan's thoughts, but he was reminded that with the rising waters and the pouring rain outside, it would be impossible to venture out in the next couple of days. He recalled the census scheduled for the following day. The 2 elders and 2 children could remain undisclosed for now. The 5 adult men were not a concern, but they could not reveal all their cards at once, considering they would eventually need to go out to gather supplies. He, along with Lu Li and Lu Qing, bore similar physiques, and with a little disguise, it would be impossible to tell them apart. It sufficed for the 3 of them to send out one person. Previously, his brother suggested that Lu Cheng and Lu Ming handle the situation, but now he could join them. With this in mind, he went to find Lu Cheng. Sure enough, the next morning, the sound of someone knocking loudly on the iron gate of the outer isolation platform echoed. Since everyone had turned in early the previous night, they were all awake. When they heard the knocking, the family was having breakfast, which could very well have been considered lunch. Upon hearing the noise outside, they exchanged glances, and Lu Li gestured to Lu Cheng, while Lu Ming instinctively followed him out. As Lu Cheng stepped outside, he heard a cacophony of voices on the other side of the security door. A greasy male voice exclaimed, "This family is too domineering. Why put up a door here? This is a public stairwell." Another somewhat spoiled voice chimed in, "Why should the top floor monopolize the rooftop? Is that woman who never speaks living here?" A frivolous male voice added, "Thank goodness Brother Chen insisted on climbing up. Otherwise, we would know there were people living on this floor." "Here comes the flattery," scoffed a disdainful female voice. "Mind your own business, you jerk," a steady male voice commanded. "All right, everyone quiet down." Once silence fell, he called out, "Hello, is anyone there?" Lu Qing clicked his tongue, taken aback by the lively scene. Is it possible that every household has sent someone out? He opened the security door to find a throng of men and women packed in the stairwell. Upon seeing someone emerge, a slender young man called out, "What do you mean putting up a door here?" Lu Cheng recognized the speaker as the one with the greasy voice, recalling that it belonged to the flirtatious man from the 16th floor who had delivered supplies to married women and had made fun of their 4 single lives. He sneered, "What do you mean? I'm just stopping you from coming up. Look at you all buzzing around. I'm a bit frightened." Another voice retorted, "Hey, handsome. That's not how you should speak. We're just here to meet the new neighbors." "Exactly. We're all new residents, especially with the current situation outside. We ought to band together," chimed in a sweet female voice. Lu Cheng rubbed his arms where goosebumps had emerged, reflecting on how women spoke nowadays. He genuinely believed that his sister-in-law was beautiful, kind-hearted, and had a melodious voice. Noticing Lu Cheng's silence, the steady male voice continued, "Young brother, my surname is Chen. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Chen. I live in 502 of this building. The weather has been unusual, and we can't go outside, so we thought we should check on the residents in the building. It would be good to keep an eye on each other. Could you please open this door?" "Yes, tear down that door quickly. This corridor belongs to all of us." "Who do you think you are?" yelled the greasy man from 1601. Lu Cheng shot him a sidelong glance, choosing to ignore him. Upon noticing Lu Cheng's dismissive expression, the greasy man opened his mouth to curse, but was abruptly silenced by Lu Ming, who stood at nearly 6 feet tall, emerging from inside. Lu Cheng noticed this and felt a bit disgruntled. While Lu Qing was clever, he felt overshadowed by Lu Ming's imposing presence. Yet he still had his wit. Turning his attention back to Brother Chen, he smiled and said, "I apologize. My brother here suffers from paranoia, which is why he put up the door. Since you all are here in such numbers, I think I shall keep it closed. Just speak your mind." Laughter erupted among the crowd, including Lu Ming, who found the remark absurd. Paranoia? With those muscles, he is more likely to intimidate others. Lu Cheng paid no heed to their reactions, maintaining a cheerful demeanor as he faced Brother Chen. After a moment, Brother Chen coughed discreetly into his fist, his voice stiff as he asked, "I just want to know how many households live on this floor, how many people and their genders and ages." Lu Cheng clicked his tongue. "Are you the police?" "Conducting a household registration check." Brother Chen felt embarrassed. Just then, Lu Li stepped out, initially intending for Lu Feng to handle the situation. But Zhou Yuan feared that if another person emerged, they might inadvertently reveal connections to relatives living in Jinxiu Garden who were familiar with Lu Feng. Although Lu Feng was often absent, many residents had seen him due to the length of time he had lived there. Upon seeing another man emerge, the crowd noticed his demeanor was not to be trifled with. As they had just seen the sandbags hanging in the open security door, they all fell silent.
Liu Li,
feeling impatient, asked, "What is taking so long to sort this out?" Lu Cheng's eyes twinkled. "Wasn't this a household registration check?" "What household registration?" Lu Li shot a fierce glare at them. "What right do I have to check?" After saying this, he turned back inside. "Hurry up, today's tasks are not yet completed." Lu Ming quickly followed him in. Lu Cheng, feeling flustered, turned to the people outside and said, "You see, it's just me and Brother Li here. Only one household. Brother Li is angry, so I must go back in." He moved to enter the door. "Hey, young brother." Brother Chen called after him. Lu Cheng, feeling annoyed, replied, "What more do you want?" Brother Chen hurriedly opened a group QR code. "We've set up a WeChat group for the residents of Building 8. Please scan to join. It will help keep everyone informed in case of any issues." Lu Cheng could not help but admire Lu Qing for being so perceptive. He raised an eyebrow, feigning reluctance as he took out his phone to scan the code, waving his hand dismissively. All right, you can leave now." He then stepped back inside, shutting the security door behind him, leaving the group outside staring at each other. "Brother Chen, how many people do you think they have?" asked a calm female voice, the daughter of 1402. Brother Chen shook his head. "I'm not sure, but regardless of how many there are, they are not to be trifled with. Best to steer clear." The greasy man attempted to voice his thoughts but ultimately fell silent. After all, he realized he could not provoke the three men he had just seen. The group gradually descended the stairs, and just before a girl left, she glanced back at the security door, her eyes cast down in contemplation. Chapter 37. Watching the play in the days that followed, tranquility gradually enveloped the community, with the main group falling silent. The smaller group consisted of just a few individuals engaging in casual conversations, devoid of any particularly enriching topics. The temperature amidst the torrential rains had soared to a staggering 70 degrees, and the water level continued to rise, soon reaching the third floor, where the woman resided. Lu Cheng overheard gossip in the group about how, during a recent population census, a foul odor reminiscent of decay had emanated from her residence. Her son's corpse lay within. After all, with the waters now flooding into her home, she was compelled to relocate upstairs, unable to move the already decomposing body of her son. She sought refuge in the group, initially met with silence, until a kind-hearted elderly couple on the 7th floor offered her shelter. Meanwhile, a newlywed couple attempted to order food in the group, but this time, no one responded. Understandably so, as the oppressive heat and relentless rain had persisted for over half a month. Only those of Lin Chui's generation seemed inclined to stockpile provisions at home. The younger crowd lacked such habits, purchasing only as needed, primarily snacks, resorting to takeout when supplies dwindled. However, Lin Chui's peers, often burdened with families, had little surplus to sell. Starvation loomed large, rendering any amount of money useless in the face of hunger. Though communication via phone remained somewhat functional, official emergency lines like 110 were unreachable, as even the police were unable to respond amidst the chaos. Zhou Yuan recalled that in her previous life, official aid arrived nearly a month into the deluge, when the highest temperatures had already passed. Given the current conditions, it was likely that the water would soon reach its peak, and official relief would follow, albeit ineffectively. The plight faced by these individuals extended beyond mere food scarcity. The threat of heat stroke loomed ominously. Many elderly and children were ill-equipped to withstand such temperatures. Some households clung to functioning air conditioning units, while others had long since ceased to operate. Their community, being newly established, had only recently received occupancy. So most residents had newly installed air conditioning, allowing them to endure the sweltering conditions a bit longer. In contrast, older communities like Jinxiu Garden were far more lively, and reports indicated a significant loss of life there. Even with air conditioning, the impending cessation of water and electricity would mark the true onset of disaster. For now, the ability to voice complaints in the group, regardless of their efficacy, provided a much-needed outlet for frustration. However, as time wore on, that outlet would vanish, leaving a palpable sense of waiting for death. It was almost miraculous that their community had yet to experience power outages. Perhaps the local substation's elevation had spared it from flooding? Typically, rising waters would necessitate enforced power cuts. Lu Cheng appeared engrossed in some news, his expression revealing a sense of lingering intrigue. Noticing Zhou Yuan's expectant gaze, he relinquished his phone to her. She smiled sweetly at her husband before diving into the gossip, while Lu Cheng donned a look of feigned indignation. The news was trivial, typical of what might surface even in peaceful times. The woman from 501 had taken an interest in the man from 1601, prompting 1601's girlfriend to lash out at her in the group chat. Observing the attentiveness of the man from 1601, it was clear he had ulterior motives. Meanwhile, the husband of the woman from 501, in such desperate times, would view her as inconsequential. This was merely the beginning. In true apocalyptic scenarios, exchanging spouses or even resorting to cannibalism became commonplace. Both women were formidable adversaries. One accused the other of shamelessness for seeking another woman's husband, while the latter claimed she couldn't control her man, thus deserved betrayal. The men in the households resembled quail, remaining silent as the tension escalated. Zhou Yuan, bemused, glanced at Lu Feng, who whispered in her ear, "I can only control myself when I'm with you." Zhou Yuan blushed, playfully pinching his side, prompting a yelp from Lu Feng. "Wife, spare me." She knew he was jesting. After recent workouts, he had grown considerably stronger, rendering her playful assault ineffective. As the couple exchanged flirtatious banter, Lin Shui and her husband chuckled, while the four single men observed with exasperation, feeling the sting of envy. While others struggled for sustenance, they feasted heartily, yet were unwittingly subjected to a barrage of romantic jests, an unbearable source of resentment. The verbal altercation in the group intensified, with 1601's girlfriend, unsatisfied with her previous tirade, directing her ire at the man, accusing him of being a cowardly cheat, long accustomed to donning a green hat. She urged women with men to keep a close watch, lest they fall prey to the woman's advances. The hostess of 402, previously engrossed in the spectacle, suddenly interjected. "Hey, are you saying that just because you were cheated on, everyone else must be as well?" Thus, the skirmish escalated from 2 women to 3, and soon 4. Eventually, the men joined the fray, leading to chaos. Zhou Yuan counted, noting that aside from families 502, 701, 802, and 1201, everyone else was embroiled in the melee. Not all were engaged in argument. Some feigned mediation while secretly reveling in the drama. For instance, the man from 702 and the delicate girl from 601 acted as genuine green tea, soothing the 2 feuding sisters and insisting both bore blame. Meanwhile, the powerful woman from 1402 championed female independence and resilience. What a grand spectacle it was. Lu Cheng remarked, "Indeed, 3 women make a play." Zhou Yuan tossed an orange at him, and he caught it with a grin, peeling it open to savor the burst of sweet, tangy juice, a delightful reprieve amidst the chaos. Surely, they were among the few still able to indulge in such fresh fruit. Just then, Zhou Yuan noticed a friend request notification pop up on her screen. As she prepared to investigate, she abruptly remembered it wasn't her phone. Nevertheless, the message displayed the name 8601 Zhongwei, piquing her interest as she glanced at Lu Cheng, who was still relishing his orange. She tossed the phone to him. Lu Cheng, eyeing the friend request in astonishment, exclaimed, "Why is she adding me?" Chapter 38. Intrigued, Zhou Yuan rolled her eyes. "If you want to know, just accept it." Lu Qing chimed in, encouraging him. Lu Cheng was reluctant, ready to decline. But Lu Li insisted. "Just see what she wants." Reluctantly, he accepted the request. Almost immediately, a message arrived. "Hello, handsome." It was a text, not a voice message. Under the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, Lu Qing managed a noncommittal The next message followed swiftly. "Do you and the other 2 gentlemen have any food left?" Zhou Yuan felt a wave of disappointment. It seemed she was merely seeking provisions, which felt rather lowly. Lu Cheng hesitated, unsure how to respond. Perhaps sensing his delay, she quickly added, "Don't misunderstand. I have plenty of food here. My friend and I have stocked up on snacks, and we have a lot of it. They don't spoil easily." Zhou Yuan's interest was rekindled, and she gestured for Lu Cheng to respond swiftly. He felt overwhelmed, unsure of what to say.
Zhou Yuan,
feeling a blend of frustration and determination, seized her phone and began typing vigorously. "What do you mean by asking me about food? Are you planning to share it with me?" Lu Cheng observed Zhou Yuan as she attempted to assist him in charming a girl, or rather, engaging in conversation with a young lady. "Well, young man, you must understand that it's just the 2 of us girls here. It truly isn't very safe." One could almost envision the girl's delicate, melodious voice merely by reading her words. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. She had previously noted the messages in the group chat and recognized her as a manipulative person. Now, it appeared she was not only cunning but also clever. Zhou Yuan pondered. "What do you expect? Do you wish for us to protect you with your meager snacks?" After a lengthy pause with no response, Zhou Yuan questioned whether her words had been too harsh, potentially killing the conversation. Just as she contemplated how to salvage the situation, a new message arrived. "You and the other 2 young men don't have girlfriends, right? My friend and I are also single." The expressions of the eligible bachelors present transformed dramatically, and Zhou Yuan couldn't help but be intrigued by this unexpected boldness. At that moment, Lu Li took the phone and typed, "Are you referring to being without a boyfriend or simply without men?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Was there a distinction? Lu Feng ruffled Zhou Yuan's hair, showing interest in his brother's response, while Zhou Yuan swatted his hand away, finding the gesture reminiscent of petting a dog. Silence followed, and instead of typing, a video was sent. Lu Li avoided Zhou Yuan and accepted the video call. Unfortunately, she couldn't see the girl's face, which left her feeling somewhat disappointed. She would have to rely on the voice alone. "Hello," came the cheerful greeting from Zhang Weiwei, who immediately recognized that the person she was addressing was not the same as before. The voice lacked the previous sweetness, sounding rather normal, which piqued Zhou Yuan's interest. Lu Li smirked. "Are you an acting instructor?" Zhang Weiwei, taken aback by the question, responded, "Girls often display multifaceted personalities, depending on which aspect they wish to portray." Zhou Yuan nodded, acknowledging the truth in her statement. For instance, one behaves differently in front of family, colleagues, acquaintances, and strangers. This girl was beginning to appeal to her. "Oh." Lu Li raised an eyebrow. "How did you know that you needed to present this side of yourself to me, especially since we have yet to converse?" "This is simply a unique intuition possessed by women," Zhang Weiwei replied coolly, "but I am curious about your thoughts on my earlier suggestion." Lu Li chuckled. "You still haven't answered my previous question." Despite her calm demeanor, Zhang Weiwei, freshly graduated from university, felt a tinge of embarrassment at the question, which she found somewhat insulting. However, she knew she had no choice. If she failed to find shelter, she was certain that within half a month, everything she and Wen Yun had would be taken from them, and it could be far worse than mere theft. She had filtered through the entire building. Most residents were preoccupied with their families, leaving only the 3 single men on the rooftop. Though she was uncertain of their character, she was willing to take a gamble. Trusting her instincts, that day, she had scrutinized the 3 men closely. The tall one appeared a bit foolish, while the blonde, though seemingly carefree, possessed a clear gaze. The man before her, slightly older, exuded an undeniable charisma that captivated her. As Lu Li observed the girl on the video, her expression shifted, and she resolutely stated, "I have neither a boyfriend nor any men in my life." Lu Li fell silent, sensing Zhang Weiwei's growing anxiety. She understood that her self-advocacy might seem desperate, but she was determined to survive and not become a mere plaything for others. Lu Li spoke up, "You represent only yourself. What about your so-called friend, Wen Yun?" Zhang Weiwei hesitated, glancing at her friend nearby, who was frantically gesturing for her to reconsider. With a sigh, she replied, "Well, her personality is somewhat introverted. Are you certain she would be willing to follow your lead? After all, she has yet to meet us." Lu Li interrupted, "Young lady, do not take on too much responsibility. We are not in need of more women." With that, Lu Li swiftly ended the video call, tossing the phone to a dumbfounded Lu Cheng. Zhou Yuan, equally bewildered, wondered why the conversation had abruptly ceased. Lu Feng, tempted to ruffle her hair again, thought better of it after catching her fierce gaze. He chuckled, "This girl is quite rational and insightful, but as for her friend..." Zhou Yuan contemplated, nodding in agreement. Her brother had specifically mentioned the friend. If she were truly supportive, she should step forward and voice her opinions. Being introverted was not an excuse to evade responsibility. If they were to accept the 2 of them, it would be akin to inviting a ticking time bomb into their lives. Lin Shui turned to Lu Li, questioning, "Are you genuinely interested in this girl?" Under the scrutiny of numerous inquisitive eyes, Lu Li remained composed. "No." Lu Aimin suggested, "If you find her appealing, you might consider taking a closer look. If not, it's best to avoid entanglements. Caution is key during these times." Lin Shui nodded in agreement. Despite their concerns for their eldest son's future, prudence was paramount. Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan remained non-committal. It was hardly an opportune time to seek a partner, yet if fate presented an opportunity, they hoped Lu Li would not miss it. A careful assessment was essential. One must not idealize the world, yet there should remain a glimmer of hope. Lu Cheng and the others exclaimed, "Long live singleness." Chapter 39. The Colors of Emotion. Zhou Yuan observed Lu Li, sensing an inexplicable premonition that her brother held a special interest in this girl. She began to attune herself to Lu Li's mental energy. "There are colors now?" She straightened in her seat, prompting Lu Feng to inquire, "What is wrong?" Zhou Yuan shook her head in silence. Since the last time she had explored the mental energies of Lu Cheng and the others, she had refrained from utilizing this ability. Was it possible that her psychic power evolved alongside her surroundings? Recently, she had dedicated an hour each night to honing her mental strength, feeling a noticeable enhancement. However, she merely recognized that it was now easier to tap into her consciousness and sustain it longer, allowing her to sense the presence of those nearby effortlessly. During the recent census, despite not venturing outside, she had accurately detected the arrival of 9 individuals, 6 men and 3 women. This was a natural instinct rather than a conscious effort, akin to an innate psychological perception. She hesitated to probe into her family's mental energies, feeling it might infringe upon their privacy, but her curiosity was piqued today, leading to unexpected discoveries. Noticing her silence, the others resumed their own tasks. Lu Feng settled quietly beside Zhou Yuan, aware that she had made some discovery, but unable to articulate it. He stood guard, ready to support her. Zhou Yuan, reassured by Lu Feng's presence, extended her mental energy to explore the psychic signatures of those present. Starting with the simplest task, she observed the 2 children at the tea table engrossed in a cartoon. Their innocent hearts were unguarded, allowing her to effortlessly perceive 2 green lines. Xiao Yu's was purer, while Xiao Jin's carried a hint of light purple. Zhou Yuan furrowed her brow, unable to decipher the significance of these colors. Observing the children's reactions, she noted that Xiao Yu was completely absorbed in the cartoon, exuding joy, while Xiao Jin occasionally glanced over, curious about the adults. She surmised that green likely represented happiness, while purple signified curiosity. Not wishing to dwell on it, she decided to document her observations on her phone to avoid forgetting. Lu Feng observed her writing green for happiness and purple for curiosity. What could that mean? He noticed she glanced in his direction, and Zhou Yuan easily discerned the contours of Lu Feng's emotions. Was that a flesh tone? As she caught him staring intently at the notes on her phone, was he contemplating or merely perplexed? Regardless, she decided to document it. At that moment, Lu Feng seemed to grasp something. Could his wife possess the ability to read minds? Reflexively, he covered his heart, realizing that it might not serve any purpose. Zhou Yuan promptly noticed a faint blush of red creeping into Lu Feng's emotions, and upon seeing his wide eyes, she wondered if he had made a discovery. Did this blush signify shock? Lu Feng felt a wave of panic wash over him. It seemed his secrets were no longer concealed. Zhou Yuan detected a hint of gray in Lu Feng's emotional palette and raised an eyebrow. Was he experiencing an overabundance of thoughts? What did this gray signify? Did it imply he sensed her awareness of his mental state, engendering fear or anxiety? She continued writing. Seeing this, Lu Feng lay back and quietly asked, "Wife, have you developed mind-reading abilities?" Zhou Yuan shook her head, clarifying that it wasn't precisely mind-reading. Mind-reading is an extraordinary ability to detect psychological activities and accurately discern thoughts, whereas her gift was merely the perception of emotional waves, essentially, feelings. However, there seemed to be a connection, as cognitive and emotional activities are often synchronized. Yet, she could not detect their specific thoughts, only their current emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Upon seeing her shake her head, Lu Feng sighed in relief. Thankfully, it meant that during their intimate moments, she wouldn't be able to hear his innermost thoughts, which would be quite embarrassing. Zhou Yuan, puzzled, noticed Lu Feng's emotional lines shifting to a blend of pink and green. What did that signify? Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "What were you just thinking?" Lu Feng fell silent, gazing upwards, as if to say, "It is unspeakable." Noticing his reticence, Zhou Yuan chose not to press the issue, confident she would find another opportunity to inquire. She added a question mark behind the pinkish green, causing Lu Feng to feel utterly bewildered. What kind of extraordinary ability did his wife possess? Zhou Yuan turned her attention away from Lu Feng, having already discerned numerous colors from him. She couldn't monopolize her findings solely on him. Glancing at Lin Chui and Lu Aimin, she noted that they were still murmuring beside Lu Li. Both of their emotional lines were tinged with red, but not the same light red as Lu Feng's earlier. Rather, it was a rose hue, indicative of concern. Lin Chui exhibited a hint of gray, similar to Lu Feng's earlier, suggesting fear or worry, while Lu Aimin showed a flesh tone, resembling Lu Feng's initial color, likely indicating contemplation. As for Lu Li, she had not paid attention to her initially, but now noticed a touch of purple, with her current emotional state displaying a warm orange yellow. Zhou Yuan stared at her for a while, unable to discern whether it was more resignation or irritation, prompting yet another question mark. Moreover, she sensed that Luli seemed to be aware of her probing, displaying a heightened sense of caution. This awareness posed some obstacles to her perception, albeit minor. She glanced back at Lu Feng, who suddenly felt a jolt of energy. Zhou Yuan realized that her ability to detect emotions was no longer as effortless as before. Thus, if someone was aware of her ability or had a vigilant disposition, it would create a certain hindrance. The extent of this hindrance depended not only on the mental state of the individual being probed, but also on her own mental strength. Turning her focus to Lu Cheng and the other two, she found them whispering and occasionally glancing at Lu Li, clearly gossiping. Especially Lu Cheng, whose bright smile radiated joy. It was evident he relished observing Lu Li's misfortunes. Zhou Yuan found it easy to detect his emotional lines, which glowed a vibrant green, signaling his delight. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's lines also shimmered green but were noticeably lighter, with hints of gold. Zhou Yuan paused, redirecting her gaze back to Lu Cheng, realizing that she had overlooked the golden glimmers within his vibrant green lines. What could this golden hue signify? As for Lu Qing, she expected some resistance, but found it manageable. His colors mirrored Lu Cheng's green with gold, alongside a peculiar pinkish white. What could that mean? Regardless, she noted it down. Lu Feng could no longer contain himself, seizing Zhou Yuan's phone to scrutinize the chaotic array of colors displayed. Why were there so many shades when only 7 colors were supposed to exist? No wonder there are so many shades of lipstick for women. Zhou Yuan snatched the phone back, her excitement palpable. She was eager to rush before others to discover more colors, though it was regrettable. However, with so many people at home, emotions would inevitably fluctuate, allowing her to uncover numerous colors. Unbeknownst to her, everyone present felt an inexplicable chill creeping down their spines. Particularly Lu Feng. Chapter 40. Official rescue. In the days that followed, Zhou Yuan enthusiastically engaged in detecting emotional lines, determining the emotions represented by each color, always ensuring to do so when everyone was in the same space. She refrained from probing individuals in private, as it might infringe upon their privacy and hinder her observations. As for the pinkish-green lines Lu Feng displayed, she had deciphered them as embarrassment and shame, though the details of her discovery need not be elaborated. Zhou Yuan had kept her psychic ability a secret from anyone other than Lu Feng. She was still exploring its potential and saw no need to disclose it prematurely, preferring to wait for the opportune moment. While others regarded her as eccentric, she gradually unraveled the meanings of most common colors. The rarer hues would take time to decipher, so she turned her attention to assessing her mental strength. She discreetly visited the 16th floor, where she realized she could sense 2 presences on the 20th floor from a distance of approximately 10 meters, though she could not see their emotional lines until she reached the 17th floor. However, she had chosen an ill-timed moment to descend. The emotional lines were pinkish-green with a hint of yellow, an emotion she had never encountered among her family members before. She discovered that if individuals were not directly in front of her, she could perceive their essence, one male and one female, but could not distinguish which emotional line belonged to whom. She also sensed the presence of 4 individuals on the 14th floor, one of whom had an exceptionally faint essence. Zhou Yuan furrowed her brow, but decided against proceeding further, estimating that the faint presence likely belonged to an elderly man nearing 80, who had managed to endure this long. Upon returning home, several men were discussing whether they could venture out. It was now early September, and heavy rainfall had persisted for over half a month. Since the onset of the disaster, which had begun over 20 days prior, temperatures had recently reached new highs, but they had begun to decline along with the rainfall. Lu Feng and the others tested their thick, one-piece raincoats. They felt warm, but not unbearably hot. Upon Zhou Yuan's return, Lu Feng beckoned her over to solicit her opinion. Reflecting on the situation, she remarked, "I believe official rescue efforts will commence in the next few days." After all, the water had risen in their building to the 3rd floor and was about to reach the 4th. The residents of the 4th floor had previously sought assistance in their group. However, due to their large family, no one could accommodate them. Ultimately, they had resorted to breaking into the 6th floor, room 602, and thankfully the units were newly renovated. They managed to relocate some of their furniture upstairs, making it livable. As for the girl from room 601, she had not privately messaged Lu Qing again. It was unclear whether she had found new support. Official rescue?
Liu Lin Kirat.
Her brow furrowed. What exactly does that entail? It involved evacuating those whose homes had been flooded to safety and distributing food supplies to each household. Zhou Yuan recalled that in her past life, they had delivered a few pounds of rice and some cabbage and radishes. Zhou Yuan scrolled through the community group for the Xinxiu Garden and discovered that rescue efforts had already commenced there. It seemed that their community was somewhat remote and had a lower occupancy rate in the new buildings, which explained the delayed assistance. Let us wait for the rescue to arrive before we venture out. By that time, others are likely to emerge as well. And we shall not attract attention as we did last time, Lu Li decided. We can first delineate the places we intend to visit. Lu Feng produced some banknotes. Firstly, we could revisit the village where our parents collected livestock last time and bring back some animals.
Liu Li nudda.
Acknowledging that we had gathered sufficient food supplies from various supermarkets earlier, it would be prudent to pause on that front for now, as it is likely that many are flocking to those locations. Instead, we should focus on gathering fuel and the jade stones needed for our sibling space. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment and remarked, the mineral and gem market, the international jade city, and the jade artifact city are all abundant in jade. We could also visit the wholesale market. It is replete with various goods, possibly including items we have yet to stockpile, Lu Qing suggested. Perhaps we could also procure a few vehicles? Lu Qing chimed in with a chuckle. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. Are the cars not submerged?
Can they still be used?
You may not be aware, sister-in-law, but the higher-end vehicles are often parked at elevated locations. Moreover, I have heard that not long ago, there was a small luxury car exhibition at the International Tower, showcasing several fine automobiles. Lu Qing replied with a smirk. Lu Feng and Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed. They only had 3 vehicles, and considering the apocalyptic scenario fraught with zombies, vehicles would be in high demand. Previously constrained by finances, they now had the opportunity to acquire vehicles at no cost, an offer too good to refuse. Very well. Let us finalize these locations and devise a plan, which place to visit first, and which individuals will accompany us. This time, we cannot drive, but we have stocked inflatable rafts and speedboats. Given their limited capacity and the necessity of leaving someone at home to protect the young and elderly, not everyone can go. As anticipated, the following morning brought an announcement stating that around 10 o'clock, officials would arrive to transport residents needing relocation to a shelter. Each individual could present their identification to receive 2 pounds of rice and 1 pound of vegetables. Excitement erupted among the crowd, and discussions grew lively. After such a long wait, official aid had finally arrived. Some even began to voice their frustration at the authorities for their delayed response, lamenting that they were living off taxpayers' money while failing to act. Yet, they seemed to forget that this calamity extended beyond a single city, affecting the entire nation and indeed the world. The officials were human too, grappling with their own predicaments, and could not instantaneously mobilize personnel for rescue. Furthermore, while their city faced extreme heat, torrential rain, and flooding, many other areas were suffering from landslides and mudslides triggered by the deluge, necessitating prioritization in rescue efforts. Ultimately, the group deliberated that, given their ample food supplies, they would refrain from taking advantage of the official provisions. Instead, the 3 individuals who had already presented themselves would collect a token amount. In the past few days, they had ensured that any fragrant food prepared at home was kept securely behind closed doors, lest the aroma attract unwanted attention. The rescue personnel arrived aboard several speedboats. With 5 or 6 workers clad in fishing-style rain gear, their faces obscured save for their eyes. They navigated their boats to the windows at the water's edge, dividing their efforts into 2 groups, one for registering individuals needing relocation, and another for distributing supplies. The latter group operated smoothly, as long as one presented an ID. There seemed to be no time for thorough identity checks. One person, one portion, with no scrutiny if IDs did not match. However, an individual could not use 2 IDs to claim multiple portions. The relocation side, however, was tumultuous. Residents from their 4th floor building clamored for information about the shelter. Those in units 501 and 502 inquired whether the water would continue to rise, when the rain would cease, and if there were any official updates. A multitude of questions arose, but these officials were merely low-level employees and possessed limited knowledge. Chapter 41. Mundane affairs. It had been a long time since the area had buzzed with such activity. Zhou Yuan stood by the window with her 2 children. Observing the commotion below, from their height, they were inconspicuous, without binoculars. Lu Feng watched the trio with a resigned shake of his head. Lu Li and the others had already descended. Zhou Yuan sighed, noting that after the official aid, they would soon face water, electricity, and internet outages. Lu Feng said nothing but approached to embrace her shoulders. At that moment, a disturbance erupted below. Zhou Yuan glanced over, realizing there was an argument, but could not discern the specifics from such a distance. After about half an hour, Lu Li and the others returned, and before Zhou Yuan could inquire, Lu Cheng volunteered the information. The grandfather in Unit 1402 had passed away, and his family wished for the officials to take them away to cremate him. Those sharing the boat voiced their discontent, refusing to share space with a corpse and making rather harsh comments, even suggesting they simply discard the body into the water, which incited the woman to anger. Zhou Yuan fell silent, reflecting on how she had sensed the grandfather's waning breath the day before. She had not anticipated his passing so soon, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. Nevertheless, that family displayed a degree of conscience, and fortunate for them, they encountered official aid. Otherwise, they would have been left with a decomposing body in their home or, as some suggested, thrown into the water, an all too common fate in such dire circumstances. Zhou Yuan recalled the aftermath of the floods in her past life, where devastation lay strewn everywhere. Logically, such unsanitary conditions would precipitate outbreaks of disease. Could the so-called zombie virus be related to these circumstances? She dismissed the thought. Recognizing that she was neither a scientist nor a medical professional, speculation was futile. Then Lu Qing added, that girl from Unit 601. Her close friend actually accompanied the officials to the shelter, seeking to locate her parents. Zhou Yuan perked up, casting a glance at Lu Li. What about Zhang Weiwei? She did not leave. Lu Chang was aware of his sister-in-law's interest. No, she did not try to keep her friend from leaving. Nor did she even bid her farewell. Although they had not interacted much, Zhou Yuan sensed that Zhang Weiwei genuinely cared for her friend, as she was determined to seek her own path, while also wanting to bring her along. Had they quarreled? Lu Li gazed speechlessly at Zhou Yuan and Lu Cheng, who were whispering and glancing at him, pinching the bridge of his nose. Why did he feel like he was being scrutinized? Had Lu Cheng also caught Zhou Yuan's fancy? He turned to Lu Feng, only to find him peeling grapefruit for the two children, seemingly indifferent to his wife's antics. How had he never noticed that his brother was a devoted husband? Amidst gossip, it was essential to address serious matters. Their recent descent was not solely for rations, but also to gather information about the officials. As Zhou Yuan and her companions understood, this was a global catastrophe. Their central region remained relatively stable, while the northern and mountainous areas faced dire circumstances. Landslides and mudslides were rampant, and many places were overwhelmed by their own crises. Rescue teams prioritized those areas, and experts predicted this disaster would persist for an extended period. The state's stockpiled supplies must be relocated to safer locations. Otherwise, even if they managed to rescue individuals, the lack of food and water would pose insurmountable challenges. Thus, relatively stable areas like theirs were deprioritized, a reflection of the principle of addressing urgent needs over chronic ones. Lu Qing interjected, I slipped a pack of cigarettes to one of the workers, and in return, I received crucial information. There is a significant government base and many high-ranking officials, along with key research personnel, are gradually being relocated there. He mentioned that his uncle was an expert at the City Research Institute, which is how he acquired this knowledge. Zhou Yuan nodded, unsurprised. The base she was at was merely a makeshift shelter or a refugee camp established by the provincial government. In reality, there are only 4 bases spread across the cardinal directions of the country, each situated at a considerable distance from their location. Consequently, she lacked the means to reach such distant bases in her previous life. As for whether the large base mentioned by Lu Qing is one of them, she remains uncertain. However, she recalls that the 4 bases were likely not established as early as this, although it is also possible that her knowledge was limited. This information serves merely as a passing curiosity, holding little significance for her family. To speak candidly, Lu Li and Lu Qing never completed high school, while Lin Chui and Lu Aimin are even less educated than Xiao Jin. Even Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan, who claim to be university graduates, merely attended a second-tier institution, rendering them far from being research or technical talents. They continue to diligently tend to their modest lives. The official rescue efforts have once again fallen silent, and the battered power system has finally succumbed, leading to an inevitable loss of connectivity. This marks the true beginning of panic. After all, humans are inherently social creatures. In her previous life, Zhou Yuan felt a sense of urgency even amidst the crisis of food shortages, yet with electricity and communication intact. She believed the situation was not dire. However, once communication ceased, she felt utterly abandoned by the world. overwhelmed by dread as she dared not reach out to her neighbors. This sense of insecurity ultimately prompted her decision to follow the larger group to the base. Lacking inner strength, she feared venturing alone with 2 children. Believing that safety lay in numbers, though in the apocalypse, places crowded with people can be the most perilous. Fortunately, this time, being well prepared and with her family by her side, the solar power generator continued to function, rendering the power outage inconsequential to them. The only regret being the inability to indulge in gossip online. They have decided to prioritize stockpiling supplies, starting with visits to various jade markets. Regardless of whether they plan to hoard fuel, vehicles, or even animals, they must first upgrade their storage space. Otherwise, they would face the embarrassment of not having enough room later on. Remaining low-key, they decided that only 3 would go. Zhou Yuan was essential, and fortunately, her build was similar to Lu Cheng's. Accompanied by Lu Feng and Lu Ming, the others would stay home to strategize routes for the other locations. Particularly concerning fuel, which is dispersed across various places, they needed to find a safe and direct route. Zhou Yuan's previously downloaded offline map would prove invaluable. The jade markets were not clustered together but were scattered in different directions. They had prepared a route map at home, yet the flooding had obscured the roads, leaving only the sharp peaks of signs visible. If Zhou Yuan were alone, she would be utterly disoriented, but thankfully, Lu Feng had a good sense of direction and, having lived in the city for many years, was somewhat familiar with the general layout, although it took considerable effort to navigate. Their first stop was a once thriving jade market, now submerged. Zhou Yuan hesitantly asked Lu Go, "Are you certain this is the right place?" Lu Feng checked the map and nodded affirmatively. Disappointment washed over Zhou Yuan. It seemed they had made a fruitless trip. Lu Feng reassured her, "We have diving equipment. How about I go down and take a look?" Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan shook her head. "What can you find on your own? Besides, we have 2 more places to check. There's no need to take risks." Lu Ming was merely a follower, doing whatever they decided. Lu Feng agreed, realizing that it was unnecessary to waste time diving alone. Thus, they pressed on to the next location. Upon reaching another gemstone market, they spotted the tops of buildings peeking above the water surface, sighing in relief. At least they wouldn't return empty-handed. They docked their boat beside the nearest structure and peered through the windows, which were already partially flooded. The windows on this level remained intact, but it was unclear which floor they were on. Lu Ming brandished a hammer and smashed the window, a large one from their toolkit that Zhou Yuan thought suited him well as a weapon. The trio climbed inside and set to work. This market's jade was not the polished jewelry found in shops, but rather uncut, raw stones. Zhou Yuan possessed psychic abilities, yet stones emitted no spiritual vibrations. And without X-ray vision, she could not discern the jade's presence within. They were not there to gamble on the stones. Jade was not native to their city, making this market relatively small. Serious gem hunters went straight to the source. Here, they encountered amateur enthusiasts, so there was little hope for high-quality stones, yet fortune might smile upon them if they stumbled upon a hidden gem. They did not concern themselves with quality, as the space would assess it for them. Zhou Yuan collected larger stones directly, while Lu Feng and Lu Ming gathered smaller ones using bags. This building, being only 1 level above water, was filled with raw stones. They ignored the lower levels and moved on to another building, which contained not only uncut stones, but also some partially sliced ones revealing glimpses of their interiors. After gathering supplies from this market, Zhou Yuan sensed activity in her storage space, but chose not to investigate, continuing onward to the International Jade City, where they were pleasantly surprised. Due to the elevated terrain and the presence of a building with a suspended layer beneath the structure, standing approximately 10 stories tall, experienced flooding on only 1 floor. It truly lives up to its international designation. Inside, what they encountered was not raw jade, but rather an entire block of jade that had been meticulously carved. To be candid, even the 3 of them could not discern its quality, revealing their ignorance in this realm. However, Zhou Yuan found it visually appealing, its crystalline transparency captivating her. Without further ado, she decided to acquire it as a gesture of respect. Notably, as they ascended the floors, the quality of the jade seemed to improve, becoming increasingly exquisite, with some pieces even sculpted into finished products. These were incomparable to the items displayed in shopping malls or jewelry stores, even with their lack of expertise. They recognized the superior value of these pieces. Zhou Yuan glanced at the price list, which began at a staggering 100,000. She recalled a half-human high ornament that had previously upgraded her space, which must have cost several hundreds of thousands. Thus, she surveyed the remaining 2 floors, estimating that this time, she would indeed strike it rich. However, she knew that upgrading the space later would likely become more challenging, so she tempered her expectations. Though disappointment seemed unlikely, they hastily completed the last 2 floors, transitioning from wide-eyed wonder to a mundane perception akin to viewing ordinary stones, a journey of emotional evolution that few could comprehend. Once they had gathered nearly everything, they paused to enjoy a meal prepared by Lin Shui, stored in a lunchbox. Thanks to the preservation function of the storage room, the food tasted as fresh as if it had just been made. The trio savored their meal, one of them indulging in a bottle of cold soda, providing immense relief to their parched throats. Lu Ming finally understood why Lu Cheng often remarked that following his sister-in-law led to a life of luxury, a stark contrast to the experiences with Li Ge and Feng Ge. As they finished up, darkness enveloped them, and the outside world felt increasingly unsafe, especially with the power outage plunging everything into inky blackness, an environment ripe for criminal activity. They chose to leave discreetly, ensuring that apart from the family in Unit 1402, no one was aware of their excursion. In Chapter 43, the SUV, as Zhou Yuan had previously surmised, the space upgrade indeed slowed as they progressed further. Fortunately, the sheer volume and hardness of the jade they collected resulted in significant changes. First and foremost, the area had undoubtedly expanded, standing within the house. She could no longer see its limits, and the nearby mountains had transformed from a small hill into a grand massif. Zhou Yuan, however, did not dare venture closer, uncertain of what lay within. The land and grassland were beyond her ability to describe, so she opted for an electric bicycle to circle the perimeter, taking half an hour to do so. The second floor had been transformed into a luxurious space, complete with appliances, but lacking furniture, which was inconsequential since they had stockpiled plenty during their previous shopping spree. The layout of this second floor was peculiar. It was a large open area devoid of any rooms, featuring a bathroom but no kitchen. Consequently, she repurposed the amusement facilities she had previously acquired for the children, converting the space into a 100-square-meter playground, giving herself a mental pat on the back. The storage room's area remained unchanged, yet its height had increased. The shelves she had previously placed, which were originally 3-tiered, had automatically transformed into 4 tiers. The pond's area had expanded, but the other side remained shrouded in mystery. The spring size had not altered, but its duration had extended to 12 hours, and the energy seemed to have increased somewhat. Furthermore, her psychic abilities appeared to be linked to the space upgrade. She categorized her previous psychic powers into 2 types, one being the ability to sense the presence and location of others, which she termed mental detection, and the other being the perception of emotional colors and lines from others, which she classified as mental empathy. Now, it seemed she had acquired a third ability, enabling her to move objects at will. Previously, she could only manipulate items within the confines of the space through her consciousness, but now she could do so even outside, akin to telekinesis. Additionally, her range of mental detection had expanded from approximately 10 meters to about 20 meters, allowing her to sense others from her home, including a couple on the 16th floor. Her mental empathy had also intensified. She could no longer detect the subtle defenses of individuals like Lu Li and Lu Qing. As for her telekinetic control, she had just begun to master it and could not yet fully manipulate objects, though she could directly retrieve items from her space and place them where needed. However, moving something through the air outside remained beyond her capabilities. This newfound ability was likely a gift from the space upgrade, but the strength of her control required further honing of her psychic powers. What was it they said? A master leads one to the door, but the practice is up to the individual? As for others witnessing her telekinetic control, they merely assumed it was a change brought about by the space upgrade, sparing Zhou Yuan the need for explanations. Once everyone became aware of the size of Zhou Yuan's space, their concerns dissipated. Lu Cheng became increasingly fixated on acquiring vehicles. The order of their tasks mattered little. They could stockpile vehicles first and then fuel them. Thus, Zhou Yuan took a day off before setting off again, accompanied by Lu Cheng and Lu Li, although it should have included Lu Ming. However, whether Lu Feng or Lu Li, neither felt at ease with the 3 of them. Lu Cheng had a reputation for being unreliable, Lu Ming was rather obtuse, and if it weren't for Zhou Yuan's connection to the space, they would prefer not to let her venture out. The trio descended to the 4th floor before dawn, where the water level had risen slightly. This time, Zhou Yuan jumped down with Lu Li's support. In that moment, she recalled how Lu Feng had carried her down previously, which felt somewhat inappropriate. especially since Unit 1402 had witnessed it. But it mattered little. Her frequent outings made it impossible to maintain a low profile. Just like this time. Anyone who spotted her would immediately recognize her as the outsider, but the impact seemed minimal. Lu Cheng, a true connoisseur of luxury vehicles, not only knew of this discreet car exhibition, but had also thoroughly scouted the location. It was not far away, and they quickly arrived. Upon entering, Zhou Yuan was astounded. It was indeed a showcase of luxury cars. Although her knowledge of automobiles was limited, she could identify a few brands, such as Porsche, Maserati, and Ferrari, though most were sports cars. While such vehicles were impressive, in a post-apocalyptic world overrun by zombies, with roads flooded and landslides damaging infrastructure, these cars were essentially useless. If they were to stockpile vehicles, they needed those with higher ground clearance for off-roading. Lu Cheng was aware of this as well. He fondled the cars with palpable affection but showed no intention of having Zhou Yuan collect any. He merely sighed and led them to the next floor. The upper level was not filled with sports cars, but rather an array of RVs from various brands, far superior to the one they had previously acquired and modified. Lu Li squinted his eyes, realizing that had he known Lu Cheng harbored such an interest, he wouldn't have wasted money on modifying their RV. The models showcased in the exhibition were all professionally modified and far superior, featuring the finest materials, bulletproof glass, and explosion-proof tires. At this point, Zhou Yuan needed no prompting. She immediately began to collect RVs. While some of these vehicles may not have high ground clearance, their comfort level, even when not on the road, made them perfect for overnight stays. It would be immensely enjoyable to simply set one up as a temporary home. Additionally, there were several off-road RVs available. After completing her collection, they continued upward, with Lu Cheng leading the way. Suddenly, he erupted in excitement, causing Lu Li to feel as though he had unwittingly brought along a child. Zhou Yuan quickened her pace, only to find Lu Cheng circling a striking off-road vehicle, clearly a remarkable find that left him hesitant to even touch it. Initially indifferent, Lu Li suddenly felt exhilarated as he gazed upon the vehicle, rushing over for a closer inspection. "Is this the Night 15? He exclaimed. Lu Cheng nodded enthusiastically. "I never imagined I would have the opportunity to see such a legendary vehicle in my lifetime." Zhou Yuan blinked, pondering the peculiar name.
Noticing her beжилderment, Liu Li applied.
The Night 15 is a Canadian SUV, ranking just below the Predator and the Kaibai Battle Shield. Zhou Yuan remained perplexed, prompting Lu Cheng to interject. It's an armored vehicle, boasting bulletproof capabilities and off-road prowess that are truly beastly. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch it and continued. To purchase this vehicle domestically, one would need to spend over 5 million. Zhou Yuan finally grasped the situation. Though exorbitantly priced, it was undeniably worth it. Lu Li added, "Yes, the average person cannot afford it, as its fuel consumption reaches a staggering 58 liters per 100 kilometers. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to extend her hand, she quickly retracted it, realizing the vehicle's insatiable appetite for fuel. Despite her lack of automotive knowledge, she understood the implications of refueling. Their family's 7-seat SUV, with a 2.0T engine, consumed 11 liters per 100 kilometers, which she already deemed excessive. This vehicle's consumption was more than 5 times that. Lu Li chuckled. "Let it go. You might find it useful later." Zhou Yuan had merely reacted instinctively, yet she acknowledged the need to gather useful items, albeit this vehicle was too intimidating to drive out. They should collect the nearby vehicles instead, as any of them would be a rare find, especially since they were all off-roaders, sufficient for their journeys. Upon witnessing Zhou Yuan retrieve the vehicles, Lu Cheng was overwhelmed with excitement. His exhilaration only intensified when he saw the food and beverages she brought out. After dining, the trio sauntered around and discovered a storeroom filled with various vehicle parts and tires, an unexpected delight. Each of them had skills in modifying cars. And with these original tires and components, they would no longer fear mechanical failures. Chapter 44. Gas station. Having exited the car show just past noon, the trio decided to head to the nearby gas station, hoping for a stroke of luck. After all, acquiring several vehicles without fuel would be futile. They had marked the gas station's location on their map, making it easy to locate. However, upon arrival, they found it completely submerged, posing a bit of a dilemma. Zhou Yuan, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, donned her diving suit and equipment. Lu Li, feeling uneasy, cautioned, "Sister-in-law, perhaps we should wait. There will be more chances once the flood recedes." Zhou Yuan shook her head. "Once the flood recedes, everyone will realize they need fuel for their vehicles. making it harder to manage. Don't worry, it shouldn't be too deep. I'll go down and check. If I can collect some, great. If not, I'll come back up. Luli understood her reasoning. They were merely seizing an opportunity before others caught on. After all, if they descended, they would also need to figure out how to haul the fuel back up, which would be time-consuming and laborious. It suddenly struck them how dependent they were on Zhou Yuan, realizing they were merely posturing. Lu Cheng, unable to intervene, merely tugged on the tether he held, saying, "Sister-in-law, be careful. If anything goes awry, pull the rope, and we'll haul you back up." Luli frowned and insisted, "Sister-in-law, retrieve another set of equipment. I'll go down with you." "Yes, let Brother Li accompany you," Lu Qing eagerly agreed. If anything happened to Zhou Yuan, he would have to face Brother Feng. Not only Brother Feng, but also Aunt Cui and Uncle Min. He had come to understand that Zhou Yuan was the beloved of the family and needed protection. Zhou Yuan considered this and agreed. It was certainly safer with two people, given the unknown circumstances below. Once suited up, the duo secured the tether around their waists and plunged into the water. The warm weather made the water pleasantly tepid, akin to soaking in a hot spring, providing a comfortable experience as they submerged. Zhou Yuan had never learned to swim, but when her son Xiao Jin took swimming lessons at 6, she enrolled herself in an adult class, and during his training, she practiced alongside him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to venture for fuel. It would be reckless to attempt free diving without knowing how to swim. They positioned their boat just above the gas station, diving down about 4 to 5 meters to spot the fuel pumps. Under the current circumstances, they couldn't extract the vehicles to use the pumps, nor did they have permission. They needed to locate their storage room for any fuel tanks. However, after circling the station, they found it lacked any stored fuel. How is it that characters in novels could stockpile fuel at a gas station so effortlessly? Luli headed toward a vacant area beside the gas station, prompting Zhou Yuan to follow. She watched as he opened a 1 square meter lid and peered inside, realizing it was a connection to the underground fuel storage tank for the pumps. Understanding his intention, she felt a spark of excitement. She could indeed absorb items that were in close proximity. However, she couldn't collect large, immovable objects like the ground or a building. This tank, capped at 50 cubic meters, was worth a try. Without hesitating, she swam over, placed her hand on it, and focused intently.
He
had just had a sudden flash of inspiration, uncertain if it would work. Approximately 30 seconds later, Zhou Yuan opened her eyes and gave him an OK sign, prompting him to exhale in relief. It worked. Following suit, they collected all the underground fuel tanks from the gas station before returning to their boat. Upon seeing them return, Lu Cheng sighed in relief. "Brother Li, sister-in-law, you're finally back. I was about to pull you both up if you took any longer." "What took you so long?" Zhou Yuan climbed aboard, removed her oxygen mask, and took a deep breath. She exchanged a smile with Lu Li, who was also gasping for air. Their haul was substantial, for large tanks of diesel and gasoline, each containing 20 cubic meters, totaling 80 cubic meters or 80,000 liters of fuel. This would be sufficient for her 7-seat vehicle to travel over 70,000 kilometers. However, as fuel is a consumable and non-renewable resource, it was prudent to stockpile more. The three of them then visited 2 nearby gas stations, but after extensive diving, Zhou Yuan found her stamina waning. Luli decided it was time to return. They still had time. In truth, the day was still young. As they paddled their inflatable boat back to the community, the sky had not yet darkened completely. As they neared Building 8, Zhou Yuan sensed numerous scrutinizing gazes upon them. She paid it no mind, having anticipated such a scenario. Before leaving, they had each packed a bag, and when switching to the inflatable boat, they had placed various miscellaneous supplies on top to conceal their true haul. The trio calmly stowed the inflatable boat away and returned to the building. While no one emerged to confront them directly, as Zhou Yuan ascended to the 5th floor, she hesitated momentarily before continuing upward. Lu Li and Lu Cheng exchanged glances, sensing someone was present above. Indeed, as they reached the 6th floor stairwell, they witnessed a man and woman struggling just half a floor up. The man tightly held the woman, leaning in to kiss her while his hands roamed. Though the woman's face was obscured, it was evident she was unwilling, persistently struggling against him. "Let go of me." Her voice trembled with distress. The man's oily voice was utterly repugnant. "You little tease. Always acting coy. Now you're pretending to be innocent?" The three stood at the corner, unsure whether to intervene. They contemplated rescuing the damsel in distress, but ultimately refrained from acting. In uncertain circumstances, it was best not to meddle. Otherwise, they might find themselves entangled in complications or falsely accused. As the three of them exchanged glances, contemplating whether to intervene, an unexpected turn of events unfolded above. Suddenly, a muffled groan escaped from a man, followed by an exclamation, "Damn it, you wretched woman!" Zhou Yuan glanced up to see a girl brandishing what appeared to be an eyebrow trimmer, while a stain of crimson blossomed on the man's chest. However, such a small blade could hardly inflict a fatal wound. It seemed he had merely scratched himself. The man quickly regained his composure and struck the girl with a forceful slap, sending her sprawling to the ground, the trimmer clattering beside her. Just then, an unexpected figure surged forward, delivering a swift kick to his groin, catching him completely off guard. His agonized wail echoed throughout the building. Lu Li and Lu Qing winced at the sound, for only a man could truly fathom such pain. Indeed, the assailant was Zhou Yuan, after all. Her supply of spatial water was not to be squandered, nor were her recent workouts in vain. She had aimed for the most vulnerable point. Zhou Yuan glanced at the girl on the ground, who still appeared somewhat shaken, while Lu Li and Lu Qing positioned themselves between the man and Zhou Yuan, eyeing the fallen girl with furrowed brows. Zhang Weiwei? Zhou Yuan was taken aback. It was indeed the girl from room 601. Chapter 45. Assistance on the ground. Zhang Weiwei recognized that familiar voice and looked up at Lu Li, momentarily stunned. Despite wearing a mask, she discerned that he was the man from the video that day. Her gaze shifted to the person who had just intervened, similarly attired, completely covered, yet unmistakably a woman. It was rare for men to strike at another man's vulnerable areas during a brawl. Sure enough, the girl approached her, asking, "Are you all right?" Zhang Weiwei felt the gentle touch of the hands that supported her. Though gloved, she could sense their slenderness, indicative of exquisite beauty. "I'm fine, thank you," she replied, shaking her head. Zhou Yuan pursed her lips, observing the man still writhing on the ground in agony. Then glancing toward the staircase from which a swarm of people had emerged, likely drawn out by the man's cries of distress. At that moment, a woman from above screamed as she rushed through the crowd toward the man. "Oh, husband, what happened to you?" Zhou Yuan feigned ignorance, while Lu Qing quickly interjected, "Sister-in-law. She's from the 16th floor." Zhang Weiwei, standing nearby, overheard Lu Qing's words. She glanced up and recognized the distinct yellow hair visible beneath the man's head. It was the same person who had confronted them that day, the one who had called the man Li Ge. Now, addressing this girl as sister-in-law, she recalled how he had boasted that he lacked women. A pang of melancholy enveloped her as she remembered the flirtatious remarks he had made during the video. Surely, when he had cast his gaze that day, it was not toward the yellow-haired man, but rather this girl. She felt a sense of disillusionment. She had genuinely believed he was unattached. After all, he appeared to be in his 30s, surely. He must have children by now. Though she had acted out of necessity. It felt mortifying to flirt in front of someone else's wife. While Zhang Weiwei was lost in self-reproach, the woman supporting her husband began to lash out. "Who kicked my husband?" Zhou Yuan scoffed. "Husband? Are you married?" "Just calling him husband. Does he even want to marry you?" The woman's indignation flared. "What business is it of yours whether we are married or not?" Zhou Yuan smirked. "It is of my concern when he cannot control his lower half and seeks out others. If he insists on playing the husband role, I wouldn't mind keeping an eye on him." Lu Li and Lu Qing exchanged silent glances toward the heavens. "Brother Feng, we need help. Our sister-in-law is rather fierce." The woman faltered, realizing the situation. She could see that her husband had likely engaged in some mischief again, yet she never considered it his fault. What man doesn't enjoy such things? It's perfectly normal. It's these women who are restless and seek out trouble, she thought, casting a glance at Zhang Weiwei, whom Zhou Yuan had shielded. The woman recognized Zhang Weiwei from the previous confrontation with the girl from room 501, when they had played the role of the Good Samaritan, igniting her ire. She approached, ready to confront her. Lu Li anticipated an attack on Zhou Yuan and swiftly seized the woman's wrist, pulling her aside. He had no qualms about confronting a woman. However, his attempt went awry as he inadvertently flung her into her husband's direction, resulting in her elbow landing squarely where it hurt most, eliciting yet another agonized cry from him. The woman scrambled to her feet, eager to check on her husband, when a voice filled with schadenfreude rang out, "Tieske, Tieske, this might just ruin him." Zhou Yuan turned to see the man, adorned with a green hat, while his wife cowered behind him, afraid to speak. Upon hearing the voice, the woman exploded in fury. You're nothing but a turtle bastard, a green-haired turtle at that. Your wife climbs onto other men because you can't satisfy her.
Liu Li.
Witnessing the degradation of their conversation, wished to shield Zhou Yuan from such vulgarity. Instinctively, he recalled Zhou Yuan's earlier fierce words and interjected sharply, "Everyone, quiet down." It was evident that Liu Li, having previously navigated the streets, commanded a formidable presence, halting the impending verbal clash. He turned his gaze toward the entangled couple on the floor, his tone resolute. "That kick was ours, but let me make it clear. Should we encounter you again, it won't be just a kick. I won't tolerate men coercing women." Producing a dagger from his bag, he brandished it menacingly, eliciting wary glances from the onlookers. He gestured for Zhou Yuan to retreat, and she nodded, prepared to leave. Noticing Zhang Weiwei's anxious expression, she rummaged through her backpack and discreetly produced a spring-loaded knife. Handing it to her, "Your eyebrow trimmer is too small to be effective. Take this. Those shameless scoundrels deserve a good stabbing. If it doesn't kill them, at least it will incapacitate them." Upon descending from upstairs, Lu Feng heard Zhou Yuan's fierce declaration and halted in surprise. He rushed forward to embrace Zhou Yuan, asking with concern what happened.
Who hurt you?
Zhang Weiwei, momentarily transfixed by the spring knife in her hand, noticed Liu Li being hugged by a girl and instinctively glanced at Liu Li, thinking, isn't she his wife? Yet, she saw him merely pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation, saying, "Why did you come down again? Seriously, go back." Observing the expressions of those around them, it dawned on them that aside from Lu Qing, only 2 elderly individuals and a child remained. Their identities had been fully revealed. Given the commotion they had just caused, their attempts at discretion seemed futile. Zhou Yuan glanced at Lu Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed for overshadowing their plan to remain inconspicuous. Once home, she nestled into Lu Feng's embrace, consumed by guilt. Lin Chui and Lu Aimin were bewildered, prompting Lu Qing to explain the situation. Lin Chui exclaimed, "Zhou Yuan, you did well. If you can help in such situations, why not extend a hand? If it were me, I would have gone straight for the blade."
Liu Li,
irritated by his mother's interference, felt a surge of frustration. Today's events were no trivial matter. Lin Chui, sensing her son's agitation, fell silent. Liu Li turned to Zhou Yuan, sister-in-law. But as he began to speak, Lu Feng interjected, claiming, "Brother, I believe Zhou Yuan did nothing wrong. It is impossible for anyone to simply look away. And as a fellow woman, her restraint in not rushing in sooner was commendable." "Shut up." Liu Li felt exasperated. He hadn't even voiced his opinion before they had overshadowed him. He had not claimed Zhou Yuan was at fault. He merely thought they were being too brazen, and such matters should not have fallen upon her shoulders. Lu Feng was about to say something when Zhou Yuan interrupted him. She turned to Liu Li, "Brother, I understand your intentions, but I truly cannot help myself. Zhang Weiwei's actions remind me of my first time taking a life. She wielded only a small eyebrow trimmer while I had concealed a fruit knife." Liu Li was taken aback. Zhou Yuan had previously shared her experience of killing, but had not divulged the details. Lin Chui felt a sudden pang of sympathy, while Lu Cheng and the others widened their eyes in shock. Lu Feng, having heard Zhou Yuan's account, quickly pressed her head into his chest and looked at Liu Li. "Brother, let's not dwell on it. The events have transpired. Our focus should be on what to do next." Chapter 46. The Saintly Mother? The living room fell silent. After a long pause, Lu Qing chuckled. "It's not as grave as it seems. Our exposure may very well deter others." Lu Feng nodded. "As long as they remain oblivious to the 2 elderly and the children here, we should be fine. The internet is down. And that cousin of Ah Yuan's isn't in our building. She won't discover Ah Yuan's identity. As long as our parents and Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu don't appear in public, no one will suspect us. With a few strong men around, it's unlikely anyone would dare to approach. Once the flood recedes and the zombies emerge, no one will have the time or inclination to bother us." Liu Li recognized the validity of Lu Feng's words. He had reacted impulsively. Their original plan was to wait until the powers manifested for safety, but moving forward earlier was not as problematic as he had thought. He glanced at Lu Feng. "Today, my sister-in-law has been submerged in water for half the day and is quite fatigued.
You should take her to rest."
Lu Feng's expression hardened. "What have you been up to?" Liu Li recalled the dozen or so cans of oil they had hoarded, and a slight smile broke through. "We managed to procure some oil." Lu Cheng then enthusiastically recounted their achievements from the day. Lu Feng returned to the room with Zhou Yuan, who urged him to leave. "You can go." "I'm fine. I just need a moment to rest. Understanding her desire for solitude, Lu Feng refrained from insisting, merely pinching her nose. Don't overthink things. Zhou Yuan nodded and closed the door, leaning back against the bed. In truth, she felt she would still intervene if given the chance. How should she articulate it? She did not consider herself a so-called saintly figure. Many apocalyptic novels feature particularly cold heroines who watch people perish at their feet without batting an eye, readily resorting to violence. She believed she could not do that. It was not that she lacked kindness. Rather, despite having endured the apocalypse, she had not faced betrayal or treachery, nor had she encountered the so-called troublesome relatives. Her 2 years had been arduous, but it was due to her own shortcomings, her lack of abilities and powers. She could not blame anyone else. She was just an ordinary person, and the intrigues and ruthless survival games were played by those with powers at higher echelons. The people around her were also ordinary, all struggling to survive without the complexities of ulterior motives. The man she had stabbed to death had acted irrationally that day. Because of that incident, no one had sought her out for trouble thereafter, so she bore no resentment upon her demise, nearly feeling exhausted. Moreover, she had only spent a little over 2 years in that realm, so her heart could not become entirely cold. Yet, having experienced such hardship, she also did not possess an abundance of compassion to rush to aid everyone indiscriminately. It was Zhang Weiwei's actions that piqued her interest. Initially, she had no intention of helping, but had it not been for Weiwei's own resistance, Zhou Yuan would not have kicked her nor offered her the knife. After all, if one does not save oneself, no one else can. In this merciless apocalypse, humanity struggled to survive, and in times of self-preservation, kindness towards others could often be self-destructive. However, Zhou Yuan constantly hoped to assist others when her family was not threatened. This was contingent upon whether the person was worthy of aid. She had witnessed her fair share of ungrateful individuals. Through her mental perception, she felt confident in her ability to discern character. Just moments ago, she had willingly offered the switchblade to Weiwei because she found her to be an intriguing young girl. During the incident, she had been observing Weiwei's emotional aura. Initially, it radiated a yellowish-red hue, typically indicative of anger and disgust. However, when Zhou Yuan reached out to help her, a glimmer of gold emerged. She recognized that color from Lu Cheng and the others, signifying trust and admiration. It seemed that Weiwei was still in a phase of gratitude. Later, when Lu Cheng called out to her, Zhou Yuan noticed Weiwei's aura shift to khaki, then to a soft green. Perplexed, she wondered how there could be feelings of shyness or shame. Upon seeing Weiwei's gaze directed at Lu Li, she quickly understood the misunderstanding. When Lu Li protected her during the altercation, Weiwei's color transformed into a light orange, a hue she had observed on Lu Qing when he expressed envy towards Lu Feng and her relationship. This color represented admiration for Lu Li's protective nature. Thus, by an inexplicable twist of fate, she had given Weiwei the switchblade, and indeed, the golden hue in Weiwei's aura deepened slightly. When Lu Feng embraced Zhou Yuan, her colors shifted to red with a hint of green, emotions of shock mixed with joy. It was clear that this young girl had a certain interest in Lu Li. As for Lu Li, given his demeanor today, Zhou Yuan felt that one day he would find himself in the fiery depths of pursuing his wife. The thought of it ignited a sense of anticipation within her. As for Zhang Weiwei, she had not initially held a fondness for her, as the gossip and petty comments in their group were quite distasteful. However, when Weiwei later sought help and put forth her only bargaining chip to challenge Lu Li, Zhou Yuan began to see a different side of her. As Weiwei had stated, women embody numerous facets, revealing whichever one is necessary for the situation. Zhou Yuan personally believed that if these facets were employed for self-protection, there was nothing inherently wrong, though it hinged on whether it harmed others, which depended on the specific circumstances. Each individual possesses their own way of living, and such choices are theirs alone. Others need not concern themselves with it. If one can accept it, they may stay. If not, they should leave. Zhou Yuan had never been one to care for others' opinions. Her life was a product of her own making. She no longer dwelled on the matter. As Lu Feng had analyzed, it was not a significant problem, but it was prudent not to be overly ostentatious. Regarding Zhang Weiwei, she could offer her support to a certain extent. Lu Li's words earlier had provided her with a sense of security, and with the switchblade she had given, it was unlikely any major issues would arise. Concerning the couple, her kick had not been light. In this era of scarce resources, whether the man could even stand again was uncertain. He seemed cowardly enough not to dare stir trouble again, as he could only bully solitary young women. As for the girl, Zhang Weiwei should be capable of handling her own affairs. After a long day of running outside, especially the exhausting task of retrieving the oil tank from underwater, Zhou Yuan was utterly spent and collapsed onto her bed, drifting off to sleep. Lu Feng, unable to shake off his concerns, came to check on her and, upon confirming she was indeed resting soundly, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lu Li, noticing his return, appeared considerably more relaxed and expressed a touch of remorse. Ah Feng, today was my oversight. It's not entirely fair to blame my sister-in-law. Lu Feng smiled and shook his head. Brother, it's fine. Ah Yuan won T mind. If she did, she would have confronted you on the spot. She is not the type to suppress her feelings.
Lin Kui nodded in agreement.
Exactly. Ah Yuan is straightforward. If she has something on her mind, I can easily discern it. This is her insight after spending so much time with a Yuan as a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. She and Lu Aimin have always understood that Zhou Yuan is someone who speaks her mind, without any ulterior motives, never two-faced. They all appreciate her forthright nature, which elicits knowing smiles from everyone. Chapter 47. Borrowing a boat, they continued with their plan to stockpile supplies. The village where Lu Aimin had previously bought livestock had been largely submerged, and the villagers had likely evacuated, but many animals could not be relocated. Most of the animals are capable swimmers, so they scoured the surrounding area and managed to find quite a few on the nearby hills, albeit in poor condition. Nevertheless, Zhou Yuan and her group did not mind. Next, they ventured to the wholesale market, which yielded minimal results since the low-rise buildings had nearly all been flooded. Following Zhou Yuan's suggestion, they shifted their focus to various office buildings. Initially, Lu Li and the others were skeptical about finding anything useful in the offices, but they were, in fact, quite naive. Many valuable items awaited them there. For instance, they discovered temperature-regulating clothing at a research company, an item not found on the market. Wearing it provided them with considerable comfort in the sweltering heat, which, despite the rain, was still oppressive. The dual intensity of heat was something only those who experienced it could truly appreciate. Throughout this period, Zhou Yuan visibly lost weight, which she did not mind. She had long felt that the weight gained after giving birth to Xiao Yu would never diminish, but now it was finally shedding, much to her delight. However, this concerned Lin Shui, who could do nothing to stop her from going out and instead endeavored to prepare delicious meals for her. As they ventured outside, many others began to do the same, as food supplies were running perilously low. The last official aid provided was hardly sufficient, and since Sea City is an inland area, few households stocked inflatable boats or similar watercraft. However, one should not underestimate the ingenuity of the working class. Removing door panels could serve as makeshift boats, and those with baby bathtubs could utilize them as well. Some even resorted to sitting in barrels. An array of makeshift vessels floated upon the water. Yet, as more people ventured out, unsavory incidents began to surface. Some, too lazy to search for supplies themselves, resorted to robbing others on the way into the community. Navigating the water was already challenging, and amidst the chaos, many fell in. Those who could swim fared better, but those who could not faced dire consequences. Consequently, bodies began to appear in the water, initially provoking screams from onlookers, but as time passed, people grew desensitized, even using their paddles to push the floating corpses aside to avoid capsizing their already unstable boats. As the robberies increased, people began to band together for safety. The first reason being that larger groups would deter robbers, and the second reason was that a collective could gather more supplies. One morning, there was a knock at their door. Lu Cheng obediently went to check while Lu Ming stood guard. Zhou Yuan, realizing her presence was already known, followed suit. Lu Feng hurried after her, and Lu Li, with a furrowed brow, had no choice but to join them. The only ones left behind were Lin Shui and the two children, exchanging glances with Lu Qing, both visibly uncomfortable. The person knocking was none other than Brother Chen from before, accompanied by several others. Zhang Weiwei was also present, lingering at the back, appearing somewhat reluctant to be there. Along with a woman from the third floor, her expression dark and anxious. Lu Chen greeted, Brother Chen, what brings you here this time? Noticing the group gathered, Brother Chen appeared somewhat embarrassed as he replied, well, little brother, our supplies are running low, and we thought it might be beneficial for our building to team up and search for resources together. We wanted to see if you would like to join us. Zhou Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment for him. After all, they had been tirelessly searching for supplies day in and day out for the past few days. It was rather audacious for them to seek collaboration. Seeing the group remain silent, Brother Chen's discomfort grew. At that moment, the woman from the third floor stepped forward and pushed him aside, saying, "Forget teaming up. We just want to borrow your inflatable boat." This was even more shameless. And she presented herself as if lending the boat was an honor. Lu Qing scoffed. "Who are you, ma'am? Do I know you? Why should I lend you anything?" The woman, reaching through the iron gate, pointed at Lu Qing and retorted, "You little brat, speak more politely. We are neighbors, and while you go out hunting for supplies, enjoying your meals, you don't even consider helping your neighbors? Now you want to even lend us a boat? Does that not weigh on your conscience?" Without hesitation, Lu Qing drew a spring knife from his pocket and aimed it at her finger, jokingly retorting, "You think you can point at me like that?" The woman shrieked as her finger was severed, blood splattering everywhere, even splattering onto Brother Chen's face. Zhou Yuan felt a wave of darkness wash over her, instinctively blocking her view with Lu Feng's hand. She gently pushed it away, having witnessed such minor conflicts in the apocalypse before. Not to say that losing a finger would faze her, she could calmly eat bread even if an arm fell before her, provided, of course, that there was bread to eat. As for conscience, I have none. Lu Qing chuckled, his eyes cold. He despised having anyone point fingers at him, and he could not restrain himself. The woman crouched on the ground, wailing in pain, while those around instinctively stepped back. Yet, the woman from 702 did not retreat. Instead, she took a step forward, kneeling before Lu Qing, startling him. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. "Are you trying to soften me up?" The woman choked back tears. "Please, my Chin has a fever, and we have no medicine at home. I need to go out to find some. Please, can you lend us your boat? We promise to return it once we're done." Zhou Yuan straightened up. Her own child had faced a similar fate. Lu Feng squeezed her hand, signaling her to remain calm, and Lu Li was already aware of the situation. This woman had once fed Xiaoyu in her dreams, and he felt uncertain. Glancing at Lu Li, who stepped forward and opened the iron gate. As the door creaked open, the others instinctively took a step back, leaving only the pleading woman at the threshold. Lu Li dismissed her and turned to Brother Chen. "Are you the leader here?" Brother Chen swallowed hard and nodded. "Very well. Then, I will lend you the inflatable boat, and you need not rush to return it." However, Lu Li fixed his gaze on the eager faces around him. His tone firm, "I require a share of whatever resources you find. Consider it a rental fee. Any objections?" "No objections," Brother Chen nodded vigorously. "Anyone who disagrees can opt out." The woman from 702 quickly added, "We have no objections." Thank you so much." Though some faces displayed discontent, they dared not voice their opinions, knowing that in such a vast expanse of water, venturing out without a boat was impossible. Chapter 48. Has she gained powers? While Lu Li spoke, Zhou Yuan pretended to return inside to fetch the inflatable boat, dragging it out. Lu Feng took it and handed it to Brother Chen, contemplating but ultimately remaining silent. He initially intended to remind them that they had lent the rubber boat out of respect for the woman who had just knelt and pleaded with them. However, he sensed that uttering those words might lead to unforeseen complications. Lending out the boat was already a significant gesture on their part, and if the child still could not endure, there was little they could do. Although they possessed antipyretics, they were reluctant to provide them, as doing so would invite endless trouble. Zhou Yuan understood that this was the extent of their capabilities. Contemplating for a moment, while everyone else was leaving, she discreetly retrieved a bottle of recently sourced spring water from her space and quietly placed it into the woman's hands. "Sister, the child may be ill from drinking contaminated water. This water is clean, you can give him a little." She referred to her as sister because in her previous life, she knew that although the child was of a similar age to Xiaoyu, the woman was actually a bit older, having given birth to this child only after considerable hardship at the age of 35. The woman was taken aback and looked at Zhou Yuan, her sincere gaze reflecting gratitude. "Thank you." Lu Feng watched Zhou Yuan, shaking his head helplessly. Zhou Yuan shrugged. She had done all she could, and the rest was left to fate. While they could not give antipyretics, a bottle of water would not pose a problem, especially since there was still running water, and no one was lacking it. Her earlier words were not incorrect. Despite the water supply, the torrential rains and floods had indeed rendered the water from the pipes less than clean. Lu Li also remained silent. Their decision to borrow the boat was partly to repay the woman's past kindness. Moreover, The stipulation he had proposed would allow the group to perceive them as being in need of supplies, rather than living in the lap of luxury as they might have imagined. Although they were indeed in search of supplies, the sheer number of them, especially with such burly men, meant their demands were substantial. This imbalance would keep their spirits level, preventing them from fixating on the others. In the following days, Zhou Yuan and her group did not venture out again, and the rubber boat remained in Chen Ji's possession. Initially, they complied and sent up a share of supplies. However, they soon began to claim that supplies were hard to find, resorting to trickery by providing only a fraction of what was initially promised, and at times, nothing at all. For the first couple of instances, Zhou Yuan and her group were indifferent, as the quantity was not significant to them, but they felt that such behavior could not be tolerated. Therefore, when they prepared to reclaim their due share one day, Lu Li went down directly, unveiling the supplies they had procured and mockingly stated, "It seems you no longer require this rubber boat." He promptly reclaimed the boat. The woman must have either found medicine or perhaps Zhou Yuan's bottle of water had made a difference, as she heard that the child had recovered. Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and finally set her worries aside, allowing Lu Li to reclaim the boat without any pressure. Zhou Yuan emerged from her space, carrying a rabbit, and approached Lin Shui. "Mother, does this rabbit seem to have a rather large belly? Is it pregnant?" This rabbit was initially purchased by Lu Aimin and his companions from the market, where the vendor claimed they had one male and one female, a statement they had doubted. After Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu had exhausted their playtime with it, they had simply tossed it into Zhou Yuan's space. Just a few days ago, they had significantly increased their livestock. While partitioning them earlier, she noticed one of the rabbits appeared to have a notably larger belly, prompting her to bring it out. Lin Shui was in the kitchen washing vegetables and quickly wiped her hands to check the rabbit's belly. Although she had never raised rabbits, she had experience with pigs and cattle and even with local dogs, so she could ascertain when a mammal was pregnant. After examining it seriously, she nodded it seemed so. Zhou Yuan was overjoyed. Rabbits are indeed known for their remarkable reproductive capabilities, and it seemed the vendor had not lied after all. At that moment, Xiao Jin rushed over and tugged at the rabbit Zhou Yuan was holding. "Mom, you're pulling on the rabbit's fur. It's crying out in pain."
Zhou Yuan,
thinking Xiao Jin was concerned for the rabbit, laughed and ruffled his hair. "All right, Mommy understands. I'll apologize to it, all right?" She then saw Xiao Jin gently cradling the rabbit, whispering, "Little rabbit, Mommy apologizes. Please forgive her, all right?" He then looked up at Zhou Yuan. "Mom, the little rabbit says it forgives you." Zhou Yuan nodded, preparing to turn away to attend to other matters. Suddenly, she sensed something was amiss and glanced at Xiao Jin, who was softly speaking to the rabbit, his demeanor serious, unlike that of a child merely talking to an animal. Xiao Jin was already over 9 years old, having outgrown the phase of talking to animals as if they were his peers. Furrowing her brow, she checked the calendar. It was already mid to late November, and the torrential rains had ceased over half a month ago. Yes, the water supply at home had also halted, and the water levels were slowly receding, albeit very gradually. From her recollection, it took nearly 2 months for the floodwaters to fully recede after the rain stopped. When the floodwaters reached calf height, the zombie virus outbreak occurred, meaning that in about half a month, the first zombies would appear. Was it possible that supernatural abilities were about to manifest? After all, the zombie virus had an incubation period. The emergence of zombies indicated that the virus had been present within individuals for some time, unnoticed by anyone. The same applied to supernatural abilities. When people first discovered their powers, those abilities had already existed, albeit in a form so minuscule that it was nearly imperceptible. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment and approached Xiao Jin, asking, "What were you saying to the little rabbit?" Xiao Jin, with excitement, replied, "Mom, the little rabbit is a female. It just told me it has babies." Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Had Xiao Jin overheard her conversation with his grandmother? She felt uncertain. "Xiao Jin, can you understand what the rabbit is saying?" Xiao Jin nodded. "Yes, I heard it cry out in pain, which is why I came over." "I couldn't understand when the rabbit first arrived." Zhou Yuan contemplated and said, "Come, Mommy will take you to the secret base." Some time ago, she had taken the 2 children into her space, calling it their secret base, which they were not to divulge to anyone, primarily to fool Xiao Yu. At that moment, Xiao Yu, having heard the mention of the secret base, dashed over, pouting, "Mommy, I want to go to the secret base too." Zhou Yuan sighed. Ever since their visit to the space, Xiao Yu had developed a strong fondness for it, wanting to go in every few days. After all, the temperature in the space was pleasant, with ample room to play, and even small animals. Zhou Yuan had built a small playground for them on the second floor, and sensible Xiao Jin also enjoyed spending time there. Reluctantly, she brought both children inside. Upon entering, Xiao Yu immediately began to run around energetically, while Zhou Yuan led Xiao Jin toward the breeding area, when they suddenly heard a loud moo from a cow. Zhou Yuan turned to Xiao Jin. Can you understand what the cow is saying? Xiao Jin shook his head in confusion. Zhou Yuan furrowed her brow. Could she have been mistaken? Then they heard Xiao Yu catching chickens in the vegetable garden, startling the free-range chickens, which clucked in alarm. Xiao Jin's eyes brightened. Mom, I can't hear what the chickens are saying. They're saying that little doubting has come again, and they want to lay eggs for 2 days. Zhou Yuan was convinced. She had noticed that every time Xiao Yu entered, the chickens would stop laying eggs for 2 days. It seemed that their fears were indeed a factor. She then looked at Xiao Jin, realizing that his extraordinary ability was to communicate with animals, albeit still in its infancy, allowing him to hear only the voices of smaller creatures for now. Although this ability might seem trivial at first, it could become formidable as plants and animals began to mutate. With increased power, he could potentially command these mutated creatures, which would be quite impressive. Xiao Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mom, is this my supernatural power? Zhou Yuan nodded, squatting down to stroke his head. Yes, Xiao Jin. Your ability is to communicate with animals. Right now, your power is still weak, so you can only hear the voices of smaller animals. But as your abilities grow stronger, not only will you understand their words, but you will also be able to command them. Xiao Jin's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Mom, I love this ability. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of joy upon realizing that he was not disappointed. Lu Jin then cautiously inquired, Mom, may I have a dog now? I can communicate with it and take good care of it, ensuring it doesn't misbehave or chew on things. Zhou Yuan recalled that Lu Jin had long harbored a desire for a pet dog. However, she believed that caring for a pet was akin to raising a child. Managing 2 children was already exhausting, and adding a dog seemed rather impractical. Thus, she firmly declined, stating that he was too young to handle such responsibilities. She had not anticipated his fervent obsession with owning a dog. Seeing the hopeful sparkle in Lu Jin's eyes, she reluctantly nodded. Mom will discuss it with Dad later. But right now, the water outside has risen, and we're unsure where to find a dog. Lu Jin lowered his head momentarily, but soon his spirits lifted again. It's fine as long as Mom agrees. If we come across one later, I can take care of it. With that, he dashed off to play with his younger brother, catching chickens and collecting eggs. After an hour of playful antics in their space, the 2 children emerged, still brimming with excitement. They spotted several men who had just finished exercising, seated on the sofa, sipping water. Initially taken aback by the sudden appearance of the trio, the men had grown accustomed to it and continued with their drinks nonchalantly. Zhou Yuan, unable to bear their indifference, exclaimed, Lu Jin has developed special abilities. You men are falling behind. Lu Feng was the first to react, spluttering his drink, while Lu Qing quickly distanced himself, aware of Lu Feng's habit. Lu Feng ignored him, approaching Zhou Yuan. Dear, you know your husband is quite capable. If you doubt it, we could always put it to the test. Zhou Yuan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and kicked Lu Feng lightly. He exaggeratedly jumped back. Hey, dear, it's fine to kick someone else. But please don't use those legs on your husband. That would ruin your happiness. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan responded with a series of kicks. Though lacking strength in her arms, her legs still held considerable power. Lu Feng dodged while playfully countering, a reflection of their recent training regimen. Previously, they had focused on strength with sandbags. Now they practiced in pairs. In the future, neither humans nor zombies would simply stand still, waiting to be struck or killed. Lu Li and Lu Qing had prior experience from their time in society, while Lu Aimin had been unbeatable in his youth. Lu Feng, having grown up like a national treasure, now held a minor leadership position at his workplace, leading a busy life with little time for physical exercise. Recently, he had felt the brunt of their rigorous training, seeking a sense of superiority from Zhou Yuan. The others, including Lin Shui and the elders, watched the sparring session. Aware that Lu Feng was merely indulging Zhou Yuan while also practicing, Lu Jin, along with his younger brother, snuggled into their grandparents' embrace. Liu Li, reminded of Zhou Yuan's remark about Lu Jin's newfound abilities, quietly inquired about it. By the time Zhou Yuan paused to catch her breath, Lu Qing and the others had gathered enough information. Eagerly, Lu Qing asked sister-in-law, is communicating with animals also a form of special ability? Zhou Yuan, feeling invigorated yet still irritated at Lu Feng, took a sip of water and replied, "Indeed, do not underestimate this ability. It can become incredibly powerful in due course." Upon hearing his mother's words, Lu Jin's eyes sparkled even brighter. She had previously mentioned that as his abilities strengthened, he would be able to understand the languages of larger animals, but had not elaborated on the potential for further enhancement. Lu Li, intrigued, initially thought the ability was negligible. But Zhou Yuan continued, "I've mentioned before that plants and animals will mutate, correct? Like humans, they too can undergo 3 types of transformations: zombification, gaining special abilities, or remaining ordinary. Though it seems plants do not zombify." The others nodded, still perplexed by Zhou Yuan's explanation. Observing their blank expressions, she sighed. Consider this. If animals become formidable and Lu Jin possesses the ability to communicate with them, that ability can indeed be enhanced. Eventually, he will be able to command these creatures. Imagine a scenario where you must confront zombies while Lu Jin safely directs a legion of animals from a distance. A collective silence fell over them as they envisioned this scene. The realization hit hard. They were merely the frontline soldiers, while Lu Jin would be the general orchestrating the battle from afar. Lin Shui couldn't help but laugh, embracing her beloved grandson. "Oh my precious eldest grandson. You truly are remarkable. You surpass them all." The men, having been told they were inadequate for the umpteenth time, felt a flush of embarrassment wash over them. Lu Jin's cheeks turned crimson with shyness. He didn't feel nearly as capable as his mother described. He could barely decipher the sounds made by a cow. Recognizing the impact of her words on the men, Zhou Yuan reconsidered her phrasing. Clearing her throat, she added, "However, Lu Jin is still young, and his internal energy cannot develop too rapidly, or his growth mechanisms may falter. Therefore, reaching the level I mentioned will require time." Lu Feng cast Zhou Yuan a forlorn glance, determined to prove his prowess that evening. Zhou Yuan shuddered slightly, contemplating whether to retreat to the space for the night. After a prolonged moment, the group emerged from their self-doubt, and they began to seek Lu Jin's wisdom. "Lu Jin, how did you discover your special ability? Regardless of its strength, we need to unlock it first." Lu Jin looked at them, utterly bewildered. He didn't know how it happened. It just so happened that his mother had brought out a rabbit that day, and he had coincidentally heard it speak. Zhou Yuan chuckled, while Lin Shui hesitantly asked, "A Yuan, could you help me determine if I possess a special ability?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback as Lin Shui approached with a knife. Lu Qing shouted, "Aunt, what are you doing? We haven't done anything." Lu Feng instinctively moved closer to Zhou Yuan, eyeing the knife in his mother's hand with trepidation, wondering if he should ask her for another granddaughter. Lin Shui shot them an irritated glare before resolutely slicing her finger. The others jumped in shock as Lu Feng rushed forward. "Mom, why are you harming yourself?" Before they could even grab a tissue to staunch the bleeding, they were astonished to witness the small wound miraculously heal itself, as if the previous event had been an illusion. Yet the blood on her finger confirmed it was no mere trick. Zhou Yuan felt elated, recognizing this as a healing ability. She quickly cleaned the blood from Lin Shui's finger with a wet wipe, revealing her skin to be soft and unblemished. Zhou Yuan exclaimed, "Mom, how is it that you seem younger? Your wrinkles are gone, and your hands have become so supple." Having seen Lin Shui's hands, which bore the marks of hard labor from cooking and cleaning, Zhou Yuan noted the stark transformation. It was apparent that Lin Shui's hands were now devoid of the roughness and veins typical of age. Lin Shui, upon hearing Zhou Yuan's observation, began examining her own hands and noted the change. She then glanced into a mirror and was astonished to see that the crow's feet around her eyes had diminished significantly and her complexion appeared much more youthful. Is this truly the result of a special ability? She pondered. She had previously discovered her healing ability when she was scaling fish, and a scale had scratched her skin. At the time, she paid it no mind, but when she later sought a band-aid, she found the wound had completely vanished. She initially thought her memory was failing her, but upon hearing Zhou Yuan mention this extraordinary ability, she recalled the incident. Was this self-healing coupled with a rejuvenation effect? Joy swelled within her. For women of any age undoubtedly cherish their beauty. However, she quickly glanced at Zhou Yuan, wondering if her daughter-in-law had also become more attractive. She had always found Zhou Yuan lovely. Even after giving birth to 2 children, the elder being 9 years old, she still resembled a youthful girl. Primarily, she had inherited her family's excellent complexion, a fair, tender face that made one want to take a bite, and she had skin that wouldn't tan easily. Thus, While Zhou Yuan appeared unchanged, there was an unshakable feeling that something was different. Noticing her mother-in-law's gaze, Zhou Yuan also reflected on her own changes. Due to her skin, her face had always looked youthful, making any change difficult to discern. Yet, she had noticed some changes in her body. Lu Feng had recently commented on her newfound fullness in certain areas. After all, she had nursed both children for nearly a year, which inevitably led to some sagging. There was no remedy for that, but she had indeed felt fuller during her recent baths. The men observed the two women whispering to each other, feeling somewhat sidelined. As they eagerly awaited Zhou Yuan's explanation of this healing ability, Lu Feng, feeling the pressure, finally chimed in, "Dear, could you enlighten us about your ability?" The conversation regarding beauty abruptly ceased. Lin Chui shot Lu Feng a glare, and Zhou Yuan, realizing everyone's attention was on them, sheepishly admitted, "Oh, I almost forgot." She then began to expound on her healing powers, likening them to a healer in a video game. However, at this stage, her ability was limited to self-healing, and she could not yet heal others. Undeterred, Luli made a small cut on Lu Cheng's hand, prompting Lin Chui to test it out, but it proved ineffective. Lu Cheng, feeling wronged, sought out Zhou Yuan for a band-aid. Luli scoffed, "Such a minor wound will heal on its own, just like Lin Chui." Lu Cheng retorted, "If it's so easy, why don't you cut yourself?" But dared not voice it aloud, lamenting why he was always the one hurt, while Lu Ming, with his robust physique, remained unscathed. The family felt somewhat disheartened, as the first to exhibit powers were the eldest and the youngest, which was quite demoralizing. Zhou Yuan, however, remained unfazed. Whether she possessed abilities was of little consequence, for her spatial powers were already unrivaled. She observed the gloomy expressions on their faces and quickly reassured them, "Do not despair, it's possible you have yet to realize your abilities. Perhaps the more powerful the ability, the longer it takes to manifest, but when it does, it will be formidable. It's merely gathering strength." This was not entirely unfounded speculation, and the group felt somewhat comforted. In the ensuing days, including Lu Aimin, the men began to invigorate themselves, secretly competing to see who would first exhibit powers and whose would be the most potent. Zhou Yuan watched them, noting how, despite their combined age of over 200 years, they acted like exuberant youths. Lu Feng was also increasingly motivated to prove his capabilities. Especially as Zhou Yuan became ever more enchanting, he even entertained the notion of having another child. After hearing his mother's praise of his potential, Lu Jin was filled with ambition, dragging his younger brother along in spirited play. Eventually, feeling constrained by their home, they urged Zhou Yuan to take them into her space, where she entrusted the task of exercising Little Yu to Lu Jin. Indeed, learning through play proved effective as Little Yu chased after animals in the space, her short legs moving with surprising speed. The adults, fearing she might unexpectedly reveal powers of her own, intensified their training, leading to raucous bouts where their playful shouts echoed through the corridors. In Chapter 51, titled Military Dogs, Zhou Yuan, unable to bear it any longer, recalled Lu Jin's wish for a dog. Having promised to get him one, she decided to take action and seek her luck. At that moment, Lu Qing inquired, "What kind of dog does Lu Jin want? Something adorable, or something imposing?" Lu Jin tilted his head thoughtfully and replied, "An imposing one, like the dog beside the police officer."
Ah?
"You mean a police dog?" The adults exchanged glances, realizing that such dogs were specially trained for specific tasks, and wondered where they might acquire one. Sensing their hesitance, Lu Jin eagerly proclaimed, "I know where to find them."
Oh?
Zhou Yuan was intrigued. "How do you know?" Lu Jin excitedly explained, "Mom, remember when you took me to that summer camp last year? One day, we watched the soldiers train their dogs." Now the bar had been raised, as military dogs were a lofty request. Zhou Yuan rubbed her forehead, steeling herself. "Lu Jin, how about we check the pet market first?" Initially, Lu Jin had been open to any type of dog, but now that the adults had questioned him, he insisted on a military dog. Lu Feng cast a disapproving glare at Lu Qing, who felt equally innocent, bemused by the fact that such a young child didn't wish for a cute puppy. Ultimately, Lu Aimin, unable to ignore the disappointment in his grandson's eyes, decided, "Let us go see if we can find one." Lu Feng, resigned, nodded and began searching the offline map for the location Lu Jin described, which was in an entirely opposite direction in the suburbs, where there seemed to be a military base. Ultimately, Lu Feng resolved to take Zhou Yuan along, while Lu Qing felt responsible for suggesting the idea and insisted on accompanying them, eager to escape the confines of home. With urgency, they swiftly prepared. The floodwaters had receded to the second floor, leaving them with little time. Armed and ready, they switched to a speedboat mid-journey, racing forward. Unfamiliar with the route and hindered by the flooding, they took 2 hours to cover a journey that should have taken 1. Yet, they eventually located the military base, which, despite being flooded, still had a checkpoint. As they approached, they were met with a loudspeaker warning. Lu Feng had no choice but to halt the speedboat, and soon a fast boat emerged, manned by 2 soldiers in camouflage uniforms who saluted them, saying, "Comrades, entry is prohibited. Please turn back." Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled as she admired the soldiers, while Lu Feng's face darkened. Lu Qing, noticing the 2 men were distracted, quickly explained, "We're here to inquire about adopting a retired military dog, but we weren't sure where to go." The soldiers were taken aback. Having not expected this trio to come specifically for such a dubious request, they had assumed they were merely seeking supplies and had inadvertently stumbled upon the base. One of the soldiers, assessing their attire and demeanor, after a brief communication through a walkie-talkie, turned to them and said, "Follow us." Their eyes brightened. This was promising. The base was sparsely populated, likely due to personnel being deployed for rescue missions. The soldier, who led them in casually chatted, "How did you find out about the military dogs here?" Zhou Yuan was aware that his seemingly casual conversation was actually an attempt to probe their intentions. So she answered candidly, "It's my son who attended a certain summer camp last year. He mentioned that one of the activities involved training military dogs here." The soldier, having dispelled his doubts, confirmed that this indeed was a genuine occurrence, and it was the only event open to the public at their facility. If they hadn't truly participated in that summer camp, they wouldn't have known about it, as the camp's promotional materials strictly prohibited such disclosures. They soon arrived at a kennel area, which was similarly flooded. Inside, there were only a few military dogs present, likely dispatched on missions. A seasoned soldier approached them, and the other soldiers exchanged salutes before introducing him to Zhou Yuan and her companions. "Comrades, this is the instructor responsible for caring for the military dogs." The instructor saluted them, and Zhou Yuan and her companions awkwardly returned the gesture. The instructor's piercing gaze fell upon the 3 of them. "Are you interested in adopting a retired military dog?" Lu Feng nodded. "Yes. My son visited here last year and has been longing to adopt a military dog ever since. I thought I would take a chance and see what happens." Lu Feng wore an expression of helplessness, hoping to convey his paternal sentiments to the instructor in hopes of securing a dog. However, the instructor showed no sign of understanding. Instead, he appeared displeased. "So you're not adopting voluntarily." It was understandable, as even retired military dogs were not typically suited for ordinary households, especially in a world where most people were struggling to survive. The instructor, momentarily lost in thought, had initially been pleased to hear someone was willing to adopt, but now felt pity for the dog. He waved his hand dismissively. "You should leave." Lu Feng was bewildered, questioning what he had said wrong. Lu Qing was equally confused, but Zhou Yuan seemed to grasp the situation and quickly interjected, "Instructor, we are indeed volunteering. If we were only doing this to appease a child, we would have left immediately when we were escorted out." Lu Feng and Lu Qing understood now that the instructor was concerned about their willingness and the potential harm to the dog. The instructor, noticing the presence of a young girl among them, examined their expressions and seemed to comprehend why the guard had reported this matter to him. Nevertheless, he asked uncertainly, "Are you certain? Taking care of a medium-sized military dog is akin to caring for a man. In fact, it may require more meticulous attention than some men. The dogs we offer for adoption, even if retired, are heroes that have served honorably. You must never abandon, harm, or mistreat them. We may conduct inspections at any time, although, given the current circumstances, such inspections might be challenging." Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng exchanged resolute glances and nodded firmly. "We are certain. We promise to treat the hero dog with utmost care. As long as we live, we will never abandon it." The instructor gazed intently into their eyes, recognizing their sincerity and determination. And a smile broke across his face. "It appears that Lazy is destined to be with you. Follow me." The instructor led them down a staircase in a building, ascending to the next floor. In a room resembling a medical facility, a doctor in a white coat was bandaging the leg of a medium-sized dog with yellowish fur on a bed. He continued his work until he finished wrapping the bandage, at which point he saluted the instructor and returned to a desk to write something. Chapter 52. Lazy. The instructor approached the injured dog on the bed, and the dog immediately leaned its head towards him, licking his palm with its tongue. After amusing the dog for a moment, he informed Zhou Yuan and her companions, This is a German Shepherd named Lazy. You should know that this breed is the first choice for military dogs. They are exceptional, and Lazy is the finest among this batch of military dogs. Zhou Yuan looked at the dog, somewhat puzzled. But it seems quite young to be retiring already. Unaware of the typical retirement age for military dogs, she felt that this dog exuded vigor and vitality, suggesting it should not be retiring at such an early stage. The instructor regarded Zhou Yuan with approval, pleased that she could discern this detail, and proceeded to explain. Indeed, it is still young. It has only just reached adulthood. Zhou Yuan, Lu Feng, and Lu Qing fell silent, their eyes drawn to the bandage on its right hind leg. The instructor gently touched the dog's injured leg. You're correct. It suffered a crush fracture during a rescue operation when a rock struck it in a mudslide. There is little hope for healing, so it must retire. A heaviness settled in Zhou Yuan's heart. She felt a profound sorrow for the dogs involved in this disaster, not to mention the countless military personnel who likely faced casualties. Yet, here they were, ordinary citizens, still complaining about their own inactivity. The instructor's expression turned stern. Are you still willing to adopt? You would be taking home a disabled dog. Upon hearing the word disabled, Lazy emitted a low whimper, and Zhou Yuan observed a glimmer of sorrow in its dark eyes. She pursed her lips and asked the instructor, Instructor, may I offer it some water? The instructor hesitated, glancing at the doctor, who nodded and went to fetch water. Zhou Yuan added, Please provide me with a bowl for the water. The doctor paused momentarily before retrieving a dog bowl. Zhou Yuan reached into her backpack and produced a bottle of spring water from her space, carefully pouring it into the bowl before presenting it to Lazy. Hello. Lazy, I really like you. Will you come with us? Lazy's clear eyes locked onto Zhou Yuan's, as if comprehending her words, then glanced at the instructor. The instructor nodded, and the dog seemed hesitant. Zhou Yuan didn't rush it, simply observing quietly until Lazy finally leaned closer to the bowl and tentatively licked the water. After a moment, it eagerly lowered its head and drank every drop, looking back at Zhou Yuan with a hopeful gaze. Zhou Yuan smiled, refilling the bowl with more water, which Lazy promptly consumed again. The instructor, now beaming with joy, remarked, It seems Lazy has taken a liking to you and is willing to accompany you. Lu Feng and Lu Qing let out a sigh of relief. They had been incredibly anxious just moments before. Zhou Yuan reached out to stroke Lazy's head, and the dog affectionately nuzzled against her hand. Zhou Yuan remained in the medical room with Lazy while Lu Feng and the others followed the instructor to complete the adoption paperwork. They were astonished at how complicated the process was, nearly having to provide detailed information about their entire lineage, according to the soldier assisting them. Their visit during this special period had simplified the procedures significantly. Otherwise, it could have taken an entire morning to finish. Eventually, they enjoyed a meal at the base cafeteria. Observing the rudimentary food served, the group felt a mix of emotions. Having been accustomed to five-star dining at home, they recognized that these soldiers, who fought tirelessly, could only afford basic fare like potatoes and sweet potatoes. Yet, there was little they could do. The unexpected torrential rain had submerged much of the grain supply, and it was fortunate that they still had coarse food to fill their stomachs. The three of them set out in an inflatable boat with Lazy, and the instructor accompanied them to the point where they were instructed to stop. He gazed at Lazy with reluctance, and the dog emitted a soft whimper of longing. Zhou Yuan held it close, petting its back, while the instructor watched with satisfaction, feeling that this was the best decision he had made. Before long, they left the base's security perimeter, finding a secluded spot before Zhou Yuan guided Lazy into her space. She settled it into a room, creating a cozy nest for it in the living room, placing familiar items nearby that they had brought from the base. The instructor had already fed Lazy before they left, ensuring it was not hungry for the time being. The dietary habits of the dog had been well instructed. It was a dog that was not picky, and thus easy to care for. Zhou Yuan filled its bowl with spring water and advised it to stay here and recuperate. Lazy was wary of the sudden change in its surroundings, yet it sensed that this gentle owner meant it no harm, allowing it to relax swiftly. It seemed to comprehend Zhou Yuan's words, as its soulful eyes conveyed understanding. After giving its head a gentle pat, Zhou Yuan slipped out. She could only enter and exit through the same space, unable to alter her position within it, which necessitated that Lu Feng and Lu Qing keep the speedboat stationary. Otherwise, Zhou Yuan would fall into the water upon her exit. Once outside, the group took a brief tour around and unexpectedly discovered a coal factory, filled with various types of coal, including smokeless carbon. While some had been soaked, a portion remained intact. Zhou Yuan, disregarding the rest, collected everything visible on the water's surface, planning to dry it later. They also located a facility processing vegetables, meat, poultry, eggs, and dairy, most of which were vacuum-packed and unaffected by the water. While others were frantically searching the large supermarkets for supplies, they were oblivious to the potential treasures lurking in the suburbs. This was the true source. Ultimately, they returned with a bountiful haul, and Lu Qing began to understand why Lu Cheng and the others had been reluctant to return in the past. It was exhilarating, especially with Zhou Yuan continuously providing an assortment of snacks to replenish their energy. He felt capable of working tirelessly. As they prepared to head home, Lu Qing stepped away for a moment and, unbeknownst to him, inadvertently stumbled upon something. Hearing a thud, Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng rushed over to find a substantial pit in the floor of an adjacent room, with Lu Qing sitting at the bottom, looking bewildered, rubbing his rear as if to comprehend what had just transpired. Chapter 53. The secret chamber. Zhou Yuan noted that the basement was over 2 meters deep. Fortunately, Lu Qing had landed on his backside, or he might have broken a leg. Lu Feng laughed from above. "What did you do?" Lu Qing, equally perplexed, admitted he had no clue. Zhou Yuan surveyed the surroundings. Upon entering, the store had appeared empty, devoid of any items. Previously fatigued, they hadn't thought much of it. But now it seemed odd. The decor suggested it was not merely vacant, yet the interior held nothing. Now, a secret chamber of considerable height had emerged, and, remarkably, the basement showed no sign of flooding, despite their entry from a waterlogged area. The floor bore clear water stains, indicating it had once been submerged. Yet Lu Qing was merely dust-covered, not muddy. He brushed off the dust and recalled, there must be something down there. Both Lu Feng and Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, intrigued by the apparent concealment of valuable items. The three grew excited, and Zhou Yuan promptly retrieved a telescoping ladder from her space, and the two descended. Aside from the area where Lu Qing had fallen, illuminated by light from above, the remaining space was engulfed in darkness. Zhou Yuan distributed powerful flashlights, and they scanned the area, only to find it empty. Undeterred, they circled the walls, but Lu Qing tapped the wall lightly, announcing, "It's hollow." A hollow wall suggested an adjacent empty space, yet they had not located a door, unwilling to abandon their search. Zhou Yuan pondered, and decided to bring out Lazy. Recalling that military dogs were adept at search and rescue, perhaps it could detect something unusual. Having never engaged in escape room activities before the apocalypse, they felt somewhat unprepared. Upon releasing Lazy, it appeared momentarily disoriented, while Lu Feng and Lu Qing gave Zhou Yuan a thumbs up, acknowledging her perceptiveness. Holding Lazy, Zhou Yuan noted its weight, prompting Lu Feng to assist. She gently rubbed Lazy's head, instructing, "Sniff around this room and see if you can detect anything unusual."
Lazy understood.
And Lu Feng carried it as they circled the walls. Upon reaching a corner, Lazy began to bark. Zhou Yuan's heart leaped with excitement. They had made a discovery. She approached, feeling a narrow gap, and pressed against it, triggering a resounding rumble. Startled, Lu Qing jumped up, recalling that the last time he heard such a sound, he had fallen. Fortunately, this noise indicated a wall parting rather than the ground giving way. Zhou Yuan returned Lazy to her space, and the trio ventured inside. Illuminated by their flashlights, only to be utterly astonished by the sight before them. A room filled with military supplies. Common tools such as military shovels, pickaxes, demolition shears, hand axes, night vision headlamps, signal lights, military tents, sleeping bags, binoculars, and night vision goggles were all present. Most astonishingly, there were bulletproof vests. What a delightful surprise. They speculated whether this was a storage area for a military base, given its proximity to one, but they couldn't afford to overthink it. With an abundance of valuable items before them, it was impossible not to feel tempted. Zhou Yuan swiftly gathered the items, and before departing, Lu Qing glanced toward the other side, pondering whether there were more secret chambers. Exchanging glances with Lu Feng, they recognized that they had already struck gold once, and could afford to seek more. This time, they needed not Lazy's assistance. The three of them cautiously felt their way along the wall, eventually uncovering another door. Peering inside, Zhou Yuan mused that had it been peacetime, they might have become embroiled in a never-ending cycle of mundane labor. Instead, they found an arsenal of weapons, including firearms, ammunition, and cold weapons. Zhou Yuan considered how these arms could enable them to establish a modest base. Yet, the trio shared an unspoken understanding to refrain from taking anything. They surmised that this was likely a discreet supply depot for a military base, uncertain whether they were fortunate or unfortunate to stumble upon it. The temptation was palpable, however. They were ordinary citizens, having never even ventured outside their country before the apocalypse. If they were to clear out this weapons cache, they would undoubtedly find themselves on a blacklist. Moreover, given their detailed information left behind, it would not take much effort for authorities to trace it back to them. These weapons were far too dangerous to take. The earlier military supplies were benign, lacking lethality, and could be overlooked if discovered. But the disappearance of such high-powered weaponry would not go unnoticed. This posed a significant risk, and the base would not turn a blind eye. They dare not challenge the state. For even in these turbulent times, they still believe in its power. They merely require time. Furthermore, they harbor no intentions of establishing their own base. Their sole desire is for their family to survive until the end of the apocalypse. Nonetheless, that does not prevent them from selecting a few defensive weapons, as they have no intention of returning the military supplies they acquired. Surely, with the abundance of weapons at their disposal, they would not be pursued for a few additional items. Ultimately, the trio chose several compact handguns and 2 submachine guns. Although they coveted the larger sniper rifles, they realized that bringing them back would serve no purpose. They also took a box of grenades and several boxes of compatible ammunition, along with some military knives and crossbows. Before securely closing the door and hastily departing, refraining from further exploration of the other rooms. On the very night they left, the site was reopened, and helicopters landed on the rooftop of the building. Upon discovering an empty military supplies warehouse, they gasped in astonishment. Finally, upon seeing the other rooms, which remained untouched except for a minor weapons cache that had lost some firearms and ammunition, the leader exhaled in relief. However, he returned to the base to investigate the recent visitors, learning that 3 individuals had come to retrieve a military dog, leading him to visit instructor Old Su. After hearing the leader Wang Ping's account, Old Su furrowed his brow and remarked, "If they were indeed responsible, I personally believe there is no need for excessive scrutiny." I observed their intention to adopt the military dog closely. Their demeanor was remarkably upright, and they are certainly not malevolent individuals. Moreover, they took only a few handguns and submachine guns from the vast array of military supplies, which indicates that it was not a matter of capability but rather a conscious choice on their part to refrain from taking more. They are not devoid of reason. Wang Ping naturally trusted Old Su's judgment, for Old Su was no ordinary instructor but a former member of the National Special Forces who had retired due to injury. Yet, he still frowned and asked, "Aren't you curious how they managed to take all those military supplies?" Old Su, unfazed, chuckled. In these times, for someone to travel such a distance to adopt a military dog, it is evident they possess some skill. The world has changed, as they say, the apocalypse has arrived. We are barely managing ourselves, and they can only rely on self-preservation. Wang Ping, upon hearing this, decided not to dwell on it further. If those supplies could save even a few lives, it would be worth it. They needed to evacuate. Chapter 54. Robbery. Zhou Yuan and her companions were unaware of the base's activities, and even if they were, they would not concern themselves with it. As long as they were not troubled, they now found themselves in an intriguing situation, a robbery. Indeed, traversing the night during this period was bound to attract misfortune. The night was pitch black, devoid of stars or moonlight, and without any lights, it was as if one could not see one's own hand. The military supplies they had just acquired proved useful. Each of them wore a pair of night vision goggles, allowing them to see clearly from a distance. However, even without the goggles, Zhou Yuan could discern the presence of individuals across the way using her mental prowess. It was she who first sensed someone nearby, prompting them to extinguish their headlamps. The flickering lights across the way turned those men into live targets. Zhou Yuan was exhausted, having just taken advantage of the base's resources, and felt a profound sense of tension, both mentally and physically fatigued, wishing to avoid further confrontation. There were 5 men, all of whom were undoubtedly male. It was unlikely that any woman would accompany them to commit robbery in such times. They had divided into 2 inflatable boats, indicating that these robbers were not overly affluent. Zhou Yuan, utilizing her mental abilities, could hear them coveting their speedboat. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan grabbed 3 crossbow bolts, which had originally been hoarded by Lu Li during their training sessions. While she lacked the physical strength of Lu Feng and the others, her mental strength compensated for it. Before the adversaries could utter a word, she swiftly shot a bolt at the nearest inflatable boat, causing it to begin deflating. Shouts of curses erupted from the other side. "Damn it, they have weapons." The inflatable boat is leaking. Swim over and seize their speedboat and the supplies. The individual who spoke appeared to be the leader, not situated in the first inflatable boat. As Zhou Yuan raised her crossbow, Lu Feng restrained her, and when she glanced over, she saw him release a bolt, striking the live target and bringing him down.
Boss.
The men on the other side shouted in panic. I'll kill you all. Another inflatable boat sped toward them. Feng, sister-in-law, you handle the ones in front. I'll deal with the ones in the water. Lu Qing whispered. Zhou Yuan nodded and handed him a short, handy bone knife, suitable for close combat. While Zhou Yuan equipped Lu Qing, Lu Feng had already dispatched 2 individuals from the distant inflatable boat. Now, only 2 remained in the water. One was swimming toward them, while the other sensed trouble and attempted to flee. Lu Feng made no move, and neither did Zhou Yuan. Although Lu Feng had injured the 3 he had shot, none had been fatal, and now, as they fell into the water, it was uncertain how resilient they would prove to be. As for the one who fled, they had no intention of pursuing him to the ends of the earth. Firstly, in the pitch darkness, with hats and masks obscuring their features, it was likely that he could not even discern whether they were male or female. Furthermore, as the apocalypse had only just begun and order was still unraveling, it was reasonable to assume that robberies at this juncture were not yet merciless. If he escaped, it would merely be his good fortune. The remaining adversary was evidently skilled, possessing excellent swimming abilities. He seemed aware of their ranged weaponry, circling around their speedboat, making it difficult for Zhou Yuan to aim as he did not approach closely. Instead, he swam beneath their boat, attempting to rocket and dislodge them into the water. This was indeed a predicament. Although all 3 could swim, their mobility would be severely restricted in the water, and they risked being separated. Additionally, as Zhou Yuan was a woman, should they be forced into the water, it would complicate matters considerably. Fortunately, he could not manage to tip them over immediately, resulting in a stalemate that persisted for half an hour. Zhou Yuan and her companions were already exhausted from a long day, and now they were utterly drained. However, the individual in the water was not in much better shape. Swimming was also a physically demanding task. He was quite clever, exhibiting erratic movements that frustrated even the usually calm and composed Lu Qing. After he once again lunged and nearly knocked Zhou Yuan off balance, he slammed the paddle down onto the water's surface in a burst of frustration. Lu Feng, studying Zhou Yuan, did not pay it much mind, as he rarely lost his temper. The moment the opposing individual revealed a mocking expression, he was struck with terror as he witnessed the paddle's impact with the water create ice that extended toward him in a serpentine manner. However, it halted just half a meter away, only to vanish and melt away. Not even Lu Qing could believe his own eyes, staring dumbfounded at his own hands. Zhou Yuan blinked, realizing that he had just awakened his abilities. Ice manipulation, perhaps? That seemed quite promising. Lu Feng cast a wary glance at the still-dazed Lu Qing, then noticed the individual in the water attempting to flee. It was absurd. If this person could freeze water, why would he remain? Lu Feng would not allow him to escape, swiftly releasing an arrow that found its mark in the individual's head. Had he run away earlier, Lu Feng would have let him go, but now it was too late. Lu Qing snapped back to reality and grabbed Zhou Yuan's hand, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, have I awakened my powers?" He then heard a sharp slap as Lu Feng forcefully shoved his hand away. Lu Qing regained his composure and chuckled, "Sister-in-law, forgive me. I was just too excited." Zhou Yuan looked at this normally composed man and found an unexpectedly lively side to him, prompting a smile. "It's all right. You indeed possess abilities, ice attributes, it seems." She then turned to Lu Feng, who appeared somewhat disheartened, and squeezed his hand. "Mr. Lu, there's no need to rush. This is merely the beginning." Lu Feng let out a scoff. "Who's in a hurry?" Zhou Yuan, observing his insincere demeanor, chose not to confront him directly. Instead, she said, "Let us go see how much ill-gotten wealth that rubber boat holds." Lu Qing sensed the displeasure on Lu Feng's face and obediently suppressed his own elation. Moving ahead to start the engine, Lu Feng leaned closer to Zhou Yuan and whispered softly, "Yuan, I feel quite troubled. You ought to comfort me properly." As he spoke, he teasingly flicked his tongue against her ear. Having just removed their hats in preparation for a fight, this sudden gesture left Zhou Yuan electrified. "You scoundrel. I actually thought you were feeling down, but you were merely waiting here for me." She raised her elbow to retaliate, but Lu Feng quickly restrained her, his voice laden with feigned grievance. "Look, I just killed someone for the first time. I'm scared. Don't you care for your husband? What are you afraid of? You shot arrows without hesitation. Lu Qing maneuvered the speedboat alongside the rubber dinghy, only to find the leaky one had vanished, while the other was indeed laden with supplies. Secured in waterproof snakeskin bags, the contents unknown. Turning to call Lu Feng, he caught sight of the couple engrossed in their affectionate banter. If Zhou Yuan were to witness this, she would surely be furious. Do you have a problem with your eyes? Lu Qing silently thought, deciding it best to avoid the impending conflict. Though the verbal jabs wouldn't cause physical harm, they still stung. He quietly began hauling the supplies from the dinghy, ensuring he wouldn't have to retrieve them again later. At this hour, he hoped no one would be lurking about. Fortunately, they returned in the dead of night, without encountering any unwarranted obstacles. Zhou Yuan felt certain they would all explode with rage if someone did cross their path. It might even lead to a bloodbath. As the iron gate at the stairwell swung open, someone inside activated the security door. The house, apart from the two children, was still awake, waiting for their return. Lin Chui's eyes were red with worry. She immediately launched into a flurry of punches and kicks directed at Lu Feng, who dared not evade her wrath. You scoundrel! Why did you return so late? You're going to give us all heart attacks. Lin Chui's voice trembled with emotion. Lu Li and the others wore expressions of concern. Previously, when they had ventured to stockpile supplies, they had been able to communicate via phone or text. This time, with the network down, they had timed their return meticulously, yet here they were, arriving at such a late hour without any contact. They had no means to venture out and search for them. The first mode of transport was in Zhou Yuan's space, and the waterway was no longer limited to just one route. Missing their mark would require extensive searching. The group could only sit there anxiously waiting, with no way to pass the time. For 2 hours, they had endured in silence, afraid to speak. Zhou Yuan stepped forward to embrace her mother-in-law, soothing her back to help her regain her composure. I'm sorry, Mom, for making you worry. You little girl, Lin Chui gently scolded Zhou Yuan. Her voice choked with tears. Don't ever scare me like this again. If you hadn't returned, I wouldn't know if I could survive. Zhou Yuan's tears fell unexpectedly, soaking Lin Chui's shoulder as she whispered, I understand. Once the mother and daughter-in-law had calmed down, Lu Li glared at Lu Feng and Lu Qing, demanding what happened. Lu Feng rubbed his thigh, which had endured several of Lin Chui's kicks. Her strength was certainly growing. Despite being 3 against 1, all the attention had fallen on him. Lu Qing touched his nose, relieved to have narrowly escaped punishment. He had been the last to walk in. Had he been in the lead, he would have surely borne the brunt of it, while Lu Feng, despite being behind Zhou Yuan, had still been singled out by Lin Chui, who bypassed her daughter-in-law to chastise him. After all, he was her biological son. Lu Feng settled onto the sofa and recounted the day's events, which had unfolded like a dramatic film. The others listened with wide eyes upon hearing how they had almost raided a military armory. They unanimously agreed with their decisions. As ordinary citizens, they dared not engage in such reckless behavior. When it came to the robbery incident, Lin Chui's eyes widened, and her heart raced anew. She anxiously scanned Zhou Yuan, asking, Are you hurt? Mom, we're all fine. Zhou Yuan quickly reassured her, gesturing to show there was no bloodshed. However, she noted, but Luga certainly unleashed a massacre today. Aside from the initial arrow that punctured an enemy's rubber boat, it was Lu Feng who had taken action. Lu Qing felt even more guilty, realizing he had done nothing at all. As the tale drew to a close, Lu Feng disclosed the incident that had triggered Lu Qing's newfound abilities and promptly sought comfort from Zhou Yuan. Consequently, Lu Qing found himself the target of disdain from the other 4. How could he have awakened his powers without contributing anything? Lu Qing protested his innocence. Yet, Lin Chui perked up, casting a sidelong glance at the others. Ignore them. They're simply envious. How about you demonstrate your ice powers for your aunt? The others felt a wave of melancholy wash over them.
Fine.
We are indeed jealous, they admitted, yet curiosity piqued their interest in Lu Qing's ice abilities. Their gazes fixed upon him. Now, it was Lu Qing who felt disheartened. His earlier outburst had been a reflexive response to anger, and he still had no idea how he had transformed water into ice. On the journey back, he had attempted to replicate the feat but had only ended up with a sore hand. Faced with the eager eyes of his companions, he stammered, I don't know how to do it. The group sighed in exasperation. Lu Qing sought Zhou Yuan's assistance, but discovered she had already been whisked away by Lu Feng. Leaving the room, Lu Feng declared, What a joke. I have no interest in that wretched ice ability. My focus is solely on my wife. The others watched as Lu Qing repeatedly waved his hands at empty air, achieving nothing. There wasn't even a gust of wind, let alone ice. Finally, Lin Shui stifled a yawn. I can't go on any longer. I'm tired and need to sleep. Lu Qing was left speechless, recalling how she had insisted on watching just moments ago. The others exchanged glances before retreating to their respective homes. Lu Qing had never felt so humiliated. The following morning, Zhou Yuan emerged from the bedroom, yawning incessantly. That scoundrel Lu Feng had worn her out after a long day, yet he still had the energy to keep her awake. Upon seeing Lu Qing in the living room, equally disheveled and sleep-deprived, she exclaimed in surprise, "What happened to you?" Lu Qing, looking somewhat depleted, turned to Zhou Yuan and pleaded, "Sister-in-law, please help me, or I'll be overwhelmed by their teasing." Zhou Yuan blinked, confused. After listening to Lu Qing, she couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time she had seen someone with powers, but no idea how to use them. After a moment's thought, she realized she too didn't know how to wield her abilities, but she couldn't back down. Recalling the previous day's events, she noted that his anger had been the catalyst, and the medium had been water. Does he need water to produce ice? That would be quite the predicament. Nevertheless, she fetched a basin of water and placed it before him. Observing Lu Qing's skeptical expression, Zhou Yuan hesitated, concentrate, and try to focus on this water. Lu Qing felt somewhat skeptical, but with no other options, he decided to give it a shot. He closed his eyes, focused intently, and suddenly thrust his hand into the water. Miraculously, it began to freeze, albeit at a glacial pace. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Incredible! I can't believe it worked. Lu Qing, elated, jumped in place a few times before rushing out to gather the others. Soon, they encircled the basin of ice, marveling at its formation. After a moment, Lu Cheng couldn't resist, so, "Qingge, is your ability just ice-making? Can you create unique ice cream flavors?" A heavy silence fell over the group as Lu Qing froze in realization. Indeed, his ability depended on water. Would he need to douse zombies with water first before freezing them to shatter? Contemplating the scene, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep without tears. Meanwhile, others erupted into hearty laughter. Lu Qing looked towards Zhou Yuan for assistance, pondering if it would have been better if he had never possessed such a power at all. Zhou Yuan scratched her scalp, admitting that she had never encountered other ice abilities either. Yet, in novels, ice powers were never so trivial. In fact, they were often depicted as quite formidable. How did others manage to wield such strength? Water. An epiphany struck Zhou Yuan, and she cleared her throat. Is it merely because your energy levels are low at the moment? Just like Xiao Jin and Mom? Think about it. There is water in the air, isn't there? And both humans and zombies possess water in their blood, correct? If you could condense all that moisture, wouldn't that make you incredibly powerful? Zhou Yuan spoke earnestly, and soon noticed that others appeared to be deep in thought, finding her reasoning surprisingly valid. Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with realization. It was indeed due to his current weak energy that he needed abundant water. In time, he could harness the moisture in the air, envisioning it crystallizing into blades of ice, effortlessly crafting weapons from thin air. Chapter 56, New Members. Zhou Yuan exhaled in relief, feeling the weight of her responsibilities grow heavier. As she contemplated how others sought her counsel when activating their powers, she felt a chill of anxiety. She was merely a novice herself. She resolved to share the tablet loaded with countless apocalyptic novels, allowing them to study and ponder independently instead of seeking her out. At that moment, Lu Jin timidly inquired, "Mom, where's my dog?" Zhou Yuan slapped her forehead, having completely forgotten about Lazy. She glared at Lu Feng, who averted his gaze sheepishly. Upon entering her space, Zhou Yuan found Lazy gazing at her with a mournful expression. The ungrateful master, abandoning it here without care. Zhou Yuan chuckled. "Shall I take you for a delightful meal now?" As she emerged with Lazy, the dog immediately noticed several unfamiliar eyes fixated upon it. Instinctively, it stood alert, letting out a fierce growl that startled everyone. Truly a military dog, its momentary presence was rather intimidating. Lu Jin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he reached out to pet Lazy, but Lu Feng hastily intervened. "Xiao Jin, let mommy introduce you to Lazy first." Lu Jin pouted in discontent. "Daddy, even though I can't understand dog speech yet, I can sense it means no harm, just a warning." He boldly stood before Lazy. "Is your name Lazy?"
Hello, I am Liu Yin.
"Can I play with you?" Lei Zi regarded the young human before it, sensing a familiar aura akin to its master, and for some inexplicable reason, it felt an unusual affinity for this child. Tilting its head, it glanced at Zhou Yuan, who merely smiled without giving any commands, leading it to trust its instincts. Extending its right paw, Lu Jin joyfully grasped it, leaping in excitement. Mommy, Daddy, look. It wants to be my friend. Zhou Yuan smiled knowingly. Although Lei Zi was still a young dog, its military training had been rigorous, instilling a significant wariness towards strangers. As a competent military dog, it aided in rescuing humans, yet that did not imply it would accept everyone. It was merely accustomed to obeying its handlers. Previously, when Zhou Yuan had brought it out of the secret chamber to assist them in finding a switch, Lu Feng had to persuade it for quite some time before it reluctantly agreed. It seemed that Lu Feng's presence bore her scent, as it had initially glared at Lu Qing before eventually ignoring him. Now, its willingness to shake paws with Xiao Jin indicated its acceptance of him. It was akin to when Zhou Yuan had offered it water. It had only licked once under instruction, later recognizing her once it sensed the energy within the water. As Zhou Yuan introduced Lei Zi to the other household members, she knew it did not need their approval, but should be aware of who its allies were, alleviating the need for constant vigilance. Unsurprisingly, Lei Zi's demeanor towards others mirrored its reaction to Lu Qing, briefly lifting its gaze to acknowledge the person before it. Everyone marveled, questioning whether it was indeed a case of dog eyes looking down on humans. It was only when they reached Xiao Yu that Lei Zi tilted its head, unexpectedly leaning forward to lick Xiao Yu's cheek. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, but before she could react, Lei Zi had already finished. Xiao Yu giggled, wrapping his arms around Lei Zi's head. Hee, that tickles. The dog likes me. Others exchanged puzzled glances, reasoning that Xiao Jin should be the one favored by the animals due to his communicative abilities. Yet, Lei Zi seemed to be more affectionate towards Xiao Yu, as if offering companionship in battle, while it displayed a protective instinct towards Xiao Yu. Unperturbed by the complexities, Lu Jin simply felt that Lei Zi liked his younger brother, bringing him joy. Together, they could protect Xiao Yu. Zhou Yuan, oblivious to the intricacies, assumed that Xiao Yu must bear her essence, thus attracting Lei Zi. Why fret over the details? A good outcome was all that mattered. Lu Yu, noticing the bandage on Lei Zi's hind leg, tilted his head. Mom, is the dog injured? Zhou Yuan nodded and turned to Lin Chui. Mom, could you help change Lei Zi's bandages and check if your healing abilities have improved? Lin Chui promptly agreed, and Zhou Yuan moved Lei Zi's bed from the space into a corner of the living room, handing Lin Chui the medicine provided by the military base's doctor. Lin Chui brought the two children along to assist in changing Lei Zi's bandages when Lu Jin asked, Grandma, will Lei Zi be able to stand again? Before Lin Chui could respond, Lu Feng interjected, Don't worry, once Grandma's powers are upgraded, she will definitely help Lei Zi stand again. Lin Chui paused, amused by her eldest son's unwavering confidence, especially since she had barely scratched the surface of her abilities. Yet, seeing her grandson's hopeful gaze, she steeled herself. Haha, don't worry. Grandma will certainly help Lei Zi stand again. Then let your dad take down a few more zombies with crystal cores for Grandma to use. Let us go. Mutual harm. Lu Feng stiffened, while others stifled their laughter. Lin Chui, disregarding her youngest son's complaints, finished applying the medicine. She contemplated Zhou Yuan's guidance on utilizing her powers, silently attuning herself to a different energy within her, focusing it into her hands. After some time, she indeed saw a thread of green energy, reminiscent of spider silk, converge at Lei Zi's leg, prompting a soft, contented whine from the canine. All eyes turned towards them in astonishment as they witnessed the wound on Lei Zi's leg gradually healing. However, within a minute, the green thread dissipated. Lin Chui collapsed onto the ground, and Zhou Yuan hurried to provide her with a cup of water. Though fatigued, she beamed with joy. I found the feeling. Grandma is amazing. Grandma is great. The two children cheered enthusiastically. Others shared in their joy. Lin Chui's abilities were essential to them. Although they had stockpiled medicine, none possessed medical expertise, and many remained unusable. Lin Chui's healing talent could directly remedy ailments without the need for medication. What could be better? Lei Zi, too, joyfully licked Lin Chui's palm, who affectionately patted its head. Even though she observed the wound healing, she still needed to properly bandage it. Her current abilities were limited to superficial healing, and the internal injuries had yet to mend completely. Not to mention, the broken bones required stabilization. With daily treatments, she would also enhance her powers. Chapter 57. The news of the zombies as December officially commenced, the water levels gradually receded. By mid-December, the water had lowered to the calves, causing minimal disruption to daily life. Over the past few months, the populace had grown accustomed to the sweltering heat. People began to venture outside sporadically, many optimistic that the calamity was nearing its end. However, as the water receded, it revealed a landscape strewn with debris and various corpses, both human and animal, rendered unrecognizable after weeks of submersion. It was unacceptable for such remains to be left unattended, yet curiously, no officials had appeared to address the situation. Eventually, some compassionate individuals recognized their loved ones among the deceased and took it upon themselves to bury them, while many others remained neglected. By this point, a growing number of individuals began to suspect that matters were far more complicated than they seemed. If the disaster were truly concluding, the government would likely initiate relief and reconstruction efforts, along with organized cleanup operations. The absence of such action suggested that a more severe calamity was afoot. As fate would have it, one day, a man rushed back with alarming news of zombies. His wife was gravely ill with a fever, and in his desperate attempt to get her to the hospital, he witnessed a horrific scene. Patients suddenly leapt from their beds, attacking those nearby with insatiable hunger. Their bloodied mouths were a grotesque sight, as they bit and clawed at others, resembling the very zombies of cinematic lore, albeit with somewhat less terrifying visages. In his panic, he abandoned his wife, who lay slumped in a waiting chair, and fled. As soon as he imparted this news, chaos erupted, people scattered and hastily retreated to their respective buildings. Many quickly shed their outer garments, while those with disinfectants doused themselves in the liquid. The people of Huagua were not strangers to viral infections. They understood the menace posed by such pathogens, especially one as nightmarish as a zombie virus. They reacted swiftly, although they were unaware that mere avoidance would not suffice to prevent infection, nor would common disinfectants prove effective against it. This virus was insidious and omnipresent. Their only recourse was to wait. If they could endure this phase without succumbing to infection, they might escape the fate of becoming zombies unless bitten or scratched. Zhou Yuan observed the panicked crowd disperse, leaving only the man who had returned with the grim tidings standing amidst the swirling wind. Shortly thereafter, Lu Cheng arrived, having removed his outer coat and mask, and sprayed himself with disinfectant. Although his sister-in-law had previously advised against such measures, he felt a sense of reassurance in taking precautions. That man indeed came from the People's Hospital, he confirmed, echoing his sister-in-law's account almost exactly. Days prior, Zhou Yuan had forewarned them about the impending appearance of zombies. As soon as the man relayed his news, Lu Cheng had rushed down to gather information. He had recently discovered his own powers, the ability to manipulate wind. At present, he felt no extraordinary sensations aside from an enhanced speed. Initially, Zhou Yuan had presumed his ability to be a simple augmentation of speed, only to later realize he was merely propelled by the wind without any control over it. Just as she was about to speak, two shadowy figures entered, a pair of brothers, Lu Feng and Lu Li, whose powers were fire and lightning, respectively. Both possessed formidable abilities, yet neither had mastered control over them, often resulting in mishaps, one of which nearly set their home ablaze. Lu Feng's hair stood perpetually erect, resembling a spiny creature. In exasperation, Lin Shui had eventually sent them to the rooftop to practice, where there was ample space and minimal flammable materials, allowing them to practice their powers without endangering others.
Meanwhile,
Lu Aimin was on the balcony, engaged in a gardening contest with Lin Shui. Thus far, his ability allowed him to create depressions in the soil, facilitating Lin Shui's planting endeavors. However, she often criticized the unevenness of his work. In a corner of the living room, a metallic figure drew Zhou Yuan's attention, Lu Ming, whose metallic powers were still unrefined. He struggled to cover himself in metal, often failing to maintain it for long periods, creating a peculiar sight akin to a chameleon. At this juncture, aside from Xiao Yu, every individual had manifested powers. Even Zhou Yuan had developed an ability, not of space or telepathy but rather control over water, which, while not particularly potent, was a new addition to her repertoire. When it first emerged, Lu Cheng had jested that she could collaborate with Lu Qing. She would drench the zombies with water, allowing Lu Qing to freeze them, while he would be pursued by the icy blades Lu Qing had conjured. Lu Qing, eager to test his newfound abilities, was more than willing to assist. Ultimately, Lu Cheng returned, sporting numerous small injuries, having become yet another test subject for Lin Shui's experiments. although he bore the burdens of his trials in silence. Zhou Yuan had yet to unleash her powers upon him. Her psychic abilities had also expanded, now encompassing not just mental detection, telepathy, and telekinesis, but also mental interference, a delightful surprise, given that their recent lack of jade collection suggested no increase in her abilities. The only way to enhance her powers was through rigorous practice. One day, while organizing resources in her space, she discovered an uncut raw stone from the mineral market that had not been absorbed by her spatial realm, likely due to an outer protective layer. Upon cutting it open, her space upgraded once more, reminiscent of the joy one feels upon discovering an unexpected sum of money hidden within a forgotten article of clothing. The changes were subtle. The water from the spring now lasted 16 hours and contained greater energy. Speaking of water, Zhou Yuan encountered a delightful surprise when she sent her 2 children and Lazy to play in her space. The 2 mischievous children had inadvertently taken Lazy to the pond for a bath, despite his leg injury prohibiting him from contact with water. By the time Zhou Yuan arrived, Lazy had already been soaking for over half an hour, resisting attempts to pull him out. To her astonishment, upon inspection, his leg showed no signs of inflammation, and he appeared to be enjoying himself, suggesting the water had beneficial healing properties. Lin Chui, who had been treating Lazy daily, confirmed signs of healing in his injury, leaving Zhou Yuan astounded. She had mistakenly dismissed the pond's water as ineffective, only to discover its true potential lay in immersion. Consequently, she arranged for everyone at home to take baths, leading to a cascade of newly awakened abilities among them. Only Xiao Yu remained oblivious to the events, content to watch cartoons and play with his brother and Lazy, seemingly unbothered by the absence of powers. Regardless, they felt reassured knowing they were there to protect him, finding joy in his happiness as they all reveled in the moment. Zhou Yuan's 4th psychic ability has emerged, mental interference. Within a certain range, she can control the thoughts and consciousness of others, compelling them to dance, turn around, or bow, among other actions. The greater the difficulty of the task, the higher the demand on her mental strength. After she made Lu Qing perform a dance on one occasion, everyone became aware of her extraordinary ability, placing her firmly among the most formidable individuals not to be trifled with. As everyone finished tidying up and returned to the sofa, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Li's spiky hairstyle. Little Yu, curious, reached out to touch it, and as he pressed it down, it sprang back up immediately. With a cheerful grin, he exclaimed, "Uncle, your hair looks like a hedgehog. I want that too." Zhou Yuan cleared her throat and playfully remarked, "Big brother, I believe I have some styling spray. Would you like it?" Lu Li shot her a glance and replied gruffly, "No, thanks." Zhou Yuan then adopted a serious tone, stating, "The zombies have already appeared. We must act swiftly." Lu Li looked perplexed. "What do you mean?" She explained, "Psychic abilities require practical application for mastery. Only through continuous use can one improve. Otherwise, it is merely superficial skill. Moreover, I suspect that the delay in rescue efforts is due to the emergence of zombies in other areas. The government must be aware of the severity of the situation and is likely in the process of establishing official bases." Having spent 2 years in the base of H province in her previous life, she was entirely unaware of the external circumstances. The others straightened in their seats, and Lu Cheng exclaimed, "What should we do? My ability is only good for running." He felt embarrassed, having previously mocked Lu Qing, who, despite her initial powers, could at least create ice to cool everyone down, while he found himself lacking even the ability to run errands. Would he simply flee upon encountering zombies? That seemed rather cowardly. Zhou Yuan asserted, "Thus, we must venture out and take action." Lu Feng furrowed his brow, asking, "Are you suggesting we go out to slay zombies?" Zhou Yuan nodded, explaining that the current zombies were still at a basic level, moving sluggishly like mere corpses, relying solely on sound and scent to navigate. Their movements were slow, making it an ideal opportunity for practice. Lu Li spoke solemnly, "Very well, we'll set out shortly, but what about our parents and the 2 children?" Lu Imin's eyes widened in indignation. "What? Are you looking down on your old man?" Lu Li rolled his eyes, wondering if his father was aware of his own age. Recognizing the brewing frustration in his father, he rose to storm off, but Lin Chui intervened, noting that since her husband had regained his health, his temper had also grown increasingly volatile. Zhou Yuan gently interjected, "Aside from the 2 children, I will create a safe space. Everyone else must come."
Liu Li Azikata.
Acknowledging that it was fine for his father to join, but questioned whether his mother could handle killing zombies given her prowess in butchering fish and chickens. He glanced at Lu Feng, who replied, I believe everyone should go. As Zhou Yuan mentioned, the zombies are currently quite weak. As long as you dare to strike, they will remain stationary, awaiting their fate. The real challenge lies in overcoming the mental barrier. Whether one can kill is one matter, but whether one dares to is another. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, emphasizing the importance of their mother conquering her psychological hurdle at the outset. Otherwise, if the zombies became more agile later on, she would miss her chance to adapt. Lin Chui, though anxious, resolutely declared, I can do it. I will treat them like pigs. Just with slightly thicker necks and more terrifying appearances. Lu Li reflected on this, realizing they could not remain cooped up in the house forever. Eventually, they would have to step outside. If they encountered zombies and merely screamed without taking action, would they simply wait for the zombies to end their own lives? Furthermore, aside from Zhou Yuan, none among them had genuinely wielded a knife against a zombie. Despite their current eagerness and excitement, he feared they might falter and panic upon facing the real threat. With determination, Zhou Yuan arranged for the two children and Lei Zi to enter the safe space, preparing their food in advance, as they did not know how long they might be out. She entrusted Xiao Jin with the task of reheating it when necessary. Finally, everyone armed themselves fully. Given the uncertainty of their combat capabilities, it was prudent to ensure they were protected. Fortunately, they had previously cleared out a military supply depot. Inside, they found lightweight stab-resistant clothing. Although she was unsure of the technical name, the description indicated it was waterproof, windproof, scratch-resistant, and bulletproof, an official product of exceptional quality. Wearing the newly developed thermoregulating clothing from a tech company underneath the stab-resistant outfit, Zhou Yuan felt well prepared. A mask and baseball cap completed her ensemble, creating a perfect look. They had stocked up on various weapons previously, and the military supplies contained tools that could double as weapons. For instance, Lu Ming quickly zeroed in on a hand axe, perfectly suited for him. Lin Chui grabbed a butcher's knife she had purchased while gathering pork in the village, finding it comfortable to use. Lu Li and Lu Feng selected different knives, dao and military knives, testing them for comfort. Zhou Yuan, aware that her hand strength was a weakness, opted for a crossbow, which would be convenient due to her psychic calibration. She had previously worried about insufficient bolts, but discovered a crossbow among the military supplies, complete with a sufficient number of arrows for her needs. Of course, while proficient in ranged attacks, she also carried a military bayonet, which was lightweight and suitable for close combat. These weapons would prove particularly useful in the early stages, but as they progressed, they would rely more on their abilities, utilizing weapons only when their powers were insufficient for the task. Having chosen their weapons and donned their gear, Zhou Yuan concluded with instructions. Today marks our first day. Let us not be reckless. We will explore the vicinity, primarily to build our courage and acclimate to the sight of zombies. We must not venture too far, as communication is limited, and should something happen, we will struggle to regroup. Indeed, this was not mere conjecture. The terrifying visage of a zombie would be an invisible assault on individuals accustomed to a peaceful existence. Suddenly recalling the communication devices, Zhou Yuan noted that there were walkie-talkies in the military supplies, but they were about to depart, and tuning the frequencies would need to wait until their next outing. Right. We should avoid dispersing too much, especially ensuring someone stays close to the two elders, Lu Li added. Lu Cheng and the others nodded in understanding, while Lu Feng was determined to stay by Zhou Yuan's side. Lu Aimin wished to assert his independence, but upon reflecting on the dirt pit that Lin Chui had deemed unsatisfactory, he fell silent. As the group descended, little did they know that trouble awaited them just as they reached the 7th floor. Chapter 59. First kill. As soon as they arrived at the 20th floor, Zhou Yuan sensed the presence of all individuals within the building, quickly realizing something was amiss. After enhancing her psychic abilities, her first mental scan was unequivocal. It was akin to the data visualization maps of the past, a comprehensive map formed in her mind, complete with varying markings and colors corresponding to different individuals. Although she was unsure what each color represented. Apologies, but she could not discern the meaning of the colors. Fortunately, she was not colorblind. Initially, her map displayed only 2 markers, 10 heads of different colors and 1 gray dog head. She confirmed that the 10 heads represented their group, while the dog head belonged to Lei Zi. Having just placed Lei Zi and the 2 children into the safe space, 2 heads and the dog head had vanished from her mental map. The colors likely indicated different psychic abilities. Upon reaching the 20th floor, the colors on her map suddenly became more diverse. Aside from the 8 heads of individuals present, for particularly striking gray skulls caught the eye, while the others were merely gray human heads. Zhou Yuan relayed the situation to everyone, as she too was uncertain of its precise meaning. These 4 skulls were located on the 7th floor, and the group quietly descended the stairs. Upon reaching the 12th or 13th floor, a piercing scream echoed through the air, and Zhou Yuan noticed an additional skull on her map, blinking in surprise. The scream drew out the residents of the 14th and 12th floors, both families peering nervously from the staircase. Upon seeing this group, they appeared astonished, likely perplexed by their unexpected presence and the increase in their numbers. Ignoring them, the group continued their descent, while Wang Zilan from the 14th floor exchanged glances with her parents, and the 3 of them followed suit. The family on the 12th floor also began to descend, and upon reaching the 8th floor, they encountered the family from apartment 802, further increasing their numbers. Zhou Yuan's map now displayed 8 colorful heads alongside 9 gray ones, suggesting that those with color possessed special abilities while the gray heads belonged to ordinary people. However, there was no time for contemplation, as the commotion from the 7th floor intensified following the earlier scream. Suddenly, the woman Zhou Yuan had given water to burst forth, cradling a child, followed closely by her husband. In a panic, they rushed upward and collided with the group. The woman hesitated momentarily, while the man pushed through the throng without regard for his wife and child. Whether intentional or not, he shoved the person beside him, Zhou Yuan, forward, with Lu Feng positioned just behind her. Without hesitation, Lu Feng struck with his blade, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic injury to the man's hand as he wielded a shorter knife. The man howled in agony, revealing a deep gash that exposed bone, prompting everyone to recoil in shock. Lu Feng coldly remarked, "If you cannot control your hands, perhaps you should forfeit them altogether." The man, drenched in cold sweat, clutched his wounded arm in fear, while the woman merely tightened her grip on her child. Leaning against the handrail, the man's scream soon attracted the attention of those within the corridor of the 7th floor. Zhou Yuan confirmed her suspicions. They were not human, but zombies, and the skulls on her map indeed represented the undead. The man's shove had propelled Zhou Yuan to the forefront, and a few stairs down, she would inevitably encounter the zombies. Without hesitation, she drew her bow and fired an arrow, striking the zombie down, its head still quivering from the impact. It was an elderly male zombie, and Zhou Yuan recalled that the 7th floor housed 4 elderly individuals, 2 of whom were solitary, while the other 2 appeared to be the man's parents. The man, witnessing Zhou Yuan's decisive action against the zombie, became increasingly panicked, not daring to lift his gaze. Zhou Yuan had no time for further thoughts, as 3 more zombies emerged, 2 females, 1 young and 1 old, along with a male. Nearby, the woman leaning against the handrail heard her child exclaim, "Grandpa and Grandma." The mother quickly covered the child's mouth, whispering, "Ching Ching, be good, they are no longer your grandparents." Zhou Yuan recognized the 2 elderly zombies as residents of apartment 702, while the one she had just dispatched was one of the solitary elderly individuals from 701. The woman was the mother of the deceased child from the 3rd floor, and they had previously speculated that she had been murdered by someone named Gao. It remained unclear whether they had altered the course of their past or had simply misjudged the situation. Without further deliberation, Zhou Yuan swiftly loosed several more arrows, eliminating the remaining zombies. It was not that Lu Li and the others were unwilling to assist, but their weapons were too long for the cramped space, rendering them unable to draw their blades amidst the crowd. Zhou Yuan pressed forward, only to discover that the staircase corner was also crowded with individuals ascending from below, all seemingly on the brink of fainting. Was there still time for spectatorship in such dire circumstances? Ignoring them, she entered the 7th floor, realizing that yet another zombie remained hidden. It turned out to be trapped, its legs gnawed away, leaving it unable to stand, merely crawling on the ground. Salivating upon seeing Zhou Yuan, without hesitation, she drew her dagger and severed its head, knowing that to truly eliminate a zombie, one must destroy its brain or decapitate it. Otherwise, it could survive any wound. Thus, Zhou Yuan had aimed for the heads with her arrows, otherwise they would not have been killed. With the last zombie dispatched, Zhou Yuan wasted no time and prepared to descend further when a woman's voice questioned, "Are you just going to walk away after killing?" "Killing?" Zhou Yuan chuckled softly. Glancing at the source of the voice, the woman from apartment 602, who had moved from 402. "Are you certain they are still people?" Wu Lanlan, visibly shaken, replied, "They are merely infected with the virus. They haven't died, have they? Shouldn't they be taken to a hospital?" Zhou Yuan regarded her with amusement. Was she truly naive or merely feigning ignorance? Suddenly, she noticed a skull on her map that had not disappeared, piquing her interest as she seized Wu Lanlan.
Ah!
What are you doing? Wu Lanlan screamed. Lanlan, let her go. Wu Lanlan's parents attempted to intervene, but Lu Feng and the others blocked their path, while her husband merely frowned, remaining motionless. Zhou Yuan smirked. Do not worry. I shall not harm her. I simply wish to indulge her kindness. She dragged Wu Lanlan before the still-living zombie, the elderly one she had initially shot. You see, this grandfather is still alive. Would you like to take him to the hospital? Wu Lanlan stared at the bloodied, groaning figure on the ground, screaming in terror. Zhou Yuan feigned digging in her ears. TSK, did you not say he was merely infected? What are you afraid of? Hurry, take him to the hospital. Otherwise, how will you reconcile your benevolent heart? Without waiting for a response, Zhou Yuan strode onward, disregarding both Wu Lanlan and the zombie, as Lin Chui and the others quickly followed her lead. As Zhou Yuan passed by Zhang Weiwei, she whispered a few words. The others watched in disbelief as they departed, while Wu Lanlan's screams evidently provoked the zombie, which attempted to rise. Wu Lanlan's parents rushed forward to pull her away, chastising, Xiao Gang, you pathetic coward, do not hesitate, take Lanlan and leave. The group could only watch helplessly as the zombie slowly regained its footing, prompting a frenzy of escape. Chapter 60. Sweeping the community. By the time Zhou Yuan reached the first floor, the skull remained intact, while the surrounding gray heads diminished in number. Ultimately, only one gray head seemed to approach slowly. Zhou Yuan chose to ignore it as her group commenced their sweep of the community. Their objective today was to eradicate the zombies plaguing the neighborhood, for they intended to reside here for the next couple of years and needed to clear the area thoroughly. Being within the community, they were less likely to become separated, allowing for timely assistance should any situation arise. In her previous life, someone had taken the initiative to clear the zombies from the community, namely Gao Ning. However, this had not happened so swiftly. It took about 4 or 5 days before he began, presumably after realizing he had awakened his abilities and became overly confident. Their plan today was to first eliminate the wandering zombies, and Zhou Yuan had already tested her skills. Her experience in dispatching the undead remained intact. Ultimately, she would lead Lin Chui and Lu Aimin, while the others were encouraged to fend for themselves, with a reminder to utilize their abilities judiciously and to drink the water she had prepared if they felt overwhelmed. Lu Feng, initially reluctant to depart, reconsidered, realizing that compared to Zhou Yuan, his combat prowess was lacking. Zhou Yuan led Lin Chui and Lu Aimin in a particular direction. After a short distance, they encountered a seemingly young child, perhaps just a year or two older than Xiao Jin, now turned into a zombie, wandering about. It appeared to have caught a whiff of human presence and slowly approached them. Zhou Yuan glanced at her in-laws, and Lin Chui, somewhat hesitant, remarked, "It's just a child." Zhou Yuan thought her mother-in-law was feeling compassionate and was about to offer words of comfort. To her surprise, Lin Chui pursed her lips and charged forward, muttering, child.
I am sorry.
The butcher's knife struck the child's neck, but the head did not sever. Thus, the zombie remained alive, visibly excited at the prospect of food. Reaching out with its hands, Zhou Yuan gasped, Mom. Just then, Lu Aimin sprang forward and delivered a decisive blow to the zombie's head, rendering it motionless. Zhou Yuan exhaled in relief. They had escaped danger unscathed. Lin Chui withdrew the knife and, panting, sank to the ground, gazing at the now lifeless zombie child, tears streaming down her face. It was unclear whether she was frightened or pitying the child. Perhaps it was a mixture of both. Lu Aimin also stared blankly at the dark crimson blood on the blade. Zhou Yuan, standing silently beside them, understood the weight of their first kill. Although the zombie was no longer human, it still bore the form of a person in their eyes, and such a transformation required time to process. In truth, slaying zombies was somewhat easier, for they all recognized that these beings were no longer human, but mere monsters. Zhou Yuan recalled her own initial experience of taking a life, which haunted her for a long time, a restless unease that she could not suppress, leading to nightmares that plague her nights. This was also why, after the robbery incident, despite her exhaustion, she allowed Lu Feng to persist in his actions. She sought to mitigate the negative impact of his first kill, but sensed that he remained unaffected. Indeed, men often possessed a stronger psychological resilience. With the scent of blood in the air, a few zombies in the distance began to approach. Observing that her in-laws had not yet regained their composure and not wishing to pressure them unduly, Zhou Yuan decided to confront the oncoming threat herself. She counted approximately 3 or 4 zombies, some near and some farther away, and felt confident in her ability to handle them. She first used her crossbow to take down the closest one. Then, noticing a more distant zombie, she attempted to use her mental interference to signal it to turn around. To her delight, the creature complied and veered in another direction. She smiled, realizing that her ability was effective even on zombies. However, once the zombie had moved about 5 meters away, it turned back toward her again. Zhou Yuan pouted, feeling her powers were still insufficient. Just as her frustration mounted, the other 2 zombies had already approached, prompting her to raise her weapon again. At that moment, her in-laws arrived and Lu Aimin spoke firmly, Yuan, leave these 2 to us. Zhou Yuan met their determined gazes and nodded, be careful, if you miss, dodge quickly, and don't let them catch you. As her in-laws charged at the 2 zombies, Zhou Yuan, feeling uneasy, redirected her controlled zombie once more. She glanced over to assess the situation with her in-laws. Lu Aimin seemed to have found his rhythm, swiftly striking a zombie's head, which immediately fell lifelessly, yet he struggled to extract his knife, having plunged it too deeply. Lin Shui faced a slightly more arduous challenge. Though her blade struck the zombie's head, it did not penetrate fully. Understanding the hardness of the skull, she swiftly altered her approach and aimed for the neck. Yes, that was effective, the neck severed, and the zombie was irrevocably dead. Zhou Yuan could not help but give them a thumbs up, only to notice their startled expressions directed behind her. It dawned on her that the zombie she had been controlling had escaped her mental grasp. She quickly turned and focused her attention on it, causing it to gradually pivot away in another direction. Lin Shui hurried over, unable to restrain herself, and lightly scolded her. You always remind us not to lose focus while killing zombies. Zhou Yuan chuckled, glancing at the obedient zombie. Isn't it behaving quite well? Observing the mindlessly wandering creature, remarked in amazement to Yuan, your mental power can control zombies. Zhou Yuan shook her head, it's not that powerful. I can only influence some of its actions, but I cannot create movements that it does not inherently possess. For instance, I cannot command it to kill, or to take its own life. Lin Shui and Lu Aimin were perplexed, and Zhou Yuan herself struggled to articulate her thoughts. Essentially, her mental influence was just that, an influence, not complete control. For example, if a person were asleep, she could not compel them to stand up and act. However, if they were engaged in an activity, she could alter or interrupt their actions. In summary, she could not conjure actions from nothing. Lu Aimin, unable to comprehend further, simply asked, should we finish it off? Zhou Yuan quickly replied, no. Dad, if you want to kill zombies, go find your own. I'm still playing with this one. Lu Aimin was speechless, as though he were competing with her for a toy.
Lin Kui chuckled,
Playfully tapping Zhou Yuan on the forehead before following Lu Aimin to search for more zombies. Having taken down 2 zombies, their initial fear dissipated, replaced by a newfound interest in the activity. Zhou Yuan, still concerned, kept the zombie close behind them, observing as they became more adept at the task, which brought her immense satisfaction. Many residents of the community watched this scene unfold from their windows, 2 elderly individuals wielding knives against the monsters, accompanied by a girl who appeared ageless, trailing behind them. Most notably, a zombie followed closely behind her, resembling a bodyguard. Initially, the onlookers, who had chosen to venture outside to combat zombies rather than await rescue, deemed them mad, didn't they fear infection? Yet, the distant growls served as a reminder that safety within their homes was not guaranteed, leaving them too fearful to step outside. Some retreated, becoming proverbial turtles, while others pondered the situation, such as Gao Ning. Before long, the zombies wandering outside the community were eradicated. Given that there had been few residents previously and no one had emerged during the flood, the area was relatively devoid of zombies, with most still confined to the buildings. Zhou Yuan and her group had no intention of clearing out the apartments. Chapter 61. Self-rescue soon. The group reconvened in their earlier scattered formation. Each of them bore signs of their encounters, suggesting they had all reaped some rewards. As they regarded the zombie trailing behind Zhou Yuan, she rubbed her nose, momentarily forgetting it. Apologizing silently, she raised her weapon and shot it down. If the zombie had retained any semblance of consciousness, it might have died with unfulfilled thoughts. Having been played with for so long before being so callously abandoned, they gathered the corpses together, and Lu Feng discreetly set a fire, thankfully managing to avoid burning himself. In the sweltering heat, Leaving the bodies to rot would only invite a foul stench and a swarm of insects. Once the bodies were reduced to ashes, the group prepared to return home when they heard a voice from the second floor of Building 9 calling out, "Hey, brave souls, please wait." The group froze. Brave souls.
Wait?
Are they calling us? Zhou Yuan's lips twitched as she looked up at the men. Luli glanced over to see a young man, perhaps in his early 20s, who appeared relatively well off, suggesting he had not lacked for food or clothing during the floods.
What is it? Liuli rapli impatiently.
The young man eagerly exclaimed, "You are so impressive. Aren't you afraid of infection?" Luli glanced at Zhou Yuan, who nodded in response. It was only a matter of time before everyone learned about this, so secrecy was of little consequence. To be frank, she had no intention of clearing out the zombies from the various buildings. Although many of the zombies had food stored at home, she found the meager supplies unworthy of her effort. Besides, it would only invite unnecessary trouble. This had happened in her previous life, when Gao Ning organized a group to scour the buildings, leading to the appropriation of resources from the zombies' homes, which incited the displeasure of the residents in the same building, ultimately resulting in Gao Ning resorting to forceful suppression. They could certainly resort to force as well, but with the time they had, they might as well venture outside where resources were abundant for those bold enough to seek them. Thus, disseminating the news could facilitate their self-rescue, serving the dual purpose of aiding humanity while alleviating their own burdens. Luli raised his voice deliberately. The virus infection period has passed. If you couldn't withstand it, you would have already turned into a zombie. Now, if you haven't transformed, the likelihood is that you won't, provided you avoid being bitten or scratched. Soon, voices echoed from various buildings. Is what you say true? Luli frowned and clarified. Listen carefully to what I just said. The weakness of a zombie lies in its brain. It must be destroyed or decapitated to ensure its complete demise. A voice questioned, "How can you prove what you say is true?" Lu Cheng laughed heartily. "Are you trying to be funny? Just telling you this is a favor. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you." Zhou Yuan and the others were left speechless. They chose to remain silent and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out, "Hey, you can't leave. You need to help us clear the zombies from our building." Zhou Yuan and the others were truly at a loss for words. What kind of foolishness was this? They couldn't be bothered to argue further, and simply walked away. After laboring for so long, they needed to return home for a meal. The reason they refrained from discussing their abilities was primarily due to the complexity of the topic. Explaining it would take far too long. And if their powers did not manifest later, they would be accused of inciting false hopes. If they did emerge, would they then be expected to act as advisors? Upon entering Building 8, Zhou Yuan noticed that the skull had vanished, causing her to smile slightly. As they passed by the 16th floor, she spotted only a green head inside. Curious, she returned home discreetly, where they each began to wash up. She brought out the 2 children and the dog, who had been playing wildly in the space, and took some food, as Lin Chui was too tired to cook today. Considering the grim experience of killing zombies earlier, she feared that if they saw the more vibrant colors of certain dishes, it might evoke negative associations, so she opted for some vegetarian options. Everyone was exhausted and had no qualms about it. They simply went along with it. After dinner, Zhou Yuan gazed at the 11 colorful heads on the map, puzzled as to why the one on the 16th floor was also green. She had previously believed that others were gray, while her family was green. Yet it seemed that was not the case. Upon reflection, she realized that the distinguishing factor was that they were all ability users while others were ordinary people, though that didn't seem right either. Xiaoyu had no abilities. Just then, Luyu sensed his mother's gaze upon him and immediately flashed a sweet smile, causing Zhou Yuan to rush over and embrace him, playfully ruffling his hair. How could her child be so adorable? The others observed the interaction between mother and son, sharing a laugh. Lu Cheng remarked, "Xiaoyu is truly becoming more charming by the day." Zhou Yuan paused, realizing that she too had grown increasingly fond of Xiaoyu. Historically, she had been a rather stern mother, never indulging in her children's whims. Otherwise, she wouldn't have experienced so many conflicts with her in-laws. However, lately, she had found herself becoming more lenient with Xiaoyu's behavior. The last time they had taken Lazy to the pond for a bath, she had shifted the blame onto Xiao Jin, and whenever Xiaoyu blinked at her, she would forget about reprimanding him. Something felt amiss. Lu Cheng had just mentioned that Xiaoyu was becoming more adorable as well. It appeared that Xiaoyu had not merely failed to awaken his abilities. Rather, it was an ability that had gone unnoticed by everyone. This ability seemed akin to a charm that made others inexplicably drawn to him, willing to approach him. This likely explained why Lazy had taken a liking to him as well. It was no wonder that on her map, her family was represented in green. She couldn't help but ruffle Xiao Yu's hair again. The little fellow probably didn't even realize it himself, being so young and in that particularly endearing age. He was easily overlooked. Had it not been for this map, they might have remained oblivious for a long time. Then she recalled the green figure on the 16th floor. Had they also awakened an ability? She had previously paid little attention to that household, too disinterested to expend her mental energy on those who seemed inconsequential. In her past life, she remembered that only Gao Ning had possessed abilities in their community. Why was there suddenly another? Was it perhaps due to her butterfly effect? It was intriguing, though she wondered whether it was a male or a female. She hadn't anticipated that they would have this opportunity. Awakening abilities was no small feat. Typically, only 1 in 100 might manifest such powers. Otherwise, Gao Ning would not have gained notoriety for being so exceptional. Of the 10 who had awakened abilities, aside from their daily exercise, it was her spatial abilities that had contributed significantly. Thus, her advantage felt like an unfair bonus to others. Zhou Yuan shared her insights regarding Xiao Yu's abilities with the others, advising them to remain vigilant and not allow themselves to be unduly influenced. After all, a mischievous child should not be overly pampered, lest they grow unruly. Lin Chui muttered. What kind of ability is that? Xiao Yu must have been born with it. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, for the two elders, it wasn't just Xiao Yu who possessed this ability. Xiao Jin likely had it as well. Chapter 62. Wholesale Market. Zhou Yuan sat in the car, gazing through the window at the ravaged city outside, her heart filled with an indescribable emotion. Even though she had witnessed it once before in her past life, she still struggled to accept the devastation. Sea City was a trendy urban center, often bustling with visitors eager to take photographs, and ordinarily, it was teeming with people. Yet now, thanks to the recent torrential rains and flooding, even the zombies were sparse. Nonetheless, sparse was relative. While not as densely packed as the apocalyptic films depicted, many had long since exhausted their supplies and ventured out in search of resources. Sea City had a considerable population base, reportedly exceeding 10 million in last year's census, and with the additional stranded visitors due to the flood, the numbers were staggering. Even if only 1% of that population ventured out, it could amount to tens of thousands. During that time, the few who dared to emerge rarely returned unscathed. They either succumbed to the zombies or were transformed into them. Lu Feng watched as a zigzagging zombie ambled along the road, flooring the accelerator and crashing into it, splattering dark red blood all over the vehicle. Lu Cheng, in the back, cried out in anguish, "Ah, my G-Class." Zhou Yuan chuckled softly. This vehicle was one they had acquired together at a car exhibition, a Mercedes G-Class, far superior to their own SUV. Logically, they should have driven that. But the SUV was too conspicuous in their neighborhood, and now that the floodwaters had receded, she preferred not to attract her cousin's attention. Furthermore, while the G-Class might not be particularly valuable, it was still their family car, purchased with their own money. It naturally held more sentimental value than a freebie. After having driven it for so long, they had developed a bond, so she was reluctant to let it be abused. When Lu Cheng saw her driving it, he rushed to take the wheel, only to be forcefully subdued by Lu Feng. Zhou Yuan could tell that both Lu Feng and the otherwise silent Lu Ming were eager to try their hand at driving. Ah, men. Their affection for cars clearly rivaled their interest in women. Today, the four of them had set out, intending to revisit the wholesale market they had last visited during the flood, where they had left empty-handed. The wholesale market was a quagmire, devoid of any corpses. The zombies that wandered in were merely a couple that had strayed from elsewhere. Zhou Yuan refrained from engaging, while Lu Feng swiftly incinerated them with a flicker of flame, reducing them to ashes. Observing the desolate surroundings, Zhou Yuan stowed the vehicle in a secluded space, deeming the area too filthy for her liking. The group proceeded to scour through the various shops, finding little in the way of zombies. As it was only the second day of the outbreak, most people had sought sustenance in their neighborhoods or at large supermarkets in the city center, rarely venturing into such remote wholesale markets. Furthermore, the majority of vehicles had been submerged for 2 months, rendered inoperable. The arduous trek on foot, combined with the need to contend with any zombies encountered along the way, was no small feat. Zhou Yuan reflected that their grand entrance from the community earlier had indeed been a spectacle. A sigh escaped her lips as she pondered whether the torrential rain served as a respite for humanity or merely a torment. The deluge and subsequent flooding had resulted in fewer individuals being exposed to bites or scratches, thus minimizing indirect infections. However, it had also led to considerable waste of essential supplies. The wholesale market was a veritable cornucopia, and Zhou Yuan, with ample space at her disposal, gathered everything indiscriminately, even waterlogged grains. The provisions she had previously hoarded were of remarkably high quality, particularly those in her storage room, which gleamed with freshness. Should she reveal such exceptional items later, they would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, she deemed it prudent to possess some inferior goods to maintain a low profile. Initially, Lu Feng and the others were perplexed, but upon Zhou Yuan's explanation, they recognized their lack of experience. Zhou Yuan clarified that her knowledge was not solely derived from experience. After 2 years in the apocalypse, she had been unable to procure even food items within their expiration dates, let alone waterlogged provisions. Such insights were largely the product of those prolific writers, whose imaginations appeared to be informed by genuine encounters in the apocalypse. Adjacent to the grain and oil wholesale market lay a fruit wholesale market. Before they could enter, they were met with the pungent odor of rotting, spoiled fruit. Such delicate commodities, despite their packaging, could not withstand the ravages of heat and moisture. They promptly abandoned the idea. Next was the market for secondary food products, where they found ample supplies, mostly well-packaged and preserved, with considerable shelf life. Zhou Yuan, however, dismissed the bulk items displayed outside. As they exited one of the warehouses, they suddenly heard voices. The four exchanged glances. The store shutter was down, and they had entered through a smashed window. They stealthily peered through the broken pane. Outside, there were approximately 7 men, all burly, 3 of whom possessed special abilities. Leading them was a man with a buzz cut and a deep scar etched across his face, cursing as he walked. "Damn it, who got here before us and cleared out all the grains and oils?" A shorter man chimed in, "Exactly, bro. It's just too bizarre. There aren't even any vehicles around." At that moment, someone burst out of a store they had previously entered. "Bro, the warehouse over here has been emptied too." The scarred man frowned, spitting on the ground. "What bad luck. We finally managed to get a vehicle here. And it's all for nothing?" Unwilling to concede defeat, he instructed his companions to continue searching, unwilling to believe that others could have stripped the entire market. The 4 exchanged glances. Despite having only 3 with abilities, they were outnumbered and did not wish to confront these men head-on. They quietly retreated, slipping out through a window adjacent to the warehouse, grateful that it could be opened from the inside, sparing them the noise that would have alerted the group outside. They reluctantly abandoned the supplies within a half-street's reach, but it mattered little. They were not in dire need of them. Silently exiting the secondary food market, they moved on to explore other markets. Nearby, they discovered a jewelry and antique market, igniting Zhou Yuan's excitement. Her space could be upgraded once more. Upon entering, however, she found her expectations dashed. The majority of items were antiquities, with only a smattering of jade, and their quality seemed lacking. Yet in such wholesale markets, one relied heavily on luck. Still, every small find was valuable, so she decided to collect whatever she could, even the antiques. For who knew if any might hold genuine historical significance? They concluded their excursion with a visit to a building materials wholesale market, where items like rebar could later be exchanged for considerable goods at a base. Unfortunately, the waterlogged cement was a loss, though the sand and gravel remained unaffected, and she stashed some in her space against the mountainside. Just as they resolved to leave and seek a location with a manageable number of zombies to practice their abilities, an unexpected turn occurred. Zhou Yuan's map suddenly filled with countless skull icons, prompting her to rise urgently and instruct the others, who were still considering their next finds, to leave immediately. She hastily retrieved the vehicle, and Lu Feng, the quickest to react, jumped into the driver's seat and started the engine. With Lu Cheng and Lu Ming following suit, Zhou Yuan, with a grave expression, directed them toward a route that sharply contrasted with their original path. Lu Feng wasted no time in steering the vehicle, while Zhou Yuan observed the increasing number of skull icons on the map and the 5 figures running ahead, 3 clad in similar colors and 2 in gray, 3 males and 2 females. What had these 5 done to attract such a horde of zombies? Moreover, the surrounding zombies were also converging on their location. She estimated at least 100. How unfortunate they were. As they sped past the agricultural market, they spotted the group they had encountered earlier at the secondary food market exiting the store, frozen in awe as a luxurious Mercedes G-Class roared past. Their expressions shifted to envy at the sight of such an impressive off-road vehicle, wishing for one of their own. The group quickly scrambled to catch up. Their vehicle parked not far away, but their waterlogged van, having undergone numerous repairs, could hardly keep pace with Zhou Yuan's brand new Mercedes. Soon, the other vehicle vanished from sight. Damn it, it's like they're flying. The scarred man slammed the steering wheel in frustration. The little man in the back seat leaned in. The scarred man, fueled by anger, was ready to lash out, but sensed something amiss. He thought he heard the distant moans of zombies, growing louder. The outbreak had heightened his senses, sharpening his hearing and vision. Just as he was about to erupt, he recalled the little man's abilities and suppressed his fury. What is going on? The little man quickly replied, "There are zombies coming up behind us." Before the scarred man could respond, a nonchalant youth in the passenger seat scoffed, "Let them come. One punch from the boss will turn their brains to mush." The scarred man had enhanced strength, a formidable trait in the early days of the outbreak. But as time progressed, nature-based abilities would outshine it. The little man, anxious, insisted, "It's not just a few. The sounds are getting closer. At least 100 of them. And I feel more zombies closing in around us. If we don't move quickly, we'll be surrounded." Hearing this, the scarred man and his companions became agitated. He slapped the little man. "Don't be alarmist. How could there be so many zombies in this godforsaken place?" Although there were 7 of them, only 3 possessed extraordinary abilities. One had the power of strength amplification, typically capable of eliminating 3 or 4 foes effortlessly. However, facing over 100? That was absurd. Another had enhanced senses, which might provide early warnings, but in actual combat, he was virtually ineffective. The young man at the driver's seat wielded wind powers, yet currently, he could not unleash his abilities at all, although he excelled in speed. The smaller individual was on the verge of tears. "Bro, I'm not exaggerating. I truly heard noises, including the sound of a vehicle. It seems we've attracted attention from others." Cursing under his breath, the one with the scar dared not delay any further. He floored the accelerator, disregarding whether their dilapidated van could withstand it, as they were uncertain where to flee safely. Remembering the roaring G-Class that had sped past, they suspected that those ahead had known of the impending danger and fled accordingly, so they followed the direction they had taken. The vehicle that had drawn the zombies initially spotted a van ahead and felt a surge of hope. Perhaps there were formidable ability users there. They regretted their decision to head to that jewelry store. The sound of glass breaking attracted a portion of the undead. Fortunately, they had 5 people, not all of whom were ability users, but aside from one, they were all capable fighters and could manage. However, when one of them, Jingjing, was fetching jewelry, she accidentally cut her hand, unwittingly stirring a hornet's nest. They had previously underestimated the allure of fresh blood, particularly that of ability users, to the zombies. By the time they realized something was amiss, half an hour had passed, and dozens of zombies had gathered outside the jewelry store, their faces pale with fear. Eventually, they managed to break through from the side, only to discover a relentless stream of zombies advancing from the city towards them. They had no choice but to run aimlessly in search of safety. Jingjing's injury was inexplicable. Her blood would not stop flowing. As a spatial ability user, all their supplies were in her possession. Now, with her bleeding, she had become a living target, and the zombies were drawn to the scent of blood from all directions. Their vehicle was also a water-damaged wreck, creaking as it drove. Why did they run away when they finally encountered living people? The scarred one wondered. Are we just supposed to wait here to serve as zombie bait? With just our few numbers, we are insufficient to satisfy their hunger. Soon, Zhou Yuan realized that 3 vehicles were trailing them, accompanied by a horde of zombies, and she felt an urge to curse. Why were they following the same path?
All right.
We're nearing the outskirts, and with all those zombies behind us, we can't run towards a city teeming with them. That would be akin to walking into a lioness den. But this route is not sustainable. Zombies do not tire. Yet we are human and will grow weary and hungry, not to mention our vehicle requires fuel. Though we have sufficient fuel, we cannot afford to waste it this way. Brother Liu, there's a farmhouse over there. Let us see if they can draw the zombies away, Zhou Yuan suggested in a low voice. Lu Feng glanced at her and then steered the vehicle onto a narrow path beside the farmhouse, aiming to distance themselves from the road to avoid any potential damage to their vehicle when the zombies arrived. As for why they didn't use the spatial ability, it was highly likely that the group behind had seen their vehicle, making explanations difficult, and they had no way to retrieve supplies while leaving. The farmhouse gate was closed, so they scaled the wall to enter. Their physical agility had greatly improved due to months of training and consuming spring water. Even Zhou Yuan could easily leap over such a low wall. Inside, there was a two-story building. The map indicated 2 zombies on the second floor, and the 4 of them rushed upstairs without hesitation, swiftly dispatching the 2 zombies before heading to the balcony. Lu Feng watched as Zhou Yuan retrieved 2 barrels of oil. Realizing her intention, "You plan to burn the zombies?" Zhou Yuan nodded, explaining, "There are too many to kill one by one, with only 4 of us. We must conserve our strength. Who knows what might be lurking behind us?" Lu Feng and Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Lu Ming didn't quite understand, but that was fine. He would simply follow whatever Brother Feng and sister-in-law decided. On the van, the scarred one continued to curse, while the others were jolted and disoriented. Yet none dared to speak up. Even without the sharp hearing of the smaller individual, they could clearly hear the sounds of the vehicles behind them in the vast open space. Although they hadn't seen the 100 zombies mentioned by the smaller one, they did observe a dozen zombies closing in. The scarred one crashed through the ones in their path, but the old van felt like it could break down with each collision. He then realized a troubling fact. They were running low on fuel. However, they had no choice but to keep driving as far as they could, leaving their fate to chance. Suddenly, he noticed that the vehicle ahead had stopped beside a farmhouse, and the occupants were standing on the balcony, watching them with a calm demeanor. It wasn't that Zhou Yuan and her group were trying to show off. The area was simply too small to evade them. With their vehicle parked there, they had no need to hide. The scarred one frowned, unsure why they had stopped. Did they intend to stay there? His instinct told him that following them might lead to an escape route. Without hesitation, he turned onto the small road and parked behind the G-Class, which he had just been coveting but now looked away from. 7 people disembarked from the vehicle, with a few still confused, questioning why they had halted. The scarred one shot them a glare. "If you want to run, do it on your own. I won't stop you." The others fell silent. They were ordinary people and couldn't outrun zombies. "Bro, can you let us in for cover?" The scarred one asked the apparent leader above with a smile. Lu Feng replied coldly, "You'll have to figure out how to get in. This isn't our place. And we don't have the key to the gate." If they hadn't been pursued, they wouldn't have been so passive and wasted 2 barrels of fuel. The young man with wind abilities flared up. "What's with your attitude?" The scarred one smacked the back of his head. "Mind your manners." He had noticed that there were no footprints by the gate, but a series of tracks by the corner of the wall, indicating they had scaled it as well. Observing the nearly 2-meter-high wall, he was puzzled. Did they manage to climb over without tools? Were they trained fighters? The others had similar thoughts. And the young man fell silent. Eventually, they managed to climb over the wall and swiftly ascended to the second floor, where they encountered 2 zombies, both decapitated in a clean manner. It was unclear what weapon had caused such precision, and they didn't appear to be carrying any. The scarred one gathered himself, pulling out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket and reluctantly offering 4 sticks to the 4 on the balcony. "Hey, brothers, want to smoke?" Lu Feng didn't smoke, while Lu Qing and Lu Ming did, but they turned their noses up at the brand, preferring their own. Given that sister-in-law was present, they wouldn't indulge, as they typically avoided smoking around the elderly and children due to the harmful effects of secondhand smoke. Thus, the 3 merely glanced at the offer and ignored it. The scarred one felt awkward, and the young man was about to argue, as their leader had always preferred quality cigarettes before the apocalypse. This pack had been scavenged just days ago, and he was eager to share. But the lack of appreciation left him frustrated. Scarface shot him a glance, causing the young man to hesitate in his movements, while the petite figure beside him shrank back. Sensing the taciturn demeanor of their leader, it seemed prudent to avoid provoking misfortune. The other 4 ordinary individuals exchanged furtive glances, wishing they could vanish into thin air. Scarface chuckled as he drew back his cigarette, remarking, "It appears none of you smoke. A commendable choice." Just as he was about to continue, a short figure in the center spoke up, "They're coming." Indeed, this diminutive figure was Zhou Yuan. Contrary to being short, her height of 165 centimeters was quite tall among girls. However, surrounded by men, she appeared diminutive, especially when even the shortest among them, Lu Qing, stood at 178 centimeters and Lu Ming towered at 185. Upon hearing her voice, Scarface and his companions finally noticed the presence of a woman among their ranks, all of whom were similarly garbed in black attire, black shirts, pants, hats, and masks, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between genders. Once Zhou Yuan spoke, Lu Feng and the others turned their gaze toward the path they had come from, and indeed, They spotted a swaying off-road vehicle approaching, accompanied by a throng of zombies staggering behind it at a distance of about 100 meters. Zhou Yuan glanced at the map, its multitude of skull icons evoking a sense of claustrophobia within her. Scarface and his companions, recognizing the impending danger, instinctively attempted to flee, only to realize that they had already retreated here. Scarface rubbed his hands together, stating, "Brothers, with so many zombies around, won't we be cornered here?" Lu Cheng, flicking his yellow hair, shot him a sidelong glance. "You do realize you ran up here instead of moving forward?" They had hoped to remain unnoticed, bypassing the group entirely, but now it seemed futile to inquire about their predicament. Scarface fell silent, acutely aware of his own lack of certainty. Yet, resigned to the situation, he thought, "We shall confront whatever comes." Before long, the off-road vehicle arrived beside the small courtyard. The 3 men and 2 women surveyed the elevated stones that Scarface and his companions had placed against the courtyard wall, and they could only mimic their actions to climb over the wall, panting as they ascended to the second floor. Zhou Yuan noticed the injury on one girl's hand and immediately understood why so many zombies had been attracted to them. She calmly advised, "If you wish to survive, you must staunch the blood from your wound." The others also observed the bleeding injury on Yang Jingjing's hand, which was still oozing blood, and they comprehended why the zombies had pursued them. The young man beside Scarface remarked, "How utterly foolish to wander about with such a serious wound. Do you think you can evade zombies like this?" Yang Jingjing's face, already pale from blood loss, turned even whiter, tears welling in her eyes. A sympathetic boy nearby said, "It's not that she hasn't tried to stop the bleeding, it's just that the blood won't cease." He appeared to be the leader among their small group. Zhou Yuan, feeling little inclination to intervene, turned her attention back to the zombies, which had now arrived outside the courtyard, howling with hunger, while the iron gate reverberated with their incessant pounding. Lu Feng exchanged a glance with Zhou Yuan and asked the 5 newcomers, "Did you close the door behind you?" They had neglected to shut the door upon their ascent. Preoccupied with reaching this group, the 5 exchanged glances, shaking their heads one after another, having only focused on escaping to join the others without considering the door. Lu Cheng cast them an exasperated look, exclaiming, "Truly foolish." As he spoke, he vanished from sight, and moments later, the sound of the wooden door echoed twice. Lu Cheng then returned to the balcony, causing the young man beside Scarface to widen his eyes in astonishment. This individual possessed abilities, presumably of the wind element, and was significantly faster than himself. The others were equally taken aback. This person's powers seemed formidable, particularly the 3 men and 2 women who had just arrived. They were students from a nearby university, remaining for an internship during the summer, having applied for dormitory accommodation. A heat wave warning had caused their internship company to close, leaving them stranded at school. When torrential rains ensued, they found themselves trapped. Luckily, their university was situated on elevated ground, and the dormitory remained untouched by floods. The school cafeteria had stored food, and they had stockpiled snacks, enabling them to survive the past few months. However, they had exhausted their supplies, and with the floodwaters receding, they had ventured out in search of sustenance, 3 of them having awakened their abilities. Injured Yang Jingjing possessed spatial abilities, albeit limited to a mere 10 square meters, roughly the size of a bathroom. The leading male had golden abilities, allowing him to cover his hands slightly, while another delicate-looking young man wielded water powers, capable of condensing a small bottle of mineral water each day, leaving the other 2 as ordinary individuals. Initially, they had been gathering supplies, but upon spotting a jewelry store, Yang Jingjing had implored the leader to take a look, resulting in her injury. Scarface had previously speculated about their abilities, and now witnessing them firsthand, he felt a surge of relief for not having dared to offend them earlier. Otherwise, he might have met his demise at the hands of the zombies. Yang Jingjing pressed firmly against her wound, grateful that the bleeding had finally begun to coagulate. She cast a timid glance at Lu Cheng, her pale visage reminiscent of the delicate Lin Daiyu. Zhou Yuan observed the ravenous horde of zombies outside. Momentarily distracted, she refocused on Lu Ming, exclaiming, "Open the iron gate." Everyone was taken aback. Hadn't they just closed the door behind them? Why now open the outer gate? Wouldn't that lead them straight into danger, and allow the zombies to enter? Were they intending to make the zombies feast more thoroughly?
Yang Jingjing protested.
"What are you trying to do?" Zhou Yuan, growing impatient, retorted, "What do you think I'm doing? I should be asking you why you led a horde of zombies to us while covered in blood." Yang Jingjing fell silent, her 4 companions equally contrite. One girl wished desperately to find a hole to hide in. She had never wanted to accompany them to the jewelry store, but with the leader's approval, she had no choice but to follow. The leader, unable to tolerate Zhou Yuan's confrontational tone, interjected. Jingjing merely raised a valid concern. After all, we're all in this together. There's no need for such hostility. Lu Feng laughed derisively. Hostility? We are rather reluctant to be in the same boat as you. If you're so adamant, why don't you lead her away from this courtyard? The leader fell silent, while Scarface's companion scoffed. Indeed, your group has entangled us in this predicament, and now you dare to lecture us? What gives you the right? Lu Qing shot the young man a glare, surprised that he had echoed his sentiments. The young man scratched his nose and glanced at Lu Qing, bewildered by how he had offended this formidable figure. Zhou Yuan turned her gaze back to the zombies outside, saying, if you believe we are leading ourselves to our doom, you are free to leave. As if anyone wishes to remain in your company.
Yang Jingjing ang really pointed at Zhou Yuan.
Lu Feng shot her a warning look. You'd best retract that finger, or I won't hesitate to assist you. Yang Jingjing faltered, while the leader swiftly pulled her hand down, aware that Lu Feng was not one to be trifled with. The nearby girl rolled her eyes in disdain, lamenting the unfairness of fate that allowed such a scheming individual to awaken rare spatial abilities. Zhou Yuan ignored them, signaling to Lu Ming, who nodded and reached out. Everyone watched as the lock on the iron gate swung open on its own, and the zombies, previously battering the gate, stumbled inside, heedless of their fallen companions, trampling over them as they surged forward. Scarface and his companions were momentarily stunned. Had they not claimed to lack a key? Did they truly require one? Meanwhile, Luo Wen, comforting Yang Jingjing, froze mid-motion as he realized this individual also possessed golden abilities. And his powers had advanced to the point of controlling metal? All he could do was cover his arm with metal to avoid being caught.
Yang Jingjing said her tears.
Gazing at the group of individuals with a perplexed expression, she recognized that these four were anything but ordinary, far more complex than the scar-faced men nearby. The zombies had congregated in the courtyard below, filling the space to capacity with their grotesque heads. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Zhou Yuan took control of an oil drum beside her. Suddenly, the oil drum levitated and soared to the center of the courtyard, tilting itself to bestow a shower of oil upon all present zombies, an act of equitable distribution. What extraordinary power was this? Object manipulation? Zhou Yuan mused if she had developed an obsession, feeling discomfort at the thought of any zombie remaining untouched. Lu Feng pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Lu Cheng continued to gaze skyward, and Lu Ming maintained his stoic demeanor. Once Zhou Yuan appeared satisfied, deeming one drum sufficient, Lu Feng extended his hand, igniting a flame that rapidly engulfed the area, the scent of burning oil permeating the air. The group hastily retreated indoors, securing the doors and windows to fend off the overwhelming odor, feeling a slight relief. As Zhou Yuan and Lu Feng lamented their miscalculations, the two factions observed them with fascination, as all four were endowed with remarkable abilities. Finally, the scar-faced man approached, his eyes sparkling with interest. Brother, with a city as vast as this, our meeting must be fate. Shall we get acquainted? Without waiting for a response, he continued, I am Zhao Wu, the owner of a nearby auto repair shop, and these are my employees. The young man is Sun Chong, a golden ability user, and the petite fellow is Li Ping, who possesses enhanced facial features, while the other four are ordinary individuals. In these times, ordinary people do not deserve names. Lu Feng acknowledged Zhao Wu's sharpness, realizing that not responding would be rather impolite. Thus, he replied, I am Lu Feng, and this is my wife, Zhou Yuan. These are my brothers, Lu Cheng and Lu Ming. He refrained from detailing their abilities. They had all witnessed Lu Feng's and Lu Cheng's powers, while Zhou Yuan's unique ability did not warrant elaboration. Seeing Lu Feng's disinterest in continuing the conversation, Zhao Wu felt compelled to engage further. May I ask where you gentlemen hail from? Lu Feng, wishing to avoid conversation, glanced at Lu Cheng, who quickly interjected, Hey, Boss Zhao, you run an auto repair shop? My brothers and I have worked in that field before. What a coincidence. Chapter 66. Unexpected joy. Lu Feng sighed with relief as Lu Cheng diverted Zhao Wu's attention and turned to Zhou Yuan, who regarded him with a teasing gaze, prompting a resigned smile. Meanwhile, Yang Jingjing observed this exchange and turned to Luo Wen beside her. Brother Wen, aren't you going to greet them and introduce yourself? After a moment's contemplation, Luo Wen approached Lu Feng, prompting Yang Jingjing to follow suit. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow at them, And Luo Wen awkwardly spoke. My apologies for the inconvenience. We had no choice. Lu Feng, with an amused smile, responded, it's commendable to have youthful enthusiasm. But one must discern the situation clearly. Blind fervor can lead to a short life, especially in this predatory apocalypse. Having delivered his advice, he embraced Zhou Yuan and stepped aside, noting that the girl next to him was not to be underestimated. Her eyes had lingered on Qingzi since witnessing his ability. Zhou Yuan wished to inquire how Luo Wen knew of her gaze, but her attention was drawn to the diminishing skulls on her map. Although numerous zombies still approached, it appeared that the scent of blood had lessened, causing many to wander aimlessly nearby. Informing Lu Feng of her observations, he nodded and called to Lu Cheng, who was engrossed in conversation with Zhao Wu. Qingzi, it's time to leave. Lu Cheng promptly acknowledged and stepped outside to retrieve the remaining oil drum, unwilling to waste their hard-earned resources. Glancing down at the courtyard filled with zombies, he murmured, what a crematorium, no burial fees in sight. Seeing Lu Cheng with the oil drum, Zhao Wu recalled that his van had run out of fuel and approached Lu Cheng with a sheepish grin. Hey brother, I just ran here and my vehicle is out of gas. Lu Cheng glanced at him. You know how precious fuel is right now. I can't make that decision. Understanding the situation, Zhao Wu sought out Lu Feng instead. Lu Feng turned his gaze to Zhou Yuan, who smiled. Boss Zhao, we must be frugal with this oil. I haven't yet discussed splitting the previous drum with you two factions. That was for your own use. It has nothing to do with us. Before Zhao Wu could respond, Yang Jingjing, still fuming over Lu Feng's earlier actions, retorted sharply. Zhou Yuan's expression hardened, exclaiming, I've endured enough of this woman. She struck Yang Jingjing with a swift slap, venting her frustration. We should have been enjoying ourselves by now, but instead, we're cornered here. And I even had to waste a drum of oil. She had refrained from causing trouble, but now Yang Jingjing's provocations were testing her patience.
Yang Jingjing sriket.
While Luo Wen glared at Zhou Yuan, sensing the zombies stirring nearby, Zhou Yuan glared back. You'd best silence your little girlfriend, or I'll gladly toss you both to the zombies. Luo Wen quickly covered Yang Jingjing's mouth, her protests muffled. Satisfied, Zhou Yuan turned back to Zhao Wu. What do you say, Boss Zhao? Zhao Wu snapped back to attention. Yes.
Oh.
Zhou Yuan rolled her eyes. Then we'll take our leave now? Sure. Zhao Wu instinctively stepped aside, then suddenly realized the oil was slipping away and hurriedly called out. Hey, Lu madam, can we barter some supplies? Zhou Yuan and the others continued forward, unconcerned about their need for supplies. Approaching the gate, they hesitated at the sight of the dark red liquid pooled in the courtyard, lacking the courage to step through, opting instead to scale the wall. Those following were taken aback at the display of agility. Zhou Yuan was no ordinary woman. Had she known they would be in awe, she might have reveled in their astonishment. Zhao Wu, undeterred by the shock, stepped onto Sun Chong's shoulder to follow suit. Hey, beautiful, please help me out. My vehicle won't move without fuel. What do you need? I can offer anything I have.
He positioned himself in their path.
Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. I want jade. Do you have any? Jade? Zhao Wu paused, taken aback by her request during such dire times. Zhou Yuan, with a sly smile, replied, That's none of your concern. If you have it, trade. If not, step aside. Zhao Wu frowned, and Sun Chong chimed in. Boss, what is the point of keeping something that can't be consumed? Why keep it at all? To Zhou Yuan's surprise, she realized they indeed had jade. Her request was not only genuine but also a clever strategy, knowing they would likely not hoard something deemed impractical. Finally, Zhao Wu sighed, a hint of defeat in his tone. Well, young lady, you appear younger than I, so I'll address you as such. I do have some jade. Prior to the apocalypse, I was an avid collector, and most of my savings went into it. I assure you, my collection is genuine. At this moment, Sun Chong supported him. Hey, sister, this is true. Our boss has amassed quite a collection, traveling far to obtain it from provinces X and Y, visiting almost every year. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. She had been contemplating where to procure more jade, as Sea City was devoid of such stones. The only remaining source was the market that had been inundated during the recent floods. Given the current circumstances, a trip to X province or Y province, the primary jade-producing regions, was out of the question. I must see the goods. Zhou Yuan mused, glancing at the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. There was still time left, and if the quality met her standards, she would gladly provide whatever they desired. Of course, no problem. Zhao Wu chuckled. The jade is at my home. My shop and residence are in Y District. Shall I escort you there? Zhou Yuan instructed Lu Qing to hand over the barrel of oil to Zhao Wu. The barrel contained 10 liters. Ample fuel for their dilapidated van to cover 100 kilometers. Sun Chong eagerly accepted it, and he and Li Ping poured the oil into the tank, relieved that they would not have to walk back. As the group prepared to board their vehicles, Luo Wen approached with Yang Jingjing in tow. I would also like to exchange some supplies for gasoline. They had found their vehicle on the road, and it had very little fuel left. After their recent journey, the warning light was now illuminated. No exchange. Zhou Yuan replied dismissively, opening the passenger door and getting inside. In Chapter 67, Green Tea, Yang Jingjing looked at Lu Feng with tear-filled eyes. Brother Lu, I realize I spoke out of turn earlier, but I was just so frightened. Besides, my sister is much older than me. Please don't hold it against me. Before Lu Feng could respond, Lu Cheng exaggeratedly rubbed his arms and turned to Luo Wen.
Hey.
Little brother, do you enjoy this kind of drama? Aren't you getting goosebumps? Yang Jingjing's expression stiffened, and she cast a pitiful glance at Lu Feng, while Luo Wen looked at her with a hint of confusion. Yet this was simply how Jingjing spoke. There was nothing amiss with that, was there? Zhou Yuan thought her brother was still too naive, unable to discern such blatant tea-sipping banter. She leaned back and closed her eyes to rest. Before the apocalypse, she had often educated Lu Feng about the nuances of White Lotus and green tea bitches. Surely, he hadn't returned her lessons yet. If he dared to, Seeing Zhou Yuan's disinterest in intervening, Lu Feng pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration and addressed Yang Jingjing. You think I'm a fool? Such transparent attempts to elevate yourself at the expense of others will not work on me. Little sister, you can deceive your little brother, but do not try to play games in front of me.
Haha.
Zhao Wu laughed heartily from the side. Brother Lu, you are too harsh. However, I appreciate your straightforwardness. I find the insinuating manner of this young lady utterly intolerable. Yang Jingjing was infuriated, surrounded by these unsophisticated brutes. She was willing to lower herself to accommodate them. Yet they still found her wanting. She turned her gaze toward Luo Wen, who looked at her with sympathy, understanding her plight. Meanwhile, another girl observed with satisfaction. Finally, the green tea bitch had met her match. It seemed she had wielded her charm effortlessly over this group of inexperienced young men. Clearing his throat, Luo Wen spoke up. Brother Lu, I understand we may have spoken inappropriately earlier, but we genuinely require gasoline. Lu Feng, uninterested, walked around the vehicle to the driver's side. Chengzi, Amin, get in. Without hesitation, Lu Ming entered the vehicle, while Lu Qing playfully patted Luo Wen's shoulder. Take my advice, steer clear of this little green tea, or you might find yourself in quite a predicament. They, including Zhou Yuan, did not despise green tea but rather abhorred green tea bitches, those who failed to discern the appropriate context for their antics. The quintessential example being Zhang Weiwei. Previously, they regarded her as a green tea, but one with a brain. Tea can sometimes serve as a weapon. It all depends on how you wield it. Brother Wen. Don't listen to them, Yang Jingjing said nervously. Her reliance on Luo Wen was paramount. If he grew weary of her, it would spell trouble. Luo Wen felt a mixture of emotions, but could not bear to see her in distress. He instinctively grasped her hand. The girl beside them rolled her eyes. Were they really getting so intimate without any commitment? As for the two other boys, one with glasses pondered how their abilities could be so formidable, while the other displayed evident impatience, but chose to remain uninvolved. Once they reached the main road, the impatient girl interrupted Luo Wen and Yang Jingjing's flirtation. Luo Wen, this is not the time for romance. We need to figure out how to get back. Luo Wen looked embarrassed, and Yang Jingjing's pent-up frustration erupted. Zhou Xiaoya. What nonsense are you blabbering? I know you've never liked me, but enough. Your sweet words might trick Luo Wen, but don't try that with me. What did I even say? Your back and forth is nothing more than flirting. The girl named Zhou Xiaoya interjected. The previous encounter had opened her eyes. Every time Yang Jingjing had alluded to her, she had been at a loss for words. Now, she felt emboldened. The impatient boy glanced at Zhou Xiaoya in surprise and added, what Zhou Xiaoya asked is what I want to know too. How far can we go with the remaining fuel? How do we get back? We are stranded here. And it took nearly an hour to drive from the gem shop to here, almost at full speed. Surely, we've covered at least 50 or 60 kilometers. The thought of walking back is daunting, especially with zombies on the way. It's a matter of life and death. The bespectacled boy regained his focus. Should we eat something first? It's already late afternoon, we're starving. Zhou Xiaoya looked at Yang Jingjing, urging her to share the provisions. Yang Jingjing appeared reluctant, but Zhou Xiaoya glared at her. The supplies were gathered together. They are only temporarily stored with you. Don't think you can hoard them all. I'm not, Yang Jingjing replied, looking at Luo Wen for support. He felt a headache coming on. The day had exceeded his expectations, and he was at a loss. Nonetheless, he said, Jingjing, please share the food. We really are hungry. Reluctantly, Yang Jingjing retrieved some bread and water. To her, anything that entered her space was hers to share as she pleased. She would feed them if she wanted, starve them if she didn't, particularly Zhou Xiaoya. While Zhou Xiaoya munched on her bread, she thought to herself that she could never let Yang Jingjing store supplies for her again. Otherwise, it felt like a one-way street. Sighing, she lamented her lack of powers. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan and her companions were not subsisting on stale bread and water. They were relishing freshly cooked meals. Lu Cheng and Lu Ming watched as Zhou Yuan fed Lu Feng spoonfuls of food while he drove. Lu Cheng felt a pang of envy and hastily offered, Brother Feng, why don't I drive so you can eat? Lu Feng shot him a glare, ignoring him. He was savoring the rare tenderness from his wife. He could not let that slip away. Zhou Yuan smiled. Considering his commendable behavior today, she was willing to serve him this once. Lu Cheng, feeling dejected, leaned back in his seat, choosing to ignore the scene. Lu Ming quietly turned away, opting to eat in peace. As mealtime was not the best time to witness such affection, it was simply too overwhelming. In Chapter 68, The Transaction, there Van entered a villa community and came to a halt in front of a 3-story villa. Zhou Yuan and her companion stepped out, admiring the residence.
Indeed.
The boss is quite affluent. This villa must be quite pricey. Zhao Wu, sensing their thoughts, chuckled, the auto repair business can be quite lucrative. Upon entering, the first floor was in utter disarray. Zhao Wu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, it was all flooded before, and I haven't had the chance to clean up. Let's head to the second floor. Ascending to the second floor, Zhao Wu led them into a room, and the sight within truly astonished Zhou Yuan. She had initially presumed his collection would comprise merely 3 or 4 items, considering that it must be worth at least $1 million. Therefore, their visit would be worthwhile. To her surprise, the room was filled with an impressive array of artifacts, and judging by their discerning eyes, the quality appeared remarkably high. The floor of the room seemed to have been affected by the water, yet the shelves above were immaculate. Either the items had been moved during the flood, or they had been thoroughly cleaned afterward. Regardless, this substantiated Zhao Wu's claim of being a jade collector. With a hint of reluctance, Zhao Wu gazed at the room filled with jade, sighing, when the flood came, I had them pack everything up for me. Just a couple of days ago. I set them out again, and now the zombies have returned. These items are treasures, but they are also fragile and heavy. I realize I cannot keep them. Observing Zhao Wu's demeanor, Zhou Yuan noted the orange hue of resignation tinged with a shade of sorrowful blue and nodded at Lu Feng. Lu Feng stepped forward, inquiring, how do you wish to exchange, Boss Zhao? Zhao Wu returned his gaze with seriousness, stating, I need a vehicle, not necessarily a luxurious one, but it must be free from water damage and suitable for current use. Finding a vehicle that meets these criteria was no small feat, yet Zhou Yuan and her companions were not lacking in automobiles. They had collected enough vehicles from the previous car show, including RVs, off-road vehicles, and several jeeps. So providing one would not pose a problem. Zhao Wu felt a twinge of anxiety after voicing his request, aware that, post-flood, nearly 90% of vehicles had sustained water damage. He hesitated to make such a demand of anyone else, but upon seeing their well-maintained G-Class vehicle, he felt confident that if they owned one, they likely had a second. Observing their expressions closely, he noticed a glimmer of hope. Lu Feng then mentioned, there is a jade market not far from here in the western suburbs. You are familiar with it, right? Zhao Wu nodded eagerly. As an aficionado of jade, he could not possibly be unaware of that market, though he had found the quality of goods there to be rather lacking after a few visits. Sensing that they intended to seek jade there, he cautioned, the items within are not of good quality. If you are looking for superior jade, you might find the trip unfruitful. Zhou Yuan smiled at this, appreciating Zhao Wu's candidness. Thank you for your warning, Boss Zhao. Since it doesn't cost anything, we might as well take a chance. After a moment's thought, Zhao Wu turned to Lu Feng. Are you suggesting we conduct our transaction there? Lu Feng affirmed. In 2 days, around 10 in the morning, we will meet at the jade market. Please pack these items and bring them along. I will drive the vehicle over. Understood. Zhao Wu replied without hesitation. Securing a vehicle would significantly ease their efforts in gathering supplies. Zhou Yuan then added, Boss Zhao, I possess a method for distinguishing quality jade. You must not present us with inferior stones, or while the vehicle might be delivered, it could also be reclaimed. That is out of the question, Zhao Wu declared with conviction. Although I am a businessman, I pride myself on my integrity. No one has ever accused me of cutting corners in my repairs. Furthermore, I hold Brother Liu and you both as friends. Deceiving friends is not in my character. Despite Zhao Wu's earnest claim, Lu Feng and the others remained noncommittal. Perhaps before the apocalypse, such words might have inspired trust, but in these dire times, well, Zhou Yuan, however, sensed the sincerity in Zhao Wu's words. Though the apocalypse had indeed tested the human spirit, and the future remained uncertain. Noticing their skepticism, Zhao Wu brushed it off. He was aware of how he was perceived. Despite his occasional volatile temperament, he was fundamentally loyal, as evidenced by his apprentices who chose to remain with him after the flood receded. After concluding their discussions, Zhou Yuan and her companions prepared to leave, and Zhao Wu did not insist they stay. It was impractical to entertain guests at this juncture. Having faced a harrowing day, they had no intention of wandering among the zombies and opted to return home. Upon reaching the 6th floor, they encountered Zhang Weiwei seated on the stairs, initially appearing drowsy. Upon hearing their footsteps and spotting them, she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, You're back. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. Were you waiting for us? Zhang Weiwei nodded and shook her head. I was waiting for you. In truth, she had intended to wait for Zhou Yuan specifically, as she had seen her leave that morning. Intrigued, Zhou Yuan asked, What did you want to discuss? Zhang Weiwei hesitated before confessing. I wanted to ask if you could take me with you tomorrow if you go out. Fearing Zhou Yuan might think she was imposing, she quickly added, I can handle the zombies now. I went out today, but I didn't get far due to the lack of a vehicle. I promise I won't be a burden, and if I find supplies, I am willing to share a portion. I just need enough to keep from starving. Initially, Lu Feng and the others were uncertain about her intentions, but her earnest offer quickly shifted their perceptions. Zhou Yuan smiled gently, recognizing her potential. She remarked, So you were the one who killed that zombie? Lu Feng and the others were puzzled. Which zombie? Zhang Weiwei understood immediately. It was the one on the 7th floor that Zhou Yuan had not dispatched. Her eyes brightened as she eagerly affirmed, After you all left, they scattered. I remembered your advice and cut its throat. Zhou Yuan noted the golden hue of excitement returning to Zhang Weiwei's expression and felt a tinge of surprise. Something about this seemed amiss. Zhou Yuan had sensed the absence of zombies upon returning from her sweep of the community, indicating that Zhang Weiwei had indeed taken action. She had intentionally shared the zombie's weakness with her as a test. If Zhang Weiwei found the courage to kill, it would demonstrate her worthiness of assistance. Otherwise, Zhou Yuan would have distanced herself from her. The reasons behind her interest in this girl eluded her, but perhaps stemmed from her desire to play matchmaker for her brother. Which brought a chuckle. Lu Feng and the others finally comprehended that it was Zhang Weiwei who had slain the zombie, revealing her to be more courageous than many men in the building. Zhou Yuan, witnessing the hopeful glimmer in Zhang Weiwei's eyes, chuckled softly and shook her head. I want to be going out tomorrow.
What?
Zhang Weiwei's expression dimmed momentarily, sensing rejection. Yet, she smiled and replied, That's all right. Thank you anyway. If it weren't for your guidance that day, I'd still be too afraid to venture out. With that, she inclined her head slightly in gratitude and began to turn away. Zhou Yuan quickly grasped her arm, to which Zhang Weiwei looked back in surprise as Zhou Yuan cheerfully declared, Why didn't you wait to hear the rest of my words? Zhang Weiwei appeared flustered as Zhou Yuan continued, I want to be going out, but my brother will be. Zhang Weiwei widened her eyes in confusion. What do you mean? Zhou Yuan grinned. The man from the video you saw that day, his name is Lu Li, and he will definitely be going out tomorrow. I will tell him to look for you. Zhang Weiwei blinked. At first, she had indeed hoped to rely on that man. In these times, finding someone to support her was paramount. Otherwise, she would inevitably be consumed by others. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. Her strength and combat abilities could not be enhanced overnight, leaving her with little choice. Though it was not her original intention. Courting a single man was far more prudent than attempting to appease a group, especially when she sensed that the men surrounding her were unlikely to engage in coercive behavior towards women. She simply wished to see where it would lead. However, after that man had declined her advances, revealing he had a partner, she had given up hope. She had no desire to become a mistress. Later on, she realized that she didn't necessarily need to seek out a man. She could very well stand on her own. But what was happening now? Until Zhou Yuan and her companions departed, Zhang Weiwei remained in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lu Feng looked at Zhou Yuan with a frown and said, Yuan, is it a bit much for you to arrange this for me? He sensed that Lu Li would not heed her wishes. Zhou Yuan chuckled slyly. Don't worry. I have my own plans. Not listening to her?
Ha!
Lu Feng, intrigued by her confidence, found himself curious. He had also been contemplating introducing a girlfriend to Lu Li. But given the nature of his workplace, where the number of men far exceeded that of women, there were hardly any girls to introduce. In this post-apocalyptic world, such introductions seemed even more improbable. Lu Cheng and Lu Ming exchanged glances, realizing they were in for an entertaining show. Upon returning home, Zhou Yuan headed straight for Lin Chui, pulling her into a room for a whispered conversation. Lu Feng soon understood. She was preparing to enlist her mother's help. He couldn't help but give Zhou Yuan a thumbs up. Mothers are worth their weight in gold. Zhou Yuan tilted her head playfully, declaring herself quite clever. Sure enough. After dinner, when Lu Li shared his plans for the next day, stating he would be going out with Lu Qing and Lu Aimin, Lin Chui decisively instructed him to bring along Zhang Weiwei from room 601. Lu Li stared at his mother, perplexed by her authoritative tone, and turned to Zhou Yuan, only to find she had vanished, most likely retreated to her space. He could only glare at Lu Feng, who feigned innocence, having attempted to intervene to no avail. Lu Cheng had already excused himself, claiming fatigue, and Lu Ming, sensing the awkwardness, followed suit. In truth, Lu Feng also wished to escape, but where could he go? Lin Chui, having been briefed by Zhou Yuan, was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Annoyed, she said, Did you hear that? You're to take care of that girl. Why do you look so unwilling? She herself has stated she can handle zombies and doesn't he need your protection?
Mom.
Lu Li groaned, frustrated not by the task but by his sister-in-law's incessant matchmaking. Just when he thought his mother had given up on pressuring him to marry, here she was again. What do you mean, Mom?
Lin Kui retorted, displeased.
I'm telling you, don't blame a Yuan. She's doing this for your benefit. Although we're in this dire situation, remaining single indefinitely is not ideal. It's not every day a suitable match comes along. She's merely trying to alleviate your father's and my worries. Lu Li rolled his eyes, feeling that his sister-in-law was simply indulging in cruel amusement, desperately pointing at Lu Qing. A Qing is still single too. Lu Qing, who had been enjoying the gossip, was caught off guard by Lu Li's mention of him. He thought he should have joined Lu Cheng and the others when they left. What a miscalculation. Lin Chui glanced at Lu Qing and said, A Qing, this isn't favoritism. It's just that your brother is getting on in years. If this continues, I fear he'll end up lonely in his old age. The three of you are still young. When the right opportunity arises, I'll introduce you, all right? This time, let us not compete. Zhou Yuan, yawning in her space, wondered if her elder brother was scolding her. Surely not. She merely intended to facilitate their acquaintance. Wouldn't it be a good thing if they hit it off? Lu Qing, hearing this, quickly expressed his stance. Aunt, we're not in a hurry. Not at all. Haha, I think I'll head back to rest now. You all continue. With that, he dashed away like the wind, realizing the spectacle was not worth his time and preferring to practice his abilities. Lu Li was speechless. While Lin Chui sighed, Li, it's not that I'm pressuring you, it's just that you're nearing 40. Look at your brother. Xiao Yu is already 3 years old. Being so alone, your father and I are concerned for you. Lu Li was covered in goosebumps. Here we go again. Every time she couldn't convince him, she resorted to the sob story. Noticing his indifference, Lin Chui continued, This girl, as your sister-in-law mentioned, has good character and seems quite suitable for you. If you both find each other agreeable, there will be no sister-in-law conflicts, and our family will be complete. Lu Li felt utterly defeated, so he had to consider his sister-in-law's opinion when searching for a wife. Lu Feng quickly intervened. Hey, Mom. Aren't you just inciting animosity against Yuan? Lin Chui realized her phrasing might have been off and was momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Aimin stepped in. Speaking earnestly, Li, neither a Yuan nor your mother is pressuring you. They simply believe this girl is quite nice. Didn't you two seem to have a bit of chemistry before? Tomorrow provides a perfect opportunity for closer interaction, and it would also help the girl out. It's a small favor, isn't it? What the hell are you talking about? Which of you saw that we had chemistry? And why should I help her? Her difficulties are not my concern. Lu Li wanted to flatly refuse, but when faced with the expectant gazes of the two elders, his words turned in his mouth. And he begrudgingly said, I understand. Lin Chui and Lu Aimin sighed in relief and retreated to their room to exercise. Lu Feng and Lu Li remained, with Lu Li seizing Lu Feng. Haha, little brother, want to practice a bit? If you can't catch your wife, how can you catch me? With that, he dragged Lu Feng up to the rooftop, who was on the verge of tears, thinking, Dear wife, please comfort my wounded heart tonight. When Zhou Yuan emerged from her space, she found Lu Feng with hair standing on end like a porcupine. Instinctively, she turned to retreat back into her space. But Lu Feng caught her the moment she stepped out. Some debts will have to be repaid eventually. Let us see who escapes the consequences. Chapter 70. Longing before Lu Li left, Zhou Yuan handed him a military dagger to take to Wei Wei. It was the same kind she used, suitable for females. Wei Wei's spring knife was too small. While it could kill a person, it would be laborious against zombies. The crossbow, on the other hand, required practice. Otherwise, it would be a waste of arrows. Lu Li looked at Zhou Yuan with a bemused smile, and she returned it with a charming grin and a pleading gesture. After he closed the door, she pouted, thinking he would eventually be grateful to her. Lu Li didn't play any tricks, having made a promise. He intended to keep it. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he prepared to go to room 601. Just as they arrived at the stairwell, Zhang Weiwei emerged, sporting a backpack. Dressed in a long-sleeved tracksuit and wearing a disposable mask, she seemed to have been waiting there all along. Remembering Lu Feng mentioning that she had been waiting by the stairs yesterday, Lu Li felt his heart soften. He handed her the military dagger, saying, My sister-in-law asked me to bring this to you. She thinks your spring knife is too small. Zhang Weiwei gratefully accepted it, thanking him profusely. Lu Li shook his head but couldn't help but add, if there are too many zombies, don't rush out right away. If you can't handle it, don't push your luck, just run. Although surprised by how agreeable he was today, Zhang Weiwei nodded vigorously, assuring him she would not be a burden. Lu Qing, intrigued, stroked his chin, noting that his sister-in-law indeed had an eye for talent. Lu Aimin looked on with satisfaction, feeling that his eldest son had finally wised up. He turned to Zhang Weiwei, nodding. A yuan is good taste. Young lady, hello. I'm this young man's father. You can call me Uncle Lu. Zhang Weiwei bowed.
Hello, Uncle Liu, I'm Zhang Weiwei.
I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Lu Aimin laughed heartily. Not trouble at all. Lu Qing introduced himself as well. And seeing Lu Qing smile, Zhang Weiwei felt that this family was quite amicable. Without further ado, the four descended, as Zhou Yuan and the others had parked their vehicle in the underground garage upon returning yesterday. When they reached the garage, they saw a few people gathered around their large vehicle, discussing something. Indeed, I saw them drive this car out yesterday from the window, a woman's voice remarked. It's really a car that hasn't been submerged. Where did they get it? A man commented. Do they have any other cars that haven't been submerged? They should get one for us. It would make our expeditions for supplies much easier. A man with no sense of shame spoke boldly. Lu Qing chuckled from the side, amused by the audacity of his words. The group was marveling at the impressive G-class when they suddenly heard voices from behind and quickly became alert.
Liulis Quinta.
These individuals were not from their building, and he did not recognize any of them, which was just as well. The group remained silent as a man from the back caught sight of Zhang Weiwei behind Lu Li and sneered. Oh, isn't this teacher Zhang from Building 8? You were so adamant yesterday about not selling your body, yet here you are today, unable to resist? And look, you've brought along 3 others. Were we not enough for you yesterday? He exchanged glances with another man. Zhang Weiwei's complexion paled. She had encountered 2 men while scavenging for supplies yesterday who had made lewd propositions, suggesting she could enjoy a comfortable life if she accompanied them. One of those men was now standing before her. Lu Li's gaze hardened, and he unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the man who had spoken, leaving him charred yet unharmed. Lu Li's display of power was far greater than his spar with Lu Feng the night before. The surrounding individuals were momentarily daunted by his display, regarding Lu Li with apprehension.
Liulis Nurta Kuldli.
You possess the audacity to drool over someone else's vehicle and hurl such vile remarks at a woman, yet you lack the courage to slay a few more zombies? He turned to lead his group to the vehicle when one man hurriedly interjected, Hey brother, he was just talking nonsense, misunderstanding. Lu Li fixed his gaze on him. Do you have something to say? The man quickly responded, hello, I'm Gao Ning from Building 5, just curious about where this vehicle came from. Gao Ning. Lu Li raised an eyebrow at the name. Are you an ability user? Gao Ning was taken aback, Indeed, he had discovered his abilities only that morning. How did Lu Li know? Nevertheless, he nodded earnestly. Earth? Lu Li continued. Gao Ning nodded again, stepping back, puzzled. Could this person discern the type of abilities others possessed? Lu Li, of course, would not reveal that it was not his insight, but rather a revelation from Zhou Yuan in his previous life. Seeing that Gao Ning was not arrogant, Lu Li relaxed. It seemed he was merely a person with a specific demeanor towards certain individuals. Regarding the vehicle, Lu Li was willing to share. The car was acquired from a car exhibition. There are plenty of vehicles inside. You might want to try your luck there. After speaking, he started the engine, and once the other three were aboard, he pressed the accelerator and drove off, leaving Gao Ning and his companions exchanging glances. They were astonished by how easily Lu Li had divulged that information. Inside the vehicle, Lu Aimin expressed his confusion. Weren't all the cars from the exhibition taken? He suddenly remembered that Zhang Weiwei was also in the car. She wasn't part of their family. The secret of his daughter-in-law must not be disclosed. He fell silent under Lu Li's warning gaze. Lu Qing chimed in, yes, they were all taken, but what does that have to do with brotherly? He didn't say anything wrong. Our vehicle did indeed come from there. Even if the cars had not been taken, those on the 4th and 5th floors could not be retrieved without Zhou Yuan's unique advantage. Lu Aimin nodded in understanding. Indeed, no one knew that all the useful vehicles had been collected by Zhou Yuan. First come, first served, wasn't it? Listening to their conversation, Zhang Weiwei realized that Lu Uncle's previous words were not as Lu Qing had portrayed. However, she did not feel compelled to ask. It was none of her business. All she wanted was to find a way to cling to Miss Zhou Yuan's coattails. As for men, well, there's a saying, if you can rely on a man, even a pig can climb a tree. Lu Li glanced at Zhang Weiwei in the rearview mirror, noting her unchanged expression. She met his gaze without flinching, which pleased him. He couldn't help but think that his sister-in-law had a keen eye for people. He then asked, what happened yesterday? Zhang Weiwei, realizing he was addressing her, recounted the events of the previous day. Lu Aimin sighed. These times are tough. It's especially hard for girls. Lu Li and Lu Qing nodded in agreement, all three reflecting on Zhou Yuan from their past life. She was just in her 30s, raising 2 children, which must have been incredibly challenging. Zhang Weiwei was oblivious to their thoughts. She understood the hardships, but was determined to live well. Chapter 71. Organizing the space, Zhou Yuan stared at the clutter in the courtyard of the space, feeling overwhelmed. Among the items was a bit of everything. Today, she had a sudden urge to organize the things in the space and create a list, which would make it easier to find what she needed. However, she soon discovered that the ideal was far more appealing than the reality. Her obsessive-compulsive tendencies kicked in. After nearly 4 hours, she had managed to organize the storage room to a degree. Most of the items in the storage room were food, so she categorized them into sections: cooked food, meat, vegetables, fruits, grains, seasonings, snacks, and beverages. She also found that the storage room could automatically sort items according to her preferences. For instance, when she placed her mother-in-law's cooked food on a particular shelf, all the takeout cooked items she had previously ordered also appeared there. This saved her considerable time, as food items occupied about 70% of the storage room. Next, she focused on medications with expiration dates, along with food-related containers, cling film, disposable tableware, and her skincare products such as toothpaste, shampoo, and body wash. Oh, and there were small umbrellas and heating pads. Clothing also needed preservation. If left too long, it could easily deteriorate. Additionally, there were some baby supplies that she couldn't recall acquiring but needed to keep safe for her elder brother's family. Looking at the neatly arranged items in the storage room, she felt a sense of satisfaction despite her exhaustion. In the future, when new items were collected, the storage room would automatically place them in their designated spots. Of course, she was organizing with her consciousness in the space. Her physical strength was insufficient to move many items, and she didn't want to waste such a good opportunity to train her mental acuity. Next was the heap of items outside, which could no longer be described merely as a pile. It was more akin to a small mountain. Fortunately, many of the items were large, such as the 4 water tanks she had previously stored. When the water supply ceased, she transferred 2 tanks to the rooftop for the 2 families to use, which would improve their living conditions. Within the space, only 2 tanks remained, alongside generators, solar panels, and batteries, as well as outdoor gear like tents and sleeping bags. There were various fuels, gas canisters, and portable stoves. The military supplies she had collected were stored separately. Along with weapons and a multitude of vehicles, she felt she could host a car exhibition. Lastly, she designated a separate area for construction materials. By evening, she had barely managed to organize the mountain of items into a semblance of order, merely categorizing them broadly. She tossed some items into the storage room that should have been stored there. During her hasty collection, she had only placed some fresh fruits in the storage room, while less perishable items were carelessly stored. She cultivated every piece of land available in the space, sowing various seeds: potatoes, pumpkins, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, radishes, cabbages, cilantro, scallions, and garlic. She planted all available seeds. As for whether they would grow, Zhou Yuan was confident the space would take care of it. Hadn't she already harvested the previous crop? On the other side of the mountain, she had planted fruit tree saplings, including strawberries, cherry tomatoes, dragon fruit, apple trees, pear trees, and orange trees. The space would nurture them. They had arrived as saplings and, now, she could soon enjoy freshly picked fruits. The breeding area is now teeming with diverse species, including pigs, cattle, sheep, and a pair of rabbits, which will soon welcome their offspring in 2 months. Additionally, there are free-range poultry, chickens, ducks, and geese, thriving in the nutrient-rich environment, producing eggs abundantly, far exceeding the family's consumption. They even cleared a section in the storage room specifically for egg storage. As for the livestock breeding, she plans to research a few videos or perhaps have Xiao Jin communicate with the animals. Who knows, maybe they could soon have a few broods of chicks. Standing on the second floor of the building, overlooking the expanse, she could hardly contain her joy, as it represented their foundation for survival in this post-apocalyptic world. Upon emerging from her space, she found Lu Feng in a state of frustration, unsure how to summon her back from the confines of her realm. Alas, this indeed poses a dilemma. The sounds from the outside world are inaudible within her space, rendering her unreachable to those outside. This is why she typically only spends brief moments inside, avoiding prolonged stays, which is precisely why she lost track of time while organizing today. Lu Li and the others had returned and used the intercom to inform Zhou Yuan to go collect supplies. Yesterday, when they left, Lu Qing had already adjusted the intercom settings. One must commend the quality of military equipment. This intercom can receive signals within a 40-kilometer radius and in unobstructed terrain. It can reach 50 kilometers. Quite impressive. How could you, pretending to be innocent in front of my husband, only to turn around and flirt with another man the moment he leaves? Aren't you afraid he might sneak into your bed at night? As Zhou Yuan arrived at the parking lot, she heard a shrill female voice that she recognized. It belonged to the woman from the couple on the 16th floor. Following that, Zhang Weiwei's agitated voice erupted. You're talking nonsense. His death has nothing to do with me. He couldn't control his lower half and got what he deserved. Dead? The man had died? She had sensed that the 16th floor felt desolate, as if it hosted only one presence. Moreover, he was an ability user. Watching the woman's silhouette, Zhou Yuan mused that she truly seemed like a green-haired individual, perhaps a wood-based ability user. Did her powers manifest due to the fatal kick she delivered to her husband? Surely it couldn't be that severe? Zhou Yuan leaned closer to Lu Feng, inquiring, Brother Lu, is it possible to die from such a kick? Lu Feng's lips twitched. There is a risk of pain leading to shock or even death. Zhou Yuan stroked her chin, recalling that the man hadn't succumbed to shock that day. And if her kick had indeed killed him, wouldn't this woman come looking for trouble? Lu Cheng and Lu Ming instinctively took a step back. Lu Feng tousled her hair. Stop overthinking. Zhang Weiwei should know what happened. Zhou Yuan nodded and approached, as the argument continued with Zhang Weiwei's mocking voice cutting through. You think you're gifted just because you're injured? How deluded. The woman, infuriated, made a move to confront Zhang Weiwei. But Zhang Weiwei was no longer the frail girl she once was. She brandished the military knife that Zhou Yuan had given her, stained with dark red blood, clearly from a zombie. The woman halted, glancing at the man standing slightly behind her, and sweetly called out, Ningge, look at this woman. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to speak, another woman beside the man slapped her across the face. You were just accusing Zhang Weiwei of flirting. I see your husband's corpse is barely cold, and you're already trying to seduce mine. You're no saint either. The woman from the 16th floor was furious and immediately retaliated, leading to a brawl. Zhou Yuan stood by, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Enough. Both of you stop. The man exclaimed irritably, yanking the two women down to the ground. His wife, furious, protested. So you would fight for another woman, Gao Ning? Just because you have abilities doesn't make you special. She then jumped up, throwing punches and kicks at Gao Ning. Gao Ning. Zhou Yuan focused on the man, realizing he was indeed the same Gao Ning from her past life, though his features now appeared more normal and less peculiar. Chapter 72. A turn of events lap. Gao Ning, unable to tolerate any longer, delivered a resounding slap. If you keep stirring trouble, I'll toss you out to feed the zombies. His wife screamed, ready to continue, but upon seeing Gao Ning's icy gaze, she faltered, tears streaming down her face. The woman from the 16th floor shot her a provocative glance. The commotion finally subsided as Lu Li, visibly stressed, addressed Gao Ning. So, Gao Ning, what brings you here? Are we merely your entertainment? Gao Ning's expression stiffened. He had intended to inquire about something but was caught off guard by the two women's antics, feeling embarrassed. Clearing his throat, he said, "Brothers, we went to the station you mentioned today, but there were no usable vehicles left." Lu Li shrugged. Oh, so someone got there first. Fully aware that others had likely taken everything, but he suspected Lu Li's group couldn't have only secured one vehicle. He hoped to negotiate for something from them. Lu Li, not waiting for him to speak, dismissed him. If there's nothing else, we need to move our supplies. Only then did Gao Ning notice Zhou Yuan and her companions standing a short distance behind, a formidable group of 8, 6 men and 2 women. The impressive lineup, along with Lu Li's formidable lightning abilities, made it clear that he was outmatched. He nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to leave when his wife suddenly exclaimed, "You're Zhou Yuan." Zhou Yuan frowned, puzzled. She didn't recognize this woman. How did she know her name? Surely she wasn't some old classmate from middle or high school. That would be too surreal. Lu Feng instinctively pulled Zhou Yuan behind him. The woman glanced at Lu Feng, then laughed. "Haha, you must be her husband. My cousin sent me a photo of both of you. I have a good memory." Heavens, could a bolt of lightning strike her now? Zhou Yuan never anticipated that this woman was Gao Ning's wife. What a small world. Just as she was still processing this revelation, the woman shockingly added, "You have 2 kids, right? Why didn't you bring them along to play? Are you kidding me?" Zhou Yuan thought, and almost immediately after the words left the woman's lips. A surge of lightning, fire, wind, and ice descended upon her. The woman shrieked, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Gao Ning and the woman from the 16th floor nearly bolted, but Lu Cheng and Lu Ming had already blocked their escape route, while Lu Li and Lu Feng closed in on them. Gao Ning, drenched in cold sweat, fell to the ground in panic, exclaiming, "Everyone, it's not my fault. I didn't hear anything." The woman from the 16th floor knelt, begging, "Please, don't kill me. I have abilities. I'm more useful than Zhang Weiwei." As she spoke, she raised her hands, and a small green sprout materialized. She looked at the crowd. "I can help you grow vegetables. I'm very useful." A wood-based ability user? Zhou Yuan remained silent. In this apocalypse, such powers could indeed be valuable. However, they had already crossed a line. They cared not for their own safety, but the safety of their children must remain a priority until they could adequately protect them. Gao Ning observed the cold expressions of the group, realizing they were likely to meet their end today. In that moment, he wished he could strangle the woman beside him, an utter failure. Yet he couldn't just sit back and wait. As a soil ability user, he held little advantage on this concrete and plastic terrain. He glanced at Zhou Yuan, who remained shielded behind her companions, concealing his true emotions. He mimicked the woman beside him, kneeling with his head bowed towards Zhou Yuan, pleading, "Please. We truly haven't heard anything. We won't say a word." Before anyone could react, he sprinted between Lu Feng and Lu Li, rushing to Zhou Yuan and wrapping his hands around her neck. "A Yuan!" Lu Feng shouted, ready to charge forward.
Stop.
"Step back, or I'll strangle her." His eyes wild with madness and satisfaction. Lu Li restrained Lu Feng, speaking sternly. "What do you want? Let us go. Give the car keys to that woman." They had just returned, and the car surely contained the supplies they had gathered today. Moving such a large quantity would not be trivial. And once he had the supplies, he could find another place to hide. Sea City was vast. He believed they would never find him again. Little did he know, Zhou Yuan alone could handle the supplies. The other 3 were merely there to keep watch, and who would have guessed they would witness such a spectacle? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile, realizing he saw her as a soft target, someone easy to manipulate. Gao Ning, noticing her smile, felt a surge of panic. "What are you laughing at? Laugh again, and I will end you. Then why not give it a try?" Zhou Yuan retorted disdainfully. "A Yuan?" Lu Feng protested. though he knew she had ways to escape, and that this man would dare not harm her before achieving his objective. Yet he was still afraid, fearful of what might happen. Observing Lu Feng's reaction, Gao Ning became more composed. This man's anxiety gave him confidence. He shouted to the woman still kneeling on the ground. Wang Yan, what are you waiting for? Go get the keys and start the car.
Huh?
Oh, Wang Yan finally realized, standing up. Where are the keys? Lu Li glanced at her and handed over the keys. Wang Yan timidly approached the car, and as Gao Ning pulled Zhou Yuan closer to the vehicle, she complied without resistance. Just then, Gao Ning suddenly felt a gust of wind beside him, followed by a sharp pain in his neck, and then there was nothingness. Wang Yan screamed, as Gao Ning's head dropped to her feet, causing her to back away in terror. Everyone turned to see the person behind Gao Ning. It was Zhang Weiwei. Her hand, gripping the dagger, was pale from the exertion. Gao Ning had been completely focused on the men in front, oblivious to her movements. No one knew when she had circled behind him. The others were fixated on Zhou Yuan. Perhaps only Zhou Yuan had noticed the gray figure's movement on the map, allowing her to subtly cooperate with Gao Ning. When Zhang Weiwei struck, she had lowered her head just in time. Fortunately, Gao Ning had used his hands to choke her rather than a weapon. Or she would have sustained some injury. Lu Feng yanked Zhou Yuan away, inspecting her neck, where 5 distinct finger marks marred her delicate, fair skin. A flash of anger crossed his eyes as he delivered 2 kicks to Gao Ning's body. Zhang Weiwei took a deep breath, staring at Gao Ning's lifeless form, as if just realizing she had taken a life. Killing zombies didn't count, they were no longer human. But this was a real, living person. She hadn't thought much about it in the moment, but now she felt a twinge of fear. Zhou Yuan stepped forward and grasped her slightly trembling hand. Weiwei, thank you for saving me. Zhang Weiwei snapped back to reality and immediately shook her head. No need to thank me. In truth, she knew that without her, Zhou Yuan would have been fine. However, she felt compelled to act, unable to simply stand by and watch. Zhou Yuan's heart warmed. She wanted to protect this girl. Chapter 73. Rooting out the problem. Meanwhile, Wang Yan continued to wail. Fortunately, this was in an underground parking garage, where the submerged cars had mostly been rendered useless, and very few ventured down. The scattered zombies had already been cleared out by Zhou Yuan and her companions. The sound of her cries could no longer be heard outside. However, it was still quite grating on their ears. They had no intention of letting her off easily. Lu Cheng sent a blade of wind her way, and her screams abruptly ceased, a deep gash appearing on her neck. Lu Cheng shook his head at the mark.
Sigh, still too weak.
Thankfully, she's just a delicate woman. If it were someone tougher, I might not have been able to cut deep enough. Zhang Weiwei's pupils constricted, and Lu Li, seeing her reaction, uncharacteristically explained. She has 2 children at home. We must keep the secret. Zhang Weiwei's eyes widened in shock. I didn't hear anything. I won't say a word. Zhou Yuan and the others burst into laughter, and Lu Li leaned closer to her. Is that so? But I only believe the dead when talk. Zhang Weiwei jumped and hid behind Zhou Yuan, speaking sweetly. Sister Yuan, help. I'm so scared. He said it himself. Why should I be blamed for hearing it? Zhang Weiwei was not foolish. When Lu Li revealed the secret, the group had already begun to trust her, knowing she would not be harmed and that the man was merely joking. The others were speechless at her unexpected response. Zhou Yuan found herself enjoying it. No wonder the men couldn't resist her voice. She too found it hard to resist, glaring at Lu Li. Big brother, don't scare Weiwei. Lu Li was left speechless, while Lu Feng felt exasperated, quickly pulling Zhou Yuan close, thinking it wise for her to keep her distance from Zhang Weiwei. After a brief bout of laughter, Lu Li opened the trunk of the car. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened. Their haul was considerable. The 7-seater vehicle, with only 4 occupants, had its back seats folded down, revealing a pile of supplies. Everything one could imagine, food, necessities, and some packaged medicines, all in relatively good condition. Lu Li turned to Zhang Weiwei. Take what you need first. Zhang Weiwei waved her hands. No, I just followed along to pick up the leftovers. You all did the hard work. Take what you need first. And whatever is left is fine with me. I just want enough to fill my stomach. She spoke the truth. They had gone to a remote supermarket that day, likely one where many had stocked up on supplies when the virus first broke out, only to be bitten by the zombies left behind, ultimately trapped there. By the time she entered, Lu Li and the others had already cleared it out, leaving only a few zombies that seemed deliberately left for her to practice on. The pharmacy they visited later faced a similar fate. So her day had been one of merely following to gain experience. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yuan directly grabbed a bag and collected several boxes of cold medicine, external injury bandages, instant hot pots, instant noodles, sanitary pads, toilet paper, wet wipes, a few sets of sun protection clothing, bras, and underwear, and discreetly added about 10 bottles of spring water to the mix. Zhang Weiwei watched as Zhou Yuan handed her 2 large bags of supplies, filled with everything she could think of, and her heart ached, tears streaming down her face. In these few months of the apocalypse, Zhou Yuan was the only one who had ever shown her warmth. Seeing the emotion in Zhang Weiwei's eyes made Zhou Yuan's heart heavy. She knew how difficult life had been for her, and in this life, she had family and space, making her luckier than many. Zhang Weiwei stopped being overly sentimental. She truly needed these items, softly saying, "Thank you, Sister Yuan." Zhou Yuan wiped the tears from her face. "Don't cry. Things will get better." Zhang Weiwei nodded earnestly. Zhou Yuan then reached out, and the car along with the supplies vanished from sight. Zhang Weiwei was startled. Stammering, "Sister Yuan." Zhou Yuan smiled. "It's a spatial ability. Now that abilities are emerging, there's no need to hide mine." Zhang Weiwei's eyes brightened. "Sister Yuan, you're amazing." Then her expression dimmed, lamenting her lack of abilities. Zhou Yuan was acutely aware of her own thoughts, yet found herself powerless to alter the course of events. For the moment, she could only sip water and contemplate how to prepare a bath later. The group began their journey back when, unexpectedly, a muffled groan pierced the air. Startled, everyone turned to the source of the sound. It was that cousin, who, against all odds, had survived several assaults. Should they deem her fortunate or unfortunate? To linger between life and death at such a critical moment was perplexing. Had they departed a moment sooner, she might have had a chance at survival. Just as she remained oblivious, a shard of ice swiftly severed her neck. Lu Qing approached to verify her demise and confirmed she was indeed beyond saving. Lu Qing also checked on Wang Yan, the victim he had attacked, and breathed a sigh of relief. She was undeniably dead. This incident served as a stark reminder for everyone. Next time they took a life, they must ensure the victim was truly deceased to avoid any lingering threats. Although the woman had been an ordinary person devoid of abilities, one must not underestimate the depths of a woman's wrath, which could yield unexpected consequences. Zhou Yuan gazed at the 3 corpses in the parking lot, her brow furrowing. "Shall we incinerate them? This virus is rather formidable, and who knows if the dead might rise as zombies. Moreover, leaving the bodies here would invite decay and pests." Lu Feng nodded in agreement, arranging the 3 corpses together before setting them ablaze, thus saving on burial expenses, albeit with no one to assist in the grim task. Zhou Yuan recalled her earlier thoughts about attracting insects and remembered the pestilence they had encountered at the base in her previous life. It seemed they needed to prepare for such calamities. These insects were not only larger than those before the apocalypse but also more numerous and carried viruses. A single bite was no trifling matter, and most importantly, they were utterly revolting. She also recalled the tornado that had whisked away Xiaoyu while they were en route to the base, located in a different city of H province, approximately 400 to 500 kilometers north of City C. She wondered if the tornado had reached this area, or if it had even manifested here. Zhou Yuan began to feel a twinge of worry. The building they occupied had been constructed by a brother unit of hers and was reputed to withstand an earthquake of up to 8 degrees. She questioned its resilience against a tornado. Chapter 74. To stay or leave, Sister Yuan. Do you think these jade stones are genuine? Zhang Weiwei asked, holding a lustrous jade bracelet. Zhou Yuan glanced at it and shook her head. I cannot say. Zhang Weiwei tried it on her wrist, then looked at Zhou Yuan's hands, enviously exclaiming, Sister Yuan, your skin is so fair and radiant. I envy you greatly. Zhou Yuan donned a jade bracelet herself and, upon examining her hands, acknowledged they were indeed smooth and fair. Her complexion had always been commendable, but at over 30, despite her diligent use of gloves while doing housework and a variety of skincare products, some roughness remained inevitable. However, since she began using the water from her spatial pond for cleansing, her skin had shown remarkable improvement. Lost in thought, she was suddenly interrupted as Zhang Weiwei touched her face and exclaimed, Sister, truly, your skin is so tender. It feels as smooth as a baby's. What skincare products do you use? Next time we gather supplies, I must find out. Zhou Yuan smiled. I simply use basic lotion and cream. I don't favor any particular brand. Zhang Weiwei's face fell slightly, and she touched her own face, feeling disheartened. Why does it seem like I'm older than you? How disheartening. Although the water supply had been cut off, she had stockpiled plenty during the heavy rains, so she could manage her hygiene alone. Having once been a skincare enthusiast, her home was filled with high-end products, yet her skin still paled in comparison to someone who had 2 children. Zhou Yuan chuckled at Zhang Weiwei's lamentations, realizing she still possessed the youthful concerns of a young girl, always preoccupied with her appearance. However, she could not disclose the secret of her improved complexion, as it would be imprudent to mention the water from her spatial realm. Yet, a thought crossed Zhou Yuan's mind, and she carefully broached the subject. Wei, I've heard that City X is preparing to establish a base. Are you considering going there? Yesterday, Lu Li and his group had collected supplies, including 2 radios. And upon tinkering with them, they managed to tune into an official broadcast. The announcement urged everyone to take precautions against the rampant zombie virus and provided methods for exterminating the undead. It also mentioned the emergence of abilities, although the specifics were still under investigation. Furthermore, preparations for establishing a base were underway, seeking elite professionals from various industries. Interested individuals could register at designated points, and successful candidates would be escorted by the military to the base. Other civilians would have to wait until the base was more developed before being relocated. Today, they had witnessed military personnel dispatched to scour areas with high concentrations of zombies, armed with conventional firearms, while only a few wielded abilities. Zhang Weiwei paused, then cautiously turned to Zhou Yuan. Sister Yuan, what about you? Do you plan to go? Zhou Yuan shook her head. We have no such intentions for now. The initial phase of the base may not be entirely secure. We plan to stay in the community for a while and reassess later. Zhang Weiwei fell silent for a moment before speaking up. Sister Yuan, may I accompany you? She understood her own limitations. Before the apocalypse, she had been merely an ordinary language teacher, lacking any exceptional skills. In the early stages of the base's establishment, the immediate focus would be on restoring daily life, with education likely far down the list of priorities. After all, there is an adage, when the granary is full, one knows etiquette. If basic survival was a struggle, who would have the luxury to consider anything else? Zhou Yuan smiled gently. Are you certain? The living conditions at the base may not be ideal, but safety is guaranteed. There will be tasks to undertake. You won't necessarily have to confront zombies directly. If you join us, we will most likely be fleeing from them, and you might find yourself exposed to the elements. As a young woman without any abilities, are you prepared to endure such hardships? Zhang Weiwei thought for a moment, then nodded resolutely. I am certain. As long as you and your group accept me, I am not afraid. Zhou Yuan regarded her seriously. And what of your parents? Your family? Will you disregard them? Zhang Weiwei lowered her gaze. I am an orphan, raised in an orphanage. Life there was far from easy. And I have not returned since starting university. I have no ties. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, stammering, Weiwei, I am sorry, I did not know. Zhang Weiwei smiled and shook her head. It's fine, sister. I stopped feeling sad long ago. If not for the apocalypse, I could have thrived on my own. Relying on oneself is the best course. I have always known that. Zhou Yuan shook her head. While that sentiment holds some truth, finding someone you can depend on is also worthwhile. After all, no matter how strong an individual may be, they are not machines and will eventually tire. Zhang Weiwei's eyes brightened. Then I will surely find someone I can rely on in the future. I will support him, and he can support me. Lu Li observed the 2 girls as they played with the jade ornaments, their laughter filling the air. He nudged Lu Feng. It seems like my sister-in-law genuinely enjoys Zhang Weiwei's company. Lu Feng had just returned his gaze from them, noting that since their marriage and the arrival of children, his wife had lost touch with her former friends. Eventually, they had ceased contact altogether, and she rarely ventured out anymore, consumed by her responsibilities at home. The colleagues at her workplace were all young girls, with whom she found little common ground. He had not seen her connect with another girl in such a manner for a long time. Once during their courtship, she had been the type to spend late nights chatting with friends, enjoying endless shopping trips without fatigue. He suddenly realized the wisdom in Lin Chui's words. If Zhang Weiwei were to become a sister-in-law to a Yuan, it would indeed be a mutually beneficial arrangement, completing their family in the process. Lu Li gazed at his brother with a mixture of confusion and anticipation as his brother's concern for his sister-in-law transformed into an expectation directed towards him. What was this all about? Lu Feng casually draped an arm over Lu Li's shoulder, saying, Brother, I took a look, and I also think that Zhang Weiwei is quite nice. Perhaps you should consider her? Lu Li playfully punched him. Are you itching for a fight? Lu Feng swiftly dodged and leaned closer, adding, though she is younger than both me and A Yuan, we don't mind. As Lu Li summoned the electricity in his hand, Lu Feng hurriedly backed away, joking that he had only just managed to tame his hair for an important meeting with Boss Zhao. Lu Li chuckled and couldn't help but glance at Zhang Weiwei. The young girl's eyes sparkled as she chatted happily with his sister-in-law. Her face adorned with a sweet smile and a charming dimple, undeniably adorable. Seemingly aware of someone's gaze, Zhang Weiwei turned to meet Lu Li's eyes, their gazes intertwining momentarily. She hesitated for a brief moment before offering a polite smile. Lu Li felt that this smile lacked the sweetness of her interactions with Zhou Yuan, and he couldn't shake off the feeling of distance, causing a slight unease within him. Meanwhile, Lin Shui and Lu Aimin were also observing Zhou Yuan and, upon witnessing the exchange between Lu Li and Zhang Weiwei, felt a sense of delight, sensing a potential opportunity. Chapter 75. Ordinary people. The group meandered through the jade market, having come to fulfill Zhao Wu's invitation. Everyone was present, including the two children and Lei Zi, who had been brought along in the spatial pocket. A cacophony of car sounds accompanied Zhao Wu's booming voice. Drive steadily, or I'll have your skin if you shatter those jade stones. Brother, this isn't my fault. The car is falling apart. Sun Chong lamented, feeling as if he might fall apart himself. Upon hearing his voice, everyone peeked out from various shops. As Zhao Wu stepped out of the car, he was startled by the crowd, exclaiming, so many people? He then spotted Zhou Yuan and her husband, which brought him some relief. Lu Feng greeted him, Boss Zhao. Hey, Lu brother, who are these people? Zhao Wu asked, glancing around at the others. Realizing he had only brought Li Ping and Sun Chong, which felt like a miscalculation. Don't worry, they are all family. After we trade with you today, we plan to go hunt some zombies, Lu Feng casually remarked. Hunt zombies? Zhao Wu swallowed hard, pondering how they spoke of it so nonchalantly. Lu Feng shrugged. With our abilities, we need to practice. Otherwise, we might as well be rusty machines. Zhao Wu pondered this, suddenly realizing that everyone in their family had come to practice their powers. It was somewhat alarming. He scrutinized them, noting 9 individuals, including 2 elderly and 2 women. Was it true that all of them possessed abilities? Previously, in his shop, the presence of 3 ability users was enough to draw attention. Now they all had them? Was it a stroke of good fortune? Should he inquire about their residence and consider moving nearby? Li Ping and Sun Chong were equally astonished, wondering if they all possessed the same formidable powers they had previously demonstrated. Seemingly sensing Zhao Wu's confusion, Zhou Yuan smiled and explained, well, my husband has a lot of brothers. In truth, there were only 3 half-siblings among them. Zhao Wu suddenly understood why ancient cultures emphasized having many children. Not wanting to dwell on this, he began searching for his vehicle, spotting a brand new Jeep not far away. His eyes lit up with excitement as he approached it, treating it as if it were an old flame, while Li Ping and Sun Chong circled excitedly nearby. Zhao Wu laughed heartily. Lu, you are truly generous. I feel like my jade stones are unworthy now. It's merely a matter of mutual benefit, Lu Feng replied, knowing that at this time, jade was worth less than a loaf of bread. However, for A Yuan's spatial pocket, it was a treasure. A mere vehicle was inconsequential, as they had already taken the least desirable one. Upon seeing the vehicle, Zhao Wu refrained from haggling and promptly opened the van's trunk, revealing that all the seats had been removed and the jade stones were meticulously packed with foam, ensuring their safety. For Zhou Yuan, the integrity of the jade was not paramount, as it would ultimately be absorbed by the space. Noticing her gaze fixated on the jade, Zhao Wu reassured her, rest assured. I've packaged everything securely. We drove slowly to ensure nothing was damaged. If you're not satisfied, you may inspect each piece. If they are damaged, will Boss Zhao replace them? Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. Zhao Wu scratched his head. Well, all my stock is here, but I know a few folks who share my passion. If you need anything else, I can help you reach them, assuming they are still around. If they had turned into zombies, he could do nothing. Zhou Yuan considered this. Please ask Boss Zhao to contact them to see what they require in exchange, but we no longer have the vehicle. They indeed had vehicles, but could not produce another without raising suspicion. Zhao Wu understood. He had felt anxious about obtaining a vehicle himself. But how will we communicate? Zhao Wu glanced uncertainly at Lu Feng. Lu Feng exchanged glances with Lu Li before writing down their address for him. We live here. Zhao Wu eagerly took the paper, noting that Jiasun City was nearby. After memorizing the building number, he tore it up and tossed it aside. He then called for Sun Chong to assist in loading the jade into Zhou Yuan's vehicle. Zhou Yuan interjected, "Boss Zhao, we'll handle it ourselves."
You two can head back.
Zhao was about to insist otherwise when Lu Feng remarked coolly, "Boss Zhao, why did you only bring 2 people today? Weren't there 4 ordinary folks last time?" Zhao Wu waved dismissively. "Don't mention them. Those lazy ones claimed they were ordinary and couldn't be of any help. They just stayed home to guard the place." Lu Qing approached. "Boss Zhao, are you certain they were guarding the house?" Zhao Wu nodded, but suddenly paused, looking at Lu Qing with curiosity. "What do you mean?" Lu Qing shrugged. "Well, Boss Zhao, you must have quite a stockpile of supplies at home, right?" Zhao Wu's expression shifted dramatically, and both Sun Chong and Li Ping looked equally alarmed. They had been brothers for so long. Could this be true? Lu Feng patted Zhao Wu's shoulder. "You should head back and check. Perhaps we are just being overly cautious." Zhao Wu wasted no time, swiftly ushering the 2 into the car and bidding farewell to Lu Feng and the others as they sped away. Zhou Yuan watched their vehicle vanish into the distance, frowning as she turned to Lu Feng. "How did you come up with such a theory?" Before Lu Feng could respond, Lu Qing interjected, "Sister-in-law, that day, both Brother Feng and I noticed those 4 individuals. When Boss Zhao introduced them, he completely overlooked them, which is unusual. Generally, any man would feel slighted, and such discontent can lead to ulterior motives. Just now, Boss Zhao mentioned they chose to stay behind, which is a reasonable deduction." Zhou Yuan reflected on this and acknowledged, I indeed overlooked those 4 individuals. They were like invisible people to me. I tend to be oblivious to those I don't pay attention to." However, she could understand the sentiment. As fellow humans, why should one person have a better life than another? Jealousy is not exclusive to women. This was merely the beginning. Some ordinary individuals could still harbor resentment, but as the advantages of those with abilities became evident, the gap would widen, rendering any thoughts of envy utterly futile. Lu Feng gently squeezed Zhou Yuan's cheeks, recognizing her tendency to overlook those who were not closely related to her. During her previous job, she often remained oblivious to the turmoil around her, even when others were visibly agitated. Without the presence of outsiders, Zhou Yuan swiftly stored the jade and its packaging into her spatial realm. As for the dilapidated van on the verge of falling apart, she deemed it a waste of her space. Chapter 76. Construction site. This time, there were many individuals who had come out. Previously, they had brought Zhao Wu's vehicle along, but now, it was impossible to fit everyone into a single car, compelling Zhou Yuan to retrieve another vehicle. Zhang Weiwei inquired whether all spatial ability users possessed such expansive spaces. The answer was, of course, negative. When spatial ability users first awaken their powers, their spaces rarely exceeded 20 square meters, as exemplified by Yang Jingjing, whose space was even smaller. They planned to explore the surrounding villages of City C, which, while not overly desolate, was also not bustling, making it ideal for them to practice their abilities against zombies. Among their group, only Weiwei lacked any powers. Lin Shui's abilities were ineffective against zombies, but it did not imply they were incapable of fighting them. Due to its proximity to City C, the capital of H province, these surrounding areas were more prosperous than typical rural villages. Numerous construction projects were rising from the ground, and they approached a partially constructed building, its red sign indicating it was under the jurisdiction of a particular construction company. Zhou Yuan noticed approximately 10 to 20 zombies wandering inside, prompting her companions to ascend eagerly. Zhou Yuan lingered at the back, her gaze drifting to another building where numerous survivors were visible, and beneath them lay at least 50 to 60 zombies. She had previously wondered why there were so many zombies inside while the outside remained clear. Evidently, it was the survivors who had lured them in, suggesting that their building had also once housed living individuals who had subsequently turned. They fought their way up, as zombies could not ascend stairs, thus encountering only a few scattered zombies on each floor. Once they had dispatched the zombies, they commenced their search, not for anything else, but for cement. Zhou Yuan had previously informed them about the insect plague, so they felt it essential to seal off the sewer entrances with cement beforehand. The building materials wholesale market they visited had been flooded, rendering the cement unusable, forcing them to gamble on luck at this construction site. To their fortune, they discovered a considerable amount, with various packages scattered throughout. After clearing one building, they proceeded to the next until they had explored the entire site, leaving only the building with the survivors. Standing below, the individuals above noticed them and frantically waved. "Are you a rescue team? Please save us. Should we help them?" Sister Yuan? Zhang Weiwei frowned, noting that most of these individuals were young adults who lacked the courage to confront zombies themselves. She was averse to aiding such people. Zhou Yuan observed the girl beside her, who had transformed from a delicate maiden to someone exuding a fierce determination. Indeed, real combat was a crucible for character. Lu Li glanced at the people above. We've cleared the other buildings. There's no reason to spare this one. This implied their mission was merely to clear the buildings, not to rescue anyone. Zhang Weiwei nodded in understanding and, without hesitation, brandished her weapon and advanced, followed closely by the others. The zombies in this building congregated on the first floor, and Zhou Yuan's spiritual power could not yet influence so many zombies at once. Therefore, during such encounters, she often practiced her water abilities. She had previously dismissed her water powers as superfluous, especially since her spatial water was boundless. However, she later devised a technique for combat using water, which made her appreciate its existence. For instance, when she used a crossbow, the arrows consumed vast resources. Eventually, she discovered that if she shaped the water into arrows and launched them with the crossbow's force, the results exceeded her expectations, proving slightly more effective than traditional arrows. Initially, she could only drench zombies with water, earning laughter from Lu Cheng, who suggested Lu Qing assist her. Yet, as she honed her ability to solidify the water, her shots became lethal. Zhang Weiwei, witnessing Zhou Yuan's use of water abilities, was astonished and subsequently disheartened, realizing her sister had dual powers while she possessed none. Speaking of their abilities, they had all attained level 1. She was unaware of the status of other ability users elsewhere, but she recalled that during her previous journey to the base, the Team's abilities had still been at level 1, with only a single level 2 among the escorting military. Now, with so many level 1 ability users, the 50 to 60 ordinary zombies within the building were no match for them. Upon reaching the floor of the ability users, they did not linger and continued upward. After all, they were not there to rescue anyone. They sought resources. Besides cement, a construction site held many valuable materials: sand, gravel, leak-sealing agents, and waterproofing materials that seemed insignificant at the moment but would prove invaluable for future infrastructure, though they did not intend to establish a base. Exchanging resources with the authorities would be beneficial. On the 7th floor, the survivors huddled together, trembling in fear. Witnessing the decisiveness with which the group dispatched zombies, they found them more terrifying than the undead themselves. Some brave souls approached the door, peering through the cracks, and exclaimed, "Oh, they went straight up." Soon, someone cautiously opened the door, confirming that the zombies below had been dealt with, and hurriedly descended, followed closely by others. Lu Cheng observed this from above and scoffed. TSK, such rudeness. Not a word of thanks. Lu Qing huffed, I hope they leave quickly, otherwise, they might try to cling to us. Zhou Yuan shot Lu Qing a glare. Since when did you develop such a knack for foreboding? What do you mean? Lu Qing asked, perplexed. Lu Cheng patted his shoulder, gesturing towards the window. Lu Qing looked out, and indeed, the group of individuals had returned. Observing the cluster of red dots converging at the entrance, Zhou Yuan placed a table and 8 chairs in the middle of the room and brought out the food. It was already noon after all. In the grand scheme of things, dining was paramount. Upon seeing the fragrant dishes, the group lost all motivation for work. With delicious food before them, they felt no urgency to confront the zombies just yet. After washing their hands, they began to feast. The scene did not permit an overly lavish meal. The food was neatly packaged, with varying side dishes. Some were prepared by Lin Shui, while others were takeout ordered by Zhou Yuan, allowing everyone to select their preference from the abundant offerings. As for the 2 children and Lazy, Zhou Yuan had already arranged for them in her space. The others were aware of this and did not inquire further, except for Zhang Weiwei, who expressed concern. Sister Yuan, what about the 2 kids? What are they eating at home? Zhou Yuan felt heartened that she was still in her thoughts. The children were not kept away from her out of distrust, but rather because there were still people below, and those individuals would not remain complacent. Additionally, the children had yet to experience the apocalypse, and Lazy's leg had not fully healed. Once their abilities grew stronger, she intended to bring them out for a broader experience. After all, Lazy was a heroic dog adorned with medals. Had he transformed from a shepherd dog into a guardian dog? She leaned closer to Zhang Weiwei, who widened her eyes in disbelief. What? The children are in the spatial realm? Can living beings enter? How miraculous! Zhang Weiwei resolved that she would no longer be astonished by anything related to Zhou Yuan in the future. She was nothing short of a Pandora's box of wonders. Chapter 77. Survivors. As Zhang Weiwei marveled at the situation, the sounds of zombies below grew increasingly louder. Were there more of them? The group continued to eat leisurely. After all, one must be well-fed to have the strength to work, wouldn't they? As a group of weary survivors stumbled onto their floor, they were greeted by the sight of others well-fed and even leisurely picking their teeth. The aroma of delicious food wafted through the air, causing their stomachs to grumble in unison. Anger bubbled within some. While they were being chased by zombies below, these individuals indulged in a hearty meal. Do you possess no sense of public decency? We are dying down there and you can still eat? One woman, her tears spilling down her cheeks, lamented the loss of her husband, who had just become one of the undead. Zhou Yun and her companions paid them no heed, engrossed in a discussion about whether to return or seek further entertainment. The survivors, incensed by their indifference, had reddened eyes, and one rushed forward, intent on overturning their table. At that moment, Lu Qing swiftly kicked the intruder, sending him sprawling to the ground near the others. A middle-aged man, perhaps in his 40s, stood up to confront them, accusing, "Aren't you a rescue team? How can you resort to violence?" Lu Qing shrugged his leg, pondering the effectiveness of his kick. Lu Qing smiled and remarked, "It seems you all have been cooped up here for quite some time." "What do you mean?" The man asked, his annoyance evident. "It means we are not a rescue team. We are capable of both violence and murder." Lu Qing replied with a smirk. Lu Li covered his face, while Lu Qing kicked him aside, addressing the survivors. "We merely passed through, seeking a brief excursion. We bear no intent to assist. My apologies for any misunderstanding. Please consider us as mere shadows." At this moment, a woman timidly inquired, "Could you spare us some food? We haven't eaten in a week." "Food?" Lu Qing shrugged and glanced at their table. "I'm afraid we have finished our meal." The woman faltered, her gaze dropping. She recalled that this place lacked tables and chairs, suspecting they had hidden provisions somehow, and the meal could not have magically vanished. This was clearly a refusal to share. Soon, someone voiced her unspoken thoughts. "You simply do not wish to help." It was the same woman who had earlier complained about their feasting while others suffered. "Oh, dear. My sister," Zhang Weiwei interjected, "you are quite perceptive." The middle-aged man seemed to lose his composure. "You have all been holed up here. Why act so superior?" The woman shot back, "What do you know of our struggles? You flaunt your beauty to win favor with these men." Zhang Weiwei, seasoned in the harsh realities faced by women, smirked. "Oh, you've seen through my charade? How tragic." Zhou Yun barely stifled a laugh, while Lu Feng frowned. Lu Li appeared shocked, and others exchanged glances of confusion. Zhou Yun quickly joined in. "Who dares to speak ill of our dear Weiwei? I shall defend her honor." Lu Feng, Lu Li, Lu Cheng, and Lu Qing collectively smacked their foreheads in exasperation. Lin Chui observed their playful banter with amusement, while Lu Aimin, in an attempt to maintain his authority, stuffed food into his mouth hastily. Lu Ming remained oblivious, lagging behind. Zhang Weiwei feigned tears in Yuan's embrace, secretly reveling in their camaraderie. Yet, her delight was short-lived as she was abruptly yanked away, only to find Lu Feng glaring at her while cradling Jian protectively. "Ah, dear brother-in-law, are you jealous?" Zhang Weiwei teased, sheepishly touching her nose. Meanwhile, the survivors fell silent, and the middle-aged man finally spoke. "Look, there are many zombies below. If we do not clear them out, we may find ourselves trapped here. You have been stuck here all along, haven't you?" Lu Qing chuckled lightly. "If you wish to rely on us to fight your battles, kindly refrain from framing it as our obligation." The man fell silent. Liu Li, noticing that Lin Chui and her husband had finished their meal, approached, saying, "We will head out shortly. You may follow us from behind, but we cannot guarantee your safety." "Then why should we follow you?" the woman protested. Lu Qing couldn't help but interject, "Sister, my brother Li merely said you could follow. He did not imply you must. The choice is yours." The survivors exchanged glances, many retreating a step, seemingly opting to wait until the zombies were dealt with before venturing out. Lu Cheng and his companions found their attitude amusing. Just moments ago, their sister had remarked on how they had attracted all the zombies with their earlier actions. Now, there were over 100 congregating on the first floor, some even making their way to the second. Those zombies could not ascend the stairs. They could certainly pile onto one another. As the first fell, the others would clamber over, albeit slowly. Within the confines of a building, They could not replicate their previous tactic of setting it ablaze, necessitating a direct confrontation instead. The survivors had assumed they could simply rely on the group's earlier efforts to clear the area. However, the company decided against offering reminders. Had there been a show of gratitude or polite conversation upon their arrival, they might have considered providing some insight. Now, however, leading them out would only invite trouble. Still, a faction remained eager to follow, coalescing into two groups, with the middle-aged man and the initial woman seeking food trailing behind. Preparing for action, Jo-yeon waved her hand, causing the table and its contents to vanish into her spatial storage. The survivors were taken aback, astonished as if witnessing magic. Jo-yeon had no intention of explaining herself. She merely observed the increasing number of red dots on her map and inquired, "What did you all do outside just now?" The middle-aged man hesitated. "We went to check on the large truck parked next to the recycling station. It had keys, and we intended to drive it away." But the woman who had questioned them began to sob, recalling how her husband had tried to open the truck's door only to be seized by a zombie.
It was terrifying.
"That's why I refused to follow you to certain death." Understanding dawned on Jo-yeon and the others. It seemed that after the flood receded, officials had cleared the streets of corpses, transporting them to various waste disposal sites, where they had transformed into zombies. However, a truck could only hold perhaps 40 or 50 zombies at most. It was likely that upon seeing the horde, panic ensued, and they fled without realizing where the additional zombies had originated. Jo-yeon speculated that the recycling station likely housed numerous zombies as well, stirred by the scent of the living, which had caused them to break free from confinement. The 9 began their descent, with those wishing to follow closely behind. The hesitant group lingered until they reached the 4th floor, where they chose not to descend further. Jo-yeon noticed several zombies had already climbed to the 2nd floor, prompting them to begin strategizing their next move. Due to the unsuitability of Lin Shui and Zhang Weiwei for combat, and Lu Aimin's earth abilities proving ineffective within the confines of the concrete structure, they found themselves encircled. However, this did not signify a complete lack of combat capability. Each of them wielded weapons, remaining vigilant for any stragglers, providing support to their companions. Lu Li and Lu Feng took the lead, unleashing their powers to swiftly clear a path. Lu Qing and Lu Cheng stood guard on either side, their wind and ice blades effortlessly dispatching zombies in their vicinity. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Zhou Yuan held the rear, systematically eliminating the pursuing undead. Following a recent return, Lu Ming had procured several impact drill bits from Zhou Yuan, enhancing them with his abilities, thus transforming them into lethal projectiles that pierce through zombie skulls, allowing for retrieval and reuse. Zhou Yuan, adept in water manipulation and mental interference, executed headshots while simultaneously directing any stray zombies away from their path. The group trailing behind watched in awe as their comrades executed their tasks with impeccable coordination, each displaying their unique abilities in a breathtaking display of teamwork. Yet, they remained cautious, closely following their lead and arming themselves with makeshift weapons like wooden sticks or iron rods for reassurance, even if they were too timid to engage directly. Progress was swift as they reached the entrance, but an unforeseen event occurred. As Zhou Yuan released a water arrow that exploded on impact, Zhang Weiwei suddenly screamed, "Sister Yuan, watch out." In that instant, Zhou Yuan was shoved forward, stumbling into the path of an approaching zombie, its hand reaching for her masked face. With her pupils constricting, she urgently summoned her mental power, halting the zombie's hand mere millimeters from her visage. She was then pulled back, leaving the entire group drenched in cold sweat, particularly Lu Feng, who, upon hearing Zhang Weiwei's cry, had been desperate to rush to her aid but found himself immobilized at the front of the formation. Only when he saw Zhou Yuan safely retreat did he exhale in relief, having held his breath in anxiety. Without wasting another moment, the group charged forward, with Lu Ming swiftly securing the heavy iron door behind them, effectively trapping the majority of the zombies inside. Those on the upper floor were alarmed, demanding to know why the area wasn't fully cleared and why they were locked in. Zhou Yuan and her companions, however, did not respond to their inquiries. A few scattered zombies remained outside, no longer posing a threat. As Zhou Yuan coordinated the cleanup, she managed to free 2 vehicles, much to the astonishment and delight of the group emerging behind her, who were thrilled at the prospect of traveling by car. As they prepared to board, Zhang Weiwei abruptly confronted a woman, delivering a sharp slap. This was the same woman who had initially sought food from them, only to be rebuffed by Lu Qing. "Have you lost your mind?" The woman fumed, ready to retaliate. Unfazed, Zhang Weiwei struck again. "You were the one who pushed Sister Yuan. weren't you?" The woman faltered, defensively claiming innocence. "I didn't do anything. How could you possibly see it? I saw with both my eyes. I will not let you go unpunished for your ingratitude." Zhang Weiwei continued her assault, landing several more slaps until the woman's face was swollen, her capacity to retaliate completely diminished. A bystander, a young man in his 30s, intervened, attempting to pull the woman away. "Enough is enough. She's had enough punishment. To hell with your enough." Lu Chung retaliated, kicking the young man. "How about I push you in front of a zombie and let you take a beating?" The young man, nursing his injured leg, remained silent. A middle-aged man cleared his throat, but this lady seems unharmed. Lu Feng scoffed, holding Zhou Yuan protectively, his heart still racing with fear. "She's fine because she is capable, but that doesn't absolve someone else of blame." The woman, flustered, stammered. "They provided nothing to us, claiming to save us. But they didn't care for us. We only survived because we clung tight. Their supplies were in her possession." And there was a consensus among Lu Li and the others that eliminating her would teach a lesson about hunger. They had initially thought Zhou Yuan's stumble was an accident, unaware of the woman's treachery. Lin Chui, angered and tearful, realized her earlier guilt for withholding food was misplaced. The children were correct, sharing resources only to be met with ingratitude. Lu Ming stepped forward, seizing the woman and hurling her through the iron gate. The sound of her landing was followed by her terrified screams and the unmistakable sounds of zombies feeding. The remaining survivors, including those on the upper floor who had been cursing, watched in horror, realizing they were dealing with demons. The group ignored the reactions of those left behind, boarding their vehicles and departing. The onlookers, stunned, could only watch as their vehicle drove away, nobody daring to speak until they were out of sight. One finally exclaimed, "They just abandoned us here? How inhumane." As Zhou Yuan's vehicle passed a waste collection station, she spotted a large garbage truck, confirming her suspicions that the entrance had been opened without zombies emerging. With the zombie virus now capable of controlling even the deceased, one could only wonder what horrors awaited at the mortuaries designed for the dead. Chapter 79. Spatial Awareness Upon Entering the Space. Zhou Yuan found her 2 children and dog trapped in a first-floor room, gazing out the window. As they saw her arrive, Lu Jin waved frantically.
Will lazy barked excitedly.
Lu Yu appeared to have been crying, her face still streaked with tears. Zhou Yuan rushed over. "What happened?" Lu Jin explained, "Mom, we don't know. Earlier this morning, you brought something in from outside, and suddenly the space started shaking, pulling us into this room. We couldn't open the door." And Xiao Yu was so frightened she cried. Zhou Yuan felt a jolt of realization. She had forgotten about this. The novel mentioned that during spatial upgrades, the owner would be ejected, and entry would be restricted until completion. When she had previously collected jade, it had taken a while before she could return, and she hadn't thought to place her children inside, thus failing to recognize the phenomenon. Thankfully, the space only concentrated them in a relatively safe area and did not expel them, though it had scared the children considerably. Fortunately, Lazy was with them, able to communicate with Lu Jin and alleviate some of her fears. Now Lu Jin's abilities had improved, allowing seamless communication with Lazy. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Lu Yu woke and leaped into Zhou Yuan's embrace. "Mom, I was so scared." Everything was moving outside. Zhou Yuan hugged her children tightly, petting Lazy's head before sending them out to inform the others of their situation. Lin Chui and Lu Aimin immediately rushed to prepare food for the 2 children and the dog. Zhou Yuan then returned to inspect the changes in the space. She had to admit that Zhao Wu's collection of jade was indeed of significant value. A large storage room had reappeared at the back of the building, and the previously chaotic pile of supplies had been neatly organized and categorized, resembling a fully automated warehouse of a factory. The recent enhancements surpassed the previous arrangement that Zhou Yuan had haphazardly organized. The first floor of the building remained unchanged, however. The second floor's playground had evidently expanded with numerous new recreational facilities. Previously, she had merely set up a movable slide, a small sand pit, and a ball pit, alongside a hodgepodge of toys enclosed by a fence. Now, it had transformed into a remarkably splendid playground, resembling a miniature version of the large indoor amusement parks she had taken her 2 children to, which charged tickets in the hundreds. Despite the limited space, its functionality was impeccable, featuring areas for intellectual games and role-playing. The storage area appeared unchanged in size, yet it exuded an illusion of boundlessness. Zhou Yuan gazed in astonishment at the rows of planting shelves. Her prior knowledge of crop cultivation had been scant. She had gathered a superficial understanding from videos and inquiries with Lin Shui and Lu Aimin, just managing to plant a few crops. Many of these plants required trellises, such as cucumbers, green beans, and bitter melons, yet she struggled to distinguish even the seeds. When planting, she would haphazardly sow the same type of seed in a patch, oblivious to the need for trellising, given the absence of distinct seasons in this space. The soil seemed to be inherently rich in nutrients and moisture, negating the need for additional fertilization or watering. Perhaps the free-range chickens had contributed to this fertile condition.
Now,
The space had automatically constructed trellises for the crops that required them, and the rice she had planted too densely had been appropriately thinned out. The fish pond, which she had initially excavated as a mere pit, thrived under the space's influence, with vibrant aquatic plants and numerous fish happily swimming about. Zhou Yuan recalled her children's fondness for fish and planned to catch a few for them, not forgetting about Lazy, their dog. Could dogs eat fish? Surely they could. The pond had also introduced a shallow water area, reminiscent of a swimming pool, where the bottom was clearly visible. She tested it. The water reached just below her thighs, with seating and handles nearby, seemingly designed for her children to play in. Drinking from the spring enhanced her energy significantly, where she once regained 50% of her energy. Now it was at least 80%. She filled several cups to keep in the house, eager to test their efficacy. The livestock area had undergone a remarkable transformation as well. The space possessed an automatic purification feature, ensuring minimal odor. Previously, the varied food offerings had resulted in some unpleasant smells, particularly with the pigs, which she had initially fed with leftover meals. As the number of pigs grew from 2 to 5, she had to start mixing in pig feed, which produced an undesirable scent. As for the cattle and sheep, there were now 6 cows and 8 sheep, which were much easier to care for, with ample grass for nourishment, occasionally supplemented with some other feed she had purchased with her in-laws. The 2 rabbits remained, but the female seemed pregnant, likely to give birth soon. Managing the rabbits was solely the responsibility of her children, and Zhou Yuan pondered what purpose the birthing served. Did the rabbit not know what to do? Perhaps she should ask Xiao Jin to communicate with it. The chickens, ducks, and geese had started with a few, but she had since collected about 50 to 60, and it appeared some were nesting again. Zhou Yuan had little interest in managing them, opting for free-range feeding. She merely scattered some grain, confident that the insects in the soil provided sufficient nutrition. With a space-s water supply, they appeared to be thriving. Following the upgrade, the livestock area was now distinctly partitioned, with automatic feeding troughs and water reservoirs for each section. She only needed to periodically replenish their food and water, and the space would automatically distribute it in the right amounts, alleviating her previous concerns about over- or underfeeding. The animals surviving under Zhou Yuan's care was undoubtedly due to the space's enhancements. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. In the mountainous area, the fruit trees she had planted had grown quite tall, with strawberries already bearing fruit, albeit still unripe. This brought Zhou Yuan immense joy, as she anticipated soon being able to harvest strawberries. After completing a circuit around the space, she felt a realization dawning upon her. The space seemed attuned to her needs. For instance, the house, initially luxuriously furnished yet devoid of any items or layout, had transformed after she added her belongings from her previous apartment and installed appliances. The latest upgrade had resulted in a lavish 4-bedroom, 2-living room, 2-bathroom residence, while the second floor had become an expansive amusement park. The storage room had evolved into a smart warehouse after her last organization effort, and the storage area now featured automatic categorization. The shallow water area in the pond was evidently designed following her children's playful escapades with Lazy. The planting and livestock areas consistently upgraded to meet her pressing needs, such as automatic purification and feeding. The mountainous region had emerged only after she had planted fruit trees nearby. Was it possible that this space possessed a kind of spirit, akin to those described in novels? Yet, despite having owned the space for several months, she had never encountered any form of communication. As Zhou Yuan pondered, she realized she had numerous needs to address. She considered the distant woodlands. Surely, she couldn't plant trees everywhere. Perhaps she could introduce other animals to form a brigade for Xiaojin? Additionally, she wished for her family to enter the space, though she was uncertain how to achieve that. Within the space, she felt blind and deaf to the outside world, unable to communicate with anyone beyond its confines. During her midday meal, she had not even sensed Xiao Jin's presence. Had the space intentionally severed her awareness during its last upgrade? Or was it that she could only retrieve items at that moment, unable to enter herself? She resolved to investigate this next time. It seemed her needs were numerous. She would have to address them one by one. She realized she needed to gather more jade stones and considered a trip to provinces X and Y. Though that seemed a bit far, it warranted careful planning, especially since they were not yet ready for such an expedition. Their abilities were still too rudimentary compared to the multitude of skilled individuals outside, and they needed to develop cautiously. Moreover, the dreaded tornado had yet to pass. And with January upon them, the new year was just around the corner. Though few seemed to be in the mood for celebrations at this time, Zhou Yuan felt particularly enthusiastic about this upcoming new year, feeling that it had been many years since she had celebrated it with her family. Next, Zhou Yuan spoke about the New Year celebrations, and everyone unanimously agreed, eagerly setting off to gather festive supplies. However, for them, they lacked nothing except for couplets. Everyone exchanged glances, while Lu Li and a few others shrugged, admitting they could barely recognize a few characters, let alone write them with a fountain pen, much less with a brush. Lu Feng touched his nose. He could indeed write his name, Lu Feng, in a flamboyant style with a ballpoint pen, something he had invested time and effort into designing years ago, but writing other characters was beyond him. Zhou Yuan also shrugged, confessing her inability to use a brush. Zhang Weiwei, noticing everyone's gaze upon her, quickly waved her hands. Don't look at me. Although I am a Chinese teacher, I cannot use a brush. Coming from an orphanage, I had neither the time nor the resources to learn such refined skills. Ultimately, everyone placed their hopes on Xiao Jin. Remembering that Zhou Yuan had once sent Lu Jin to learn calligraphy, Lu Jin awkwardly interjected, I only learned hard pen. How disheartening. A mere couplet had stumped the entire family. Would they even be able to find one in the market now? Surely, if such items existed, they would have been thoroughly depleted by now. Lu Cheng, unwilling to give up, asked, Sister-in-law, we searched so many supermarkets, but there were no couplets? Zhou Yuan nodded emphatically. None. It was absurd. In this era of advanced technology, she could find anything without lifting a finger. Just a scan of her consciousness would reveal the desired item. They had been searching in September. Far too early for New Year's goods. Zhang Weiwei pondered for a moment and said, I actually know someone in our building who can write with a brush. The others turned to her, and she continued without hesitation. It's the girl from the 12th floor. She attended the same middle school as the elementary school where I teach. So we share the same route home. Occasionally, we chat, and I know she is studying calligraphy. Her works have even been showcased in exhibitions. Zhou Yuan and the others remained silent. They were reluctant to stir up trouble over a couplet. Zhang Weiwei, understanding their expressions, waved her hands. Don't misunderstand me. I can approach her. They have helped me before, and I intended to bring something to repay the favor. This is a perfect excuse. This was indeed a feasible plan. Everyone's eyes lit up. It would not implicate them directly, although the entire building was aware that Zhang Weiwei was associated with them. Her bringing something to trade would not necessarily reveal her intentions to exchange for couplets. They would only commend her as a person of integrity. With the plan set, Zhou Yuan prepared to fetch something for Zhang Weiwei, but she quickly stopped her. Wait, Sister Yuan, I have things at home. Besides, this is my own business. I cannot take your things. Zhou Yuan disagreed, but the items you are trading for are what we need. Zhang Weiwei firmly insisted she would not accept it, stating that this debt was hers alone, and she could not take advantage of them. Zhou Yuan considered that she likely had enough supplies and did not press the issue. After all, she had moved to the 34th floor, and if she required anything, she could always come to them. After returning from the jade market, Zhou Yuan had encouraged her to relocate. The 6th floor was simply too distant, making it difficult to check on each other. As for why she didn't move to the 35th floor, there were no available units. Only 2 households per staircase. Lu Cheng and the others occupied a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with no extra rooms, and it would be inappropriate to have a girl living with them, despite their familiarity. Zhou Yuan's home was bustling and filled with belongings. Thus, the only option was the 34th floor, where Lu Li and the others moved the stairwell door for added security. Additionally, a pipe was connected from the water tower above to the 3rd floor, and Zhou Yuan subtly advised her to take more baths. Zhang Weiwei, though unsure of the reasoning, refrained from questioning further. She had always enjoyed baths, and now that water was available, she would indulge daily. Zhang Weiwei was a girl who understood boundaries. She rarely visited them unless necessary, and even then, she would first communicate via intercom. As she was an elementary school teacher, Zhou Yuan quickly entrusted Xiao Jin's studies to her. Each day, she would send Xiao Jin to learn for an hour. And Zhang Weiwei expressed her limitations. I'm just a language teacher. I'm not proficient in math or English. However, she felt compelled to fulfill Zhou Yuan's request. Although she lacked expertise, Zhou Yuan had provided numerous online course videos, which she could follow, and this was a chance to showcase her value, so she could not refuse. Xiao Jin, in turn, held great admiration for this gentle and beautiful teacher. However, Xiaoyu felt a bit neglected with an hour each day without playmates, though he still had the dog for company. Yet, the playful puppy proved to be quite a handful. Lazy remarked that even as a heroic dog, he found it challenging to keep up. Fortunately, the water from the space had healed his bones, and Lin Chui's powers had improved, ensuring he was no longer in grave danger. Chapter 81. Unworthy parent sister, I beg you, save my Chin-Chin. Zhou Yuan looked at the woman kneeling below. The little boy in her arms seemed on the brink of death. Zhou Yuan felt a profound sense of sorrow. The woman, noticing the pity in Zhou Yuan's eyes, lowered her gaze and pleaded, we are truly starving. Chin-Chin is not even 3 years old. Please. Zhou Yuan prepared to step forward, but Lu Feng grabbed her, shaking his head. Zhou Yuan smiled gently, freeing herself from his grip, and taking a step closer. She reached out to touch the pale face of the child in the woman's arms and asked, where's his father? The woman paused, then choked up. His father is helpless too. We have consumed all our food. Then why not go out to find something to eat? Zhou Yuan's tone remained gentle. The woman looked terrified. It's too terrifying outside. Those monsters, we are afraid. Zhou Yuan chuckled. So, as parents, you neglect the well-being of your child. Why should I care? The woman widened her eyes, then suddenly lunged forward, attempting to grasp Zhou Yuan's leg. Zhou Yuan quickly stood up and stepped back. Sister, please. You are so powerful. You must have food. Just give a little to this poor child. The woman began to bow her head repeatedly, nearly drawing blood from her forehead. Zhou Yuan's gaze turned icy. Is it for the child or for that useless man? You whore. A man suddenly burst out from the corridor, slapping towards Zhou Yuan. Who are you calling useless? Zhou Yuan did not flinch, maintaining her stare. The man abruptly froze, then cradled his head in agony, wailing. Upon seeing his condition, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. Her fifth psychic ability had manifested, allowing her to shatter others' mental strength. The woman, witnessing the man's suffering, looked at Zhou Yuan in terror. What have you done to him? Zhou Yuan did not spare her a glance. She continued until the man fainted from the pain, before withdrawing her psychic energy. As she walked past the woman, she could not resist glancing at the child. Her nose tinged with sadness as she coldly remarked, this child would have been better off dying during his last fever. At least then, he wouldn't have had to endure the degradation of humanity later on. He wouldn't have to suffer hunger and fear for so long. Perhaps he is already in heaven now. Lu Feng and Zhang Weiwei caught up with her. And Zhang Weiwei, angered, said, you are truly unworthy as parents. Lu Feng observed Zhou Yuan's unusual silence and subtly gestured to Zhang Weiwei. Zhang Weiwei glared. Why should I comfort your wife? Though disapproving of Lu Feng's timidity, she still approached. Sister Yuan, just now I thought you would. After all, she had saved herself, hadn't she? And she had clearly shown compassion for that child moments ago. Zhou Yuan shook her head, expressing her inability to assist, especially since she had already lent her support in the past. Zhang Weiwei understood. The last time they borrowed a boat was clearly motivated by the fact that this woman was attempting to rescue a child. Weiwei, this world harbors an abundance of malice. Yet I always hope to preserve a modicum of kindness to render it a little more beautiful, Zhou Yuan sighed. It's too naive, but it's not entirely without merit. After all, I did save you, didn't I? Zhang Weiwei paused momentarily, then nodded vigorously, determined not to let Sister Yuan regret saving her. Zhou Yuan smiled, inhaling deeply and exhaling to disperse the gloom within her heart. That woman and her child were no longer her concern. As she had previously stated, that child should have perished long ago. Perhaps she should never have offered that bottle of water. It was that very gesture that had led the woman to seek her out once more. If she truly loved the child, she would have braved her fears and fought zombies for food. In her past life, Zhou Yuan had faced similar trials without any special abilities when her family was out of supplies. As the three of them boarded the vehicle, Zhou Yuan noticed Lu Feng's silence, finding it amusing. What's wrong? Afraid I might direct my anger at you? Lu Feng chuckled awkwardly. I'm just concerned about how you might feel. Indeed, it was a challenging situation. Where are the others? Zhou Yuan wished to avoid further complications. In Zone Y, where we discovered a tall building that appears to be a live streaming venue, with plenty of supplies inside, but our vehicle cannot accommodate everything, Lu Feng explained. Really? A live streaming venue, like the ones where internet celebrities broadcast? Zhang Weiwei's eyes sparkled. I once dreamed of doing live streaming sales. Zhou Yuan replied, who knows? You might become a celebrity yourself. Soon. They arrived at the base of the towering building and gazed upwards, astonished by its height, perhaps 4 or 5 dozen stories. Is it all dedicated to live streaming sales? This e-commerce format is truly booming. Lu Li and the others are on the 40th floor. However, the absence of an elevator meant the 3 of them had no choice but to ascend the stairs, honing their climbing skills with each passing day. Their intention was to head directly to the 40th floor, assuming the lower levels had already been scavenged by Lu Li and his group, thereby avoiding unnecessary delays. Just as they reached the 3rd floor, Lu Li's voice crackled through the intercom. A phone. Have you arrived? Lu Feng responded affirmatively, and Lu Li promptly instructed. You should first check the 6th floor before coming up. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. Curious about what treasures awaited on the 6th floor that Lu Li and his group couldn't manage. Upon reaching the 6th floor, they discovered it was a car sales area, explaining why Lu Li had requested her assistance. Why are there so many cars left here when others are in need? It's because they can't be moved, unless someone has a crane. The vehicles available were ordinary, newly released models, including sedans and SUVs, perfectly suitable for everyday use. There was even a shop selling mountain bikes, which were quite valuable. With a wave of her hand, Zhou Yuan made all the vehicles within 100 meters vanish. A testament to the benefits of her enhanced mental power, which no longer required physical contact. In no time, the 1,000 square meter space was cleared, and she mused that her next upgrade might grant her a parking lot. Regardless of how many times Zhang Weiwei witnessed Zhou Yuan gather items, she remained awestruck. After collecting the vehicles, they continued their ascent, glancing at other floors, all of which had been largely emptied. It was clear that they were not the only ones to have visited. Lower floors had likely been stripped clean by other survivors. Before long, they rejoined Lu Li and his group, where Lu Cheng approached eagerly. Sister-in-law, did you manage to collect any cars? Zhou Yuan regarded him skeptically. Are those cars to your liking? Lu Cheng scratched his head. If this were before the apocalypse, I would have coveted Brother Feng's vehicle. Lu Feng kicked him playfully. What? Are you feeling wronged? Not at all. Lu Cheng pleaded for mercy. Zhou Yuan surveyed the group. What did you manage to collect? Lu Cheng rolled his eyes. What is there to collect? Most has been scavenged already. Lu Li coughed awkwardly. Indeed, the lower levels were thoroughly searched. Only the cars on the 6th floor remained untouched. And a few items on this floor. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, realizing she had come to assist, only to find herself engaged in the search. They began scouring the current floor, which was stocked with various air conditioners, still with a significant amount remaining despite previous visits. Zhou Yuan's spatial abilities allowed her to clear out every item effortlessly. However, as more spatial ability users emerged, sourcing supplies would become increasingly challenging. Realizing this, Zhou Yuan decided to get to work. After gathering air conditioners, they moved on to clothing and then educational materials, which were quite practical. Zhang Weiwei stuffed several hard drives into her bag, feeling overwhelmed by the myriad of digits and letters. They also collected various skincare and cosmetic products, which appeared to have been overlooked by many. In short, they amassed a diverse assortment of items, regardless of their immediate utility. The top floor seemed to house the office of the building's management. Naturally, they could not overlook it. Inside the office, there was also a secret room, igniting Zhou Yuan's excitement about the potential treasures within. With Lu Ming present, accessing the secret room posed no issue. However, Zhou Yuan noticed a prominent symbol indicating a level 1 zombie lurking inside. Lu Ming had initially dismissed this, as they had become accustomed to dispatching zombies. One alone posed no threat. Upon Zhou Yuan's warning, the others were taken aback. Lu Ming carefully opened the door, and a zombie quickly emerged, prompting him to roll aside. This level 1 zombie was significantly faster than ordinary ones. Zhou Yuan utilized her mental power to hinder its movement, launching a water arrow while simultaneously unleashing a bolt of lightning and a flame. Before Lu Cheng and Lu Qing could react, the zombie had already fallen. Lu Cheng remarked. That level 1 zombie wasn't he intimidating at all. Zhou Yuan disagreed. That's only because there was just one. If they came in hordes, would you still feel untroubled? Their speed and agility far surpass that of lower-level zombies, and later on, they may even develop abilities. Lu Qing chuckled lightly. Zhou Yuan remained focused on the fallen zombie, exerting her mental control until a small, grayish stone resembling a peanut floated out from its head. After cleansing it with water, Zhou Yuan examined the crystal core in her hand. The others gathered around, and Zhang Weiwei curiously asked, "Is this the crystal core? It looks rather appealing." Zhou Yuan affirmed. "Yes, this is the crystal core of a level 1 ordinary zombie, which is gray. Can all ability users absorb this ordinary core?" Lu Feng inquired. Lu Qing chimed in. "How do you absorb it? Sister-in-law, please try." Zhou Yuan shook her head. A single level 1 crystal core is insufficient for upgrading abilities. At least 10 are needed to progress from level 1 to level 2. Furthermore, this core contains impurities. Lu Li frowned at the mention of impurities. True. Zhou Yuan held up the core. A genuine crystal core is much more beautiful, translucent, and resembling crystal. Upon inspection, the others noted the core's rather dull appearance. Is this one useless? Lu Feng expressed disappointment. Not only is Zhou Yuan's head shake acceptable, but in order to advance from level 1 to level 2, one requires 10 pure crystal cores. However, those with impurities necessitate 20. Furthermore, excessive absorption of these impure cores may yield detrimental effects. Lu Li inquired, "What kind of effects?" Zhou Yuan elucidated, "Excessive absorption can lead to irritability and aggression. The impurities are akin to a zombie virus. Although the ability users possess antibodies that prevent them from turning into zombies, overexposure still incurs adverse consequences. However, for those with exceptionally strong willpower, the effects are nearly negligible." She understood these intricacies entirely because, within the base, currency is represented by crystal cores, thus she is aware of their exchange rates. While the ratio for absorbing pure versus impure crystal cores is 1:2, to exchange impure for pure cores, the ratio escalates to 1:4 due to the inherent dangers of impure cores. Those with the means and capability invariably opt for the absorption of pure cores. Hence, there was unanimous agreement among them. Health is the foundation of revolution. With impure cores already in possession, how far can pure cores be? Nonetheless, they must retain the impure cores for future exchange. In an instant, excitement surged among them. Only Zhang Weiwei appeared somewhat despondent, lamenting, "Why do I lack abilities?" Zhou Yuan tossed the crystal cores into her spatial residence, preparing to investigate the secret chamber. Lu Feng hurriedly guided her away, stating, "There's nothing of interest inside. We just examined it, and it was quite the eyesore." Zhou Yuan cast a skeptical glance at him, while the other men mirrored his expression of discomfort. What, indeed, lay within? Zhang Weiwei, having focused entirely on Zhou Yuan, had not observed, but judging by their expressions, it was best not to inquire further. Before departing the Livestream building, they sought a room to resolve their lunch, planning to engage in further endeavors that afternoon, with 2 children at home and their grandparents watching over them. Along with Lazy, they anticipated no significant issues. However, just as they were about to finish their meal, Lu Aimin's voice crackled through the intercom. "A phone, Li? Can you hear me?" Lu Feng quickly replied. Lu Aimin's voice returned. "Someone is knocking at the door." Everyone was startled, for the door had already been installed on the 34th floor. Typically, knocks from the 35th floor would be inaudible, so this knocking was decidedly abnormal, indicating ill intentions. They hastily stood up, urging Lu Aimin not to open the door, and resolved to return immediately. Chapter 83. Stay for a meal? At the stairwell of the 34th floor, a group had gathered, with a man in a black vest attempting something at the door, while a burly man behind him, with a face full of flesh, impatiently exclaimed, "Are you even capable?" The man in the vest, sweat streaming down his face, trembled as he replied, "Boss, this door has been reinforced. I can't get it open." The burly man kicked him in frustration. Nearby, a small, wiry man approached, saying, "Boss, I heard they have a metal ability user inside. They must have reinforced this door." It must be noted that they were indeed correct. After Lu Ming's abilities awakened, he had fortified all metallic structures in his home, including doors, windows, and vehicles. Even the weapons they used had been enhanced by him. Unless one possessed abilities surpassing Lu Ming's, attempting to unlock his door with mere skills would be futile. The burly man squinted, glancing at a woman timidly seated with a child nearby. "Are you certain they just left 2 hours ago?" The woman nodded vigorously, yes, yes. At that moment, another woman leaned closer to the burly man, saying, "Dago, this morning, several other men also left. They will surely regroup and won't return soon." Another man nodded in agreement, noting that only 2 elderly individuals remained at home. They frequently left early and returned late, driving luxury cars. So they must have gathered considerable supplies. If Zhang Weiwei and the others were present, they would recognize that the woman holding the child was Li Fong from Unit 702, who had just sought Zhou Yuan's assistance. The woman nestled against the burly man was Cui Yunxi from Unit 501, and her husband, Huang Shan, was the one donning the green hat. The burly man licked his lips, reaching out to pinch Cui Yunxi's chest. "I heard there are 2 exquisite women inside." Cui Yunxi winced in pain, suppressing a gasp, and indignantly replied, "Indeed. Zhang Weiwei lives above us, young and beautiful, a schoolteacher." Huang Shan added with a smirk, "The other, though older, has a complexion so delicate that one could believe she is 18. Is that so?" The burly man had a preference for older women. Those who had been developed were far more enticing. Regrettably, he had heard they were all out, not at home. He was wary of confronting the men, as he had heard they all possessed abilities, and thus intended to strike while they were away. Li Fong, holding her child, silently observed them. The man in the vest continued to struggle with the door, but it remained immovable. Frustrated, the burly man kicked him aside. "Get lost, you're useless." The burly man then seized the axe in his hand and struck the iron door latch. His hands trembled from the impact, and the latch barely budged. His face turned pale. He was a strength ability user, and under normal circumstances, he could bend plain iron with his bare hands. Unwilling to concede, he swung the axe again. This time, the latch bent slightly, but his axe suffered a gash. "Damn it, I ruined a good axe." He was about to force the latch apart with his hands when a short, yellow-haired man rushed up to him, exclaiming, "Boss, boss." The burly man, already seething, barked. "What is it?" The yellow-haired man, startled, hurriedly said, "Boss, they've returned." He had just spotted a vehicle driving in through the window.
What?
The burly man's eyes widened. It was barely past noon. How had they returned so soon? They had previously observed that the residents typically left in the morning and returned only at night, hence their arrival. The yellow-haired man urged, "Boss, we should leave quickly, otherwise, we won't escape." The burly man, not foolish, realized that they stood no chance against the others. He hurriedly attempted to retreat, but Cui Yunxi clutched his arm, asking, "Boss, why are we leaving?" The burly man shrugged her off. "Are you planning to stay here for a meal?" Before Cui Yunxi could respond, a melodious female voice called out from below, "Why not have a meal before you leave?" The burly man turned to see 6 or 7 individuals emerging from the corner of the stairwell. The 2 men at the forefront were muscular, their arms solid as stone, contrasting sharply with his own bulk. The other man, though not as robust, bore a smirk that was both enigmatic and intimidating. The yellow-haired man, still lingering a short distance down the stairs, promptly darted behind the burly man. Lu Li, followed closely by Lu Cheng, noted the yellow-haired man's sudden unease about his own hair. The burly man observed the yellow-haired man's panicked movement, his lips twitching, and addressed the newcomers with a forced smile. "Gentlemen, you've returned. That is, we won't stay for a meal. We'll take our leave." The burly man grasped the stair railing, ready to descend. Lu Li scoffed, eyeing the bent latch on the iron door. "You think you can just come and go as you please?" The burly man, recognizing that today's events would not conclude easily, fixed his gaze on Lu Li, asking, "What do you wish to do?" As he spoke, he brandished the damaged axe towards Lu Li, who instinctively leaned back. The stairwell was narrow, and with so many on their side, Lu Li's movement inadvertently pushed the others back. The burly man had no intention of harming him. He merely aimed to utilize this moment to leap over the stair railing and descend to the next level. Zhou Yuan smiled, thinking she could escape. The burly man, reveling in the success of his scheme, was about to flee when a sharp pain struck his head, as if a tight spell had been placed upon him. The agony caused him to stagger dangerously close to tumbling down the stairs. Raising his gaze, he spotted a woman descending from above, her complexion pale and her smile unsettling. Behind her was a man who bore a striking resemblance to the one she had just spoken to. Clutching his head, the pain made the veins throb visibly, and he trembled as he inquired, "What have you done to me? What kind of power is this?" Zhou Yuan, uninterested in further dialogue, unleashed a water arrow. No longer requiring a bow, the arrow struck the man's head, causing it to explode. A colorful crystal then flew into Zhou Yuan's hand, glistening with a translucent sheen. Lu Feng gasped in surprise. Do abilities also harbor crystals within their minds? His gaze turned icy towards Zhou Yuan, realizing that the crystals possessed by ability users were pure. For an extended period, there had been instances of ability users slaughtering each other, leading to the government imposing strict measures to suppress such violence, although the undercurrents remained unknown. In her previous life, Zhou Yuan had been grateful that she and Xiao Jin were not ability users. Otherwise, they would have been slain long ago.
Yet,
She had not lived long after that, as the revelation of abilities harboring crystals occurred only 2 years into the apocalypse, and shortly after the government crackdown. She lost Xiao Jin, who perished amidst a horde of zombies. The two returned upstairs, where the blonde and the man in a tank top, along with another slender man, had been eliminated. The remaining couple was on their knees, begging for mercy. The woman holding a child appeared dazed, the child long since lifeless. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Lu Li, brother, are we keeping them for dinner? Huang Shan and Cui Yunqi, who were begging, were stunned, collapsing onto the ground. They had thought themselves safe since the others had been dealt with and left them unharmed. How ruthless is this woman?
Cui Yunqi tot.
Inching closer to Lu Li and inquiring, why is this woman so arrogant? Able to command you? Her hand was nearly touching Lu Li's face when he seized her wrist and flung her, causing her to land at Zhang Weiwei's feet. Zhang Weiwei smirked and squatted down. Hey, miss, I warned you in the group before. It's wrong to seduce another's man. Lu Li's eyes flickered. Whose man was it?
Cui Yunqi.
Filled with resentment, thought, why can she associate with such a powerful group and live so splendidly, while I must endure beneath countless men, barely scraping by? With a fierce glint in her eye, she lunged at Zhang Weiwei's face, her untrimmed nails resembling a deadly weapon. Zhang Weiwei was not defenseless. She swiftly kicked back, her foot accompanied by a black sneaker. Zhang Weiwei paused, noticing Lu Li retracting his foot. Cui Yunqi, struck by both, tumbled down the stairs, her body rolling and bloodied. Zhou Yuan's map now marked one less head, another life extinguished. I will kill you. Huang Shan, still dazed, rushed towards Zhang Weiwei upon witnessing Cui Yunqi's demise, thinking her an easy target. However, before he could advance, Lu Ming seized him by the neck and slammed him against the iron door, which instantly turned crimson. Zhou Yuan frowned disapprovingly, while Lu Qing exclaimed, Hey, you big oaf, why did you dirty the door? Lu Ming awkwardly rubbed his hands. I didn't mean to. It was just a reflexive throw. Lu Li turned to the woman holding the child. What shall we do with her? Zhou Yuan, unperturbed, instructed Lu Ming to open the door. Let things unfold as they must. Hearing her words, Li Feng snapped back to reality, fear evident in her eyes as she looked at Lu Li. He exchanged a glance with Lu Feng, said nothing, and summoned a bolt of lightning that struck down. Zhou Yuan cast a glance at the man in a tank top and the blonde before stepping inside. You two, clean this place up. Lu Ming and Lu Qing remained behind to tidy the battlefield. The group returned upstairs, with Zhang Weiwei hesitating for a moment before following. Sensing Zhou Yuan had matters to discuss, Lu Aimin and Lin Chui had successfully lulled the two children to sleep, relieved that they could protect their grandchildren if the team failed to return. Zhou Yuan and her companions had learned a lesson. Next time, they would not leave the elderly and children alone at home. Fortunately, they had walkie-talkies and Lu Aimin had called them back early. Otherwise, following their initial plan, they would have returned only at dinner, which could have proven disastrous. As they entered, Lazy stood guard by the security door, alert but silent. Zhou Yuan patted Lazy's head. Good dog. He licked her palm before retreating to watch over the two children. When Lu Ming and Lu Qing arrived, they noticed two crystals placed on the table. One a gray impure crystal, the other a colorful pure crystal. Zhou Yuan recounted the details regarding the crystals. Upon learning that ability users also possessed crystals within their brains, Lu Li and the others' pupils constricted in realization of the implications. The news that zombie crystals could be absorbed by ability users for enhancement was positive, potentially boosting the morale of ability users in slaying zombies, thereby reducing their numbers and increasing human safety. However, if the information regarding the crystals within ability users were to leak, it would spell disaster for humanity. Thus, they resolved to keep this secret tightly guarded until the state was ready to act. The atmosphere in the living room grew heavy. The apocalypse was becoming increasingly pressing. They must grow stronger, unwilling to be mere prey, yet equally determined not to be the hunted. Lu Feng sighed. Yuan, please continue with the details about the crystal. Zhou Yuan pointed at the zombie crystal. This one is unnecessary, a level 1 ordinary zombie's impure crystal. We shall not use it. Everyone nodded in agreement. The colorful pure crystal belonged to the burly man. Zhou Yuan explained, I observed earlier that he possessed a power type ability, while the blonde was speed type, both enhancing physical capabilities. And the man in the tank top had a metal type ability. Lu Qing exclaimed, we didn't extract their crystals. Although they did not seek to kill for crystals, it was a waste to let them go unused. He attempted to rise and retrieve them, having incinerated the bodies but not checking for crystals. Was it too late to go down now? Zhou Yuan shook her head. I checked. They didn't have any. Likely, both abilities were not yet at level 1. Only level 1 ability users and above generate crystals? Lu Qing asked. Indeed, just like zombies, Zhou Yuan confirmed. Lu Qing sighed in relief and settled back down. Zhou Yuan continued, corresponding ability crystals can only be absorbed by their respective ability users, while ordinary crystals can be absorbed by any ability user. To upgrade from level 1 to level 2, a pure ordinary crystal requires 10 level 1 ordinary pure crystals, 20 level 1 ordinary impure crystals, and 1 level 1 ability crystal. Regarding the promotion from level 2 to level 3, that is a matter for later discussion. There is little benefit in overindulging in it now. So, is this colorful crystal of no use to us? Lu Feng gazed regretfully at the vibrant crystal core, lamenting that none of them possessed the ability to enhance their physical capabilities. If only one of them could reach level 2, it would provide them with greater security. Zhou Yuan, with a sly smile, replied, who says it is of no use? HM? The others turned to her, questioning who among them had activated the ability to enhance their physique. They collectively glanced at Zhang Weiwei, the only one among them without any powers. Zhang Weiwei's face lit up with excitement. Zhou Yuan blinked and quickly clarified, oh, I wasn't referring to Weiwei. She scratched her face, realizing she should have been more straightforward. Zhang Weiwei deflated immediately, knowing her luck could not be so favorable. Zhou Yuan awkwardly pulled her hand, saying, don't be anxious. It will come. Zhang Weiwei interpreted Zhou Yuan's words as a form of consolation, yet she rallied her spirits and asked, then who are you referring to, Sister Yuan? Chapter 85, Level 2 Abilities. Then Lei Zi was sleepily dragged into the living room by Zhou Yuan. What's going on? This heroic dog was just settling down with the little ones. He was taken aback by their stares.
Liu Qing, bewildered, pointed at Lei Zi in disbelief.
Looking at Zhou Yuan, sister-in-law, are you saying Lei Zi has activated a physical enhancement ability? Lei Zi tilted his head at Lu Qing. What is an ability? Zhou Yuan nodded affirmatively, and it emerged at level 1. She couldn't help but marvel at how animals seem to be favored by the heavens more than humans. Their abilities, whether at the onset or in later stages, were superior, and their enhancement process was swifter. However, she found it peculiar that Lei Zi's activation must be related to the spatial water. But the animals she had raised in her space showed no signs of mutation. Was it because they had been collected before the virus appeared? Nonetheless, the lack of mutation was a blessing, as the flesh of mutated animals was notoriously tough and unpalatable. Seeing the humans staring at him in silence, Lei Zi decided to lay down and groom himself. When would his master take him to that comfortable place for a bath? Noticing the silence, Zhou Yuan spoke up. If there are no objections, I will give this colorful crystal core to Lei Zi. Everyone collectively shook their heads. They had no issue with it, as they could not utilize it, and Lei Zi was indeed a member of their household. Curiosity arose regarding how the crystal core would be absorbed. Zhou Yuan presented the colorful crystal core beside Lei Zi's paw. Lei Zi glanced up at her, catching the encouragement in her gaze. Without hesitation, he lowered his head, opened his mouth, and began to crunch and swallow the crystal core. Lu Qing's eyes widened. Are you really going to bite and swallow it? The others were equally astonished. They lacked such formidable teeth. Moreover, Zhou Yuan had mentioned that the higher the crystal's level, the larger it was. After all, it was extracted from that white, gelatinous brain matter. Even after cleansing, consuming it still seemed somewhat repulsive. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. She recalled that abilities were not typically absorbed in this manner. She had seen others simply place it in their hands, and the crystal would vanish. Lei Zi was oblivious to their astonishment. Weren't they the ones feeding him? Why did they appear so horrified? Soon, Lei Zi disregarded the humans, feeling a surge of powerful energy expanding throughout his entire body. All eyes were fixed on Lei Zi. After approximately 15 minutes, he rose, noticeably larger than before, and let out a howl that startled Lin Shui, causing her to leap from the sofa. In that moment, the atmosphere was so charged that no one dared to breathe. This was the power of level 2. How enviable! Lu Jin, rubbing his eyes as he emerged from the bedroom, stared wide-eyed at the now significantly larger Lei Zi in the living room. Realizing he had inadvertently awakened the child, Lei Zi instinctively softened his voice and let out a gentle whine.
Wow.
Little Jean exclaimed joyfully, "You upgraded, Lei Zi. How amazing!" Receiving praise from the child, Lei Zi felt a surge of pride. This heroic dog was indeed the mightiest. Everyone felt overshadowed by a dog. Truly, the series of humans are inferior to dogs. They were preparing to hunt zombies, while the undead trembled in fear. Even Lin Shui and Lu Aimin were itching to act. Zhou Yuan cast a wistful glance at the remaining gray level 1 in pure crystal core, returning it to the confines of her space, out of sight and out of mind. In the days that followed, everyone began to scatter to hunt zombies. They either deployed as a full unit or at least ensured that 2 individuals remained by the elderly and the children. When the entire group engaged in battle, Lei Zi would also participate. After all, he was a heroic military dog and could not continue to be a turtle hiding in its shell. Occasionally, Zhou Yuan would let the 2 children accompany them, not with the intention of having them slay zombies, but rather to help them acclimate to the current world. Many on the streets observed that while others fled at the sight of zombies, there was a group that sought out areas infested with zombies, specifically targeting the more formidable ones. The pressure on the authorities was significantly alleviated. In the office of the police chief within the former police headquarters, a man dressed in camouflage listened to his subordinate's report. Twirling a pen, he mused, "Are you saying there is a group specifically hunting level 1 zombies?" The subordinate nodded. "Yes, they even have a shepherd dog with them." The man pondered, "But is it larger than the average shepherd dog? That dog seems somewhat familiar." He chuckled lightly. "Is there a man among them named Lu Foam?" The subordinate glanced at the report in his hand and nodded. "Yes, Captain Wang. Do you know him?" This man was Wang Ping, the same captain who discovered the theft of the secret military depot. He had returned to City C primarily to eliminate the zombies there. Subsequently, he would be responsible for the relocation of the populace once the H province base was established next year. Information regarding the levels of zombies and the abilities of the ability users had been broadcast repeatedly over the radio. This was both to disseminate knowledge on the subject and to encourage ability users to bravely confront the zombies. After all, relying solely on the military could not eliminate them all. City C alone had a population exceeding 10 million, with at least 5 to 6 million still remaining after accounting for those who perished in the heat and heavy rain. This zombie virus had infected nearly 80% of the population, approximately 5 million individuals. Less than 10% of them had become ability users, meaning a significant portion of the population had transformed into zombies, with nearly half already deceased. Yet, their military force comprised only about 20,000 personnel, half of whom were ordinary citizens, and their arms and ammunition were limited. The emergence of this group had greatly alleviated their pressure. He had previously harbored concerns, but now, if that shepherd dog was indeed Lei Zi, then was his leg healed? And why were they so fixated on level 1 zombies? It was known that level 1 zombies were significantly stronger and faster than ordinary ones. Their regular soldiers would hesitate to approach without firearms. Yet, this group was daring enough to engage them. They were evidently skilled. Regardless, this was a positive development. With their assistance, the pressure during the evacuation next year would be considerably lessened. Zhou Yuan and her group were entirely unaware that they had drawn the military's attention. Recently, they had eradicated most of the level 1 zombies in City C, acquiring several hundred level 1 crystal cores, yet they had not obtained a single ability crystal. Inside an abandoned building, Lu Qing plopped down on the ground. "Why is it that we haven't encountered a single ability zombie?" Lu Qing kicked him. "Sister-in-law, didn't he bring out a chair? Why must you sit on the floor?" "I prefer sitting on the floor. It's more convenient." "Do you think everyone shares your obsession with cleanliness?" Lu Qing retaliated with a kick. Lin Shui shouted, "Can you two be quiet? You're raising dust. And my dear grandson is trying to eat." Lei Zi barked at the two of them. Lu Qing and Lu Cheng immediately fell silent. Lin Shui shot them a glare before returning her attention to the 2 children eating. Lu Qing gazed at Lu Cheng and remarked, "If you were to be bitten by a zombie, you would become an ability-enhanced zombie." Lu Cheng, incensed, was ready to brawl. Chapter 86. Dingyong Squad. Once the 2 children finished their meal, they prepared to resume their tasks. Zhou Yuan had just finished tidying up when she noticed several individuals accompanied by a horde of zombies approaching. Her gaze fixated on the white, bulging head within her mind, and she instinctively looked towards Lu Qing, muttering a curse under her breath. Sensing Zhou Yuan's stare, Lu Qing inquired, "Sister-in-law, what is it?" Zhou Yuan hurriedly sent the two children into her spatial realm, exclaiming, "An ability-enhanced zombie is coming." After a moment's thought, she also decided to send Lazy in, as he was somewhat conspicuous. The group was taken aback and rushed to the window, where they indeed spotted around 5 ability users. With a vast number of zombies trailing behind, countless in number, but one in particular was sprinting at an astonishing speed. Lu Qing understood why Zhou Yuan had looked at him. Lu Li shot him a glance and questioned, "Since when did you acquire this ability?" Lu Qing had merely mentioned that it was Lu Cheng who would be bitten. Perhaps it was better not to say anything further. Lu Cheng, oblivious to the nuances, exclaimed with bright eyes, "Sister-in-law, what kind of ability is this?" Zhou Yuan acquiesced to his excitement.
Wow.
Lu Cheng leapt 3 feet into the air, elated that he could level up. Could the wind ability-enhanced zombies show a modicum of respect? It was no wonder Lu Cheng was thrilled. They had gradually accumulated over 100 level 1 crystal cores. Regrettably, most were impure, and the remaining cores were reserved for the more formidable abilities among Lu Li, Lu Feng, Lu Ming, and Zhou Yuan, as her spatial powers were always in demand. Zhou Yuan gazed at the drawer in her spatial realm, filled with approximately 60 to 70 impure crystal cores, feeling vexed. Were the level 1 zombie cores predominantly impure? With 11 individuals, including Lazy, all at level 2, they required 80 pure cores. At this rate, they would need to slay 200 level 1 zombies. It was evident why Lu Cheng was so stirred by the wind ability-enhanced zombie. Indeed, with 11 members, Zhang Weiwei had also activated her abilities a few days prior. However, her ability was rather peculiar, an invisibility power. While it sounded appealing, the downside was that her clothing remained visible while she was invisible. Thus, to avoid being seen, she would have to strip completely, a mortifying prospect. Even if no one could see her, Zhang Weiwei lamented that this ability was more of a burden than a boon. Zhou Yuan reassured her that once her powers leveled up, it should resolve itself. Lu Qing jested, "No worries, you could dress up as a ghost to scare people. Just imagine, an empty piece of clothing walking around would terrify anyone, especially at night." Thus, Zhang Weiwei was also in dire need of crystal cores, as her ability could not be upgraded through combat. Was she to strip at home every day to observe her own invisibility? Eventually, after Zhang Weiwei's ability advanced, Lu Cheng frequently encountered ghosts. Before long, the 5 ability users had reached the ground floor. Zhou Yuan and the others were on the 2nd floor. The door downstairs had been shut, as they were only temporarily resting there, so it had not been reinforced. However, among the 5 was an individual with metal abilities, making the door easy to breach. Soon, the door was slammed shut, trapping the wind ability-enhanced zombie outside. Zhou Yuan and the others listened to the sounds of heavy breathing and coughing from the 5 below. "Damn it, even zombies can possess abilities," one man gasped, recalling how they had narrowly escaped from the horde. A refined and handsome man surveyed the surroundings and coldly addressed, "Could you all reveal yourselves? We did not intend to intrude." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 4, who had been sprawled on the ground, sprang to their feet, realizing there were others present. Lu Li exchanged glances with his companions, wondering if they could sense their presence. Zhou Yuan, however, was not surprised. Her map indicated that all 5 were ability users, with one being a psychic type, presumably the speaker. She pondered the differences between this psychic ability and her own naturally triggered spatial abilities. The group exchanged glances, deciding there was no need for concealment, and ascended. Upon seeing the 9 individuals, the 5 were momentarily stunned. The psychic ability user, who had spoken, narrowed his eyes, sensing they were all ability users. 9 ability users in a single group was a formidable presence, especially with 3 women and an elder among them. The man composed himself and stepped forward, saying, "Greetings. We apologize for intruding. It was truly unavoidable." Lu Li shook his head, "No worries. We are merely resting here as well." The 5, relieved by the lack of hostility, exhaled. They had just been chased relentlessly and had no strength left for a confrontation. Observing their situation, it was evident they were outmatched. The man relaxed, extending his hand. "My name is Zhang Qiang, the captain of our team." Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow at the name, as she recognized it. Although she had been an ordinary person in her previous life, her responsibilities had left her little time to pay attention to others. Yet, such a notable figure was hard to overlook. Zhang Qiang was one of the top psychic ability users in the base, leading a team known as the Dingyang Squad. As expected, Zhang Qiang continued, "Our team is called Dingyang Squad, consisting of 5 ability users." Zhou Yuan glanced at the other 4. One with metal abilities at level 1, a water ability user at the novice level, a wood ability user at the novice level, and a fire ability user at level 1.
Liu Linudda, Gratins.
"We are not a team. We are family, yes, all ability users." Upon hearing Lu Li refer to them as family, Zhang Weiwei's cheeks flushed. Although she understood he meant no harm, it felt somewhat peculiar. She had already recognized Zhou Yuan as her sister, after all. The 5 members of Dingyang Squad collectively inhaled sharply, realizing that having women and an elder meant they were indeed a family. However, all being ability users seemed a bit excessive. "You are quite impressive," Zhang Qiang sincerely praised. Outside, the wind ability-enhanced zombie continued to pound against the door, with the novice zombies catching up from behind, threatening to breach the entrance. Zhang Qiang gestured to a sturdy young man, who promptly stepped forward to reinforce the door. Was it a requirement for metal ability users to be tall and robust? Though the door was secured, preventing the zombies from entering temporarily, it was merely a stopgap measure, not a long-term solution. Zhang Qiang turned to Lu Li and his companions, apologetically asking, "May I inquire about your ability levels?" After a moment, he waved his hand dismissively. "No other intention. Knowing your levels will help us strategize our next course of action. We have 3 at level 1 and 2 at the novice level." He hesitated to mention that the 2 novices had little combat capability. Lu Li pondered for a moment and glanced at Zhang Weiwei. "We have just 1 at the novice level. 1 novice? Then the rest must be level 1? The Dingyang Squad members had never considered the possibility of level 2, as they had barely reached level 1 after numerous near-death experiences. Lu Li was not lying. Yet, Zhang Weiwei felt a sting of humiliation. Why was she singled out? And why was he looking at her? Zhang Weiwei jotted down a note in her little book. Zhou Yuan suppressed a smile. Chapter 87. Utilizing abilities, Zhang Qiang opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. They were all formidable individuals. The ability-enhanced zombies that had just pursued them with such vigor were likely a mere trifle for them. He was genuinely curious about how they had all leveled up so rapidly, especially as they still had 2 novices among them. Although abilities were not inherently offensive, surely not all of them were purely defensive, right? Zhang Qiang pondered this, and decided to ask. Zhou Yuan tilted her head towards the delicate-looking young man. "You possess water abilities?" The young man, called out by the charming lady, felt somewhat bashful, but nodded affirmatively yes. "And at what level is your ability now?" Zhou Yuan inquired. The young boy shyly touched his nose. "Every day, I can fill that mineral water bucket with 2 barrels of water." "Is that all it does?" Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. The boy was taken aback, but nodded quickly. "Isn't the water ability just about providing water? Then, how do you fight zombies?" Zhou Yuan frowned. The boy lifted the knife in his hand. With this, although his ability may not be of much use, he could still slay zombies. Zhou Yuan sighed and turned to Zhang Qiang. "You've protected these people too well. The 2 of them can't level up simply because they don't use their abilities enough." Zhang Qiang, puzzled by why this girl was inquiring about Xiaoshen's ability, quickly said, "Please enlighten us, miss." Zhou Yuan remained silent and directed a jet of water towards a table in the room, shattering it into pieces instantly. Zhang Qiang and the others were left speechless. Water abilities could be this formidable? Zhou Yuan had only used about 20 to 30% of her power, and the table had previously been soaked, making it less sturdy. Xiaoshen felt profoundly impacted. Initially, he was disheartened to have awakened such a supportive ability. However, he soon realized it could still be of assistance. Now, witnessing the girl's water abilities being so powerful, he felt exhilarated and rushed to Zhou Yuan's side. "Sister, can you teach me?" Lu Feng frowned and stood behind Zhou Yuan, wrapping his arm around her waist to assert dominance. Zhou Yuan rolled her eyes. "Please." That boy was at most in his early 20s, while she was a woman in her 30s. If Lu Feng were to hear her thoughts, he would probably dismiss them. Their group had undergone significant changes due to the spatial water. Aside from enhanced physique, their appearances had also transformed. The men fared well, with slightly improved skin. But the women, especially Zhou Yuan, had changed dramatically. Of course, Zhou Yuan was not unattractive before. In fact, she could be considered beautiful among her peers. However, the daily demands of raising children and managing a household had inevitably taken a toll on her complexion. After giving birth to 2 children, her figure had also changed. But now, stepping out, who would believe she had given birth to 2? Her skin, inherited from her mother-in-law, was fair and delicate, now resembling a polished effect. Her figure was also well-proportioned. She could easily pass for 28. Zhou Yuan, uninterested in Lu Feng's occasional antics, directly addressed the somewhat embarrassed boy. I can't teach you this. Everyone must discover how to use their abilities on their own. What I want you to understand is that water abilities are not merely for quenching thirst, got it? Xiaoshan nodded, somewhat comprehending.
Meanwhile,
The wood ability user pondered whether his own powers were as simplistic as merely encouraging plant growth. Regardless of their thoughts, Zhou Yuan and her group began planning their actions. As they could not afford to neglect the nearly 200 zombies trailing behind, especially with one wielding wind abilities. Sister Lu Li said softly, "Could you slow those low-level zombies down a bit?" Low-level zombies weren't frightening, but their sheer numbers posed a risk if they got too close. Zhou Yuan nodded, no problem. Although her mental energy could not redirect so many low-level zombies, she could certainly slow them down. Lu Li nodded, looking at Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng quickly said, "Liga, I volunteer to fight the wind ability zombie. Maybe I can learn some skills from it." His suggestion was not unfounded, and Lu Li agreed. "I'll assist a Cheng." Lu Li continued, "Dad, you use earth shields to help sister block some low-level zombies. Lu Qing, you and your group handle the regular zombies. As for Mom and Wei Wei," Lin Chui decisively stated, "Don't worry, I'll stick close to you. I won't fall behind." Zhang Weiwei raised her knife. "I'll seize the opportunity to pick up the scraps." After much deliberation, they were ready to act. Seeing this, Zhang Qiang quickly asked, "Are you all preparing to go out?" Lu Li nodded. "We've rested enough. We need to move to the next location and won't delay any further." Zhang Qiang felt conflicted. They had just arrived, and their stamina had not yet recovered. Lu Li sensed their hesitation and calmly said, "You don't need to worry about us. We can handle ourselves. We'll take care of that ability zombie, and you should manage the low-level ones." If they couldn't, it was not their concern. They only sought the level 1 zombie. Zhang Qiang saw their determination and had no grounds to dissuade them, watching as they departed. Soon, they stepped outside, and Zhou Yuan immediately unleashed her mental energy, causing the distant low-level zombies to slow their approach. They were already sluggish, and Zhou Yuan's intervention made them feel as though they were treading in place. Lu Cheng and Lu Li charged straight for the ability zombie as it excitedly sensed their presence, thinking delicious meat had arrived. The 5 inside the house observed their group operating in perfect harmony, and couldn't help but marvel at their seamless cooperation. Truly, they were a family. They were individuals to whom one could confidently entrust their back. Such camaraderie was rare in the apocalypse. Zhang Qiang furrowed his brow, watching the almost immobile low-level zombies in the distance. Among them was a mental ability user, managing to control the actions of so many zombies. His mental powers could only influence zombies within 100 meters, but he could not control them. Although his abilities were not offensive, they allowed for early warnings and object manipulation. Yet, he realized he was far from adequate. Mental abilities were undoubtedly more formidable than he had imagined. He wondered who among them possessed such powers. Looking at the older woman and the child at the center of protection, was it one of them? Having just witnessed Zhou Yuan's display of her water abilities, he hadn't considered her. Chapter 88. To save or not to save. Zhou Yuan, while controlling the zombies, kept a watchful eye on the battle involving Lu Cheng. The ability zombie, likely new to its powers and still inexperienced, had managed to create a barrier, rendering it incapable of harming Lu Cheng and his companion, leading to a stalemate. Zhou Yuan approached Lu Aimin. "Dad, I can control these zombies. You should assist brother and the others." Although they were not afraid, it was best to resolve the situation quickly. Lu Aimin hesitated. "Me?" It wasn't that he was unwilling, but his earth abilities were limited to manipulating soil, which could only obstruct low-level zombies. After Zhou Yuan said a few words, Lu Aimin nodded excitedly and headed towards Lu Li and the others. Lu Li frowned upon seeing Lu Aimin approach. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Neither Lu Cheng's wind blades nor his lightning could penetrate the zombie's wind barrier. His presence would only complicate matters. Lu Aimin dismissed his concerns. His daughter-in-law had just instructed him. Suddenly, chunks of soil within the zombie's barrier began to stir violently. disrupting the wind barrier that had previously thwarted Lu Cheng and Lu Li. Lu Li and Lu Cheng were dumbfounded. It could be done this way? What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and deal with it. You're wasting time. Lu Aimin chided. Raising a son, it seemed, was not worth it. It was better to have a daughter-in-law. Lu Cheng quickly regained his composure, charging forward and swiftly dispatching the zombie, then discreetly retrieving the wind ability crystal core. Glancing at it in disgust, it was all mushy and unappetizing, leaving him uncertain if it was pure. Lu Li felt thoroughly scorned by his father, also feeling frustrated. With the wind ability zombie dealt with, Zhou Yuan began releasing her control over the low-level zombies, and everyone immediately sprang into action, showcasing their diverse abilities in a spectacular display. The 5 individuals within the room had just been perplexed by the sensation that they were merely treading water. Now, the truth dawned upon them. They were indeed preparing to confront a first-level mutant zombie. Zhang Qiang recalled the recent rumors of a group dedicated to hunting first-level zombies. Could they be the very ones? The boy named Xiao Shen gazed at Zhou Yuan's water abilities with sparkling eyes, realizing that her earlier display was merely a fraction of her true power.
Now,
it became evident that she could not only launch a single water arrow but could unleash 3 simultaneously, each arrow capable of affecting a radius of 2 to 3 meters. Quite impressive indeed. Meanwhile, the boy with wood abilities felt somewhat disheartened, as it appeared that there was no wood-based ability among them. Before long, Zhou Yuan and her companions managed to create an opening and charged outside, where dozens of zombies remained, posing no significant threat. Zhang Qiang sighed. Initially, he had thought that having 5 ability users, including 3 at the first level, was quite remarkable. Yet, it was clear that there were always greater talents beyond their own. In a secluded area, Zhou Yuan produced vehicles, 2 7-seater SUVs for their group of 9. Zhou Yuan and her partner would take 1 vehicle along with Lu Aimin and the 2 elders, intending to release their 2 children and lazy later. Lu Feng would drive, with Zhou Yuan in the passenger seat. The other 4 men, accompanied by Zhang Weiwei, would take the second vehicle, with Lu Li at the wheel and Zhang Weiwei beside him. Before boarding, Zhou Yuan assisted Lu Cheng in cleaning the crystal nuclei, which turned out to be pure and fortunate. Once they were in the car, Lu Cheng eagerly absorbed the nuclei. They had now learned that the method of absorption was not as straightforward as popping them like lazy. Instead, they could be held in the palm and absorbed by channeling one's own energy. Half an hour later, Lu Cheng opened his eyes, rolled down the window, and with a gust of wind, felled a tree of comparable size to Lu Ming's stature by the roadside. What did I do to provoke this tree? Lu Cheng mused, pleased with himself, recalling that he had only been able to sever a zombie's neck before. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, traveling in the same vehicle, looked at Lu Cheng with disdain but felt a twinge of anxiety. He had been among the first men to develop abilities, yet now everyone else was progressing faster.
Oh.
And Uncle Min, Lu Aimin chimed in. Are you being polite? It must be said, today was quite eventful. On their return journey, a horde of zombies obstructed their path, with a group of people seemingly at the center. They had already eliminated a batch earlier and did not wish to provoke more, opting instead to navigate a side road. As they maneuvered past, Lazy, who had been entertaining the children in the back seat, suddenly rose and approached the window, barking at the outside. Lu Feng quickly halted the vehicle. Lazy had always been well-behaved and never acted out without reason. Xiao Jin hurriedly explained, Mom, those are Lazy's former instructors and comrades. Instructors? Was that the one they had encountered that day? Comrades? So, there were soldiers over there. Meanwhile, Lu Li, noticing their stop, inquired via radio about the situation. Zhou Yuan provided a brief explanation, leading to a moment of silence before everyone disembarked. They were not far from the other group. Yet the area was a rural path separated by a slope overgrown with vegetation. Using binoculars, they confirmed the presence of a military truck. Zhou Yuan extended her mental perception and sensed nearly 200 to 300 zombies, along with approximately 10 first-level zombies. They likely had access to firearms. But their ammunition was probably limited, Lu Li added. A collective silence ensued. Zhou Yuan calmed the agitated Lazy, while Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu comforted the dog. Zhou Yuan leaned towards a rescue but recognized that this was not solely her decision. She could not act unilaterally, nor could she single-handedly save everyone. If it were anyone else, she might not care, but she felt a unique sentiment towards the soldiers. She could not stand idly by while lives were at stake. Lu Feng stepped forward. We are a family, yet also a team, so we cannot resort to dictatorship. Let us vote. Everyone looked up as Lu Feng took a deep breath. To rescue or not to rescue, let each voice their opinion. The minority shall yield to the majority. Xiao Yu is still too young to understand, so she does not count, leaving us with 11 people, perfectly odd. With an odd number, there would be no risk of a tie. They exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. This was the best course of action. Zhou Yuan nodded, understanding that if the majority opposed taking risks, she would comply. I will count to 3. Raise your hand if you wish to rescue. Do not raise your hand if you do not. Lu Feng intoned solemnly. Lu Jin nodded vigorously beside him, comprehending, while Xiao Yu remained perplexed, clutching Lazy S' neck. Oblivious to why the dog was so agitated, Lu Feng surveyed the group and began his count. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances and laughed simultaneously. Xiao Jin, raising his hand while also lifting Lazy S' paw, exclaimed, Awesome. We can save the soldier uncles. Indeed. They all raised their hands. Zhou Yuan felt her worries dissipate. Perhaps a person with a sense of justice in Z country could not bear to watch soldiers perish. Since everyone agreed to assist, it was imperative to devise a plan. They could not rush in blindly, as that would endanger both themselves and the soldiers. Lu Li addressed Lu Aimin, Lin Shui, and Zhang Weiwei. You should remain in the vehicle this time and await our return. Lin Shui and Zhang Weiwei nodded, recognizing the importance of discretion at this juncture. Lu Aimin understood Lu Li's intention was for him to drive the rear vehicle. Zhang Weiwei promptly took her place at the front vehicle's driver's seat. Zhou Yuan placed the 2 children into her spatial pocket. She intended to bring Lazy in as well, but it refused to comply. Lu Li turned to Zhou Yuan. Didn't you acquire submachine guns last time? Zhou Yuan nodded, retrieving 2 submachine guns along with their respective magazines. After all, they were taken from the military stockpile, so they could be used by anyone. The question remained, who would wield them? She herself had no proficiency. Lu Li gestured for Lu Ming and Lu Qing to take the weapons. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, realizing they were quite capable. You two should find a position ahead of their vehicle and lie in ambush. Once we make our move, you will act.
Liu Li instructa.
Lu Cheng and Lu Ming nodded and dashed down the slope towards the front. Lu Li turned to Lu Feng and Lu Qing. We will assist them from the side. He then addressed Zhou Yuan. Your task is to manage some of the zombies to prevent them from advancing further. Zhou Yuan understood and nodded. Remember, our aim is to help them break through, not to entrap ourselves, so we must not be reckless.
Liu Li asserta firmly.
Everyone nodded in agreement, while Zhou Yuan crouched down to address Lazy. Lazy, do you understand? We are here to help, and you must follow orders. Do not charge in recklessly. Do you comprehend? Lazy barked in response, nudging Zhou Yuan's hand with its paw. She knew it understood. Positions were taken. A soldier in the military truck fired the last round from his weapon, only to find his waist devoid of any magazines. Captain, I'm out of ammunition. Captain.
So am I.
Voices echoed from the back of the vehicle to the front seat. Wang Ping furrowed his brow heavily. His handgun nearly depleted as the zombies continued to encircle them relentlessly. The ability users among them had exhausted their powers as well, leaving only a few submachine guns still firing. If this continued, their entire group would perish here. Initially, he had received intel in the office about around 100 survivors trapped in Area Y. Little did he know that upon arriving, they would be besieged by zombies. Although they could have broken through a few hundred zombies, the unexpected presence of many first-level zombies, some even possessing abilities, complicated matters. Now even the zombies had abilities, and they were stronger than the soldiers. Caught off guard, they resorted to firearms, and chaos ensued. Soldiers, bereft of ammunition, were left to rely on hand-to-hand combat. But how could they possibly contend with the zombies? Many soldiers were swiftly dragged down and devoured. The heart-wrenching screams that followed sent chills down Wang Ping's spine. It seemed today would be their end. So be it. At that moment, a portion of the frenzied zombies suddenly halted their advance. Then came thunder, fire, and ice abilities, unleashing a considerable force that annihilated half the zombies surrounding the vehicle. The despondent soldiers' eyes lit up. Rescue had arrived. Wang Ping, too, was taken aback. He glanced outside and spotted 3 men and a woman atop a nearby slope, along with a dog valiantly tearing at the zombies around them. He excitedly shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Stay strong, comrades. Help has come. Let us charge out." The soldier in the driver's seat promptly revved the military truck, and the sound of submachine guns erupted ahead, clearing a path for their vehicle. The truck was finally able to move. Zhou Yuan and her companions also ran alongside the military truck on the slope. A level 1 zombie noticed the humans on the slope and quickly made its way over. Zhou Yuan reluctantly relinquished her control over the ordinary zombies, focusing her energy on the approaching level 1 zombie. A psychic zombie. No wonder it had noticed them and was heading straight for her. It seemed it had encountered its kin. Lu Feng noticed the situation and, seeing Zhou Yuan signal to him, decided not to interfere. Zhou Yuan was not one to show off. She was confident in her abilities. Thunder, her companion, stood by her side, fending off ordinary zombies, and he noted that she had withdrawn her psychic energy from the lesser zombies. Zhou Yuan began to unleash her psychic destruction ability, a power she had only tested on the father from Sector 702. Speaking of which, she had fainted last time. She wondered how things had turned out afterward. His wife and children were lost, and she had obliterated his mind. He was likely either mad or foolish now. The psychic zombie displayed a momentary pause, but soon Zhou Yuan sensed a mental barrier. Humph, you think a newly activated level 1 psychic barrier can withstand me? Although she was uncertain of the rank of her innate psychic ability, she felt it surpassed that of a level 1 ability of either a psychic or a zombie.
Why?
Because of the spatial aspect. Quality emerges from space, without a doubt. Indeed, Zhou Yuan's confidence was justified. The zombie's psychic barrier shattered after barely a minute. Zhou Yuan surged forward, penetrating its mind and causing turmoil within. The zombie felt no pain, but that did not mean it was devoid of sensation. The disturbance in its head affected its stride. Soon, it felt something detach from its skull, and then there was nothing more. Zhou Yuan quickly purified the crystal core. Pleased to find it pristine, what a gain! With her battle concluded, Lu Feng and Lu Li had already followed the truck to safety. Thunder remained nearby, guarding her against ordinary zombies. She promptly joined him and hurried after the others. Zhang Weiwei and Lu Aimin on the slope also started their vehicles to pursue. Once they saw the military truck break free from the encirclement, Zhou Yuan and her team boarded their vehicle. Lu Ming and Lu Cheng also ran over from nearby to climb onto the rear of the truck. The three vehicles traveled side by side for 2 to 3 kilometers before the zombies gradually vanished from behind. Zhou Yuan and her team then turned back to the main road. They needed to return to the main route, as they initially intended to circumvent that section. The military truck came to a stop, and all soldiers disembarked. Zhou Yuan and her companions followed suit and were greeted by a line of soldiers saluting them in unison. A wave of inexplicable excitement washed over them, and they awkwardly returned the salute. They exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Chapter 90. The King's Bomb. Wang Ping observed the group ahead and couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand to the soldiers behind him, signaling them to disperse and rest. At that moment, a young soldier rushed forward and embraced the dog, exclaiming, "Thunder, it's you." Thunder nuzzled the soldier's face affectionately. Zhou Yuan and the others exchanged puzzled looks. Wang Ping, noticing their expressions, explained, "This is Thunder's handler. When you adopted him, Old Sue was the head trainer at the kennel, but each military dog has its own individual handler." Oh, the group understood. Wang Ping then stood at attention and solemnly saluted, saying, "Comrades, my name is Wang Ping. I am truly grateful to you all for saving these soldiers. They are just beginning their journey, and it would have been a tragedy to lose their lives here." Lu Li stepped forward and replied with equal solemnity, "Captain Wang, we merely did what we felt was right." Wang Ping smiled. Indeed, Old Sue's judgment remains as astute as ever. He glanced at the guns in Lu Cheng and Lu Ming's hands. The two froze. Oh no. They had forgotten to leave the weapons in the vehicle. Attempting to hide them behind their backs, they realized there was no way around it. The gun control in Z country was exceedingly stringent. Being caught with firearms as soldiers made them nervous, especially since these weapons had been pilfered from the enemy, along with an entire armory of military supplies. Seeing their reaction, Wang Ping chuckled, "Don't worry. Since it's already been tacitly accepted, we won't ask for them back, especially since you just used them to save us." Lu Cheng and the others sighed in relief. The weapons were indeed invaluable, and the thought of returning them was hard to bear. Meanwhile, the young soldier looked at Thunder's leg. "Thunder, is your leg healed? It's even thicker now. You've turned misfortune into fortune." Thunder barked in response, as if to proclaim, "Indeed, I am now a valiant hero dog." The young soldier joyfully embraced Thunder's neck, having cared for him since his infancy. Their bond was deep. Zhou Yuan observed the boy and the dog, feeling a twinge of concern. Wang Ping, noticing the girl's expression, instantly understood her worry. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Logically, since you have adopted this military dog, we should not recall him." He hesitated, feeling slightly shameless, but sighed, however. "I still wish to negotiate. Thunder is in the prime of his life. His injuries have healed." Wang Ping glanced at the group, noticing their incredulous expressions, and suddenly struggled to continue. Zhou Yuan was genuinely furious. Had she known they would demand the dog back, she wouldn't have saved them. After all, Thunder had formed a connection with them these past few months. Not only the children in the space, but even the adults had grown fond of him. The group silently watched Wang Ping, making him feel uneasy. He cleared his throat. "How about this? We will respect Thunder's wishes. If he chooses to come with us, you cannot obstruct him." "Nonsense." Lu Cheng, unable to contain himself, was about to spring forward. Lu Li hurriedly restrained him, turning to Zhou Yuan. Since Thunder was the dog she had brought back for Xiaojin, Thunder seemed to sense the tension, realizing the atmosphere was off. It tilted its head and left the soldier's embrace, approaching Zhou Yuan and nudging her. Zhou Yuan felt tears welling up but managed to hold them back. She squatted down to embrace Thunder, acknowledging Wang Ping's words. Although Thunder was a dog, he possessed great spirit, and they should respect his choice. She looked at Wang Ping and calmly stated, "That's acceptable, but we need to wait. If Thunder does not wish to leave with you, you must not force him." "Of course. We wouldn't be so shameless," Wang Ping quickly replied. The others exchanged glances, incredulous at the notion that he could be any less shameless. Wang Ping felt a burning sensation on his face. The young soldier, having overheard the captain's words, desired for Lazy to return to his side. Yet he couldn't shake off the feeling of shamelessness. He was acutely aware of Lazy's injuries. It was evident that a complete recovery was impossible here. The individuals in this team were certainly formidable, and they had gone to great lengths to heal him. How could they justify reclaiming him? However, glancing at Lazy, he thought, if being shameless was the price to pay, so be it. After all, he had raised this dog himself. Zhou Yuan returned to the vehicle and released the two children from her space. In such extraordinary times, special measures were warranted. They were playing the emotional card, and they could do the same. Zhou Yuan explained the situation to Xiaojin, who, upon hearing it, was on the verge of tears. "Mommy, I don't want Lazy to leave." Zhou Yuan nodded, affirming, "Yes, we won't let him go. This means you and your brother must act now. You should cry as hard as you can." Zhou Yuan bit her lip and added, "Tell Lazy that if he leaves, you will be unhappy and unsafe. Make him feel that he cannot do without you." Lu Jin's eyes widened, her tear-filled gaze reflecting disbelief. Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of awkwardness, sensing that her plan was somewhat off-kilter, yet she dismissed it. If it worked, that was what mattered. Thus, Wang Ping was left astounded as he watched Zhou Yuan lead the two children from the car. The little baby rushed to Lazy, clinging to his neck and sobbing. "Lazy, please don't leave Xiaoyu." Just moments ago, their mother and brother had informed him that Lazy might leave home and not stay with them anymore. Thus, without needing any instruction from his brother, he was already heartbroken, his sorrow genuine. Seeing his pup in such distress, Lazy let out a mournful howl. Who has bullied them? Lu Jin also began to cry, embracing Lazy from the other side. "Lazy, please don't go, okay? Those soldier uncles don't need you, but Xiaoyu and I cannot live without you." It was astonishing to witness such shamelessness surpassing even that of their captain. The young soldier gasped in disbelief. Wang Ping regarded Zhou Yuan with incredulity. Lu Feng and the others bore expressions of sheer astonishment, whispering wife, daughter-in-law, sister-in-law, sister. "Yuan Jia? How formidable!" Zhang Weiwei leaned in and whispered to Zhou Yuan, "Sister Yuan, why do I feel like this sounds like the words of a scumbag?" Zhou Yuan instantly grasped the underlying issue. It was reminiscent of what a scumbag would say to his original partner when cheating. "You can live well without me, but she cannot survive without me." A twitch at the corner of her eye indicated her realization. So, was Lazy the scumbag in this scenario?
Lazy,
oblivious to the complexities of human emotions, was only aware that his pups were crying, and he was ready to unleash his fury on anyone who dared to bully them. Wang Ping observed the two children, now rendered speechless by their shameless antics. He gave Zhou Yuan a thumbs up, signaling that was a masterstroke. Chapter 91. Purifying impurities. Wang Ping had no choice but to concede defeat. Finally, he retrieved a document from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Yuan, stating, "This is my officer's badge. If you ever need assistance, present this badge, and if you cannot find me, other officers will be willing to help. Zhou Yuan accepted it without hesitation. One could never predict when the need for official help might arise, and it was prudent to have a fallback. Seeing her accept the officer's badge, Wang Ping smiled with satisfaction. Despite the rather shameless method she employed to keep lazy, he admired her boldness and cherished this group of people. Until we meet again. He saluted once more before leading the young soldier back to the vehicle. The soldier looked back at Lazy with reluctance, and as Lazy sensed the soldier's departure, he too felt a pang of sadness and lifted his paw. Xiao Jin quickly hugged him, exclaiming, "You're not allowed to leave." Lazy, feeling helpless, thought, "I merely wish to bid farewell." As everyone watched them depart, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Thank goodness. They all turned to Zhou Yuan, giving her a thumbs up, affirming that indeed, magic defeats magic. And shamelessness triumphs over shamelessness. Zhou Yuan shot them an uncomfortable glare and tugged Lu Feng toward the location of their previous skirmish, instructing, "You all wait in the car for a moment. I need to gather some items." "What are you looking for?" Naturally, it was the crystal cores. They had just engaged in a flurry of gunfire and had hit quite a few first-level zombies. The cores could not be wasted, and she needed to collect them. Of course, they were not daring enough to return to the earlier spot. Re-entering after just escaping would be akin to an elder-consuming arsenic, an act of impatience. However, first-level zombies were much swifter than beginner zombies. Their fallen bodies would certainly lie on the outskirts. With some distance, she could likely extract them using her mental energy. As anticipated, the trip proved fruitful. Zhou Yuan retrieved 4 first-level crystal cores, along with 2 special ability cores. Regrettably, one of the ordinary first-level cores was an impure one. However, she discovered that the purity ratio of the special ability cores was quite high. Thus far, all 3 special ability cores they had obtained were pure. Exhausted, the group returned home. Despite their physical fatigue, their spirits remained high, largely due to the crystal cores in Zhou Yuan's possession. The 2 ordinary cores were of little concern for now. One of the special ability cores belonged to the mental zombie Zhou Yuan had slain, and the other was a blue core they had collected. With only 2 cores available and 4 individuals needing enhancement, how would they divide them? Lu Li stated solemnly. These cores were obtained by sister-in-law. How they are distributed is up to you, and no one will object. Lu Qing was the first to voice his agreement. Yes, sister-in-law. There are certainly more first-level zombies out there. We will find more. Lu Aimin waved dismissively. Let the younger ones have it first. Your mother and I are indifferent. Our upgrades are merely to ensure we do not hold you back. Lin Chui nodded. If a yuan space could accommodate us, we would be fine without upgrades. Zhang Weiwei chimed in. I am the least concerned. You all didn't mind me lacking abilities before, so you certainly won mind now. Zhou Yuan smiled, knowing their words were sincere. She handed the blue core to Lu Qing, who was momentarily stunned. Although he had genuinely stated that he was okay, without an upgrade, the prospect of advancing excited him. Zhou Yuan continued, this is a water system core. Your ice ability is essentially a variant of the water ability, hence the blue core. Lu Qing understood that this core could be used only by him and Zhou Yuan, and as Zhou Yuan had already upgraded, the core was solely for him. He eagerly accepted it. Zhou Yuan then regarded the remaining transparent core, softly stating, this transparent core can be utilized by all auxiliary ability users. At this, everyone comprehended that this core could be used by Lin Chui and Zhang Weiwei. Zhang Weiwei quickly declared, then let Auntie use it. Her healing is far more valuable than mine. Lin Chui countered, no, let Weiwei have it. You are all quite powerful now and seldom require my healing. Weiwei's ability is rather awkward, so she should upgrade first. As Zhou Yuan watched them push back and forth, she too felt indecisive. At that moment, Xiaoyu approached, gazing at the 2 remaining cores on the table and tilting her head, asking, Mommy, can I take this stone to play with? Zhou Yuan was taken aback. What do you want this for? Xiaoyu replied, it's fun. She pointed to the place where they had just been playing, tossing stones with her brother and the dog, exclaiming, it's beautiful. Zhou Yuan glanced over and noticed a pile of crystal cores on the ground. Those were the impure cores she had discarded in the space drawer. Yet, sensing something amiss, she hurried over, picked one up, and examined it closely. There were no impurities. The other adults gathered around, their astonishment palpable. Zhou Yuan excitedly looked at Lu Jin, asking, Xiao Jin, where did you play with these crystal cores? Lu Jin blinked, responding, we were tossing these stones at the edge of the pond with the dog. Sensing the adult's unusual emotions, she quickly added, "We stayed in the shallow area, never venturing into the deep." Zhou Yuan tenderly cupped Lu Jin's face and planted a fervent kiss upon it, a remarkable stroke of fortune. The others soon grasped that the water from Zhou Yuan's spatial pond possessed the ability to purify crystal nuclei. Ultimately, they conducted an experiment with a recently retrieved impure crystal nucleus, and it became visibly clearer in the water. The eyes of the gathered crowd sparkled with delight. It was truly marvelous. They couldn't help but once more marvel at Zhou Yuan's extraordinary spatial abilities. Lu Feng spoke in a grave tone. "Until the official announcement of a method for purifying crystal nuclei is made, we must keep this secret." They comprehended his intent and nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuan reflected that, seemingly, the authorities did discover a method for purifying crystal nuclei later on, but it appeared rather complicated, as assistance from the officials required an exchange of crystal nuclei. This, however, would only be relevant a year hence, a time frame ample enough for all their abilities to flourish. In any case, this was indeed a momentous occasion. Zhou Yuan scooped up Xiaoyu and planted a hearty kiss on his chubby cheek. His bounce of a face became increasingly addictive to kiss. Listening to Xiaoyu's delightful giggles filled her heart with unparalleled satisfaction. In her past life, by this time, her household had begun to experience food shortages, with only dry goods and snacks to sustain them. Although she had mustered the courage to venture out in search of supplies, her efforts yielded scant results. Fortunately, her previous stockpile of milk powder and numerous cartons of milk remained, but she dared not allow the two children to consume them as freely as before, often hearing their cries of hunger. Particularly Xiaoyu, once plump under the care of her in-laws, had visibly lost weight. Previously, others remarked that Xiao Jin and Xiaoyu bore little resemblance to one another. But Xiaoyu's weight loss rendered them strikingly similar. As Zhou Yuan gazed at the two nearly identical faces, the emotions swirling within her were hers alone to bear. Chapter 92. Everyone levels up. The atmosphere began to shift as those around Zhou Yuan sensed her mood darkening, leaving them perplexed. Lu Feng, perceiving her distress, embraced the mother and child, and even Xiao Jin hurried over, while Lazy raised his paw. Zhou Yuan realized her emotions were affecting others. Taking a deep breath, she quelled her sorrow and sheepishly apologized. "I'm sorry, I was just reminded of certain events from my dreams and couldn't contain my emotions." Lu Feng felt a pang of pain. He was utterly powerless regarding her past experiences, a feeling far more agonizing than any physical wound.
Lin Kui, Liu Aimin.
And Lu Li understood that Zhou Yuan was not merely referencing dreams, but her lived experiences, sharing Lu Feng's sentiments. Lu Cheng and his brothers, though somewhat baffled by their sister-in-law's fixation on a dream, were not oblivious. They recognized that there were underlying truths they were not privy to. As for Zhang Weiwei, who had only recently joined the family, her understanding of Zhou Yuan's dream was limited, yet as a woman, she could clearly sense Zhou Yuan's deep-seated anguish. Zhang Weiwei pondered that if Zhou Yuan had not come to her aid on that fateful day, she might not have survived. She feared not the bite of a dog, but the incessant torment of being bitten. If survival meant enduring continual pain, she would rather embrace death, for such a life was suffocating. To her, Zhou Yuan represented salvation. Zhou Yuan looked down and smiled. "Speaking of which, Xiaoyu is truly our lucky star. We need not concern ourselves with the ownership of the crystal nuclei." The others laughed in agreement. Hearing his mother's praise, Xiaoyu lifted his adorable little round face and playfully drooled on Zhou Yuan. "Mama, don't be sad. Xiaoyu's face is very sweet." Zhou Yuan burst into laughter. She had endeavored to detach herself from her previous life, yet memories would often intrude at unexpected moments, igniting her fears. She constantly reminded herself that the past was behind her. She now had family, a space, and resources, and they were thriving. While many might have viewed her as a saint when she rescued Weiwei, she, too, sought to alter her circumstances and escape the shadows of her former life. Even in the apocalypse, she yearned for a life filled with ease and joy. Otherwise, she truly questioned the purpose of her rebirth. Each day was a struggle against various threats, leaving her utterly fatigued. In truth, who could one ever truly trust? Perhaps now there was mutual trust. But humanity was inherently changeable, and they would inevitably encounter a myriad of other individuals ahead. Must one truly exist solely for survival in such dire times? In fact, her secrets were not entirely without their safeguards. It was known that her mental prowess could obliterate another's spirit, a fact they were aware of. However, They were largely unaware that she could monitor their emotions at any moment, although Lu Feng was cognizant of this. Future enhancements were inevitable, and should any of them exhibit unusual behavior, she would undoubtedly sense it. At that juncture, she would not hesitate to render them foolish or mad. After all, the future was uncertain. For now, they ought to relish the present, without being consumed by endless worries about what may come. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. The purified first-tier ordinary crystal nuclei totaled over 60, more than sufficient for everyone to level up, with some to spare. Only Xiao Yu was slightly discontent, as his precious stones had disappeared. Zhou Yuan then procured some previously collected crystals to cheer him. Moreover, given Xiao Yu's youth, he was entirely unaware of how to absorb the crystal nuclei. The others insisted that, although he didn't know how to utilize them, it was essential to accumulate them. Thus, Zhou Yuan set aside his share separately. As February commenced, they refrained from venturing outside, focusing instead on preparing for the new year. Zhou Yuan gazed at the bright sunshine outside and couldn't help but reflect on how, in the past, New Year's celebrations often occurred amidst frigid temperatures. Yearning for warmth and the opportunity to take the children and elderly out for a stroll. After all, they were usually occupied with work, and this rare period of leisure was often squandered due to inclement weather. Yet this year, as the new year approached, they still donned short sleeves. Who would have believed such a transformation? I say, Ah Ming, are your eyes faulty? How could you hang a couplet, so ask you? Lu Cheng's boisterous voice rang from outside. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile. Today marked New Year's Eve, the first celebration since the onset of the apocalypse. And it deserved to be commemorated. Mama, let us put up decorations. Xiao Yu dashed in from outside, clutching some window flowers. Zhou Yuan received them, exclaiming, Oh, these are beautifully cut. What patterns are these? They were gifted by a girl from the 12th floor, Zhang Weiwei replied, leading Xiao Jin inside. She traded some meat with me last night, saying she wanted to celebrate the new year with her parents in style. Zhang Weiwei carried several packages. They look lovely. So I gave her a bag of the cured meat you had previously given me, she added with a sigh. Celebrating the new year this year. Who knows what next year will bring? Regardless of what next year holds, let us cherish the present. Lu Li entered from outside. As previously mentioned, who knows which will come first, the unforeseen or tomorrow? Lu Feng chimed in. Indeed, we have food and drink now. I feel this new year amidst the apocalypse is more fulfilling than those before. Lu Qing chuckled. Lu Qing and Lu Ming nodded in agreement. The three of them had previously celebrated the new year together as three men with nothing. What sort of festivities could they have hoped for? It is merely a matter of casually purchasing a couple of vegetables to tide over the occasion, followed by clinking a couple of beer bottles to mark the celebration. Unlike now, when even the act of pasting couplets seems to evoke a sense of novelty. The bustling figures of my uncles and aunts in the kitchen, the tantalizing aroma of delectable dishes wafting through the air, and the laughter of my two little nephews and the dog frolicking in the living room, all of it encapsulates a warmth of family and reunion that they have not felt in ages. In truth, they have never truly experienced it. Even when my grandparents were alive, the new year was marked by a chilling emptiness in the household. Zhang Weiwei was momentarily taken aback by Lu Cheng's words. Indeed, her previous circumstances were not much different from those of the three brothers, and in fact, she had fared worse. At least they had each other. She had always been alone. This year, the first of the apocalypse, paradoxically has turned out to be the most vibrant new year she has ever celebrated. All right, it's New Year's Day. Let's all cheer up. Lu Li exclaimed as he playfully tapped the heads of the three. Yes, quickly close the door tightly. We wouldn't want the aroma of the food to escape and attract unnecessary attention. I do not wish to spend the new year in unease. Lu Feng added, his heart heavy with concern. Everyone chuckled, reminiscing about the other day when their aunt had been frying pastries and forgotten to secure the doors and windows, inadvertently inviting the entire building's residents. The most peculiar encounter was with the family residing in apartment 402. Their presence was truly a testament to the adage that in a vast forest, all kinds of birds can be found. It seemed the man was a son-in-law, while the woman was a spoiled young lady, nearly 28 years old, yet still naive. They were the ones who suggested taking the zombies to the hospital on the first day of the outbreak, right? They opined that they could still fry pastries, surely indicating an abundance of resources. What was it they said? In poverty, one should focus on personal well-being. In prosperity, one should aid the world. In their coarse vernacular, They were essentially asking for their assistance. Aid the world. Indeed. It's absurd. It's one thing for the younger generation to be ignorant, but the elders were also there, encouraging such nonsense about unity in the face of adversity, as if they could band together against the monsters outside. How could they possibly think of intertwining their fates with the zombies? And so, they could not restrain themselves. The weight of their conscience was unbearable. Just a few days prior, a couple of large rats had scurried out from the unoccupied apartment 3402, and they had not had the chance to dispose of them properly. Those rats, each nearly as large as a cat, could suffice for 2 days of sustenance. Strangely enough, that Lon had fainted at the sight of a few rats. What a waste of their goodwill. It was also these very rats that made them realize they had overlooked apartment 3402. They had already sealed off the plumbing in the other 3 apartments, blocking any entry for snakes, insects, or rodents with cement. Zhou Yuan had placed air circulation fans and purifiers in their home, ensuring they would not feel suffocated. Even though they kept their doors and windows tightly shut, the aroma of the food could not be entirely contained. For instance, it could still be detected on the 14th floor. When Shang Yun gazed at the table, which bore a few expired loaves of bread and 2 murky bottles of mineral water, and sighed deeply. While others feasted on lavish meals at home, they could only nibble on stale bread, with clean water being a luxury. This was only because it was New Year's. Otherwise, they would typically make do with a small pancake for the day. Who could have predicted that this year would unfold in such a manner? Tears began to fall unconsciously as she pondered when this suffering would come to an end. Wang Xingyang, equally despondent, embraced his wife. It is all my fault for being useless, for not awakening my abilities, for being unable to kill zombies and procure resources. I have burdened you both. When Shang Yun shook her head through tears, how can you blame yourself? We are all in this together, are we not? It is simply fate. Wang Zilan mechanically gnawed on the stale, tasteless bread and looked at her parents. Mom and Dad, do you think we should seek refuge on the 35th floor? When Shang Yun lifted her tear-filled eyes in astonishment, do you think they would accept us? That family is hardly benevolent. Wang Zilan's gaze hardened, but Zhang Weiwei managed to align herself with them. Why can't we? She doesn't lack abilities either. Wang Xingyang shook his head. She is alone. We are 3. It's simply 1 work. Wang Zilan, in frustration, flung the bread to the ground. But how much longer must we endure this life? She was on the brink of madness. Before the apocalypse, she had been a department manager at a listed company, her capabilities far superior to many men. Even company executives treated her with respect. Yet now, in this apocalypse, when the calamity began, she could still find ways to gather supplies. But as the zombie outbreak ensued, her skills became utterly useless in this era demanding strength. She may be a strong woman, but she was no warrior. The sight of zombies made her legs weaken, and her attempts to strike them down were futile. Her parents were in a similar plight. Her father was a university professor, a true intellectual, while her mother was too fragile to fend for herself. Her pride forbade her from relying on a man, yet without such reliance, survival became increasingly difficult. This scenario was echoed in apartments 1201, 501, and 802. In 1201, the man, Hyunda, looked at his wife and daughter, feeling a swell of despair. He turned to his daughter. Xin, did you see anyone from the 35th floor when you delivered those window decorations yesterday? Xin replied softly. No, it was still just Teacher Weiwei who traded with me. Hyunda removed his broken glasses. The lens shattered during a previous scavenging attempt when he had to flee from zombies. Nearsighted to nearly 500 degrees. He could not see clearly without them, yet there were no resources available to acquire a new pair. Wearing his broken glasses caused dizziness. When Zhang Weiwei approached them seeking calligraphy for couplets, they had been elated. What a trivial task that would be. It could earn them a favor from the 35th floor, and they would no longer have to worry. Little did they know that upon completion, she presented them with a substantial package of supplies, everything they needed. They realized that this cleared their debts with her. Meanwhile, the families in 501 and 802 had grown close since the onset of the apocalypse and had banded together for survival. They had previously been a formidable unit before the zombies appeared, and no one dared to provoke them. Though their provisions were not abundant, they at least had enough to stave off hunger. As the zombie outbreak progressed and the emergence of ability users began, their situation grew dire. None among them possessed any abilities. Jiang Sheng, do you think we can? Lu Changxin from 501 pointed towards the rooftop. Jiang Sheng from 802 shook his head. It's unlikely. He understood Lu's intention, but both families had dependents and lacked any notable skills. Why would anyone take them in? Would it be for their capacity to eat or drink? It was indeed peculiar how the 35th floor had such fortune in awakening abilities. Was it due to superior feng shui? They all resided in the same building. Why could they not share in the bounty? If only one among them could awaken an ability. He glanced at the men and women huddled together, now lacking food and water, too fearful to move lest they expend their precious energy. At that moment, a commotion erupted from upstairs. He could hardly believe it. The family from apartment 402 seemed to possess boundless energy. Were they not hungry or thirsty? The parents were not young, yet they incessantly scolded their son-in-law, who was quite the character, akin to a ninja turtle. It was merely a matter of time before their endurance was tested.
Cheers!
A harmonious chorus of 12 individuals and a dog echoed as they clinked their cups in unison, with Thunder clutching his doggy water bowl and eagerly raising it high. 2 children. Xiao Jin has grown quite tall, while Xiao Yu still lacks in height, so a stool is brought to the rescue. Zhou Yuan doesn't forget to capture this moment with a selfie stick, preserving it for future reminiscence. Looking at the table laden with an array of delightful dishes, chicken, duck, fish, and meat, all present as if it were a typical New Year's feast, yet everyone understands how hard this meal has been to prepare during these times. Lu Cheng reaches for the bowl of spicy chicken, only to be gently reprimanded by Lu Qing. He retracts his hand, noticing Xiao Jin's disapproving gaze. Uncle Cheng, my mother said that we must wait for the elders to start eating before we can begin. It's basic dining etiquette. Lu Cheng, feeling a bit awkward, scratches his head and replies, well, my mother never taught me that. Xiao Jin, also scratching his head, suggests, then you can learn from me in the future. This elicits laughter from everyone. Lu Li affectionately ruffles his nephew's hair and turns to Lu Aimin. Dad, it's New Year's. Would you like to say a few words? Lu Aimin ponders for a moment, then stands up, saying, indeed, as the eldest here, I shall share a few words. The 2 children clap enthusiastically, and even Lazy joins in with his little paws. Lu Aimin can't help but smile, seeing his grandsons so supportive. Clearing his throat, he begins, first and foremost, I wish everyone a happy new year. I may not be well read, and cannot offer eloquent, auspicious words. But I hope that regardless of how difficult life becomes, we can always stay together like this, discussing matters openly, and face any challenges without fear. Everyone nods in agreement. And Lu Li turns to Zhou Yuan. Sister-in-law, why don't you say a few words too?
Me?
Zhou Yuan tilts her head, then laughs as she stands up. Raising her glass, she declares, in this apocalyptic world, let us see who can survive until the end. Another round of clinking glasses ensues. The old year has passed, and the new year has begun. The apocalypse is upon us. The festivities continue, with everyone eating and drinking heartily. Zhang Weiwei, feeling satisfied, muses about the need to prepare for weight loss in this new world. Auntie's cooking is simply delicious. Lin Chui chuckles and shakes her head. A skilled cook cannot work without ingredients. It's your sister Yuan's unique touch that makes the food so fresh. Speaking of which, Zhou Yuan must take a moment to boast. Indeed, this fish, chicken, duck, and even the vegetables were all nurtured by my own hands. She recounts this with a hint of nostalgia. It hasn't been easy for her, managing such a large plot of land on her own. Inside her space, there's still grain, but without a threshing machine, she's at a loss about how to communicate her needs to her space. Everyone looks at Zhou Yuan's distressed expression, and I can't help but laugh. Yet Lin Chui genuinely feels for her. Haven't you found a way for Ah Feng to enter yet? Dear mother,
Lu Feng chimes in.
Why don't you try drinking a bit of Ah Feng's blood? Lu Aimin suggests from the side. Zhou Yuan bursts into laughter at the absurdity. Lu Feng sighs, closing his eyes as he extends his hand. Zhou Yuan halts. Are you really asking me to bite you? Everyone nods. And Zhou Yuan rubs her forehead. You're all willing to sacrifice your brother for this, aren't you? If I have to bite you all to let you in, it's my blood that runs through Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu, not the other way around. It seems that becoming an ability user has made her a bit dim-witted. Everyone realizes the mix-up. Wait, so they should bite her? Zhou Yuan's expression shifts to panic. Please, don't be reckless. After some playful banter, they agree that if biting and drinking blood could change one's lineage, the world would be in chaos. In truth, Zhou Yuan has found a method. But she is unsure if it will be effective. She must wait for the next upgrade of her space to verify it. This year there is no Spring Festival Gala, But Zhou Yuan has stocked up on tablets, one of which has downloaded classic versions of the gala from previous years, which she casts onto the television. In fact, even before the apocalypse, fewer people watch the gala on New Year's Eve, but the rituals must still be observed.
Sunflower seed, peanuts, dried fruit.
And various fruits filled the table. Luli shells a peanut and tosses it into his mouth, suddenly recalling the radio. On New Year's Day, would there be any news from the authorities? He asks Lu Qing to tune it in. To all listeners, Happy New Year. The base in H province has been preliminarily established. The authorities have decided to arrange for the relocation of the public after the holiday. Please prepare your belongings and await further notice. Official vehicles are limited, so please travel light. The specific date will be announced later. The announcement repeats itself. Lin Chui looks at Zhou Yuan. Yuan, should we go? Zhou Yuan frowns. She recalls that in her past life, the relocation was not announced so early. It seemed to occur around April or May. What she doesn't realize is that previously, Wang Ping's incident resulted in a complete loss of command, which naturally delayed the relocation. Regardless, she has no intention of going this time. Whether to the base later remains uncertain, but even if they do go, it will be to one of the 4 major official bases. There's no need to suffer in a small makeshift base like this one. However, she is unsure of their thoughts on the matter. After some consideration, she honestly states, I'm not keen on going. We have food and drink here, and we can still hunt zombies to increase our strength. If we go to the base, we won't have the same freedom. Lu Feng, naturally, supports his wife. It's obvious that the announcement mentioned a preliminary establishment. We can imagine the situation in a hastily built base under such conditions. Lu Li nods in agreement. I also don't support going. While there may be some safety in the base, with our current strength, there's no need to seek refuge. Besides, there are too many people and our secrets are numerous. It would be easy to expose ourselves. To be frank, I don't plan on going even later. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing becomes intrigued. What if we build our own base? It's not surprising that he is feeling ambitious. Given their stored resources and their current level of abilities, establishing a small base is entirely feasible. Lu Li and Lu Feng show signs of interest. Lin Chui and Lu Aimin express indifference. Lu Qing then remarks, if we are to build a base, there are many factors to consider. It's not as simple as just building one. For instance, where would we build it? Zhou Yuan gives him a thumbs up. Nodding in agreement. Exactly, I've only dreamed for 2 years and only know the weather changes over these 2 years. I'm unaware of what disasters may come. Even the official bases have faced countless disasters, let alone the small base we plan to establish. Once a base is built, there are responsibilities to uphold, like ensuring the safety of any survivors we take in, managing their food and other needs. Lu Feng furrows his brow, quickly discarding his earlier unrealistic fantasy. Forget it. It's better for us to thrive independently. Lu Li nods. It's still too early to be pondering these things. Their most pressing concern is to enhance their strength. Strength is the ultimate key. Chapter 95. The living have arrived. Zhang Weiwei has been silent throughout, having already expressed her stance to Sister Yuan. She is willing to follow them wherever they go, whether to the base or to establish one herself. They all agree to remain stationary. Their only concern being whether a tornado might affect this area and if they should seek another place for refuge. Otherwise, living so high up, they wouldn't be able to outrun a tornado if one came. Thus, while other residents in the community are busy preparing their belongings, awaiting official notification for relocation, they calmly venture out daily to hunt zombies. Now, aside from Xiaoyu, everyone has reached level 2, with approximately 20 level 1 crystals still in reserves. However, Zhou Yuan mentions that upgrading from level 2 to level 3 requires a tenfold increase in lower-level crystals. Therefore, to upgrade, they need either 100 level 1 crystals or 10 level 2 crystals. However, at present, they have not even encountered the second-tier zombies, and they're close to exterminating the first-tier ones. As they advance, the challenges only intensify. Fortunately, they no longer need to worry about impurities. Unbeknownst to others, several households in the same building observed that they had no intention of heading to the base. One could easily surmise that if they possess such strength, wouldn't it be preferable to establish themselves as sovereigns? Although Zhou Yuan and her group initially did not plan to visit the base, someone came knocking. Zhou Yuan looked at Wang Ping, who stood before her with a cheerful smile, wishing she could simply throw him out. Meanwhile, Lu Aimin and Lin Chui warmly welcomed him and his accompanying aide, as they believed that such officials deserved to be treated with utmost respect. After all, the commoners should not clash with the authorities. By sheer happenstance, Lu Li and his brothers, along with Lu Qing, Lu Cheng, and Zhang Weiwei, had all gone out, leaving only the elderly couple, Zhou Yuan, Lu Ming, their 2 children, and Lazy at home. Wang Ping sat comfortably in the spacious, cool living room, sipping tea brewed by Lu Aimin, marveling at how they managed to maintain a semblance of their former lives in this apocalyptic world. It was no small feat his aide, Xiao Xiu, initially puzzled by the commander's visit, suddenly grasped its significance. Reluctantly, Zhou Yuan took a seat opposite Wang Ping, as she was the only one capable of making decisions here. Wang Ping regarded the young woman before him. Previously, she had been clad in long sleeves and pants, with her hat and mask obscuring her face. Now, however, it was evident that she bore the beauty of a young maiden rather than a mother of 2. Given the current circumstances, maintaining such cleanliness and elegance was indeed remarkable. Realizing his thoughts had wandered, Wang Ping cleared his throat and inquired, "Have Lu and the others gone out?" Not having seen anyone else, the elderly couple had retreated indoors after serving them tea. The children, upon spotting him, hurriedly took Lazy back into the room, as if fearing he had come to take Lazy away. His previous impression on them had likely been irreparable.
Now,
Only a large figure stood behind Zhou Yuan, resembling a bodyguard. Due to the incident involving Lazy, Zhou Yuan had developed a newfound awareness of Wang Ping's audacity, prompting her to remain cautious and vigilant. "Commander Wang, is there something you wish to discuss today?"
she asked.
Can you make decisions on this matter?" Wang Ping rubbed his nose, acknowledging that his previous behavior had been somewhat ungracious. However, he was merely valuing talent. He would gladly recruit their entire family into his ranks if he could. Zhou Yuan furrowed her brow, pondering her response. "It depends on the matter at hand. If it is significant, we must discuss it collectively." She was unwilling to commit outright. Wang Ping nodded in understanding and asked, "When might they return?" Zhou Yuan shook her head. "It is difficult to say." Her response was honest. They would return eventually, depending on how business fared outside. However, in recent days, it seemed business was not thriving, so they might return sooner. Moreover, they possessed walkie-talkies, and if there were urgent matters, they could be contacted. There was no need to inform unrelated parties. Wang Ping understood that this was indeed a delicate matter, so after some contemplation, he chose to proceed with his request. After all, he had taken time out of his busy schedule to come here, believing that without his visit, he would not be able to persuade the family. "We are soon to relocate the populace to the base in X City, and I see you do not intend to join us?" Wang Ping observed the house, which showed no signs of having been tidied. Zhou Yuan casually nodded. "Yes, this should not be mandatory, right?" "Not mandatory at all." Wang Ping quickly interjected. "However, I have a small request." Zhou Yuan remained silent, prompting him to continue. Wang Ping sighed internally. This young woman was indeed formidable. She had complete control over the conversation, placing him in a rather passive position. How could she lack any curiosity? Reluctantly, he continued, "The journey is lengthy and fraught with uncertainties, and our military personnel are insufficient, only about 20,000, while the preliminary count of survivors stands at over 1 million. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, "And what of it?" Wang Ping pinched the bridge of his nose. "Thus, we require your kind of ability users to assist us." Zhou Yuan leaned back against the sofa, having already guessed his intentions. She smiled. "Commander Wang, you are aware that although our family possesses abilities, we also have elderly and young children. You saw that we have a mere 3-year-old, the implication being that they could not offer assistance. Escorting survivors was no trivial task, setting aside the dangers along the way. Those without abilities could create significant trouble. In a vast forest, all sorts of birds could be found. Having experienced this once herself, she knew precisely how troublesome such individuals could be. They had no need to wade into such murky waters. From the outset, Wang Ping had not anticipated her immediate agreement, so her refusal fell within his expectations. "However, I heard that you are collecting jade?" Wang Ping took a sip of tea. Zhou Yuan's expression stiffened. While they had not deliberately concealed their jade collection, they had not made it widely known either. Observing her reaction, Wang Ping chuckled. "Do not be alarmed. We learned of this through our channels, and it will not be easily discovered by others." Zhou Yuan's demeanor softened slightly, fully aware that if the authorities truly wished to know something, they could easily investigate. "Are you proposing a trade involving jade?" Zhou Yuan inquired confidently. "Indeed. That is precisely why I made this special trip today. You have likely collected all the jade in Sea City, and what remains belongs to the wealthy or collectors. You cannot publicly trade for it, can you? Zhou Yuan remained silent, and Wang Ping continued nonchalantly, unless you intend to venture to Y province or X province. Zhou Yuan regarded the cunning old fox before her. Realizing he had seen through her plans, she indeed intended to visit Y province in due time. After some contemplation, she said, Commander Wang, could you assist me in gathering the jade from those individuals? Of course, Wang Ping replied with a smile. And I will do so in an official capacity, ensuring that your identity remains concealed. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Xiaongshu behind him. Wang Ping assured her, he is my aide, there will be no issues. This matter requires his involvement, and he is entirely trustworthy.